twilight cloud star. At a depth of several hundred meters beneath the sea, the water takes on a suffocating dark red hue. Sunlight cannot penetrate to this depth, making the environment no different from night. Yun Haoyu quietly hid beneath a massive reef. The water temperature was already quite low, and despite the constant operation of the insulation system in his double-layered diving suit, he still felt a piercing chill. This sensation did not come from his body but stemmed from an inner fear and tension. In this dim seabed, danger lurked everywhere. Within just 50 meters of his hiding spot, 10 notorious creatures were lying in wait. 2 meters to his left, a serpent-scaled starfish was half buried in the sand. On his right, several deer crystal vines were feasting on an unfortunate thorny sand sturgeon. Above his head, a dark red Atala jellyfish leisurely stretched its thick tentacles. It was said that this creature could easily tear through the high-strength alloy walls of a diving pod. He slightly turned his head and saw, 40 meters away, a sawtooth centipede as large as a small hill dozing off, with a thigh-thick carrion anaconda lying beside it. There were also some creatures he couldn't name, each of which could easily take his life. During the few hours he had been lurking here, he even spotted traces of a mola shark. It was unclear why this creature had the leisure to wander into the relatively shallow waters of the 300-meter deep zone, as legend had it that this deep-sea overlord never ventured into waters shallower than 1,000 meters. He had been patiently waiting here for 6 hours, targeting a creature known as the red-eyed sea urchin worm. These creatures were only the size of a fist, shaped like sea cucumbers, with a blood-red tentacle resembling an eye growing in the center, hence their name. The preciousness of this creature lies in its body fluid, which is an important ingredient for humans to produce anti-aging potions. As long as he catches one, he can easily get through an entire year. However, this creature is not easy to capture, as its activity area is guarded by numerous ferocious deep-sea beasts. Trying to succeed without alerting them is so difficult that it can be described as pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. He carefully moved his limbs and checked his equipment once again: a high-pressure oxygen tank, 2 bottles of compressed nutrient solution, a powerful tranquilizer gun, a sailor's knife, an eco-box the size of a backpack, and a first aid kit. This was all he had. A companion had once suggested he bring a ray gun, but he refused out here. If those ferocious creatures set their sights on you, not even a particle cannon could save your life. Finally, the target appeared. 2 sea urchin worms slowly crawled out from the seagrass and began foraging, less than 15 meters away from him. Yet, he remained completely still. He was no longer a novice and understood deeply that the closer one gets to success, the more one must stay calm. Getting overly excited would only expose his position, leading to a loss that outweighed the gain, or worse, being torn to shreds by those ferocious creatures. He had once witnessed a companion, due to carelessness, startle a group of crystal vine deer. Those creatures entangled him, their sharp tentacles slicing through the diving suit as if it were paper, draining him into a dried corpse. All the while, he stood helplessly nearby, watching it unfold with his own eyes. The prey finally drew near. He maintained his composure, the tranquilizer gun already in his hand. This weapon had an effective range of up to 40 meters, but he had waited until now to ensure a perfect shot. Sea urchin worms themselves were not difficult to deal with, but they were extremely alert. The slightest disturbance would send them fleeing in an instant. Slowly, one sea urchin worm swam to his side, while the other was only a meter away. He made a final adjustment to his angle, aimed at the one in front, and pressed the trigger. A tungsten needle, less than 10 millimeters long, silently pierced through the water and instantly embedded itself in its body. Immediately after, he fired a second shot, aiming at the one behind. Soon, both sea urchin worms stopped moving. Yun Haoyu quickly stored the spoils into the ecological box, the entire process taking less than 10 seconds. Once everything was settled, he let out a soft sigh of relief, realizing he was already drenched in cold sweat. Not far away, the decayed python shifted slightly, changed its posture, and continued napping. The other ferocious creatures were busy with their own affairs, seemingly unaware of the presence of this outsider. On the sea surface, Froud strolled leisurely on the deck with a bottle of liquor in hand, taking a sip now and then. He had been in this line of work for years, and apart from drinking, he seemed to have no other hobbies. Rumor had it that he even held a bottle while sleeping. "Captain," the first mate approached from behind. "1 more hour until we wrap up." Got it," Froud mumbled vaguely, taking another sip before speaking. "Old buddy, tell me, out of the 40 people who went down this time, how many do you think will make it back?" "How many? Hard to say. Aren't you always good at guessing? Why don't we make a bet? I guess 34. Deal. If I win, you have to use this time's earnings to treat me to a drink." 35. I knew it. Alright, if I win, you have to take me to the charming night bar for some fun. Agreed. The captain gulped down the remaining liquor in the bottle in one go, let out a satisfied belch, and continued, "You know what? The market for sea urchin worms is on the rise again. The price on the black market has already been driven up to 50,000 apiece. And ghost-faced deer pufferfish, blue blood starfish, lava sharks, all great stuff. So what? With this broken ship of ours, do you think we can get our hands on any of that?" The first mate interrupted his daydream. "I was just saying, who doesn't know that good stuff comes at the cost of your life?" The captain sighed. He knew knew in his heart that the first mate was right. Everyone in this line of work was making a living under the watchful eyes of death. Catching red-eyed sea urchin worms was already troublesome enough. Every time they went out to sea, a few of his divers would end up staying in that damned place forever, never to return. The ghost-faced deer pufferfish lives at a depth of 500 meters, keeping company with the llama squid, a ferocious creature. Blue blood starfish are only found in waters below 2,000 meters. As for lava sharks, they are a renowned presence on Cloud Twilight Star. Ordinary light cannons are completely ineffective against them. Only high-level espers can deal with them. These were things far beyond their current reach. Underwater, Yun Haoyu changed locations to continue his ambush. There were already 6 trophies in the ecological box, and there was still some time before wrapping up. Regardless, today's haul left him satisfied. His previous record was at most 4. With 14 tungsten needles left in the tranquilizer gun, he decided to try his luck a bit more. Am I being too greedy? He sometimes asked himself this, but it was only human nature who would complain about having too much money. Whether he'd have such good fortune next time was truly uncertain. How many times had he gone out to sea now? 17 or 18? Although every trip had been relatively uneventful, ever since he decided to risk his life here, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep. Countless times, he dreamed of various terrifying creatures taking his life in different ways. Being swallowed whole was considered the most dignified death. Dismemberment, mutilation, being flayed alive, strangled to death, slowly dissolved by strong acid, or even being drained into a mummified husk. All kinds of horrifying deaths beyond the limits of human imagination. Waking up in terror from nightmares had become the norm. Is it really worth working so hard? He had thought about it, but each time he tried to convince himself, just one more time, and I'll stop. Just one more time, just once. However, every time he came back, within a week, he would repeat the same behavior. Perhaps to outsiders, he must seem crazy. No matter how much money you have, what's the point if you lose your life? Yes, first you have to stay alive, and only then can you talk about anything else. He didn't deny this, and more than once he tried to use this reasoning to persuade himself not to take risks anymore. But the persistence in his heart could never be let go, because, in life, it's not just about surviving. In front of the word living, prefixes such as dignity, decency, and happiness should be added. Live with dignity, live with decency, live with happiness. This is almost everyone's dream, yet for thousands of years, those who have achieved this standard are truly few and far between. Living with dignity sounds easy, but how difficult it is to achieve. He was just a boy from the lowest rung of society, with almost nothing to his name except youth, passion, and courage. Of course, he also had a dream to live with dignity. A humble existence, a humble dream. For that nearly impossible dream, he chose this path. Regrets? Perhaps. But every time he returned from the depths of the sea, as if from the gates of hell, he would quietly lick his wounds in his little nest and adjust his mindset. A week later, he would resolutely board the fishing boat again, snatching food from the mouths of those nightmarish creatures, fighting for the persistence in his heart. With a gentle lift of his hand, another tungsten needle shot out. This time, the target was farther away, nearly 6 meters. It would be challenging to capture it, so he cautiously moved his body, slowly inching closer. Fate sneers coldly, and the breath of death lingers around him, refusing to leave. Closer, closer, almost within reach. A crystal deer vine leisurely swims closer, less than a meter away from him. Its tentacles, covered in tiny, ghastly white bone spines, are clearly visible. Having just fed, its thick vine body has turned a deep purple, with dark red sinews still clinging to it, writhing incessantly with the swaying of the vine, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. He remains unmoved, quietly waiting, his body trembling slightly inside the diving suit. The deer crystal vine finally drifted 7 or 8 meters away, and the gaze of death slightly shifted from him. Reach out, grab the prey, and stuff it into the eco box. However, whether it was because he made too much noise or the deer crystal vine was too sensitive, it circled around again and swam straight toward his position. What should he do? Run? That will only make you die faster. If you don't run, the weapon in hand won't be enough to deal with this guy. He clenched his teeth, staying completely still, deceiving himself as he prayed that the other party hadn't noticed him. The menacing tentacles slowly reached out, like an invitation from the Grim Reaper. The goddess of fortune watched him anxiously from the shadows of fate. Time is running out. Prepare for launch. Froud ordered his subordinates. He was referring to a type of missile that, once launched, would emit sound waves at a specific frequency to drive away the ferocious creatures underwater, allowing the divers to return safely. However, the effectiveness of this device was not as good as imagined, and it was not cheap either. As a result, he could only afford to use it twice, once at the start of work and once at the end. At least it gave these young men a slightly better chance of survival. On the surface of the sea, the sun of Twilight Cloud Star was about to sink below the horizon. Unlike humanity's home planet Earth, the sun on this planet was a dazzling blue. At this moment, a flickering light cluster appeared in the sky above the sun, streaking diagonally across the heavens and hurtling straight in their direction. Froud opened another bottle of liquor, tilted his head back, and took a deep swig. Out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch sight of that light cluster. What the heck? A meteorite? But it doesn't seem like one. he muttered, planning to grab a telescope for a closer look. Before he could move a step, the glowing orb sped up rapidly and, in the blink of an eye, plunged into the sea just 30 meters away. Strangely, the sea surface remained as calm as ever, without a single ripple, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? The drunken captain stared blankly at the sea, dumbfounded. What he didn't know was that beneath the surface, chaos had already erupted. Yun Haoyu had already fallen into despair as the dear crystal vine slowly coiled around him, starting to tear at his diving suit. Unexpectedly, it suddenly stopped and darted away at lightning speed. Not only it, but as if they had seen a ghost, various ferocious creatures frantically fled into the distance, including the infamous Maro shark. What could make even them feel fear? He hesitated about what to do next, when suddenly everything went black before his eyes, and an uncontrollable drowsiness surged over him. He was terrified out of his wits, knowing what it would mean to fall asleep in such a place. However, the course of events was beyond his control, and soon he lost consciousness. What he didn't know was that a chaotic colored light orb was hovering above his head, and its immense pressure had turned the surrounding hundreds of meters of seabed into a dead zone. The young divers gradually surfaced one after another, bringing back varying degrees of harvest. They all seemed to be in decent condition, and having returned safely from such a place, everyone felt as if they had been given a second chance at life. The first mate directed his subordinates to count the spoils of war, while Froud held a bottle of wine, squinting as he counted the heads: 16, 17, 18, 29, 30. There were already 32, though a few remaining might just be slow, or perhaps they had already gone to meet their maker. This kind of situation was commonplace. If you wanted to make a living this way, you naturally had to be prepared for it. After waiting a while, 2 more came up, 34 in total. "Captain, it seems this time you're going to have to bleed a little," the first mate said with no small amount of satisfaction. "Come on, how could I possibly lose?" Freud curled his lips and glanced at the time. "Let's wait a little longer. I don't think my intuition could be wrong." The blue sun had already set, and the 3 moons of Twilight Cloudstar began to appear in the night sky. 2 of them were large and blue, while the slightly smaller one was a purplish red, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. "We should head back, Captain," the first mate reminded. "Ah, fine," Freud replied somewhat gloomily. Could it really be that my intuition was wrong? Damn it, years of reputation, and today it all falls apart. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a crew member suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's another one." "What?" the drunken captain and the first mate asked in unison. 20 meters off the starboard side, a figure slowly emerged from the water. "Waha, it's that kid." Froud threw down the bottle and personally rushed over to pull him aboard. TND, that damn drunkard got his way again. Now it was the first mate's turn to feel frustrated. Yun Haoyu seemed to be in decent shape, at least he could still stand. Although his face was pale, his spirit remained intact. He forced a smile at the onlookers, handed the eco-box to the captain, and said, "There was a bit of an incident, so I came back a little late. Sorry to make everyone worry. How was today's haul?" "Your luck has always been good, and I believe this time is no exception." The drunken captain chuckled as he opened the eco-box. However, when the box was fully opened, everyone present gasped in shock. Inside the box were 20 neatly arranged sea urchin worms, along with 2 jade butterfly cloud shells, items that could fetch a hefty price and could only be found in the nests of deer crystal vines. How on earth did this kid manage to get them? In the end, it was the first mate who broke the silence, smiling as he said, "Brother Hao, it seems your luck is really good today. Shouldn't you treat everyone to a drink later?" "Of course," Yun Haoyu replied cheerfully. He had every reason to be happy now. According to the earlier agreement, catching 1 sea urchin worm would earn a reward of 20,000 credit points. 20 of them meant 400,000, which was already a fortune for him. As for the jade butterfly cloud shells, the drunken captain had offered a price of 100,000 each. Altogether, this income was equivalent to 7 or 8 times what he usually earned. The fishing boat headed toward the port, where the distant harbor lights sparkled brightly. Yun Haoyu took a shower, changed his clothes, and stood on the deck, lost in thought. This time, he had finally made it back alive. The starry sky above had never seemed so beautiful. The night breeze blew gently, carrying a familiar salty tang. Being alive is truly wonderful. Muchuan Port is one of the busiest places in Muchuan City and one of the top major ports on Muyun Star. After nightfall, the various bars, nightclubs, and clubs start to thrive with business. The bars are already packed with people, merchants, mercenaries, drifters. Of course, most of them are sailors making a living at sea. In addition, there are all kinds of women, natives, bio-enhanced beauties, and even female robots covered in synthetic skin and muscles. As long as you can afford it, the owners here can even get you alien women. Yun Haoyu and his group occupied a large private room and were drinking heartily. "Today, Brother Hao is treating us, so drink as much as you like. The risks of this journey are beyond what others can imagine. Under the sea, safety is never absolute, it's always relative. Who knows, one day you might end up staying there forever. No matter what, being able to return safely is always something to be happy about. Therefore, the young men who go out to sea mostly spend their time onshore indulging themselves, because no one knows if they'll have such an opportunity tomorrow. tomorrow. The fear of living on the edge makes seizing the moment an obvious choice. Everyone releases their stress through alcohol and women. Dragged by his companions to drink, Yun Haoyu couldn't take it anymore. He found an excuse to slip away and leaned on the balcony, gazing at the night view. Outside the main gate, cars streamed by, and crowds surged. After more than 70 years of immigration and development, this planet has become very prosperous. Along the coastline, over 20 cities have sprung up, each with populations ranging from several million to tens of millions. The reason for gathering such a large population in just a few decades is simple: resources. The planet Myeongsing is not large, but it produces hundreds of scarce resources needed by the Empire, mainly marine biological resources, most of which are unique to this planet. For humans, nothing is more exciting than the opportunity to get rich. People eager to get rich overnight swarmed in on various immigrant spaceships, but opportunities and risks have always been proportional. This planet has only one continent, occupying less than 15% of the planet's surface, with the rest being islands and oceans. For various known or unknown reasons, most of the creatures on this planet are extremely ferocious. In the first few years of developing the planet, these creatures were indifferent to humans. As long as they were not provoked, peaceful coexistence was possible. However, the good times did not last long. After humans established cities and gained a foothold, they began large-scale resource exploitation, which was essentially the slaughter of these creatures. This provoked the dissatisfaction of the native inhabitants, leading to frequent attacks on humans, even resulting in an interstellar-era version of monster sieges. Humans naturally would not easily admit defeat. Both sides engaged in a nearly decade-long tug-of-war, with the Empire's military suffering casualties of no less than hundreds of thousands, including tens of thousands of superpowered warriors. In the end, the Empire's military command lost its temper and deployed the main fleet to completely cleanse the powerful creatures on the continent, even resorting to the use of prohibited weapons. Ultimately, this allowed humans to become the rulers of the continent. Important resources largely come from the ocean. However, the creatures in the sea are equally formidable, and the number of people who perish beneath the waves every day is not small. Yet, the military cannot use the same cleansing methods on the ocean, as the direct consequence would be the collapse of the marine ecosystem unless the Empire plans to forego its need for resources. Thus, everything produced here is exchanged at the cost of human lives. Those powerful large corporations, due to their advanced and comprehensive protective equipment, have relatively lower casualty rates. But for small operators like the drunkard Floyd, who only has a single ship and a few dozen crew members with basic diving tools, the casualty rate is so high that it strikes fear into anyone who hears about it. Divers on Twilight Cloud Star are considered one of the most dangerous professions in the entire Empire. In fact, no insurance company is even willing to expand its business here. Employers bear almost no responsibility, as the relationship between divers and employers is merely a temporary employment arrangement. The employer provides diving equipment, and the divers sell their catches to the employer at a pre-agreed price, settling accounts after each trip to sea. Although the prices are steep, the trading channels are controlled by them, leaving these divers with no other choice. Moreover, if a diver encounters an accident, the loss of equipment is no small matter, and the boss also needs to make a living. Yun Haoyu is a freshman in college. When he was 12, his parents both passed away in an accident, and it was his uncle who raised him. His childhood experiences made him somewhat introverted, with few friends. The reason he chose this life-threatening profession was due to a breakup he experienced more than half a year ago. At that time, he nervously confessed his feelings to the senior he admired. The beautiful senior seemed surprised by his courage and tacitly accepted his affection. Afterward, he was smug about his charm, thinking that pursuing a girl wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. However, fate always loves to play tricks. Just when it gives you a glimmer of hope, it suddenly knocks you down hard, crushing your pride and dignity into pieces. That day came quickly. In the school's leisure club, the senior pulled him to the physical training area to play. At that moment, he realized that he shouldn't pursue a girl with a second-level gene-optimized physique. One of the tests in the physical training area was to carry a 400-kilogram alloy block to the top of a 30-story building and then bring it back down. With only a first-level gene-optimized physique, he was completely incapable of completing this task. The senior moved gracefully up and down, while he could only watch from the sidelines. The senior, with a charming smile, said nothing but used the subtle way to tell the courageous junior, "Don't be infatuated with me, I've been trained." The optimization of gene levels is not only reflected in physical abilities but also in lifespan. Those who have undergone first-level gene optimization have a lifespan of 200 years, and each level increase adds another 100 years. The Empire's gene optimization levels are divided into 4 tiers, and with each level up, intelligence, physical strength, immune system, lifespan, and other bodily functions see significant improvement. However, since the dawn of humanity, good things have often been the exclusive privilege of a few, and this situation has not changed even in the interstellar era. Level 1 genetic optimization serums are relatively affordable, and most citizens of the Empire can manage to afford them. However, the price price of level 2 serums is far less friendly. 1 million credits is equivalent to 40 years of a civil servant's income without spending a single cent. Level 3 serums cost 8 million, and as for level 4, only a select few at the top of the pyramid are qualified to enjoy them. Yun Haoyu's first love ended prematurely, but he was not someone who gave up easily. He didn't have many other strengths, but he had sheer determination. 1 million was no small amount. He couldn't rely on others and had to figure it out on his own. Thus, over the past 6 months, he tried various jobs but ultimately gave up on all of them. The pay was too low, and saving up 1 million would take forever. After several twists and turns, he found Freud. After a brief training, he became a diver under the drunken captain, going out to sea once every weekend. During this time, many familiar and unfamiliar companions were forever left at the bottom of the sea. He witnessed the gruesome scenes of his companions being devoured by those ferocious creatures more than once, and he himself had several close brushes with death. But in the end, he made it through. The money is enough, and there's even quite a bit extra. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow, Yun Haoyu thought to himself. After enduring so much hardship, he had finally achieved his goal, feeling an indescribable sense of relief throughout his body. Of course, today's gains didn't stop there. He remembered that glowing orb. As midnight approached, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Some left directly, while more took the women they fancied to seek further pleasures elsewhere. The next day, they would head out to sea again to risk their lives. This was the life for most of them. Haoga, why don't you find yourself a woman? You don't drink much either. What's the point of saving so much money? Who knows, you might meet God any day now. Living in the moment is what really matters. The drunken captain, with bleary eyes, patted him on the shoulder and said, how about I introduce you to a few? Trash, not interested. Yun Haoyu refused. Oh ho, I didn't expect you to have such high standards, kid. If you want something better, that's fine too. I'll ask the boss to find something for you. The drunken captain seemed very excited. Let's talk about it another time. I'm tired today, I want to go back and rest. Yun Haoyu replied vaguely. This wasn't his first time coming here with them, but he really wasn't used to their way of life. Perhaps, he and they were simply not the same kind of people. Yun Haoyu had not yet realized that from today onward, his fate was destined to be different from that of ordinary people. Luhua Academy, located in this city, is also the highest ranking institution in Muyun Star. Yun Haoyu strolled alone on the campus, where the paths were paved with light blue stones, and most of the buildings were ivory white. Under the glow of the streetlights, a gentle radiance shimmered. In the night sky, 3 bright moons had risen to the zenith, and 2 different hues of moonlight poured down unimpeded, making the entire academy shine like a palace from a magical world. Arriving in front of his apartment building, Yun Haoyu took out his identification card and lightly scanned it on the reader. A gentle voice immediately sounded, "Welcome back, Yun Haoyu." It was the robotic guard protecting the apartment. The door slid open silently, and a 2.5-meter tall robot stood by the corridor. Seeing him enter, it added, "You're a bit late today. This isn't good for your rest. Try not to do this again next time." Yun Haoyu responded with a smile, thinking to himself that this metal guy's intelligence level was indeed quite high. The accommodation at the academy is quite good. Each suite houses 4 people, with each person having a 70-square-meter single room equipped with a private bathroom and toilet. Only the living room and kitchen are shared. When Yun Haoyu entered, the doors to his roommates' rooms were all closed. It was unclear whether they were already resting or out having fun. After washing up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was indeed exhausted today. While his body was asleep, his mind remained active. In the depths of his consciousness, a communication beyond the realm of ordinary human understanding was taking place. Yun Haoyu felt as though he had arrived in a strange space filled with light. Chaotic colored light was everywhere, and clusters of light rain danced freely around him. He himself had transformed into a floating, indistinct light shadow, unable to feel the presence of his physical body. Strangely, his consciousness felt no fear, as if all of this was meant to be. In front of him floated a golden figure. It was the being from the light cluster he had encountered under the sea, and he had already been conversing with this being for quite some time. "Senior Roland, this is the general situation of this world. It seems that it is indeed not the same time and space as the one you were in back then." Roland was the name of this mysterious being. After a moment of silence, a gentle yet authoritative voice sounded again. "It seems there is no doubt about it. To think that a wisp of my remnant soul could still remain. I had thought I would be completely annihilated in the chaotic void currents." Paused for a moment, the voice then spoke again with a hint of disappointment. "But what use is it? I have already investigated. There are no beings of my kind in this space, and even the laws of the heavens have undergone some subtle changes. I had hoped to recover and try again, but now it seems impossible. This space lacks the spiritual energy resources I need. The various divine techniques and methods have also lost much of their power." That might not necessarily be the the case. The vastness of the starry sky is beyond imagination, even for someone like you. Just because it's not here doesn't mean it doesn't exist elsewhere. Yun Hao Yu said, if there's a chance to leave this planet in the future, you could search for what you need in other star systems. He felt a strong sense of goodwill toward this being. If not for Roland's appearance, he wouldn't have been so fortunate today. It seems that's the only option. You, little one, have a decent heart. It's just a pity that I've lost all my powers now, otherwise, I would have given you some benefits. Roland sighed. In her former time and space, she had stood at the pinnacle of all beings. When had she ever fallen to such a state? It's just that I still don't understand. Was that time and space really as extraordinary as you say? Yun Hao Yu still found it hard to comprehend the world Roland described. Flying through the skies and burrowing into the earth could be explained. Even high-level ability users in this world could achieve that, and ordinary people could manage it with tools. But moving mountains, filling seas, capturing stars, grasping the moon, and altering the heavens, such feats were utterly astonishing. Could humans truly become that powerful? This deity naturally has no need to deceive a kid like you. Ruolan said indifferently, there are far too many things you can't even imagine, and these are nothing. True masters of great abilities can create heavens and earth on their own with ease. If I had taken that final step back then, I could have. Forget it. Maybe we can check the database to see if there's any related record in this world. Yun Hao Yu stood up and activated his portable light brain, connecting to the school's library. In his mind, he asked again, you can see the situation outside, right? No problem. I didn't expect the civilization of this time and space to come up with so many strange and peculiar tools. Quite interesting. And so, one person and an unknown entity busied themselves for an entire night until dawn. They scoured all the accessible databases on Twilight Cloudstar for information on this topic. 99% of it consisted of myths and legends, with countless related movies and novels. The remaining 1% was vague and unclear. However, one thing was almost certain, immortals had existed at some point in the distant past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many records of supernatural phenomena passed down. This suggests that at some point, the civilization of the immortal path was extremely prosperous and flourishing. But for unknown reasons, it was all buried in the river of time. It doesn't seem so bad. Ruolan said, maybe there's really a chance for recovery. Alright then, I'll keep an eye out for information on this for you in the future. Today, I have to go to the hospital. Level 2 genetic optimization, it's exciting. Yun Hao Yu turned off the light brain, opened the door, and went to the kitchen. He cooked himself a bowl of lean meat porridge. The meat was a specialty of Muyun Star spiral horned beef, and it tasted quite good. He still wasn't used to eating synthetic nutrients. Although those things could meet all the nutritional needs of the human body and came in various flavors, he just didn't like them. Unless he had absolutely no choice, such as when going out to sea, he generally preferred natural food. This also caused his monthly living expenses to double, but now he didn't care about such small amounts of money anymore. After finishing breakfast and changing clothes, he went out the door. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, set the route, and the car started silently. This type of car didn't require a driver. You just chose your destination, and everything was automatically controlled. Upon reaching the destination, you simply swiped your card and left. It was very convenient. He soon arrived at the hospital. After getting out of the car, Yun Hao Yu paused by the roadside, intending to send a message to his uncle. However, after some thought, he decided against it. He would wait until everything was settled before informing his family. He hadn't told anyone about his plan to go out to sea to earn money. Everyone around him was in the dark. If his uncle and aunt found out he was doing such a dangerous job, their first reaction would probably be to drag him back and keep him under strict watch. From the age of 12 until now, his uncle's family had indeed treated him well. Although they never said it, Yun Hao Yu understood in his heart that he wasn't related to them by blood, which made this familial bond all the more precious. This was a realistic world. Apart from parents and close relatives, no one was obligated to treat you well. If he could achieve success one day, he would definitely repay this family generously. Well, isn't this Yun Hao Yu? A sarcastic voice rang in his ears. When he turned his head, several men in black surrounded a handsome young man and walked over. Yang Feng. He frowned. This person was his archenemy, and he usually avoided him whenever possible. But today, it seemed fate had other plans. Yang Feng pretended to be friendly as he put an arm around his shoulder and said with a fake smile, "What a coincidence today. Running into an old classmate like this. You're usually so hard to find, it's not easy to catch up with you. So, when are you going to pay back that money?" "Money? Did I ever borrow money from you?" Yun Hao Yu asked coldly. "What? You still don't know?" Yang Feng suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Oh my, I suddenly forgot. Your parents are both gone. You're now a wild child that no one loves or wants." Those words were truly hurtful. Yun Hao Yu's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth without saying a word. "Your dad borrowed 2 million credit points from my family when he was alive to treat your mom's illness. Don't you remember? Even though they're gone, a father's debt is repaid by the son. This is only natural. In the past, because you were underage, my dad never said anything. But now you're already 18, aren't you? With interest, this debt is nearly 10 million now. Young Feng sneered and said, so, when do you plan to pay it back? Yun Haoyu suppressed the anger in his heart as much as he could and calmly asked, do you have any evidence for your claims? Even if you do, according to relevant laws, this debt should have been automatically cancelled after the parties involved passed away. Is that so? Maybe it is. But you need to understand what my family does. Young Feng said sinisterly, no one can owe my family money and not pay it back. Don't count on the so-called law to protect you. My dad said, within a year, if you can't pay back this money, then your life will no longer belong to you. As he spoke, he secretly channeled energy through his hand. A surge of violent energy rushed into Yun Haoyu's body, coursing through his meridians. A heart-piercing, bone-crushing pain struck, and half of his body quickly lost all feeling. His fingernails dug deeply into his flesh, but he still forced himself not to make a sound. Seeing him like this, young Feng was somewhat surprised. Oh ho, you've got quite the backbone. Just like your dead old man. He applied even more force with his hand. Tell your old man, I'll pay back the money. His voice was as cold as shards of ice. Really? And how are you going to pay it back? In a year? With your limited abilities, do you think you can earn that much money? To scrape together that much money in a year, you'd have to go out to sea and fish. But with your build, I bet you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those ferocious creatures. Young Feng mocked him mercilessly. However, I must say, your face does look quite decent. His words were so venomous that even the black-clad men standing behind him showed disapproving expressions. This young master was notoriously mean-spirited and extremely narrow-minded. But since they were merely hired hands, they naturally wouldn't say anything, only harboring disdain for him in their hearts. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I still have a date to catch. You just focus on figuring out how to make money. Oh, and by the way, your ex-girlfriend is now our boss's woman, so stay away from her in the future. Just look at yourself. Young Master Yang Feng laughed wildly as he strode away. A cool energy surged at his shoulder, flowing along the meridians all the way to his palm. Wherever it passed, the pain vanished, and the external wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roland's voice echoed in his mind, your body is still too weak. Doesn't this world have any methods for physical cultivation? There probably are, but they're not something I can access. I'm just an ordinary person, he replied with a bitter smile. Roland was silent for a moment before saying, this won't do. Once I familiarize myself with the laws of this world, I'll create a suitable cultivation method for you. That way, you won't be bullied by those ant-like people. Young Feng and his grudge had been brewing for quite some time. Because this spoiled brat harassed a female classmate, he was caught and given a severe beating, which led to their enmity. At that time, his father was still alive, and the two families had some connections, so the brat didn't dare to say anything. But later, after his parents passed away and his family fell into decline, this guy became arrogant and frequently caused trouble for him, especially after becoming an ability user. I won't forget. One day, I'll settle the score with interest. He swore silently, a sinister blood-red glint flashing in his pitch-black eyes. Taking one last look at the sky, Yun Haoyu stepped into the hospital doors. When he walked out again, he would undoubtedly be a completely new person. In the distance, the blue sun had already leapt out of the sea's horizon another sunny day. At the Gene Optimization Center, the reception hall was divided into 4 different areas, ranging from level 1 to level 4. The level 1 area had the most people, and the doctors there were the busiest. The level 2 area had significantly fewer people, only about 10% of the number in level 1. The level 3 area had even fewer, with fewer than 10 individuals. As for the level 4 area, there wasn't a single person. It seems there aren't many wealthy people on this planet. Yun Haoyu thought to himself. Different levels naturally came with vastly different treatment. In the level 1 area, all the facilities were extremely basic, with tables and chairs made of cheap imitation wood. The level 2 area, however, was much better, featuring counters made of natural rosewood, high-end crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and gentle, charming nurses. As for levels 3 and 4, they couldn't be seen from the outside, as a bright yellow jade screen blocked all views. But just the nurses standing in front of the screen, with faces and figures comparable to supermodels, gave a hint of what might lie within. A reception area designed like this truly made one sigh at how inequality in treatment was evident everywhere. Yun Haoyu settled on the sofa, and immediately a pretty-faced nurse came over to greet him. Hello, sir. Are you here for the gene optimization surgery? Isn't that obvious? Coming here and not for surgery what? To discuss life and dreams with you? Yun Haoyu silently mocked in his mind but responded politely. Yes, I'd like to see the relevant informational materials. A virtual light screen appeared in front of him, detailing the components and effects of the gene serum, the surgical procedures, and precautions. He had already learned about these before, and reviewing them now was just for confirmation. Alright, I've read it. Can we start now? Yun Haoyu asked. As long as the payment is settled, we can proceed, the nurse replied with a smile. The cost of the serum, including the surgery and post-operative care, totals 1 million credit points. Yun Haoyu took out his ID card, swiped it on the terminal, entered the password, and the bank's AI quickly processed processed all the procedures, transferring the funds into the hospital's account. The nurse couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. $1 million was no small amount, and judging by his attire, he didn't look like a wealthy person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until adulthood to undergo this optimization surgery. In other words, this million must have been earned by himself. But what kind of job could earn $1 million in just a few years? He probably wasn't even 20 yet. Could it be that he won a lottery jackpot? Or, the nurse's mind wandered as she led him to the surgical area on the second floor. Watching Yun Haoyu enter the room, she stared at his back for a while in a daze before heading downstairs to get back to work. If she got caught slacking off for no reason, she'd surely get scolded. Unlike what he had imagined, the surgical area consisted of semi-independent compartments, each about 50 square meters in size, with a medical pod the size of a single bed inside. The surgical process was extremely simple. The doctor gave him a brief physical examination, retrieved a set of injections from a safe, and administered them to him in 3 doses. Then, he was asked to undress and lie down in the medical pod. Have a good sleep. In 5 hours, you'll be completely transformed, the doctor said to him. Yun Haoyu wanted to say something, but the lid of the pod closed automatically. Colorless and odorless anesthetic gas filled the space, and he quickly lost consciousness. A pale blue liquid emerged, enveloping his body. He had a dream in which he saw his body being disassembled into countless fragments by an unknown force. Innumerable silver droplets appeared out of the void, rapidly merging into these fragments. His genes trembled and cheered as the double helix structure began undergoing some indescribable transformation. His consciousness floated quietly on the side, watching the scene unfold. He didn't know that the entity called Rulin was also beside him, silently observing. 5 hours passed quickly. When Yun Haoyu opened his eyes, the entire world became clearer. Not just his vision, but all 5 senses had become more acute. His brain's response time had also improved significantly, and his thinking was sharper. His whole body seemed to be brimming with endless energy. This was the benefit of genetic optimization. He had experienced this feeling once before, during his first-level genetic optimization, when his parents, who were still alive at the time, had taken him. However, he had been too young back then and had little memory of it now. He looked in the mirror. The person in the reflection had more defined features, and his physique had become more balanced and robust, getting more handsome by the day. I just wonder what I'll look like after a 3rd level or even 4th level optimization if that day ever comes. In fact, he already knew the effects of 4th level genetic optimization. Not just him, but it was one of the ultimate dreams for everyone his age. On the internet and on television, those government officials wielding the nation's most critical powers, the business tycoons with wealth rivaling nations, the military leaders commanding their own forces, and the dazzling superstars, those lofty figures, each possessing near God-like perfect faces and bodies, along with a lifespan of up to 500 years. However, for ordinary people, all of this is so distant, so far that the vast majority will never see their dreams come true in their lifetime. Secondary genetic optimization is already the limit that ordinary people can achieve. When genetic optimization serums first emerged, their impact on the social system was undoubtedly shocking and unprecedented, completely altering the relationships between people. In the past, no matter how vast the differences in social status were, the fundamental differences between individuals were not significant. There was no insurmountable gap between an emperor and a beggar in terms of physicality, and theoretically, everyone had the opportunity to climb upward. If fortune smiled upon them, even a beggar could rise to the top. Although the probability was minuscule, at least there was hope in their hearts. This was precisely the driving force behind the efforts of the vast majority of ordinary people. What they pursued was merely a better life, one with more dignity. However, the emergence of genetic agents has completely shattered this remaining semblance of equality. The advantages displayed by those who have undergone advanced genetic optimization are evident in every aspect, leaving ordinary people with no chance to compete. Take a simple example. If 2 people commit a crime and are each sentenced to 20 years in prison, one is an ordinary person with a lifespan of less than 100 years, meaning the prime of their life is wasted. The other has undergone level 4 genetic optimization, with a lifespan of up to 500 years. 20 years is merely 1/25 of their life and hardly matters to them. The social disparity caused by genetic optimization is vividly illustrated in this example. Initially, the authorities established some laws and regulations to protect the rights of disadvantaged groups, but over time, these protective measures became increasingly ineffective, to the point where they were almost impossible to enforce. Social wealth has become increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few. Even in the government and military, those who have undergone advanced genetic optimization are more likely to be promoted. Wealth, power, social status. Ordinary people in the past at least had a fighting chance, but now, genetic rank determines almost everything. Yun Haoyu could understand the senior's choice back then. Falling in love with someone whose life expectancy was only 2/3, or even less, of her own not only required courage but also meant overcoming the gap in social status. Only those who had undergone secondary genetic optimization could possibly find a decent job, let alone consider the impact on the next generation. Even among individuals individuals with the same level of genetic optimization, there were differences in physical constitution. These disparities stemmed from the quality of their basic physical condition. Although the offspring of advanced genetic optimizers also needed to undergo genetic optimization to achieve the same physical constitution and lifespan as their parents, their inherent physical advantages were evident. This ensured that their genetic optimization results were more significant, further severing the possibility for ordinary people to elevate their social status, and the same applied to their descendants. After a final check, the surgery was finally over. Get plenty of rest when you go home, and try to avoid strenuous activities for at least a week, the doctor advised. I understand, Jun Haoyu replied as he got dressed and walked out. The sun was shining brightly outside, and it was almost noon. He found a hotel that looked decent, ordered a few dishes, and a bottle of wine, savoring it all alone. The road ahead was still long, and the goal seemed out of reach, but as long as he worked hard, there was always hope. After wandering around outside for the entire afternoon, Yun Haoyu finally returned to school by dinner time. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed that a few rarely seen dorm mates were all present. "Ah, you're back today too," greeted a slightly thin boy with a scholarly air. His name was Su Shangqing, one of Yun Haoyu's few close friends. "Ah, you's back? Then we'll need to add 2 more dishes to make it enough," came a hearty voice from the kitchen. That was Jin Yu. After greeting them, Yun Haoyu changed into slippers and casually sprawled on the sofa. The projection screen in the living room was broadcasting the news. The Imperial Exploration Fleet has newly discovered 2 habitable planets in an extragalactic system. The preliminary ecological assessment is B+, with abundant resources, suitable for large-scale development and utilization. An unidentified infectious disease has appeared on Xuanyu Star in the Molan Star region, with several hundred infected individuals. The infected have lost the ability to care for themselves, and signs of genetic instability have been observed. All infected individuals have been quarantined, and the specific cause is under investigation. Due to the rapid economic development in the Mengmong Star region in recent years, signs of energy shortages have emerged. The Imperial Ministry of Energy has decided to construct 20 large-scale energy bases in the Mengmong Star region over the next 5 years to meet the energy demands of economic growth. The new generation of military outer space mechas has been successfully developed. The prototypes have passed military testing, with all performance metrics proving to be outstanding. The military has decided to proceed with mass procurement. "Ah, where have you been these past 2 days? I actually had something I wanted your help with." A boy with curly hair, dressed in a black shirt and with a slightly stern face, opened the door and sat down beside him. He was Bernard Belgrand, a reserved and aloof individual, somewhat similar to Yun Haoyu. "Even the young master has moments when he needs help? That's rare." Before Yun Haoyu could respond, Jinyu came out carrying a dish of braised fish. "So what?" Bernard snorted coldly. Jinyu didn't mind, placed the dish on the dining table, and called out, "Dinner's ready. Su Shangqing, come in and help serve the dishes." The long rectangular dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes. 4 boys sat down by the table, eating and chatting. Although they lived under the same roof, their vastly different personalities and fields of study meant they rarely saw each other. Even when they returned at night, they would close their doors and focus on their own matters. Opportunities to sit and eat together like this were truly rare. "How was the last exam?" Yun Haoyu asked Jinyu. "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, I passed with ease," Jinyu said proudly. He was in the optical brain design program and had always excelled academically. "Ah, you seem a bit different," Su Shangqing, sitting nearby, remarked. "Why is it different?" Bernard asked, but he quickly noticed the issue. "Indeed, it seems more handsome than before." "Huh? Wait, no." He suddenly thought of a possibility. "You wouldn't have already undergone the 2nd-level genetic optimization surgery, would you?" Bernard asked somewhat uncertainly. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes stared at him intently, as if he would be executed on the spot if he didn't confess. Yun Haoyu sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to keep it a secret for a while longer, but it seemed impossible now. These guys were all too sharp. "It's like this, I just had the surgery today," he answered honestly. Despite being mentally prepared, several classmates were still quite surprised. "How did you manage to gather the money? That's no small amount," Su Shangqing asked, with the other 2 also looking curious. "Simple, a rich heiress took a liking to me and paid for my surgery," Yun Haoyu joked casually. "Nonsense, who are you trying to fool? Looks like you won't confess unless we use force today." Seeing the 3 of them eager to make a move, Yun Haoyu quickly surrendered. "I confess, I went out to sea to catch fish." "You know what I mean. Satisfied now?" At this, the group was even more shocked. They naturally understood the risks of going out to sea and realized that the dangers involved had already exceeded the tolerance limits of most people. "Unexpectedly, you're really quite crazy," Bernard said in disbelief. I know you've been through some trauma, but do you really have to risk your life like this? Is that even a place for people to go?" Jinyu also seemed a bit shocked. Exactly, Su Shangqing chimed in. "That place might make money fast, but no amount of money is worth it if you can't live to enjoy it." "Enough, didn't I make it through despite the danger? Anyway, I'm still sitting here safe and sound today, aren't I? Looking at how concerned the others were about him, Yun Haoyu felt somewhat touched. Now that the surgery is done and my wish fulfilled, I will never go to such places again. That's how it should be, the three of them said in unison. Next, the topic naturally shifted to genetic optimization serums. Bernard, you finally have a companion now, Jean said. Bernard was also a level 2 genetic optimization recipient. Among the four of them, his family was relatively well off, and he had undergone the surgery at the age of 15. I don't know when I'll be able to gather enough money for the surgery. If only I could be like Au. As long as I undergo the surgery, I'll qualify to pursue the campus beauty of our department, right? Su Shangqing said with a look of melancholy. Bernard's words shattered Su Shangqing's fantasy. I had the same plan, but unfortunately, even I don't have a chance now. I heard that not long ago, she already underwent a level 3 genetic optimization surgery. Her status is different now, and moreover, he took a sip of his drink and continued. Moreover, I also heard that her body has started showing signs of awakening superpowers. She might become a superhuman. After level 3 genetic optimization, there is a very small probability of genetic mutation, and the cell's affinity for energy reaches a whole new level. Once it surpasses a certain threshold, superpowers are awakened, turning the individual into a revered superhuman. Of course, this probability is extremely low, less than 0.5%. For level 4, even higher, it doesn't exceed 2%. Precisely because of this rarity, superhumans hold an extremely high social status. The principle of rarity increases value is a truth that applies in every era. As far as I know, her family's financial situation is just average. How could she suddenly come up with so much money? Su Shangqing was a bit puzzled. Jinyu glanced at him sideways and said, didn't she find a rich man? It's all that guy who paid for her. To make a man willingly spend so much money on her, she must have some skills. Everyone fell silent. After a moment, Su Shangqing muttered gloomily, I want to go crazy like you too. Can you talk to your boss for me? Jinyu was shocked. Kid, don't you dare do anything foolish. This is no joke. Yun Haoyu also said, exactly, you were just lecturing me earlier. Now you're the one acting impulsively? After some persuasion, Su Shangqing finally gave up the idea. The 4 levels of genetic optimization directly divided society into 4 distinct classes, with the advantages of the higher levels over the lower ones being obvious. For ordinary people, without extraordinary opportunities, a lifetime of effort might only bring them to level 2. Level 3 was almost unattainable, and level 4 was the privilege of a very few prominent figures. This is not just about the impact on a few of them. Don't be fooled by how they seem to be doing okay now. If Su Shangqing and Jean you cannot quickly resolve the costs required for secondary optimization, it will be impossible for them to find ideal jobs after graduation. 10 or 20 years later, they will gradually fall to the bottom, doing the hardest work for meager wages, struggling even to support their families. This is the reality of this society. After dinner, Yun Haoyu returned to his room and habitually turned on his optical computer to check the course schedule. He was studying planetary ecological environment transformation, which was also a very popular major at the moment. As the Empire's territory continued to expand outward, more and more life-supporting planets were being discovered, but very few were suitable for human habitation. This is where the need arises to comprehensively transform the ecological systems on the planet's surface to make them suitable for colonization. His aspiration was to find a decent job in a newly developed alien system after graduation. It seemed that this goal wouldn't be too hard to achieve. So, should he set a more challenging goal for himself? As he was lost in his thoughts, Ruolan spoke up. This is the effect of the genetic optimization you mentioned? It doesn't seem that impressive. Yun Haoyu was momentarily stunned and asked, why do you say that? I think it's great. I feel like my physical condition has never been better. In our generation, when we first enter the sect, we use secret techniques and elixirs to refine our bodies and strengthen our roots and bones. Ruolan said dismissively, for those with good aptitude, the senior members of the sect even expend their own power to cleanse and refine their meridians. I don't know how effective the 3rd level optimization you're talking about is, but judging by the current situation, it can't be much stronger. Compared to our methods, it's really not worth mentioning. She might have a point. Then what better suggestion do you have? Yun Haoyu asked hesitantly. I have an idea, but your current foundation is still too weak. You should optimize to the 4th level first, and then we'll talk. You make it sound so easy, but that's going to cost over 1 billion credits. Yun Haoyu felt troubled. Don't you have a way to make money? Just go to that place a few more times, and you'll have the money, won't you? Before he could speak, Roland continued. I know what you're worried about. As long as I'm around, those small fry won't dare to mess with you. Don't worry. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Yun Haoyu recalled the scene under the sea that day. When Roland appeared, those ferocious creatures fled as far as they could, and after he woke up, he managed to catch quite a few that hadn't escaped in time. If it could be like that every time, not to mention the cost of a level 3 optimization, even level 4 would be within reach soon. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He could try it tomorrow. It wouldn't take long to achieve his goal. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. After quickly washing up and grabbing a bite to eat, Yun Hao couldn't wait to rush out the door, hailing a self-driving taxi straight to the port. On the dock, the drunkard Floyd was calling his men to board the ship, making the final preparations before setting sail. The crew members were all full of energy. Despite spending half the night indulging in alcohol and women, they showed no signs of fatigue, making it hard not to marvel at their extraordinary stamina. "Is everyone here?" the captain asked his first mate. "There are only 34 divers today," the first mate replied. "Two got slightly injured yesterday and probably won't be able to come for a few days, and a few others were poached by other captains. They said our pay is too low." "Let them go, then. We'll just recruit a few more people when we get back this time," the captain said nonchalantly. The sailor pulled up the anchor, and the ship slowly started moving. Just then, a handsome young man with short black hair dashed over. With a slight push of his feet, he performed a front flip and, with a whoosh, leapt over the railing and landed on the ship. The entire movement was crisp and clean. By this time, the ship was already 7 or 8 meters away from the shore, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "Brother Hao, why are you here today?" Someone recognized him. "Of course, to go out to sea and catch fish. What else would I be here for?" Yun Hao replied with a smile. Frode also noticed him and cheerfully asked, "You usually only come on weekends, don't you? What's the special occasion today? Could it be that you're short on cash? I remember you made quite a bit last time." "Probably spent it all on women," someone joked nearby. The sailors laughed and joked cheerfully. The sea ship sailed out of the port, heading into the vast ocean. On the sea, the blue sun had already risen, the dark blue sky gradually turned light blue, and the 3 moons had descended near the horizon. A new morning had arrived. Today, the sea was calm, and the ship sailed steadily. Every day, hundreds, or even thousands of ships set out to sea like this. Everyone had the same goal, to seek various scarce resources from the ocean floor. Since the large-scale development of the Twilight Cloud star, it had become a unique sight in the entire galaxy. The reason was simple. The creatures on this planet were too ferocious, so ferocious that most conventional weapons of the Imperial Army were rendered ineffective. Collecting resources in such a place clearly made automated operations impossible. Ordinary robots sent down would be nothing but fodder, while advanced robots were prohibitively expensive. The Empire's scientists once attempted to clone these creatures, but for some unknown reason, cloning technology also failed to work here. The cloned individuals all had more or less defects, making them completely unfit for use. Helplessly, they could only exchange human lives for resources. Over the decades, how many people have perished in the depths of this planet's oceans? Some have estimated the number to be no less than 8 figures. Of course, that doesn't matter as long as enough resources can be obtained. In the eyes of the Empire's upper echelons, these commoners with inferior genes are nothing more than cheap consumables, and their deaths or injuries are of no concern. They soon arrived at the target sea area. The first mate directed the crew to begin various preparations and distributed equipment to the divers. At this moment, one could see how well connected each person was. Those who knew how to curry favor and had flattered the ship's equipment keepers in the past would now receive the best gear. For those who were less tactful, the equipment they received might have issues. For example, the gauge on the oxygen tank might appear full, and the weight might seem normal, but in reality, it could hold only 3/4 or even less. The underwater communication device might have static and could fail at a critical moment. The compressed nutrient packs might have only the top layer as genuine, while the rest inexplicably turned into plain water, possibly with a hint of urine. The small underwater propulsion device might stall at a crucial moment. Yun Hao silently thought to himself that he absolutely could not let these issues affect his plans for the day. Of course, they would pat their chests and assure you, even swear on their grandmother's honor, that there would be absolutely no major problems with the equipment, and it definitely wouldn't affect your operation. As for whether you might encounter trouble underwater or fail to return because of these faulty pieces of equipment, they wouldn't care at all. That would entirely be a matter of your luck and have nothing to do with them. Yun Hao carefully inspected the diving suit once more before starting to put it on. He understood the shady dealings behind the scenes, so every time he went out to sea, he would quietly pay his respects with a sum of credit points. Only then could he secure one of the best sets of equipment on the ship. After all, his life was the most important thing. Despite his dissatisfaction, he wasn't willing to cause trouble with them over such matters. The high-frequency sonar bomb was deployed. A minute later, the divers began entering the water one after another. He was in the middle of the line, and when it was his turn, the first mate patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Hao, I wonder how many surprises you'll bring us this time. We're all looking forward to it." Yun Hao smiled faintly, said nothing more, and released the steel handrail beside the ship's edge, slowly sinking into the water. The underwater world was tranquil, far removed from the scheming and plotting above the surface, and his mood lightened considerably. He adjusted his posture and gradually dove toward the seabed. The quality of this double-layer pressure-resistant diving suit was decent, allowing him to move freely in seawater no deeper than 500 meters provided he didn't attract the attention of those terrifying creatures. After finally reaching the seabed, he he paused for a moment to let his body adapt to the pressure. Then, he began to observe his surroundings, searching for a suitable target. Although sunlight couldn't penetrate to such depths, the sea was home to many bioluminescent creatures. With his enhanced vision, he could easily make out the environment around him. It had to be said, the underwater scenery of this planet was stunningly beautiful. If not for the lurking dangers, it could have been developed into a prime tourist destination. Many creatures, both identifiable and unidentifiable, swam leisurely by. Transparent coral-like organisms were everywhere, while sky-blue stones and colorful shells complemented each other. Among the towering seaweed, faint blue glowing specks dotted the area. These pearl-like creatures, about the size of a finger, were called mirror sand. Extremely rare, they were often used to craft expensive energy potions and even served as luxurious decorations for the rooms of wealthy magnates. However, capturing this creature is no easy task. If you recklessly reach out to grab it, it will instantly release countless crystalline threads to wrap you up like a giant dumpling. These threads, as fine as hair, possess astonishing toughness. Experts have conducted experiments showing that even under hundreds of tons of tension, the structure of these threads remains stable. Once entangled, survival is nearly impossible. Two striped shell shrimps were frolicking beside a massive rock, which was covered in head-sized holes. From several of these openings, bursts of red mist occasionally spewed out, and from time to time, a slender tongue would flicker in and out. This was the lair of the blue-backed blood-striped python, ranked 9th among the top 10 deadly creatures of Cloud Twilight Star. He slowly approached, taking out a metal tube as thick as a finger. From a few meters away, he pressed the activation button, and a red projectile shot out swiftly. Before the two little creatures could react, it transformed into a dense metal net, tightly wrapping them up and immobilizing them. After securing his spoils in the ecological box, he turned his head, only to see a bizarre snake head the size of a bowl coldly staring at him from the depths of one of the holes. The snake's head was covered in blood-red patterns, and its narrow eyes lacked pupils, showing only a ghastly white ring, making it look exceptionally menacing. Being stared at by such a deadly creature was truly hair-raising. He cautiously operated his thrusters, swimming away as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the creature did not pursue him, likely thanks to Ruland's presence. In fact, Ruland's existence could only ensure that these creatures wouldn't actively seek trouble with him. However, if he overestimated himself and provoked them, angering them would undoubtedly leave him with deep regret. Now, the only ones he can target are those creatures with mediocre strength, such as the red-eyed sea urchin worm, silver thread algae, tiger slaughter sea flower, and striped shell shrimp. These creatures are inherently average in strength. In the past, no one coveted them because their proximity to those ferocious beasts made people hesitant to act rashly. But now, he can plunder them freely without any more worries. On the sea surface, the drunken captain was chatting idly with the first mate. "This month is almost over, and we have to prepare tributes for those big shots again," the captain said with some pain. "This can't be helped. If you want to live comfortably in this line of work, how can you not bleed a little?" The first mate was also quite helpless. They had been in this business for many years and naturally understood the rules. Due to the high-risk nature of this industry, deaths were commonplace. If they didn't keep those officials and underworld bosses well fed, trouble might come knocking one day. As long as all the relationships were properly managed, even if someone died, it would only require a symbolic payment of some compensation to settle the matter. This was an unspoken rule that every captain who made a living at sea was well aware of. Others saw those captains as endlessly glamorous, not needing to dive themselves, just providing basic equipment, hiring some people, and then sitting back to count the money. But in reality, it wasn't like that. The spoils they collected could only be sold to designated buyers at prices below market value, and on top of that, the captain still had to pay wages to the crew. The mortality rate among divers was extremely high, and the loss of equipment was also staggering, necessitating the constant purchase of new diving gear. Then there was the maintenance and upkeep of the ships. Taking everything into account, the captain's income was actually not as impressive as imagined. After many years at sea, the captain had only managed to earn 4 villas, marry 2 wives, barely scraped together the cost for third-level genetic optimization, and still had little savings. Even though they go out to sea every day, living in constant fear and exhaustion, the ones who truly make money are neither them nor the officials and gang leaders on shore, but the large pharmaceutical companies. Every sufficiently large company on this planet has dispatched its own fishing fleets, research bases, and processing plants, and even possesses its own secret armed forces. Every day, the spoils from their fleets are sent to factories to extract active ingredients, manufacture various expensive medicines, and then distribute them across the major star regions under the Empire's rule, and even to alien civilizations. The biopharmaceutical industry has become the economic backbone of Twilight Cloud Planet and even the entire Hangluo star region. As for irregular forces like Captain Froud, their harvests ultimately end up being sold at low prices through various channels to these large companies. The daily output of these irregular forces is several times that of the company's own fleets. Without their existence, the annual performance reports of these big companies would likely be too dismal to look at. The economic prosperity of Twilight Cloud Planet planet is built on the lives of these bottom-tier people, with every credit stained with the blood of the divers. Yet compared to their sacrifices, their income is truly negligible. The heads of the big companies are the real controllers of this planet's economic lifeline. At this moment, Yun Haoyu was leisurely wandering under the sea, with his ecological box already half filled with spoils. Those ferocious creatures that people usually avoided at all costs were now all ignoring his presence, all thanks to Rulin. Although Rulin's magical power was nearly depleted, the aura of a quasi-saint emanating from her made him appear as an absolutely untouchable demon in the perception of these creatures. Thus, while searching for prey, his mind began to wander. Should I bring a camera down next time? The scenery here is really nice. If I edit it into a documentary, it might sell well. Maybe I should talk to those media companies about producing a few episodes of underwater adventure TV shows? The ratings wouldn't be low, right? Suddenly, a scream came through the communication channel, likely another guy getting entangled with some deadly creature. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided against going to check it out. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but such an action would be completely pointless. After divers enter the sea, each selects a designated work area, with distances of at least 100 meters, sometimes even over 1,000 meters, between them. By the time he confirmed the location and rushed over, he would probably only see some ferocious creature leisurely picking its teeth after finishing its meal. After a moment of silence for the unlucky companion, he resumed his search for prey. In a place like this, sympathy was utterly meaningless. Just being able to protect oneself was already a blessing. There were still 2 hours left before wrapping up, and the eco-box was already full. He could have gone up to deliver the goods and then come back down, but he didn't want to draw too much attention. The prey in the eco-box had been carefully selected to ensure the total value wouldn't exceed 1 million credit points. If he acted on his whims, it was likely that his harvest alone would surpass the combined gains of all his other companions, and the captain's bank account liquidity might be drained in one go. Just imagining the consequences of that was enough to send chills down his spine. Perhaps the jealous and irrational crew members would strip him naked and toss him into the sea to feed the fish, and even the captain might entertain thoughts of murder and robbery. So, keeping a low profile was never a bad idea. As the sun set, the scheduled return time arrived. Of the 35 people who went down this time, 33 came back, making it a relatively lucky day. When it came time to tally the harvest, even though he had mentally prepared himself, the drunken captain was still utterly shocked by Yun Haoyu's results. 10 tiger striped sea flowers, 15 striped shell shrimp, and 20 red-eyed sea urchin worms. This is worth millions of credit points. This kid's luck is unbelievable. Yun Haoyu secretly felt regretful in his heart as the entire crew stared at him like he was some kind of monster. Perhaps he had been too high profile? He would need to be more low-key next time. Actually, it wasn't surprising that everyone reacted this way. Even experienced divers could only bring back prey worth around 100,000 credits in one trip. Those with bad luck might only get 30 to 50,000, and coming back empty-handed wasn't uncommon. Of course, there's no need to mention those whose luck was so bad they lost their lives. Cases like Yun Haoyu's were rare and could only be achieved by those with special abilities. In the end, it was Freud's steadiness and the captain's authority that calmed everyone's emotions. He announced that he would treat everyone to drinks in the evening, allowing Yun Haoyu to make his escape. Coming here once a week, earning $1 million each time, 10 times would be enough for a level 3 optimization surgery. As for the cost of level 4, it would take 2 years to save up, and that's not even considering any unforeseen circumstances along the way. Isn't that a bit too slow? In the bar, Yun Haoyu was drinking with them while secretly calculating, maybe I should find a bigger company. Even if the earnings are higher each time, it wouldn't attract as much attention. This way, I could reach my goal faster. With his mind made up, he set aside his thoughts and began to focus wholeheartedly on enjoying the delicious food on the table. Early in the morning, a melodious tune woke Yun Haoyu from his sleep. Going out to sea every day, he had almost forgotten his main duty today. He had to go to school. In this era, the learning process can almost entirely be completed in the virtual network, and exams can be taken without leaving home. However, this has made people prone to becoming introverted and poor at social interactions. To address this, schools have mandated that a certain number of courses each semester must be attended in person, allowing for face-to-face teacher-student interactions to cultivate students' social skills. After breakfast, he changed clothes and headed out. He didn't bring any textbooks, just a light pen and a palm-sized portable light computer, which he slipped into his pocket. This was because of his previously poor financial situation. He used a cheap model, as the more advanced versions weren't even this bulky. Maybe it's time to get a more suitable light brain, he thought to himself. It's still early, I have time to take a look around. Having made up his mind, he changed his route and headed toward the school gate. Not far from the school gate, there was a large store catering to the needs of students from all walks of life. Yun Haoyu walked in, and a robotic lady immediately came over to greet him. Sir, may I ask what product you are looking for? Her voice, tone, and appearance were indistinguishable from a real person. If not for the unique emblem on her chest plate marking her as a robot, she could easily be mistaken for for a human, making one marvel at the wonders of technology. "I want to see the optical brain, the latest model," he said. "Alright, this way please." The robotic lady guided him to the optical brain display area. A dazzling array of optical brains was on display, available in all sizes and shapes. The largest was about the size of a book, while the smallest was no bigger than a fingernail and could be worn as an accessory. It was said that there were even smaller optical brains that could be implanted under the skin and directly connected to the brain's nerves. However, he didn't see any of those here. The prices of these optical brains varied greatly, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands of credit points. Just as he was unsure of what to choose, a voice sounded in his ear. "Yunhao, you're here too." He looked up and saw two girls with bright eyes and white teeth standing in front of him. They were dressed in white clothes, white skirts, and long white socks, smiling warmly at him. "I'm here to buy something. I didn't expect to see you two here," he responded amicably. They were his classmates, one named Yang Shui and the other Tang Weiye. "We're just wandering around too. Are you picking out a light brain? Want us to give you some suggestions?" Yang Shui asked with a smile. "Sure, why not?" Yunhao thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The two girls exchanged a glance and began selecting items from the shelves. "I heard you've already undergone the second-level genetic optimization surgery. Is that true?" Tang Weiye asked casually. Yunhao was momentarily stunned and replied, "Was it Jinyu who told you? That blabbermouth. I'll have to deal with him later." He had only mentioned the surgery to a few people. Su Shangqing and Bernard were reserved and not the type to spread news, so it had to be Jinyu. "This is a good thing. Why hide it?" Yang Shui said with a cheerful smile as she had already picked out a few options. "Take a look. These are the best in this store. If none of them catch your eye, we can check out other places." On her fair palm lay 3 models of optical brains, resembling a car key, a credit card, and a lapel clip respectively. Their performance was more or less the same. After some comparison, he chose the one shaped like a lapel clip, though the price was quite steep, over 200,000 credit points. After swiping his card to pay, he clipped the optical brain directly onto his collar. The smile on the girl's face grew even brighter. "It's getting late, let's head to the classroom together," he called out, and the two girls followed him out the door. At the school gate not far away, teachers and students heading to class walked in small groups. As they walked along, they occasionally spotted familiar classmates. Yunhao walked ahead, unaware of the situation behind him. The two girls, looking at him, already had a hint of complexity in their gazes. Entering the classroom, most of the students had already arrived and were sitting in small groups chatting. Yunhao found a seat in the middle and sat down, starting to adjust his newly purchased light brain. Two girls exchanged a glance, tacitly sat behind him, and continued to stare at his back, their thoughts unknown. Gently pressing the light brain's power switch, a virtual light screen, 40 centimeters square, immediately appeared in front of him, with all the operation menus clearly displayed. Any command could be executed by simply touching the options on the screen, and the light brain would respond instantly, complete with sound and 3D images. Truly, you get what you pay for. What once seemed a bit extravagant now felt worth every penny. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Curious, he looked up and found everyone's gaze uniformly directed toward one spot. At the doorway, a girl with almond-shaped eyes, radiant and charming, walked in. She had a slightly voluptuous figure, wore an elegant pale yellow designer suit, high leather boots, and carried a handcrafted genuine leather handbag in her smooth, jade-like hands. On her middle finger was a source crystal ring of at least 10 carats. She walked into the classroom arrogantly and as if no one else existed, as though she wasn't there to attend class but to participate in a high society banquet. Numerous gazes, whether admiring, passionate, or jealous, all converged on her. The boys' eyes were mostly filled with passion, while the girls were mostly tinged with jealousy, unable to hide their sense of loss. "Hua Manli," Su Shangqing murmured softly beside him. He just stared blankly at the girl who was as proud as a swan, unable to utter a single word. It seemed this was the department beauty he had mentioned earlier. With her third-level genetic optimization, she already had one foot in the door of high society. A woman like her was destined to be out of his reach. Yunhao sighed, glanced at the girl once more, and suddenly noticed the small red metal nameplate pinned to the left side of her chest. The design on the nameplate featured two purple 5-clawed divine dragons entwined together, with a blue star at the position of their heads. The background was a spiral galaxy, symbolizing none other than the Milky Way. Already a formal superhuman? He was secretly shocked. A woman like her was destined to belong to a completely different world from theirs. The commotion caused by Hua Manli quickly subsided, and everyone began whispering again. "What's so great about her? It's just luck, clinging to a rich guy," a girl muttered indignantly under her breath. "If she can cling to a rich guy, that's her skill. If If you're so capable, go find someone willing to spend money on you, another girl retorted disdainfully. What skills? Back then, she was. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a faint pressure instantly enveloped her, and the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop by several degrees. With a crisp crack, the light pen in her hand snapped into two pieces. The girl's face turned deathly pale, and she bit her lip, saying nothing. Seeing her subdued, the oppressive aura finally receded. The other girls were as silent as cicadas in winter, no longer daring to speak recklessly. In the front row, Hua Monli did not turn her head. She simply and elegantly stroked the ring on her hand, opened her light brain, and started playing a game on her own. The gazes directed at her by the others unconsciously carried a trace of fear. Is this the power of an ability user? Yun Haoyu's emotions were in turmoil. He wondered if he would ever have the fortune to awaken such abilities in the future. Class time finally arrived, and the lecturer was a young instructor with the title of associate professor. The course content was financial engineering, and his lecture was fairly competent. Everyone listened attentively, at least on the surface. In fact, there are plenty of such lecture videos available online. As long as one isn't particularly lazy, most people have watched a few. Attending the class here was merely due to the school's mandatory requirements. The morning classes passed quickly, and as lunchtime approached, Yun Haoyu received a message on his optical brain, lunch at noon, together? The sender was Yang Shui. After thinking for a moment, he replied, your treat? Dizzy, you're a guy, and you can actually say something like that? Followed by a playful emoji. Alright, fine, I'll treat. Happy now? Yun Haoyu smiled, glanced back, and noticed two girls secretly laughing at his back. When they saw him turn around, they quickly pretended to be listening attentively to the lecture, but the amusement in their eyes was impossible to hide. These two girls? He shook his head slightly to himself and said nothing. Class was over, and the students left the classroom in groups. Yang Shui and Tang Weiye dragged Yun Haoyu toward a restaurant outside the school. At the school gate, a black luxury hover car had been waiting for some time. Hua Monli walked straight to it, and the uniformed driver respectfully opened the door for her. After she got in, the driver entered the cockpit. The hover car quickly ascended, disappearing into the sky within seconds. The grandeur is impressive. This is the advantage of being rich. I wonder if I'll ever have such a day. A group of students discussed enviously. 60,000 kilometers away from Twilight Cloud Star lies its third satellite. This is a rocky planet with a diameter of over 4,000 kilometers, lacking in atmosphere and covered with craters of various sizes. However, life does exist on this planet. A type of purplish-red moss-like organism occupies more than 70% of the planet's surface, giving it an eerie purplish-red appearance to those on Twilight Cloud Star. But these organisms are not naturally evolved life forms. They are merely an unsuccessful experimental creation by imperial scientists. Back when the Empire was developing Twilight Cloud Star, they specifically established a large biochemical research base here to study the astonishingly ferocious creatures. Every month, newly discovered species are transported here by spacecraft. Over the decades, as the Empire has continued to increase its investment, the scale of the experimental base has grown larger and larger. Now, the base houses over 10,000 researchers, and including logistics and military personnel, the total number of people at the base has exceeded 20,000. Among the hundreds of research projects conducted here, there are some extremely top-secret plans personally overseen by the highest levels of the Empire. The experimental base is built within the largest crater, with the entire bottom of the crater hollowed out to form a massive underground city. Inside the experimental base, in a central laboratory spanning thousands of square meters, a heated debate is underway. Major General Antanas, the military commander of the experimental base, appeared very elegant, yet at this moment, his words completely undermined his composure. You tell me, what is going on here? An entire year has passed, and you have achieved nothing. How did you guarantee this in the beginning? Over the course of this year, how much funding and how many resources have you requested? The higher-ups have placed great expectations on you. As long as you made a request, as long as it was feasible, it was fulfilled for you immediately. In fact, to accommodate your needs, many projects at the experimental base have been temporarily halted, and all manpower and resources have been prioritized for you. Of course, that's fine, as long as there is progress, it is all worth it. But what exactly have you done? Doctor, if you were a soldier, I think I would gladly send you to the most remote alien mining site for some time off. Perhaps through pure physical labor, you would come to understand your responsibilities. Sitting across from him was Dr. Barrett, the chief scientist and highest-ranking supervisor of the research base. He was a slightly frail-looking middle-aged man. Although he was now facing the fury of the Major General, his expression was extremely uneasy, yet he couldn't argue back, as he was clearly in the wrong in this matter. He could only explain in a low, submissive tone, General, we really have done our best. Over the past year, no one on the entire project team has had a proper night's sleep, and everyone's leave has been cancelled. However, the energy state of the test subject has exceeded all known parameters, and we've tried every possible method. I don't want to see this outcome either, but this project has gone beyond our capabilities. Is that so? That's your conclusion? The general sneered, his gaze shifting to the center of the laboratory. It was a crystal pillar 2 meters thick and 8 meters tall, crystal clear. Suspended in the center of the pillar, within a pale blue liquid, was a creature resembling a gemstone flower, about the size of a wash basin, glowing a deep blue all over. Above it floated a black cup-shaped object, emitting a faint red glow that enveloped the entire creature. Outside the crystal pillar, there were as many as 15 layers of overlapping energy shields. Surrounding it were dozens of light cannons of various calibers, and hundreds of heavily armed elite soldiers cautiously keeping their eyes on the crystal pillar. On the outermost perimeter, there was a group of people dressed in plain clothes standing guard. They appeared no different from ordinary civilians, yet each of them wore a metal badge on their left chest, featuring 2 intertwined dragons with a galaxy as the background. At the dragon heads, there were 5 to 8 stars engraved, marking them as the Empire's elite psychic unit. Even so, the military still deemed it unsafe and dispatched 2 main battleships to hover over the base at all times. The battleship commanders had received secret orders. If an uncontrollable incident occurred, they were authorized to open fire and destroy the entire base. This is a creature captured by the Empire's scientific expedition team from the seabed of the Twilight Cloud Star more than a year ago. Such new discoveries are made every year, but this one has garnered attention because it is an intelligent lifeform. Originally, this wouldn't have been a big deal. Since humanity entered the universe, numerous alien civilizations have been discovered. What truly drew attention was its power. At the time, in order to capture this creature, over 100 accompanying espers were almost entirely wiped out, and they were all elite fighters of the 5th rank or higher. Out of 20 Abyss-class warships, only 2 returned, and more than 1,000 researchers and soldiers were lost forever in the seabed. According to the survivors, the creature used an object in its possession to easily shred fully armed espers into minced flesh, leaving no remains. Even the Empire's most advanced Abyss-class warships couldn't withstand its attacks. But the matter didn't end there. After the military captured it, they didn't immediately transfer it but first sent it to a coastal base for detention. And then, trouble began. That night, the base was attacked by unidentified creatures. The attackers used unknown powers, almost leveling the entire base. The military urgently deployed the space fleet to hold off the assault. After a night of stalemate, the unidentified creatures finally retreated back into the sea. After assessing the damage, the casualties exceeded 10,000. Experts analyzed that Twilight Star is far more complex than previously imagined. In the deep sea, where humans can hardly set foot, there might exist an extremely powerful alien civilization. The captured creature could very well be an important entity within this civilization. The entire incident was tightly sealed off, and the Empire's high command ordered massive resources to be allocated to studying this mysterious creature. They also dispatched more powerful psychics to explore the deep sea. However, over the past year, despite the military's exhaustive efforts, they have not obtained a single useful piece of information. The energy shield on that creature's body has exceeded everyone's imagination. Scientists have tried every method they could think of, but to no avail. And thus, the scene at the beginning came to be. Since you have admitted your incompetence, then I regret to inform you. The Major General said coldly, Doctor, you are relieved of your duties. From now on, all your privileges are revoked. You are no longer allowed to step into the central laboratory. The higher-ups will appoint a new person to take charge of the experimental base's affairs. As for you, you will be sent back to the Imperial capital to face a secret trial. Wasting so many resources with no results, someone must take responsibility for this. Dr. Barrett's face turned pale, and he nodded weakly. 2 espers came over and politely escorted him out. The laboratory returned to silence. Major General Antanas stared at the crystal pillar and suddenly smiled. I want to see how much longer you can hold out. Don't think that just because you have that thing, we are powerless against you. Inside the crystal pillar, an eye suddenly appeared on the creature's body. Its indigo pupil stared straight at him, revealing an extremely human-like expression full of contempt. Yun Haoyu accompanied the 2 girls for a meal, then spent the entire afternoon shopping with them. It wasn't until dinner time that he returned to school. None of his roommates were around. After having dinner alone, he went back to his room and started browsing the internet. He checked his bank account and found that the cost for the 3rd level optimization was already covered. He felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. Once upon a time, he thought he might never see such a large sum of money in his entire life, yet now, it was quietly sitting in his account. All of this was because of the mysterious Rulin. After spending so many days together, he had come to understand her personality to some extent. Unless asked directly, she would remain silent about everything. Just not sure when I'll be able to find what she needs, Yun Haoyu thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was just a student for now, with very limited access to resources. For the moment, he had no solution and could only hope for opportunities in the future. The events of the day were quite a coincidence. Those 2 girls usually had little interaction with him, so why had they suddenly become so friendly? At first, he didn't pay much attention, but after calming down and thinking it over, he realized it was likely due to his genetic level. As girls, seeking a partner with with higher genetic levels was a common phenomenon in this era. The ability to undergo second-level genetic optimization implied significant financial resources, which would also benefit the next generation. Ever since news of his surgery got out, they had probably started paying attention to him. The seemingly accidental encounter during the day was actually a carefully arranged coincidence. In fact, it wasn't just him. Male students at the school who had undergone second-level optimization surgeries rarely had trouble finding girlfriends. As for those with third-level or higher, there were plenty of girls chasing after them. Such things had become commonplace. He used to envy those people, and now, without realizing it, he was enjoying the same treatment. It wasn't fair to say those girls were too materialistic. Rather, society was just too harsh. Who wouldn't look out for themselves? The next morning, he stepped into the hospital once again. As he walked toward the long-desired screen, the nurse's smile momentarily left him dazed. The procedure was the same, but the feeling was entirely different. The luxurious interior decor was astonishing. A coffee table made entirely of bdellium flame crystal, with a hardness tens of times greater than diamond and a value of tens of millions per kilogram. A sofa crafted from a whole sheet of Maro sharkskin, a deep-sea overlord that would require more than a dozen sixth-level or higher ability users to collect. The golden red carpet was made from the hide of the star sandbeast of the alien civilization Miriam Empire, hunted from adult beasts that had grown for hundreds of years, with a value of no less than tens of millions per square meter. Even the inconspicuous little ornament on the silk cushion was a masterpiece by a renowned artist. As for the nurses, they were beyond comparison, each with flawless looks and figures. How could such girls merely be nurses? They were all guest appearances hired by the hospital from modeling agencies, with the sole purpose of enhancing the hospital's reputation. Of course, the cost would ultimately be borne by the customers themselves. There were already a few people ahead of him. The nurse asked him to rest for a while on the side and even brought him a cup of coffee. It was said to be a premium product specially transported from Earth. He took a sip but felt there was nothing particularly special about it. At this moment, someone next to him suddenly greeted him. "Excuse me, are you?" He looked up and saw a brown-haired, blue-eyed young man standing in front of him with a 7- or 8-year-old girl. The young man looked somewhat familiar. After searching his memory, he remembered this was Randall Patrick, the vice president of the student council at school, a year ahead of him and a star figure on campus. They had never interacted before, so it was no wonder he couldn't recall his name. "Are you Senior Randall? I'm Yun Haoyu," he greeted warmly. "Are you here for surgery too? Ah, so you're Yun Haoyu. I've seen you before. Ha ha, I've already had my surgery. This time, I'm here with my sister," Randall said with a generous smile. He brought the little girl forward and introduced her. "This is my sister, Dolores." The little girl was a bit shy, timidly said hello, and then hid behind her brother. Seeing that there was still some time to wait, the siblings sat down and started chatting with him. Randall's father is a senior executive at a chamber of commerce, so the family's financial situation is naturally quite good. Randall has 4 brothers, all of whom have undergone third-level genetic optimization, and this time he was accompanying his youngest sister for surgery. Randall didn't know much about Yun Haoyu's situation, so he curiously probed with a few questions. Yun Haoyu, unwilling to reveal his background, gave vague and evasive answers. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Randall tactfully stopped asking and instead chatted with him about school matters. Soon it was his turn. After quickly filling out the paperwork, he swiped his card to pay. A nurse led him to the surgical area upstairs. Watching his back as he left, a trace of doubt flashed in Randall's eyes. Due to his position, he had a general understanding of the more outstanding students at school. This Yun Haoyu had been relatively unknown before, yet now he could gather such a large sum of money but was unwilling to disclose any information about himself, which was quite suspicious. After pondering for a moment, he opened his personal light brain device and sent a message. This time, the doctor was a woman, and the surgical process was similar to the last time. After the routine checkup came the injection of the medication. However, the medication was evidently much more valuable. The doctor entered 6 passwords at the safe, opened 3 layers of protective doors, and only then retrieved the medication, with a burly guard standing watch nearby. Soaking in the nutrition pod for a few hours, he woke up feeling refreshed, as if he had endless energy coursing through his body. He was almost addicted to this sensation. With my current state, I wonder if I might be lucky enough to awaken a superpower. If that happens, my future will be incredibly bright, he thought nervously, staring at the handsome face in the mirror. This post-surgery checkup was a bit more complicated. After the level 3 genetic optimization, the cell's affinity for energy increased, and a very small number of people might awaken superpowers. As a result, the doctor had given many additional precautions. No strenuous exercise, no swimming, no flying, and it's best to avoid natural foods. Stick to specially formulated nutritional concentrates. If any abnormalities occur, take the prescribed pills immediately. All those rules and restrictions made his head spin. The doctor even asked him if he had a girlfriend and repeatedly reminded him not to have intimate contact with her for a month. Seeing the barely noticeable mischievous glint in her eyes, who knows as if she was teasing him. After finally finishing all the fuss, the hospital even gave him a set of branded casual wear, which felt pretty good to wear. Carrying a pile of medications, Yun Haoyu fled the operating room as if escaping. Just as he stepped out of the hospital doors and hadn't decided what to do next, his optical brain vibrated slightly, indicating someone was looking for him. Finding a spot to sit in the central garden, he activated his optical brain. A beam of light projected onto the ground, quickly forming a life-size 3D hologram. A delicate-looking young girl appeared before him, dressed in a white school uniform. Her skin as fair as jade, with black eyes and black hair. As soon as the young girl saw him, she shouted, "Brother, what have you been up to lately? It's been over a month since you contacted the family." This was his uncle's child, named Zhong Huangying. Hearing the girl's voice, he finally realized that he had been so busy going out to sea to make money that he hadn't contacted his family in a long time. Well, because my schoolwork has been pretty intense, so, he cautiously made up an excuse. The girl sneered, "Can't you come up with a better excuse?" Indeed, no matter how intense schoolwork is, it wouldn't be so intense that you couldn't find time to contact your family. That excuse was just insulting to one's intelligence. Well, the thing is, I recently got a girlfriend. I'd been busy spending time with her, so, he changed his excuse again. This time it seemed to work better. The girl's expression improved a bit, and she asked, "You have a girlfriend? What's her name? Do you have a photo of her? Send it to me so I can see." Her name is Yang Shui. "Oh no, it's Tang Wei." Seeing that his sister's attention had successfully shifted, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "As for the photo, I do have one. I'll send it to you later." He thought to himself, he should be able to get a photo from one of those two girls if he contacted them right away, right? "Then where are you now?" The girl changed the question. "Of course, I'm with her," he answered without hesitation. "Oh, so you two are together. Then let her come over and say a few words to me." Well, it's not very convenient right now. She's taking a shower." "Really? Could it be that you two are already living together? Things are moving so fast." The girl seemed a bit incredulous. "Of course, who do you think your brother is?" The lies were coming more and more naturally. "Brother, today I saw someone on the street who looks a lot like you." The girl suddenly switched topics. "Really? Looks a lot like me?" he asked casually, not understanding. "Yeah, just a bit more handsome than you. I was going to go over and talk to him, but although he looks good, his character isn't great." "What happened? Did he bully you?" "Exactly. Relying on his good looks, he deceives people with lies. Tell me, isn't a guy like that despicable?" "Of course, despicable." He seemed a bit off. "Should I hit you?" "Of course." No." By the time he finally realized, it was already too late. A small hand grabbed his collar, and fists rained down like a storm. A gritted voice sounded by his ear. "Haven't seen you for a month, and your ability to fool people has gotten even better. I'll teach you to lie." "Dear sister, I won't dare anymore." Yun Haoyu pleaded with a pained expression. Perhaps tired from hitting, the young girl finally let go, her face slightly flushed. She took a few breaths and asked, "Alright, now are you ready to confess honestly?" Looking up at the sky, Yun Haoyu said, "It's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat." "My treat. Is that so? Alright, but if you want to bribe me, this isn't enough." The young girl turned her frown into a smile and said cheerfully, "Hee, let's talk after we finish eating." Yun Haoyu knew that today would probably not end peacefully and had already prepared himself mentally. Zhong Huaniying skipped ahead cheerfully, while Yun Haoyu followed 2 steps behind, silently observing her. The little girl from before had unknowingly grown into a beauty, drawing countless admiring glances. She must not be wearing a bra, he speculated to himself, his mind inevitably heating up with the thought. "We're here, is it this one?" Zhong Huaniying turned around and asked, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him. Okay, as long as you like it," he replied somewhat guiltily. It was a high-end buffet restaurant. As they walked through the crystal glass doors, a robot waiter greeted them and led them to the VIP section. After swiping their card, the siblings picked out delicious food, piling several plates high, and then sat down to enjoy their feast. "Alright, can you tell the truth now?" "Let me tell you, this time I came out because Mom asked me to." "You haven't been home for over a month, and you haven't sent any messages. She's worried something might have happened to you. So, you need to give me a sufficient reason, one that I can explain to Mom and Dad." After finishing the food on her plate, Zhong Huaniying spoke up. "Also, your appearance has changed quite a bit. You look better than before. Shouldn't you explain this too?" Before Yun Haoyu could respond, she added, "Don't say anything useless. I may not be very smart, but your ability to fool people is really not that great. You might as well confess. Who knows, I might even help you cover it up, as long as the benefits are good enough." At this point, she couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, I wasn't planning to hide it for long anyway. But, my dear sister, you need to be mentally prepared," Yun Haoyu said nervously. Zhong Huaniying looked at him in confusion and asked, "From the way you're talking, it seems like it's something pretty serious?" She swallowed the food in her mouth, took a sip of juice, and said, "Alright, go ahead. My mental resilience isn't as bad as you think." A minute later, Zhong Huaniying's expression had completely changed. She stared at him intently without saying a word. "Sister, are you okay?" Yun Haoyu asked asked anxiously. After a long while, she let out a deep breath and murmured, I had a feeling, but I didn't expect it to be even worse than I imagined. Come home with me. From now on, you're not allowed to stay in the dorms anymore, Zhong Huangying said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Is there any room for negotiation? He asked cautiously. Absolutely impossible. Zhong Huangying's attitude was unexpectedly firm, and her voice grew louder, drawing the attention of those around them. Yun Haoyu felt a bit embarrassed, quickly finished eating, and pulled her out the door. Sis, it's been a while since you last came. How about we go shopping this afternoon? I'll help you pick out a few nice outfits. On the street, Yun Haoyu said to Zhong Huangying in a flattering tone. Sure, but not for too long, okay? We still need to get home early. Zhong Huangying readily agreed. She had already made up her mind to escort her restless older brother back home, no matter how he tried to bribe her with sweet talk. Sis, this outfit looks great. Try it on, and if it fits, I'll buy it for you. Sure, but we don't have much time left. We can't get back too late. Sis, your light brain seems a bit outdated. Let me get you a new one. Okay, I'll take it home later and have fun with it. Sis, you seem to rarely wear jewelry. How about we go pick out a few pieces for you today? Yun Haoyu said through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. That sounds great. Once we're done shopping, we'll head home. Mom and Dad will definitely be thrilled to see us. Zhong Huangying was secretly delighted but spoke without hesitation. Before they knew it, it was almost evening. The siblings stood by the roadside, carrying large bags. Alright, we've bought everything. Now it's time to go home, right? Zhong Huangying tilted her head, looking at Yun Haoyu's gloomy expression with a radiant smile. She was determined to bring her big brother back home. Ah, I really can't do anything about you. Fine, let's go home. But, Yun Haoyu was interrupted by his sister before he could finish speaking. Since you've agreed, then get in the car. Whatever you want to say, we can talk about it on the way. If we're any later, we'll miss dinner. She waved her hand, and a taxi immediately pulled over to the side of the road. Swiftly, she loaded their belongings into the trunk, then shoved Yun Haoyu into the back seat before getting in herself. After setting the route, the car sped off quickly. Inside the car, Yun Haoyu sighed in resignation and remained silent. He understood that today's matter was far from over. Once their uncle and aunt found out, he was bound to get a scolding, and in the future, he probably wouldn't have another chance to go out again, except for school. However, he did not regret his actions. He was not someone who would settle for mediocrity. Since it was difficult to stand out through normal means, he had no choice but to take risks. Although the underwater world was perilous, with the help of that mysterious and powerful figure, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't encounter much trouble. This path had to be continued, not just for himself, but also for his family. They deserved a better life. Brother, what are you thinking about? Zhong Huangying asked, shaking his arm. Nothing. Still saying it's nothing? Could it be that you're angry? Without waiting for his response, his sister softly said, I understand how you feel, but you don't know, when you revealed the truth, I was really shocked. She suddenly reached out and hugged him. I'm just afraid something might happen to you. Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, Yun Haoyu also felt a bit emotional. He naturally understood that his sister cared about him. Having such a family member constantly worrying about him, what was there to hold a grudge about? His originally gloomy mood unknowingly dissipated. He held her and gently comforted her for a while, finally making her smile again. The car sped along the road and stopped at a residential complex near the outskirts of the city. Zhong Huangying got out of the car with her brother, carrying their belongings as they walked through the entrance of the complex. The robot security guard at the entrance was still meticulously performing its duties, scanning the identification card. The two entered a residential building and took the elevator to the 15th floor. Exiting the elevator, they walked down a corridor and stopped in front of a silver-white security door. Zhong Huangying pressed the fingerprint scanner on the door and swiped the card again before the door finally opened. This was their uncle's home. He had been living here for several years, so it was naturally familiar. Walking through the door, Zhong Huangying excitedly called out, Mingrui, Brother Haoyu is back. A calm voice came from the study. Brother, you've been missing for over a month. The whole family has been worried about you. The study door opened, and out walked a young man in a red t-shirt, with delicate features, bearing a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Zhong Huangying. This was Zhong Huangying's twin brother, named Zhong Mingrui, who was actually only 10 minutes older than her. As a result, Zhong Huangying had always been reluctant to call him brother and would always address him by his name. Have Mom and Dad come back yet? Yun Haoyu asked nervously. They won't be back for a few more days, Zhong Mingrui replied. What? No way? So, little sister, you were actually... Before he could finish, Zhong Huangying interrupted. I didn't lie to you. It was Mom who texted me, asking me to come find you. Pausing for a moment, she added with a mischievous grin, isn't this better? Death penalty reduced to a reprieve? Maybe even commuted to life imprisonment. Yun Haoyu could only smile wryly, completely helpless against this little sister of his. After dinner, the three siblings sat together and chatted casually. Zhong Mingrui also learned about Yun Haoyu's actions, and while surprised, he couldn't help but scold him. This left Yun Haoyu repeatedly reflecting on his his behavior and promising never to engage in such reckless actions again. As for how credible his words were, only he himself knew. "Brother, you must stay a few more days this time. You can attend virtual classes from home anyway, so there's no need to go out," Zhong Huangying said expectantly. "Seems like I don't have a choice anymore. You've already dragged me back, so what else can I do?" Yun Haoyu said helplessly. "But once Mom and Dad find out, they're definitely going to lecture me again. I'm really scared. Can't you guys help me figure out a way to cover this up?" Zhong Mingrui said, "Constantly hiding like this isn't a solution. They'll find out eventually, so why bother?" Yun Haoyu thought about it and decided to give up on the idea. After all, at most, he would just get scolded, and it wouldn't hurt him. However, going out in the future would become a hassle. They would definitely keep a close watch on him, and he might even have to come up with a plan involving his precious little sister. Night fell, and Yun Haoyu wandered around the virtual network for a while before shutting off his optical computer and going to bed. Just as he closed his eyes, Roland, who was usually silent, suddenly said, "That little girl likes you." Yun Haoyu was stunned for a moment and replied, "I think so too. But the path I will take in the future is bound to make her worry. Can she accept my actions? I've already deceived her once, and I might deceive her countless times in the future. Can she endure it? That depends on how you handle her feelings. This is your own matter. Outsiders can't help you." After saying this, Roland stopped paying attention to him and returned to silence. A soft knock sounded at the door. He got up and opened it. Zhong Huaniying stood gracefully at the doorway and asked in a low voice, "Still awake? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just browsing online for a bit," Yun Haoyu said somewhat unnaturally. His sister remained silent, simply looking at him quietly, making him feel uneasy. After a long while, she asked again, "Brother, will you always treat me this way?" "Of course, it was like this before, and it always will be." Yun Haoyu nodded hurriedly in response. "That's good." Zhong Huaniying smiled. Suddenly, she reached out her hands to cover his eyes. Before he could react, a warm kiss gently landed on his face. By the time his vision cleared again, his sister had already drifted away, leaving him there in a daze. He fell asleep with a mix of emotions. In the middle of the night, trouble came. He woke up in pain. Upon waking, he felt an unbearable soreness all over his body. Strange currents of heat surged wildly through his body, as if countless insects and ants were gnawing at his limbs and bones. His skin turned a horrifying dark blue, sometimes burning hot to the touch, and at other times suddenly freezing cold like ice. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Ruolan was also startled and asked, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure either. Maybe it's a sign of an ability awakening," he answered, shivering. Ruolan fell silent, examined his body, and released a gentle energy to soothe the turmoil within. Only then did she say, "What happens next is up to you. I'm not very familiar with this kind of power system, so I can't help you much more." Yun Haoyu recalled the doctor's advice, quickly found the pile of pills, and took a few according to the instructions. He finally managed to slightly suppress the discomfort. After all this commotion, he had no intention of going back to sleep, so he turned on his light brain and began researching related information. The so-called ability awakening, simply put, is caused by genetic mutations. Back when humanity entered the interstellar era, their frail physical constitution greatly hindered the development of civilization. Especially when facing alien civilizations with formidable individual strength, humanity paid a heavy price. Some alien civilizations even treated humans as food and placed them on their dining tables. At that time, the human government, in order to change this situation, mobilized the strength and resources of all humanity to research methods to enhance human physical capabilities. After generations of effort, genetic optimization technology was finally developed. Humans who have undergone third-level or higher genetic optimization not only achieve several times the physical strength, intelligence, and lifespan of ordinary people but also have a certain probability of reaching a specific threshold of cellular energy affinity. This can induce genetic mutations, granting abilities that surpass the physical limits of the human body and are unimaginable to ordinary people. After thousands of years of development, research on superhuman abilities has yielded countless results, and its theories have been continuously refined. It has now become an incredibly complex academic system with numerous branches. After activating superhuman abilities, the body's various functions undergo significant adjustments, so experiencing various adverse reactions is to be expected. The duration of this reaction period varies from person to person, ranging from a few days to several months. Once this phase is overcome, the body's functions undergo a qualitative leap, with changes even more powerful than the effects of progressing from first-level to fourth-level genetic optimization. Therefore, the social status of superhumans is quite high. As long as you become a superhuman, major families and large corporations will compete to offer generous benefits to recruit you. Alternatively, you can join the nation's powerful departments to serve the empire. It's up to you to decide. After becoming a superhuman, many aspects of life inevitably have to change. The primary issue is diet, as the appetite of superhumans is astonishing. Perhaps it's better to say that the energy demands of a superhuman's body far exceed those of ordinary people. A superhuman's appetite appetite is more than 10 times that of an average person. Such a massive appetite cannot be satisfied with regular food. Only high-concentration nutritional supplements, specifically formulated for superhumans, will suffice. Therefore, just the cost of filling your stomach each month is a significant expense. Next is lifestyle habits. Unless you're content to remain at the first level forever, you'll have to spend a great deal of time and energy on training every day in order to advance. Of course, the most crucial factor is the cost of cultivating supernatural abilities. The resources consumed by a supernatural practitioner each year are astronomical. Among these, the most important resource is a substance known as source crystal, which symbolizes the source of ability. This is a material that is only produced at the centers of galaxies, typically found alongside energy crystal mines, making it an extremely precious resource. Any supernatural practitioner cannot avoid dealing with it, as it is an essential key to enhancing their abilities. This substance is not only essential for humans but also the lifeblood of many alien civilizations. To compete for this resource, humanity's major powers have historically waged numerous large-scale wars, including internal conflicts within the human camp and bloody battles united against alien civilizations. The Empire governs over 1,700 administrative planets, with a population exceeding 1 trillion and tens of thousands of resource planets. Even so, the annual production barely meets the demand. After all, it is recognized across the galaxy as a hard currency, with major powers stockpiling it in large quantities, holding a status equivalent to gold reserves during Earth's era. Moreover, many precision industrial instruments also require this magical crystal, and quite a few wealthy individuals use it to create jewelry, tableware, and other luxury items. As a result, a considerable amount of smuggling is needed each year to avoid falling into a deficit. Unknowingly, dawn broke and his sister came knocking on the door, calling him out for breakfast. At the dining table, Yun Haoyu's behavior left the siblings dumbfounded. He downed half a pot of lean meat porridge in one go, devoured 3 baskets of crab meat buns, 2 pounds of cake, and completely finished 6 large bottles of compressed nutritional supplements. This was the siblings' food supply for an entire week. After he finished his meal like a whirlwind, he realized that he had also consumed their portions. Smiling apologetically, Yun Haoyu said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Let's eat out today. My treat." Zhong Huanying finally snapped out of it and asked incredulously, "Brother, have you awakened an ability?" "That's it." Yun Haoyu no longer planned to hide it. Although she had mostly guessed as much, hearing it with her own ears still left the siblings quite shocked. They had heard plenty of rumors about people with special abilities, but they never expected one to appear right beside them and to be their own family member. "Anyway, this is a good thing. We should celebrate properly," Zhong Mingrui said excitedly, and Zhong Huangying nodded in agreement. "Alright then, let's go out for breakfast, and when we come back, we'll tell Mom and Dad. Such a big thing has to be shared with them." Yun Haoyu had already come to terms with it. Zhong Mingrui's parents were working at the experimental base on satellite number 3. Due to the implementation of that top-secret project, they hadn't been home for 3 months. Although they were merely peripheral staff and had no access to core matters, their daily lives and behavior were heavily restricted. Not only were their statutory holidays significantly reduced, but even the rare trips home were closely monitored by security agencies. Contacting family members from the base also required going through cumbersome security procedures for approval. The only benefit was that their salaries and bonuses increased somewhat. A few days ago, during a call with the 2 children, they mentioned that Yun Haoyu hadn't been home for over a month, which made them very worried. This prompted Zhong Huanying to step in and drag him back home. After resting at home for the entire morning, Zhong Mingrui noticed it was already lunchtime and connected to a video call with his parents. Due to the security monitoring by the base's central system, it took over 10 seconds before the call was approved. A young man and woman appeared on the light screen. Although their children were already adults, they themselves looked no older than 30, with only their demeanor showing maturity. This was the benefit of genetic optimization. In this era, it was nearly impossible to determine someone's age just by their appearance. "Dad, Mom, long time no see. How have you been?" Yun Haoyu asked somewhat uneasily. Mom smiled on the light screen and said, "We're fine, but it's been so long since you came home or contacted us. We were a bit worried, so we asked Huanying to find you. There were some things going on. As for the details, I'll let my sister explain." He pulled Zhong Huanying over and then hid himself in the room. "It's like this, Brother Haoyu." It didn't take long for Zhong Huanying to clearly explain the whole story. However, what surprised the 3 siblings was their parents' reaction, which was not the anger they had imagined. After a moment of silence, their father spoke. "So, Haoyu is already an ability user?" "That's right, absolutely true," Zhong Mingrui replied. "In that case, you should no longer interfere with his actions in the future. This is his choice, and no one can force him." Their father sighed. "What is meant to come will always come. This child was never meant to be ordinary among the crowd." Zhong Huanying asked with some confusion, "Dad, I don't understand what you're saying. Does this mean we'll just let him take such risks in the future?" Mom spoke. "Haoyu's biological parents are also ability users. Without waiting for Zhong Huangying to ask, she continued speaking to her daughter. The bank savings are sufficient now. Next time you come back, let's get your level 2 optimization surgery done first. As for Mingrui, you can take care of your sister for now and wait another 2 years. Zhong Huangying didn't understand why her mom suddenly brought up genetic optimization, but Zhong Mingrui seemed to understand. He smiled and nodded. Mom gave a few more reminders before turning off the video. 20 days later, Yun Haoyu sat quietly in the room, staring at the table in front of him. 5 teacups were placed on the table, each filled with water. After a long while, one of the cups trembled slightly and slowly floated up, stopping 30 centimeters above the table. After waiting for a moment, the next 3 cups also floated into the air. However, the last cup just wouldn't float no matter what. After trying a few times with difficulty, the cup only bounced in place and even spilled some water. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. The first level superpower mainly manifests in the enhancement of physical abilities. Mental strength is still somewhat lacking, only capable of manipulating small objects, and prolonged use can even cause dizziness. He got up, ate a little, opened the door, and stepped onto the balcony. In the corner of the wall was a pair of small dumbbells made from super heavy metal or iron produced in the Kaiyang Star region. Each one weighed over a ton. Before activating his superpower, it was impossible to lift them, but now he was tossing them in his hands for fun. After staying home for a few weeks, the adverse physical reactions had completely disappeared, progressing much faster than expected. The Ability Users Association is a semi-official organization theoretically responsible for managing all registered individuals with special abilities. Its mission is to provide guidance and assistance to those who have initially awakened their abilities, and occasionally issue bounty tasks. Of course, its primary function is actually making money, though its business targets are aimed at ability users. The car stopped in front of a tall black building in the city center. Yun Haoyu got out of the car and took a moment to observe the emblem sculpture in the center of the plaza in front of the entrance. 2 golden 5-clawed divine dragons intertwined in a double helix, with a cerulean sphere suspended at the dragon heads, a depiction of humanity's homeland, Earth. In the plaza, there were also dozens of statues of individuals, all of whom were powerful ability users who had made significant contributions to protecting human civilization since humanity entered the interstellar era. Beside each statue, a stone tablet was engraved with their life stories and achievements. Walking through the main gate, the reception hall was entirely furnished with dark-toned marble or metallic materials, giving off a solemn and desolate vibe. Although the probability of individuals with special abilities emerging is very low, due to the uniqueness of this planet, quite a few ability users still come here daily to handle various matters. Most of them come to trade goods or choose from various money-making tasks. If they have any cultivation-related issues, they can also come here for consultation and solutions, though none of the services are free. Yun Haoyu explained his purpose to the reception robot, which then led him to the testing area. The test was overseen by a third-tier ability user, a slender and graceful woman with a beautiful appearance. She wore the association's internal black uniform, adorned with light gold patterns that were simple yet elegant and dignified. The nameplate on her chest was orange, with 3 stars engraved on the dragon head emblem. She didn't say much. After the simple procedures, the test began. First was the physical strength test. The method was simple: carry a 5-ton hovering combat vehicle for 300 meters to pass. Looking at the 2-meter-tall, iron-gray, rigidly lined giant, he swallowed hard and calculated silently that this should be within his endurance range. He walked over, grabbed the handle on the outer armor with one hand and the metal bracket under the vehicle with the other. With a sudden exertion, the giant shook slightly and obediently lifted off the ground. Taking a few slow steps to let his body adjust, he then began to stride quickly toward the destination. The tester followed him unhurriedly from behind, ready to assist in case of any unexpected situation. At the beginning, it was still easy, but in the last 100 meters, it became a bit strenuous. When he was 30 meters away from the finish line, he was almost gritting his teeth to hold on, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Fortunately, he managed to reach the finish line without embarrassing himself in front of the beautiful tester. After a short rest, the second test was speed. The 100-meter sprint required a speed of no less than 4.5 seconds. This test was relatively easy, and he passed it effortlessly. The neural reaction test took place in a 100-meter long hall, where countless half-meter high alloy pillars of different colors were scattered on the ground, all moving rapidly and randomly. His task was to step on pillars of a specific color while dodging a rain of high-speed rubber bullets shooting down from above the hall. If he could endure the required time without being hit by more than 5 bullets, he would pass. Although the rubber bullets weren't lethal, they were still quite painful. After some effort, he passed the test, though he got hit by 2 bullets, causing him to gasp in pain. The mental power test involved a large office desk with a pile of hollow metal balls on it. Using mental power to move 10 small balls, each weighing 100 grams, into a box 3 meters away was considered a pass. This test was a bit challenging for him, but he gritted his teeth and managed to pass. The next few tests were relatively relatively easy. After passing the final test, the examiner signed the form with satisfaction. "Welcome to our team," she said with a smile, storing his information into the light brain. Moments later, a robot attendant delivered a uniform, a nameplate, and an association-exclusive ID card. Of course, none of these were free. Along with the testing fees, the total came to 100,000 credit points, an absolute rip-off. He changed into the uniform, which was tailored to his body measurements and fit perfectly. However, the patterns on it were not as intricate as those on the examiner's uniform, indicating his rank was still insufficient. He had seen the red nameplate before. It was the same as Hua Manli's. At the time, he had been envious, but he hadn't expected to achieve it himself in just over 2 months. "Maybe you can check out the trading area and pick up some items that might be useful to you," the tester said to him. "Being able to become an esper is your good fortune, but you're not strong enough yet. If you want to stand out, you have to keep working hard. Train well." "Alright, I understand." Yun Haoyu nodded and turned to leave. The layout of the trading area was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The entire hall was divided into small compartments, each furnished with intricately crafted tables and chairs. Inside each compartment sat a tall, uniformed, bioengineered beauty. He randomly chose a compartment and walked in. Just as he sat down, the attendant across from him stood up and greeted him. "Hello, service attendant 02113 at your service. How may I assist you?" "I need some items that can help low-level ability users with their cultivation," Yun Haoyu replied. The attendant smiled and activated the light brain terminal on the table. A massive light screen appeared in front of him, filled with a wide variety of items neatly categorized across the entire screen. "Take your time browsing. Would you like a cup of coffee?" "Sure, thank you." He began searching for the items he needed. He hadn't realized until now just how unimaginable the expenses of ability users were for ordinary people. Among the products displayed, there was nothing priced below 5,000. Even the cheapest concentrated nutrient solution cost 10,000 credit points per bottle. Items priced in the hundreds of thousands or even millions were everywhere. The Source of Vitality brand high-concentration nutrient solution was said to be one of the most popular brands among mid to low-level ability users. Each bottle contained 100 grams and was priced at 10,000 credit points. Battlefield First Aid Recovery Potion, 50,000 credits per vial. Combat Suit exclusively for espers, capable of absorbing and resisting a certain amount of energy weapon damage, 300,000 credits per set. Nadi's Advanced Optical Brain, with a capacity equivalent to a large library, capable of functioning normally in various extreme environments, priced at 850,000 credits. Sky Rover Luxury Flying Car, with a maximum speed of Mach 4, it takes only 7 seconds to go from hovering to breaking the sound barrier, priced at 4,500,000 credits. There's more below, but he didn't dare to keep reading. As for the most important cultivation resource for ability users, Source Crystals, the price was 1 million credit points for 1 unit, which was just 1 gram. Glancing at his bank account, he saw that after his last surgery, he had less than 1 million left, and with the subsequent expenses, he now only had 200,000. Money really flows like water, he thought with a bitter smile. Looks like I'll have to work harder to earn more. He selected 10 bottles of Source of Vitality nutrient solution, swiped his card to pay, and after walking out the door, he thought for a moment and decided to head to the port to look for a reputable company to apply to. Mr. Gromon casually browsed through today's meeting minutes. The higher-ups had already hinted at their plans to increase investment and build 2 more factories, but he didn't care much about it. The company's business performance has always been good, which makes life very comfortable for a senior executive like him. Every day, he only needs to complete the assigned tasks to get by, and since he is related to the president by marriage, no one in the company dares to give him trouble. He had already become addicted to such a leisurely life. After all, what more could one pursue in life than this? As for other matters, those were the boss's concerns and had nothing to do with him. The new secretary is quite nice, he thought with lingering interest. Bringing her into his home seemed like a good idea. Although he already had 3 wives, that didn't matter. For a successful man like him, having a few more women was perfectly normal, wasn't it? Just as he was lost in thought, a message popped up on his light brain. It was from the secretary outside. "An esper has come to apply for a job. Would you like to interview him?" He thought for a moment and instructed, "Let him in." Normally, such trivial matters didn't require his attention and were usually handled by his subordinates. He would just sign off on the final step as a formality. However, this time it was an esper, and since he happened to have nothing else to do, he decided on a whim to have the secretary bring the person in. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the handsome young man named Yun Haoyu, who stood quietly in front of him without saying a word. He seems like a decent kid, but applying for a job in this place is really not a good idea. Since I'm in a good mood today, maybe I should try to talk him out of it, he thought to himself. Took a sip of water, the manager began to speak. "Young man, have you made up your mind? The seabed is no vacation resort. Even though you are an esper, with only first-level abilities, they won't be of much use against those devil-like creatures. Perhaps, I can arrange another position for you. As a young esper, there will be many opportunities suitable for you. Yoon Hao-yu smiled. This chubby, pale-faced guy, who clearly looked like he had indulged excessively, didn't seem to have a particularly bad heart. Thank you for the reminder, but I've already made up my mind, he said. Grum shrugged and said, alright, since you're so determined, I won't say anything more. He pulled up a few contract documents from the light brain and asked, our company's divers can choose between two types of contracts. Which one do you plan to choose? Would love to hear the details. One option is a fixed salary. You go out to sea at least 10 times a month, and regardless of the harvest, the salary is 1 million credit points. The other option is variable pay, where you decide when to go out to sea, and your salary is calculated based on your harvest. The more you harvest, the higher your pay, with no upper limit. Of course, if you don't harvest anything, you won't earn a single coin. This is usually the choice of those with special abilities. Personally, I suggest you. Yoon Hao-yu interrupted him with a smile. I'll choose the second option. I think it's the one that suits me best. Gromon sighed and said, then take a look at the contract. If there are no issues, you can sign it. The contract wasn't lengthy, and the terms were straightforward. He quickly finished reading it, picked up the light pen, and signed his name. At the same time, the entire process was recorded by monitoring equipment. After completing the procedures, Yoon Hao-yu said, I still have some matters to attend to at home, so I need to wait a few days before going out to sea. Is that a problem? Of course not. When you start work is entirely up to you. Gromon replied. Alright then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yoon Hao-yu nodded politely, opened the door, and walked out. Watching his departing figure, Gromon gently shook his head. This kid, how long can he last? A month? Or a few months? What a pity. Yang Shui and Tang Weiye sat by the lawn, chatting. The final exams are coming up, and after that, there will be a 2-month vacation. Do you have any plans? Yang Shui asked. Not sure yet. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Weiye replied. I want to learn the Guqin, or maybe find a temporary job. That wouldn't be bad either. Yang Shui said with a smile. Sounds good. Let's do it together then. Tang Weiye nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui asked again, has Yoon Hao-yu been in touch with you recently? Tang Weiye shook her head and said, no, I sent him messages a few times, but he kept saying he was busy and couldn't come out. What about you? Yang Shui sighed, same here. I've already made my hints very obvious. Is this guy really clueless or just pretending? Maybe he doesn't even like us at all. Tang Weiye said, a bit discouraged. If we talk about our conditions, they're not bad at all. Could it be that he doesn't have any interest at all? Or should we just be upfront with him and see what he says? Yang Shui said through gritted teeth. Tang Weiye objected. That would make us look too cheap. With his conditions, it's not like we need to go that far, right? Yang Shui thought about it and agreed it wasn't appropriate, so she didn't insist further. After another moment of silence, Tang Weiye smiled bitterly and said, back then, we had more than one option. It's just a pity that we were too picky, always thinking we could find someone better. Now, all the guys with good conditions from our year have already been snatched up by others. The ones left aren't great, and if we want to find someone, we'll have to look at the juniors from the next year. If there's really no other way, then this is the only option, unless you're willing to become a concubine for those old men. Yang Shui said sullenly. 2 days later, it was the start of school again. Yoon Hao-yu left home early. He had been busy adapting to his abilities recently and had taken several days off. If he continued to be absent, it was likely that his end-of-term evaluation would be marked down. At the school gate, students walked in groups of 2 or 3. Only here do I remember that I'm still a student, he thought with some emotion. In the future, such leisurely moments will probably be rare. The cultivation of ability is a difficult and long-term process. Besides requiring a large amount of material resources, it also demands personal perseverance and effort. Since you refuse to settle for mediocrity, you must work harder than others. A sleek black luxury car gracefully landed at the school gate. The driver opened the door, and Hua Manli, radiant and exuding arrogance, stepped out of the car. She casually glanced around and then strode into the school. The students who saw her couldn't hide the admiration in their eyes, yet none dared to approach her for a conversation. Only after she passed by did they whisper a few words among themselves. Hua Manli walked at an unhurried pace. Facing the envious, jealous, or complex gazes directed at her, she paid no attention, instead feeling a surge of inexplicable superiority. Indeed, she had every reason to be proud. With her level 3 genetically optimized physique and status as an ability user, she was destined to be part of the upper class. She was far beyond the reach of these people around her. These people were fated to only admire her brilliance from afar and fantasize in their hearts. At the classroom door, since it was not yet time for class, some of the early arriving students had gathered in small groups, chatting about topics that interested them. Yoon Hao-yu glanced around but didn't see any familiar classmates. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go outside for a walk. As he reached the door, Hua Manli happened to be coming in from outside. After a brief hesitation, he stepped back and let this celebrity enter first before heading out himself. Hua Manli, who had just found a seat and sat down, suddenly felt that something was off. After carefully recalling the moment, she realized the issue lay with the boy boy she had seen when entering the door. At the time, she had glanced at him indifferently. Being handsome was no big deal, she had seen plenty of good-looking guys. What truly caught her attention was the badge on his chest, which was exactly the same as hers. Yes, the symbol of an ability user. Wait, how could he have that? Could it be that he is also? Yun Haoyu stood on the steps at the doorway, still unsure of what to do. A graceful figure rushed out of the classroom, carrying a fragrant breeze, and stopped in front of him. It was Hua Manli. Is there something you need? Yun Haoyu asked in confusion. Hua Manli said nothing, just kept staring at him from head to toe. Being scrutinized with such a peculiar gaze by a stunning beauty felt rather uncomfortable. Frowning slightly in secret, Yun Haoyu subtly shifted his direction, preparing to walk to the side. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, Hua Manli also stepped forward, still blocking his way. After several such exchanges, Yun Haoyu asked helplessly, "Miss, I haven't offended you, have I? What exactly do you want to do? This thing of yours, is it?" Hua Manli hesitated as she spoke, pointing to the badge on Yun Haoyu's chest and asking, "How do you have this? Could it be that you are also an ability user?" So it was about this. He let out a sigh of relief and replied teasingly, "Yes, you saw it right. The real deal." Hua Manli's face flushed slightly as she said, "I was being presumptuous. Your name is Yun Haoyu, right? To think you also awakened an ability? Truly unexpected." After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly raised her hand and reached for his throat. The entire movement was silent and as swift as lightning. Judging by her stance, if this strike landed, Yun Haoyu's throat bone would likely be shattered. She certainly did not get her wish. What seemed like an elusive move to ordinary people was nothing out of the ordinary in Yun Haoyu's eyes. He tilted his head slightly and stopped her action just before her hand could touch his skin. "Alright, can this confirm it now?" Grabbing her delicate wrist, a sensation of smoothness and softness spread through his hand. Yun Haoyu felt his mouth go dry. She smiled slightly and withdrew her hand. At that moment, the two naturally started chatting. Hua Manli was quite curious about how he managed to gather the funds for the gene optimization surgery on his own, so she couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Yun Haoyu simply stopped hiding and shared everything he could. He also knew that sooner or later he would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Keeping a low profile was nothing but an empty phrase. If this woman wanted to, it would only take minutes for her to use her connections to uncover his background. Why deceive himself? "Yun Haoyu, you're so early today." A slightly resentful voice sounded in his ear, interrupting their conversation. He turned his head to see Yang Shui and Tang Weiya looking at him with complicated expressions a few steps away, along with a few familiar classmates nearby. "Yeah, aren't you guys the same?" Yun Haoyu responded somewhat awkwardly. Hua Manli greeted them indifferently and then said to Yun Haoyu, "We'll talk later," before heading straight back to the classroom. As soon as this proud girl left, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Before Yang Shui could speak, Jin Yu jumped out and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, you're something. You actually managed to catch the attention of this young lady." Before he could finish speaking, Yun Haoyu punched him, cutting off his words in his throat, and reprimanded in a low voice, "What nonsense are you spouting? She already has a man. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble for me?" Jin Yu reluctantly shut his mouth. However, his silence lasted only a few seconds. Upon noticing the emblem on Yun Haoyu's chest, he could no longer keep quiet. "What is this? Oh my god, don't tell me you've already awakened an ability?" Jin Yu's loud exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. "What? An ability user? Has someone awakened a superpower again? Who is it? Yun Haoyu? How is that possible? I remember he only had a level 1 genetic constitution before. Maybe he won the lottery or something. Are you still half asleep? Talking nonsense?" The classmates who gathered upon hearing the news whispered among themselves. Yun Haoyu felt a bit embarrassed. He was really not used to being watched by a crowd as if he were a rare animal. Fortunately, class time arrived at that moment, and everyone dispersed, heading into the classroom. Hua Manli was still sitting in the front row. When she saw him enter, she lightly patted the seat next to her and said in a commanding tone, "Come here." Yun Haoyu hesitated for a moment but eventually complied. In the back row, Yang Shui's eyes filled with even deeper resentment. In the classroom, Yun Haoyu stared speechlessly at the notes in his hand. In less than 20 minutes, he had already received a pile of notes passed to him through several neighboring desks. The content was all over the place, covering a variety of topics. Sitting in the front row made it inconvenient to send and receive messages, so the curious bunch resorted to this most traditional method to inquire about things they were interested in. Beside him, Hua Manli watched him with amusement and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Doesn't it feel good to be the center of attention?" He said somewhat irritably, "This headache is killing me, and you're still laughing. By the way, how come no one ever passes you notes? Who says they don't? I remember it used to be the same, with so many messages in the smart brain that I couldn't delete them all. But later, it became much quieter," she said somewhat wistfully. "That's because the gap between you and the people around you is now too big. So big that they can only look up to you. For something they have no chance of obtaining, who would bother to make an effort?" "That's true, I was just speaking from the heart." Hua Manli sighed. Yun Hao-yu was right, this is exactly how she is now. Since meeting the man she is with now, her destiny has completely taken a different path. Jewelry, luxury cars, mansions, wearing designer fashion, frequenting high-end clubs, mingling with various high society figures, her life is filled with extravagance and indulgence. Everything that once existed only in her dreams has become reality. The price was that her estrangement from those around her grew deeper and deeper. Her former friends no longer associated with her, and her personality was extremely arrogant. As a result, no one at school dared to talk to her now. Actually, this is quite normal. Nobility changes friends, wealth changes spouses. The words of the ancients remain a timeless truth even in today's interstellar era. How is your ability training going? When can you advance? After a brief silence, Yun Hao-yu asked again. Still a long way to go. Ability training is too expensive. If you want to advance quickly, you have to pile up money. It's not that easy, she said. You're an ability user now too. Don't tell me you don't even know this? A young lady like you would lack money? Yun Hao-yu was a bit skeptical. Isn't that person in your family very doting on you? Whatever resources you want, wouldn't he offer them to you with both hands? Easy for you to say. I'm not the only one who has a say in his family. If too much is spent on me, the others won't agree. And his first wife is particularly difficult to deal with. Hua Manli sighed. So that's how it is, understandable. Several women competing for one man, she currently has the upper hand, so the pressure naturally increases. Her man is probably somewhat afraid of his wife, which is why he doesn't dare to favor her too much. You could also find a way to make money yourself. It's not hard for someone with abilities to earn money, right? Yun Hao-yu said. As long as you gather enough for the level 4 genetic optimization surgery, you can advance after the procedure. Making money involves risks. Profit and risk are always proportional. Do you think everyone can be that lucky? Hua Manli rolled her eyes at him. Over 1 billion credits isn't a small amount. It's not that easy to earn. I'd love to learn from you, but I know my luck can't compare to yours, unless you take me with you every time you go out to sea. If that really happens, the man in your family won't let me off. I'm only 18. I don't want to die yet. Yun Hao-yu refused without hesitation. Rumor had it that her man was a gang leader, and he definitely didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Moreover, Rulan's existence was an absolute secret that couldn't be revealed. The morning classes quickly came to an end. A group of familiar classmates gathered around him, chattering away and urging Yun Hao-yu to treat them. He readily agreed. If he didn't satisfy their curiosity, these guys wouldn't let it go. Out of politeness, he also invited Hua Manli, but she politely declined with a smile. He didn't mind. This woman was completely different from him, and he wasn't narcissistic enough to think that just because she exchanged a few words with him, she had feelings for him. Outside the school, 3 luxurious hover cars quietly parked at the entrance, surrounded by 4 medium-sized floating combat vehicles for protection. The car bodies were engraved with a black emblem, featuring a ferocious beast that looked like a mix between a shark and a crocodile. It was none other than the infamous creature of Twilight Cloudstar, the nightmare mongoose beast. The vehicle in the center was the largest, even bigger than an average RV by 2 sizes. The interior of the car was extravagantly luxurious. Achilles Crowwood, the infamous mob boss and underground godfather of Twilight Cloudstar, was sitting on the sofa enjoying tea. Although his actual age had surpassed 400 years, he appeared to be merely middle-aged, with refined features resembling those of a cultured journalist. Only the occasional glint of icy sharpness in his eyes would remind people that he was a mafia magnate who held the power of life and death over millions. After slowly sipping a mouthful of tea, Achilles placed the teacup onto the crystal tray beside him. His right hand was fair and slender, while his left hand resembled that of a dried mummy covered in a layer of earthy brown, wrinkled skin stretched over skeletal bones, a sight that was truly horrifying. This is a memento from his early years of venturing through the galaxy, caused by a highly toxic ray that has remained irreparable for hundreds of years. Even the Empire's most advanced biochemical restoration technology is powerless, unless the entire left arm is amputated and replaced with a clone one, but that would mean losing some strength and making future advancements nearly impossible, which he simply couldn't accept. So he decided to leave it as it was. After all, the arm only looked unsightly, but its strength was hardly affected. Achilles opened the communication channel and asked, "Any updates?" A cold and stern voice immediately responded, "Boss, everything is normal." The Godfather said with satisfaction, "That's good. A business association from the Zhang clan has come to Cloud Twilight Star to do business this time. I always feel that something is off. The military has also been up to something lately, and the number of warships at the outer space base has quietly more than doubled. There are more outsiders showing up in the territory as well. All of you, stay alert and make sure nothing goes wrong." The voice responded respectfully. Achilles casually closed the channel and began to ponder again. Recently, some minor incidents had occurred in his territory. At first glance, they seemed insignificant, but his sharp instincts had already picked up on some unusual signs through subtle clues. Yet, he couldn't figure out the reason behind them, and the informants planted in key departments couldn't provide any valuable information. This made the Godfather very dissatisfied. satisfied. This greedy bunch, who are kept on high salaries, can't be relied upon at critical moments. They know nothing when asked. Perhaps they have already forgotten the Godfather's reputation. It's time to give them a warning. The pet dream mongoose beast at home hasn't tasted human blood in a long time, he thought grimly. Hua Monli stepped out of the school gate and immediately spotted the convoy not far away. She felt a bit surprised. This man actually came to pick her up personally, something he had never done before. Could something have happened? Pondering this, she quickly walked toward the hovercar. The sturdy car door opened automatically. Hua Monli stepped inside, and the door quietly closed behind her. Her high leather boots stepped silently onto the thick carpet. The spacious interior was utterly quiet. She took a deep breath and walked toward the man sitting on the sofa. Seeing the glamorous woman enter, the Godfather's expression improved significantly. "Baby, you're becoming more and more charming," he praised. Hua Monli walked over, obediently sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a kiss. "Darling, how come you have time to personally come over today? Went out to handle some matters, figured you'd be done with class by now, and it happened to be on the way, so I came by," Achilles said with a smile, his hands starting to act boldly. Hua Monli rolled her eyes at him playfully and asked, "What kind of matters require you to personally handle them? Couldn't you just leave it to your subordinates? It's a confidential matter, so it's more reassuring to handle it personally. Being cooped up at home every day, it's nice to come out and relax." Gaunt. The Godfather enjoyed using this method to deal with beautiful women. Watching those elegant and stunningly gorgeous ladies go through this process in front of him gave him a unique sense of satisfaction. Not long. In a hidden space not far from the Twilight Cloud Star, a meeting was taking place. The beings attending the meeting had nothing to do with humans. They were round, volleyball-like life forms. The volleyballs were silver, with a golden ring at their center. Intricate and exquisitely beautiful patterns densely covered their surfaces, occasionally flashing with lights of various colors. Surrounding each sphere was a faint golden magnetic field. The entire volleyball-like entity looked like a stunning piece of art. The Elder Council of the Zhang clan was discussing a significant resolution. "Fellow elders, I have said everything that needs to be said. Now, I would like to hear your opinions." The magnetic field around the central sphere trembled slightly, conveying its intent to the 15 surrounding spheres. "I agree with the Patriarch's opinion. This item is very important to our clan, and we must seize this opportunity to obtain it," said one elder. "I always feel that getting involved in the internal conflict of the Abyssal Bat Snailflower clan is not a good idea. It might bring great trouble to our clan," said another elder. "Indeed, I think so too. A guide who failed to compete for the position of Patriarch no longer qualifies to cooperate with us. Even if that item is in its possession, it won't change the situation. Their new Patriarch has already sent us a message of goodwill. We should cooperate with their new Patriarch. Capture this guy and hand it over to them for disposal. But their new Patriarch won't agree to our terms. That item is a sacred relic of their clan. Unless they have no other choice, they won't agree to give it to us. Even if we help them quell the internal strife, we won't gain much benefit. Actually, it doesn't matter who we cooperate with, nor does it matter who becomes the leader of the Bat Snailflower clan. As long as we obtain that item, isn't that enough?" the clan leader said slowly. "That's true, but that item is in that guy's possession. Unless he willingly hands it over, we won't be able to get it," a senior elder said hesitantly. "Therefore, we need to feign cooperation with that guy for a while. As long as we get that item, that's all that matters. As for helping him reclaim the position of clan leader, that's impossible. Our clan's strength cannot be wasted on such meaningless matters. Actually, I think you've overlooked one issue. This is human territory, after all. Whatever we do, we must consider their reaction. If things escalate, it won't be good for our clan," another elder said. "Not bad. Although humans are not yet considered powerful, they are an extremely rapidly developing race. Being enemies with them is very unwise. Our guild has already gone to Cloud Twilight Star to do business with them, while using the guild as cover to send a group of warriors in. Act according to the situation. Then let's proceed this way. First, let the guild companions gather intelligence, and once we obtain more detailed information, we will decide on the next course of action." The clan leader finally made the decision. "Hua Xingyuan, this is the best restaurant near the school that can be found. It looks like an interstellar base, with interior decor resembling a crystal palace, showcasing a typical interstellar era style." The robot waiter led Yun Haoyu and the group to the VIP dining area on the second floor, selecting a quiet private room to enter. The attendees fit perfectly at one table, and Randall, whom they had briefly met at the hospital, surprisingly got the news and came uninvited. The robot waiter brought the menu. Yun Haoyu glanced at it and asked, "Do you have Hanyu Spring?" He was referring to a type of wine, pure white like jade in color, with a fragrance that lingers without dispersing, refreshing to the taste, and not very strong, truly delightful. "Yes, sir. Which grade would you like?" 30-year vintage. "Bring 2 bottles to start." "Ah, you're being quite generous today," Jean Yu said with a smile. "It's rare for us to have a meal together. Whatever you like, feel free to order." He handed the menu to Bernard, who ordered chilled crab meat and kung pao chicken, then passed the menu to Jean Yu. menu. Jinyu ordered 3 flavor shark fin soup and braised soft-shelled turtle, then passed the menu to the next person. Everyone ordered 1 or 2 dishes. When it was Yang Shui's turn, perhaps out of spite, she ordered 5 or 6 dishes in one go. Yun Haoyu knew she was feeling upset and didn't mind. After all, with his current appetite, he could devour a few more tables of dishes without a problem. The smart menu sent the selected items directly to the kitchen. Within minutes, robotic waiters came in pushing a food cart. Once the dishes and drinks were served, the waiters bowed slightly and exited, closing the door behind them. Yun Haoyu poured wine for everyone, and the group ate and chatted together. Yun Haoyu, my father's Chamber of Commerce is currently recruiting staff, especially those with special abilities. The benefits are excellent. Would you be interested? Randall spoke up. I have no plans to take on a long-term job right now. I haven't graduated yet. Yun Haoyu rejected him outright. He simply didn't have the time now. Even if he did, he wouldn't agree. At least on this planet, there's no faster way to make money than going out to sea, provided you can make it back alive. Randall felt a bit disappointed and tried to persuade him a few more times. Seeing his firm attitude, he had no choice but to give up. Bernard tactfully changed the subject, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere. Tang Weiye silently watched this calm-looking young man. Unknowingly, he had already reached a height she could hardly aspire to. She hadn't paid much attention to him before, and later, though she had some thoughts, she still hesitated. By the time she truly understood, it was already too late. Now, he would naturally have more and better options, wouldn't he? She sighed quietly and downed a full glass of wine in one gulp. The next day marked Yun Haoyu's first day at his new company. The company was called Distant Horizon, one of the few fishing companies on Muyun Star. Its parent company was Slotini Group, a top 10 pharmaceutical company on Muyun Star. In such a large company, there were not only ordinary divers but also a large number of mid to low-level ability users. With their not-so-powerful abilities, their survival chances were slightly better than those of ordinary people relying solely on luck. They were also the guarantee of the company's main source of revenue. Now, Yun Haoyu was officially one of them. Arriving at the port, he quickly found the area where his company was located. After identifying himself, a crew member led him to a large ocean-going workship over 300 meters long. Unlike regular employees, each person with special abilities is assigned a private room for temporary rest. Additionally, they can choose diving equipment that suits them best. The ship also provides free food and drinks. Truly a reputable big company, incomparable to those small, disorganized groups. At 6:30 in the morning, this ocean-going ship carrying over 1,000 divers, along with 6 other ships of the same size, set out to sea amidst countless other vessels. The operation area this time is unlike before, 1,000 meters deep beneath the sea surface, where there are more valuable items but also far greater deadly dangers. Who knows how many from this batch will remain forever at the bottom of the sea today? Yun Haoyu selected a set of Polar Ocean Hunter diving gear. This equipment is specifically designed for those with special abilities, weighing 4 times more than the regular models and offering far superior defense. Naturally, its cost is also exorbitant. Ordinary divers would never have access to such high-quality gear. The optical brain had already received the relevant information. The people preparing to dive were divided into 20 groups, each responsible for an area of approximately 10 square kilometers. He was assigned to the 7th group. The time was approaching, and everyone began gathering at the bottom of the ship's cabin. In the massive chamber, dozens of deep-sea submersibles were parked, each capable of accommodating 60 people. Following the optical brain's instructions, the crowd lined up in front of the corresponding numbered submersibles. Yun Haoyu glanced around and found that submersible number 7 was not far ahead, and most of the people had already arrived. He walked over and was surprised to discover that everyone in this group was an ability user. However, their levels were not high, with most being only at levels 1 to 3, and only a few at level 4. It seemed that ability users and regular divers were grouped separately. The team leader was named Feng Deming, a veteran with level 4 abilities. Although called a veteran, he actually had less than a year of experience at sea, as the casualty rate in this industry was extremely high. Unless they had no other choice, ability users generally wouldn't stay in this field for long. When he approached, the team leader verified his identity using the optical brain in his hand, nodded, and instructed him to join the team. The captain gave a brief explanation and then instructed everyone to start boarding. This 30-meter-long rhombus-shaped submersible is made of high-strength non-magnetic alloy cast as a hull, with an outer wall up to 30 centimeters thick that can withstand medium-caliber light cannon attacks. Underwater, as long as it doesn't encounter overly aggressive creatures, safety is guaranteed. Inside the cabin, there are simple seats and an emergency room, along with a built-in particle cannon. Although its power is not significant, it is better than nothing. Once everyone was seated, the captain sent out the all-set signal. The movable hatch at the bow slowly opened, and large mechanical arms dragged the submersibles out of the cabin and placed them into the water. Then, the submersible's own propulsion systems began to operate, heading toward their designated sea areas. The submersible descended steadily. As the depth increased, the light outside the porthole holes grew dimmer, and the cabin's lights were already on. The entire seventh group sat quietly, with no one speaking. The veterans began their final equipment checks, while most of the rookies stared blankly with expressionless faces. Some were still clutching crosses and various types of talismans, silently praying, though it was unclear which religion they believed in. Yun Haoyu leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. He showed no concern for his own safety. After reaching the designated sea area, the submersible slowed down. The captain began organizing everyone to exit the cabin, and Yun Haoyu volunteered to be in the first group. Feng Deming was clearly a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a bold rookie. However, he said nothing, patted Yun Haoyu on the shoulder, and let him enter the watertight hatch. Inside, 5 veteran team members were already standing. When they saw him come in, they gave him indifferent glances, except for a tall black man who gave him a friendly smile. The first watertight hatch closed, and seawater slowly filled the chamber. When it was fully flooded, the second watertight hatch opened, and stepping out, the seabed was right there. It was a place filled with countless treasures, but also unimaginable dangers. Yun Haoyu stepped out of the hatch, paused briefly, chose a direction, and activated his small thruster to swim forward. The others also went their separate ways. Each person was responsible for an area spanning several hundred meters in length and width. They did not travel together, as moving in a group would create too large a target, potentially attracting the attention of certain dangerous creatures. The seabed 1,000 meters deep was different from the marine areas he had explored before. Familiar creatures were much fewer, replaced by many unfamiliar ones. Some could be identified through the optical brain, but many were so unknown that even their names were a mystery. Humanity's understanding of the underwater world of the Twilight Cloud Star was still quite limited, and most of the existing data had been obtained at the cost of these divers' lives. He took a gentle breath and began searching for his target. The thrusters on his diving suit remained active, allowing him to cruise at a constant speed several meters above the seabed. He dared not step directly on the ocean floor, as the unknown dangers in this place were too numerous. Even an inconspicuous creature you accidentally kick might suddenly turn into a life-devouring demon. A llama squid, black and red all over with tentacles stretching hundreds of meters long, was strolling behind a cluster of chulong seaweed. The towering, forest-like seaweed couldn't conceal its massive form. Occasionally, some unidentified creature swam nearby, only to be caught by its thick tentacles and sent straight into its mouth. Only one creature, called the ghost-faced puffer, was an exception. This creature was not powerful itself, but its food consisted of a type of worm that posed a threat to the llama squid. Its existence ensured the safety of the llama squid. In turn, no other creatures dared to target the ghost-faced puffer within the llama squid's territory. Thus, the two formed a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. Yun Haoyu slowly circled around for a while and had already spotted several ghost-faced puffers. After repeatedly observing and confirming that he wouldn't attract the attention of the big guy in the distance, he decided to make his move. He took out the tranquilizer gun and cautiously swam toward the target. When he got within 20 meters, he pressed the trigger, and 2 tungsten needles loaded with a potent anesthetic shot into its body at high speed. The unlucky creature struggled weakly a few times before going still. When he caught it in his hands, he couldn't help but take a closer look. It was a bizarre fish about 30 centimeters long, covered in green spots all over its body. Its square-shaped head bore black patterns resembling blood vessels, giving it an ugly and menacing appearance. Although it didn't look appealing, the meat of this creature was incredibly delicious, fetching a market price of 800,000 credit points per kilogram. Its blood was also a highly important raw material for catalytic drugs. Catching a few more would mean today's planned quota was complete. Stuffing the catch into the ecological box, Yun Haoyu looked up at the surface. The shadow of the deep-sea submersible was faintly visible in the distance. Every so often, it would drop off a few people to ensure that each diver's work area did not overlap. After all the divers enter the sea, it will find a safe place to hide. Of course, if needed, the divers can locate it using signals. Before finishing work, members of the same team can return to the submersible for a short rest, have a meal, and those with abundant harvests can store their spoils there first. When the work is done, the submersible will come out to pick up people or to collect corpses, if there are any remains left. Continue working, locate the target, confirm a safe distance, aim and fire, collect the spoils, then move to a new position. After several rounds, he had become very skilled. As long as that big creature doesn't notice, he could make a fortune today. The communication channel was quiet, with occasional chatter, mostly asking others about their harvest or whether there was any danger. Sometimes, screams could be heard, which usually meant someone was in serious trouble. 2 hours had passed, and the ecological box was already full, containing more than 20 trophies. Yun Haoyu calculated and decided to head back first before returning. He had deliberately chosen a larger box before diving, but it still turned out to be insufficient. It seems he'll need an even bigger one next time. However, a box that's too large might affect mobility. What a hassle. If anyone knew what this guy was thinking, they would probably be insanely jealous. While others were worried about not harvesting enough, he was lamenting that his spoils were too abundant to handle. Truly, a well-fed man doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. Deep-sea submersible. The divers had already been deployed, leaving only a handful of people inside. There was a pilot, a weapons operator, a doctor, and the team leader Fong Deming. He didn't need to dive. His main responsibilities were organizing, handling emergencies, and tallying the results. Fong Deming took out a cigarette and sniffed it under his nose, then reluctantly put it back. Smoking was not allowed in this place, not even for the captain. He muttered a few complaints under his breath and planned to take a nap. In the cockpit, those guys were busy playing games on their optical brains. Keep an eye on the situation outside, don't get carried away with the games, he said. Although there was an automatic alert system, it was still not foolproof, and he didn't want any trouble. Don't worry, Captain. We'll call you if anything happens, the guys replied absent-mindedly, then buried themselves back in their games. He activated the glasses-style optical screen inside his helmet and compared the location. The submersible was just behind the large rock ahead. Yun Haoyu swam over and sent the agreed-upon communication signal. Fong Deming was somewhat displeased. He had just lain down for a few minutes when someone returned. Coming back to rest so quickly was most likely out of cowardice, right? If you're afraid of dying, why come here at all? Muttering to himself, he opened the watertight hatch. When the second hatch was fully opened, he saw the cowardly guy. It's him, that kid from the first group to dive. Before he could speak, Yun Haoyu started talking. Could you help me find another box? There's not enough space, so I had to come back. What? Not only the captain, but even those guys who were playing games were startled. A few people ran over, and when they saw a full box of ghost-faced pufferfish, their eyes widened in disbelief. Among the ability users, there had been people with such achievements before, but to achieve such a harvest in such a short time, Yun Haoyu was the first. Fong Deming made a satisfied record, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, well done. Keep it up. As long as our group's performance improves, I'll make sure to recommend you for recognition." There is a competitive relationship between different groups. Every day when they go out to sea, the groups with harvests ranking among the top in the fleet always receive some extra rewards. The captains of groups that consistently rank at the top may even be promoted and given more important roles. That's why the captain said so. Yun Haoyu didn't linger for long and quickly left. He had already made up his mind to make several more trips before finishing work. Although it might attract attention, with thousands of people in the fleet and an astonishing daily output, no matter how much he harvested, it would still be insignificant compared to the entire fleet. Returning once again near that Yama squid, Yun Haoyu began to repeat his old tricks. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 100 ghost-face pufferfish in this creature's territory. If he could catch them all, based on the company's purchase price, it would mean an income of tens of millions of credit points. As for whether catching all these ghost-face pufferfish would have any negative impact on that big guy, he didn't know, nor did he care. Clutching the tranquilizer gun in his hand, he continued his work. He was growing increasingly fond of this weapon. For creatures that weren't too powerful, this thing was extremely effective. Although there were better weapons to choose from, he just liked this blunt force tool. The feeling of hitting someone from behind is the most satisfying. That's what he thought, and that's exactly what he kept doing. Hadn't caught a few yet when a sudden change occurred. The distant Yama squid suddenly went berserk, its dozens of massive tentacles flailing wildly in all directions. Two of its tentacles almost swept past him. Terrified, he quickly turned the thruster power to maximum, swimming several hundred meters away before daring to stop. What's going on? Was he discovered? His luck couldn't be that bad, right? He soon understood it wasn't his luck that was bad, but that of the big creature. Thanks to the faint glow emitted by some sea creatures, he could clearly see the scene several hundred meters away. This was partly due to the diving equipment, but mainly thanks to the benefits of his awakened abilities. In the distance, the Yama squid had completely gone into a rampage. Its massive tentacles churned that part of the sea into chaos, and countless creatures were caught in the crossfire. The culprit is a blue and white striped sea snake, tens of meters long. This creature is scientifically named Mujin, and it's only as thick as a finger, resembling an antique-grade optical cable. This creature is also notoriously ferocious, feeding on the blood of large organisms. Its mouth contains highly corrosive venom capable of dissolving the squid's outer skin, which is as tough as alloy. Several of these creatures have already wrapped themselves around the big guy's body and tentacles. The surrounding ghost-faced pufferfish are frantically rushing in to bite the Mujin, trying to rescue their leader. Unfortunately, the sea snakes are too fierce, and their efforts are in vain. To make matters worse, even more Mujin are continuously emerging from a hidden underground lair. It seems this is how things stand. A group of Mujin had been eyeing this big guy for a long time and dug a tunnel leading directly beneath its territory. As luck would have it, the ghost-faced pufferfish in this direction had all been captured by Yun Haoyu, that sinister human, using despicable methods. So, at the very moment the Mujin appeared, the Yen Luo squid received no warning, and by the time it reacted, it was already too late. The Mijins clung tightly to the squid, their venom had already corroded through its outer skin, sharp teeth deeply embedded into its body, and purplish red blood was gushing out at a visible rate, flowing entirely entirely into the midgeons' bodies. The blue-white bodies slowly began to swell and their color gradually deepened. The Yenluo squid struggled desperately, but no matter how hard it tried, it was all in vain. The midgeons clung to it like slugs. Originally, its large size was an advantage for this type of creature, but now it had become the key to its demise. What a pitiful creature, truly unlucky to the extreme. Yun Haoyu sighed heartlessly from the side. At this point, he wasn't in a hurry to act either. He simply watched the spectacle, thinking he might even pick up some benefits later. Half an hour later, the Yama squid gradually stopped struggling, its massive body slowly deflating. The emogene parasites on its body had grown larger in size, and their color had turned purplish red, which was the squid's blood. Sated with blood, the emogene parasites retreated contentedly. Yun Haoyu took advantage of the chaos to catch a few more ghost-faced pufferfish, stuffing them all into the ecological box. As for the corpse of the Yama squid, he had to go take a look. There were bound to be some valuable things on this big guy, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Standing next to the deflated squid corpse, the ghost-faced pufferfish had already scattered and fled for their lives. Looking at the fate of this deep-sea overlord, Yun Haoyu couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Even a dead squid was quite valuable, but he clearly couldn't take the whole thing back unless he notified the fleet above. However, that wouldn't bring him much benefit. He decided against it. After some thought, he pulled out his knife and began cutting up the squid's corpse. After being drained of its blood, its once enormous body shrank significantly. The head, which originally had a diameter of several dozen meters, was now only the size of a newsstand, making it difficult to cut through its skull. Although it was already dead, this creature's bones were extraordinarily tough. The knife in his hand was made of high-strength composite materials. Combined with the power of an ability user, it was enough to cut through moderately thick alloys. After exhausting all his strength, he finally managed to crack open its head. Inside the brain of the Yama squid were 6 fist-sized soft sacs containing venom that the Ability User Association had offered a hefty reward for. In the past, obtaining this substance required the deployment of high-level ability users to take it down. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon this opportunity by sheer luck. As the skull was broken open, a large amount of brain matter mixed with blood gushed out. Even though it was already dead, the intracranial pressure of this creature was still remarkably high. It even exceeded the pressure of seawater. Worried about toxicity, he stepped aside and waited for the chaotic mixture of fluids to finish spraying out. Only then did he go in and find what he was looking for: 6 golden red spheres quietly lying at the bottom of the cranial cavity. These were one of the key raw materials for advanced energy potions. Cut it off impatiently and put it away. After searching for a while, there were still valuable items, but they were somewhat bulky, and taking them back risked being discovered. He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly leaving. Predators drawn by the scent of blood were already lurking nearby, watching intently. Moyun Star Capital. In the governor's office, spanning over 1,000 square meters, Yuan Jingdao sat at the massive rosewood desk, handling official duties. As the empire's governor stationed on Moyun Star, he was indeed very busy. The documents sent to him for approval each day numbered in the thousands, and he was not someone willing to delegate authority. As a result, he rarely went home. Thus, the governor of Moyun Star earned a reputation for diligence. Although he couldn't go home, he still needed to rest at night. Even with a body enhanced by level 4 genetic optimization, his energy wasn't limitless. Therefore, this diligent governor set up his bedroom right next to his office, a bedroom also spanning over 1,000 square meters. Every day, the governor, who worked late into the night, would rest here. Of course, for the sake of convenience in his work, he also had the secretaries set up their bedrooms here. Moreover, the secretaries' rooms were separated from his room by only a single door. In his words, this arrangement was to make it easier for him to consult the secretaries about various work-related matters at any time. To save on expenses, his room contained no furniture or decorations, except for an oversized, luxurious bed that bordered on being ostentatious. Behind the luxurious bedside table was a delicate little keyboard with 18 buttons, corresponding to his 18 secretaries. Whenever there was a work-related issue, he would press the appropriate button to summon the secretary in charge of that area for consultation. The governor's official duties were indeed too heavy, and working late into the night was commonplace. Sometimes, upon waking up, he would suddenly think of a solution to a difficult problem and summon his secretaries to discuss it. Because of the urgency of the matter, these secretaries often didn't have time to dress properly. The tolerant governor never minded this. Everything was for work, and it was understandable. To ensure these lovely children didn't catch cold. Thus, due to the governor's diligence, the planet Muyun was governed so well that doors were left unlocked at night and items were not picked up on the roads. The economy flourished, and the taxes and revenues submitted to the empire increased year by year. The governor had already received multiple commendations from the empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now, this governor is troubled by a dilemma. The empire's security department has sent a letter stating that the Jianing clan's Chamber of Commerce from an alien civilization is coming to Muyun Star to develop its business. They might exhibit some unusual behavior, and he is required to cooperate with the local security agency to closely monitor their movements. It seems simple enough, just follow their requests. But he touched a ring in his pocket, a gift from the head of the Jean Inclans Chamber of Commerce a few days ago. It was a rare piece of dimensional space equipment. Inside, it contained 200 cubic meters of space. Such equipment, if auctioned outside, would not go for less than 100,000 source crystal points. Having accepted such a significant benefit, he naturally had to show some reciprocity. He had already promised that the Jean Inclans activities on Moonstar would not face any interference whatsoever. As for what those volleyballs were really planning, he neither knew nor wanted to know. But now, to go back on his word, he dared not imagine how these round, plump volleyballs would react. After deliberating for a long time, he picked up the light pen and signed the document. The orders from above cannot be disobeyed. Otherwise, not only will the official hat be relocated, but the head will too. However, offending this side is also not an option. He pondered to himself, I'll give those volleyballs a heads up. What happens next, let them sort it out themselves. It has nothing to do with me. In the dim depths of the ocean, Yun Haoyu continued searching for prey. After he left, the surrounding ferocious creatures, eyeing the situation greedily, swarmed in and devoured the corpse of the Yenluo squid. In just a few minutes, they had cleaned it out completely, leaving not even a trace of bone fragments. He checked the light brain and found that there weren't many suitable prey for him to target. Wherever his eyes landed, most of the creatures were unfamiliar, and the small portion he did recognize were not easy to deal with. Finding prey that was both recognizable, weak in strength, and valuable proved to be quite challenging. At this depth of the ocean, aside from the ghost-faced deer pufferfish, other suitable targets included the parrot mantis crab, velvet leech shrimp, deep-sea ebo mushroom, and a few other relatively uncommon creatures. After circling around a few times, he discovered several colorful, palm-sized aloo crab-like creatures. Their attack power wasn't particularly strong, at least when he caught them. Their sturdy and powerful pincers couldn't immediately cut through the alloy thread gloves. He quickly stuffed them into the ecological box and noticed several deep scratches on the gloves. If he had been wearing an ordinary diving suit, he might not have made it out of there alive. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to check out someone else's territory. He might run into them, but that wasn't a big deal. He could just share some of the spoils with them. Adjusting his direction, he used the location of the submersible as a central point and began expanding his exploration range circle by circle. Wherever he went, the ferocious creatures instinctively kept their distance from him, all thanks to Rulin. By the side of a smooth brown boulder, a few faint red shadows flickered and disappeared. The sharp peripheral vision caught this scene, immediately drawing his attention. When he swam over to take a closer look, he found nothing. He did not doubt his eyes. Circling the boulder a few times without noticing anything unusual, he thought for a moment and decided to wait nearby. In this line of work, patience is an essential quality. Over 20 minutes later, a shadow timidly poked its head out from a hidden cavern beneath the boulder. Upon closer inspection, there was no mistake, it was the deep-sea Hasuwa mushroom. Underneath its faint red, brown-spotted cap grew several tiny suction cups. Normally, they rely on these suction cups for movement and hunting. A walking organism being called a mushroom, one wonders what those biologists were thinking when naming it. Perhaps it's because it bears some resemblance to the cordyceps fungus found on Earth. The mushroom slowly emerged from the burrow, cautiously moving along the large rock. Once it had moved a certain distance away from the burrow, a tungsten needle silently pierced its cap. The potent anesthetic quickly took effect, and it only managed to turn around before becoming motionless. Collecting the spoils, he hid to the side and began waiting for the next prey. Before long, he had snagged 7 mushrooms using this method. The remaining ones finally sensed that something was amiss and refused to come out. Yun Haoyu was unwilling to give up. He estimated the weight of the rock and figured that if he exerted his full strength, his explosive power should be enough to overturn this obstacle. Standing beneath the large rock, he hung the ecological box on his back, freeing both hands to grip the base of the rock. In his mind, he silently counted 1, 2, 3. With a sudden burst of strength, the rock shook and slowly shifted. Yun Haoyu pushed harder, flipping it over completely. Chaos erupted beneath the rock. A large group of mushrooms, along with various other miscellaneous creatures, burst out and scattered everywhere like headless flies. He had already moved as quickly as possible, but he only managed to stop a dozen or so, while the rest had fled without a trace. Just as he was about to continue searching, a voice came through the communication channel. "Hey, friend, you're crossing the line." He turned his head and saw a figure floating not far from him. "Sorry, there's nothing worthwhile in my area." He smiled apologetically. The figure moved closer and asked with some surprise, "Aren't you the newcomer? The little guy who went underwater in the first batch?" Yun Haoyu also recognized him. It was the black man he had seen earlier. The helmet on the diving suit was made of transparent material, allowing a clear view of the face. "So it's you. Nice to meet you. I'm Yun Haoyu, one of the first to dive in." He proactively extended his hand. "Oh, I'm Jerome Christoph. It's great to see you." "Brave young man." Jerome warmly extended his hand for a handshake. The two immediately started chatting. chatting. Jerome was a third-level ability user, and he came here to make money to cover his cultivation expenses. Cultivating as an ability user is a money-burning process. The higher the level, the more money it burns. Jerome originally had a decent amount of savings, but ever since he awakened his abilities, he had been struggling to make ends meet. Although ability users can earn money easily, the resources required for rapid advancement are truly staggering. I'll leave this spot to you then. I'll head over there, Jerome said. Then thank you, brother. There's still 2 hours left. Let's see who has the most spoils by then, Yun Haoyu said with a smile. Alright, the loser has to treat for drinks. Ha ha, deal. Jerome was full of confidence. He certainly didn't think he would lose to a rookie. When we get back today, I'll make sure to take him for a big feast, he calculated. 2 hours passed quickly, and it was time to wrap up. An hour before finishing up, some team members had already started returning. As ability users, their harvest was slightly better than that of ordinary divers. However, danger was equally present, and their abilities were not sufficient to guarantee their safety. Amidst the crowd, Yun Haoyu quietly opened his diving suit and stuffed the 6 venom sacs he had obtained from the Yenluo squid inside, then restored the suit to its original state. After all, the bulky appearance of the equipment made it impossible for anyone to notice. He had no intention of handing over these items, it would be too much of a loss. Captain Feng Deming began tallying the results, while Yun Haoyu watched from the side. As expected, he should have the most harvest today. It didn't take long to finish the tally, and sure enough, Yun Haoyu ranked first. All the earnings amounted to a staggering 23 million credit points. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. A rookie can be this impressive. Isn't this too exaggerated? Feng Deming was also shocked, unable to believe that such a remarkable guy had joined his team. If he could bring a few more surprises like this, perhaps his team would be the best performing one in the company this month. Keep in mind, Jerome, who ranked second, earned less than 1/5 of his total. The captain counted the numbers again. Out of the 49 people who went underwater, 45 returned, while 4 were missing. There was no response when calling them on the communication channel, and their fate was obvious. After waiting another half hour, the captain made the decision to return, and the submersible began to slowly ascend. The team members leaned wearily against their chairs to rest. Having stayed in the perilous depths of the ocean for so long, their nerves were highly strained, and the immense mental and physical exhaustion was evident. Except for Yun Haoyu, the anomaly, he seemed completely unaffected. The blue sun was already close to the horizon, its rays shining on the boundless ocean, shimmering with waves. The massive mechanical arms grabbed the surface submersibles one by one and brought them into the ship's cabin. Once they were securely docked, the team members began to emerge one after another. Specialized personnel were already waiting nearby. The captain handed over the spoils and records, and after confirmation, they could settle the rewards on the spot. Ross, this time my group's results are definitely the best today. Feng Deming cheerfully handed the record from his optical brain to a middle-aged man waiting nearby, who happened to be the accountant responsible for this group. Ross took it and glanced at it, his expression changing involuntarily. After cross-checking the physical items twice, he confirmed that the man wasn't bluffing him. Buddy, you've struck gold, Ross said with a hint of jealousy. If his luck keeps up like this, the other groups won't stand a chance against you. Ha, my luck has always been pretty good, Feng Deming replied. He reached out and pulled Yun Haoyu over. Let me introduce you, this is the lucky guy. Can you believe it? With just a first-tier ability, he's already this impressive. Looking at the boy in front of him, still carrying a hint of youthful innocence, Ross also found it somewhat unbelievable. One person could match the workload of 7 or 8 people. This was just too exaggerated. Yun Haoyu calmly greeted him, watched as he transferred the funds into his account, and said no more. He turned and went back to his room on the upper deck of the cabin, took off his diving suit, showered, and changed clothes. Looking at the 6 spheres, he pondered how to take them ashore. To prevent divers from hiding goods, there were specialized instruments for inspection when disembarking. Avoiding the instrument scans was beyond his capability. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Roland, can you help me? I want to take these things out. No problem, just keep it close to you. Roland's response was simple and straightforward. Sure enough, the instrument didn't react at all when disembarking. They smoothly made it ashore, and after waiting for a while, Jerome also came out. Yun Haoyu suggested taking a taxi, but Jerome shook his head and said it wasn't necessary, he had his own car. After a quick turn in the garage near the port, he drove out in a dark cloud hover car, which happened to be one of this year's popular models. It seems like I should probably get a car myself. Always relying on taxis isn't ideal. They found a high-end restaurant, chose a private room, and sat down. After ordering a table full of dishes, they ate and chatted. Jerome was clearly the type who couldn't enjoy himself without alcohol. A bottle of liquor was gone in just a few gulps, rivaling that drunkard Freud. Moreover, it was all high-proof spirits. In his words, this is what real men drink. The two were enjoying their meal when suddenly Yun Haoyu's expression changed. A familiar voice outside the door caught his attention. Opening the door, he saw a group of people not far away who had just come down from upstairs. Leading them was none other than Yang Feng. Yang Feng was already somewhat drunk, but he hadn't expected to run into his old rival here. He paused for a moment, released the woman beside him, and before he could figure out what to say, Yun Haoyu spoke first. "Isn't this Yang Feng? What a coincidence, running into an old classmate here." As he spoke, he walked over and affectionately put his arm around Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng's mind momentarily failed to react. When did this guy, who used to be somewhat timid and forbearing in front of him, become so flamboyant? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, completely snapping his somewhat dazed mind back to clarity. Was this kid here to cause trouble? He struggled fiercely, intending to break free and counterattack, but unfortunately, Yun Haoyu reacted even faster. With a push and twist of his wrist, he dislocated Yang Feng's shoulder. At the same time, he raised his leg, driving his knee hard into Yang Feng's lower back. This time, he didn't hold back at all. The powerful strength of an ability user came into play, and Yang Feng's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah. But it wasn't over yet. Yun Haoyu grabbed him by the neck and pinned him against the wall. Then, using both his hands and feet, he mercilessly pummeled him as if he were a punching bag. A few seconds later, Yang Feng finally caught his breath, and his pig-like screams echoed through the restaurant. His group of thugs also snapped out of their daze and rushed forward. A large black man firmly blocked Yun Haoyu's path. "Gentlemen, this road is closed," Jerome said with a smile. The thugs refused to believe it, but Jerome quickly made them understand that in the face of a third-tier ability user, numbers offered no advantage. One by one, the burly men charged forward, only to be tossed back like sandbags by Jerome, without the slightest chance to resist. Soon, the ground was littered with bodies lying in disarray. In just 2 minutes, Yang Feng had been beaten beyond recognition. His face was covered in bruises, swollen like a pig's head, all his teeth knocked out, his expensive suit stained with blood, and most of the bones in his body shattered. His 2 legs twisted in an extremely unnatural position. "How are you, old classmate? Are you okay?" Yun Haoyu finally stopped. "You, how could you?" Yang Feng barely managed to catch his breath and hoarsely asked, "How did you also become an ability user?" "That's right, I am now an ability user too." Yun Haoyu sneered and said, "You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Do you know who my dad is? If you dare treat me like this, you'll regret it." Yang Feng stammered. Before he could finish, Yun Haoyu stomped heavily on his head, grinding it a few times, forcing the rest of his words back down. "Which side is your dad on? Does it have anything to do with me?" Yun Haoyu said gently, "Don't use this kind of talk to threaten me." Seeing that he finally behaved, Yun Haoyu took out a gold card, waved it in front of him, and said, "There's 15 million in here. It should be enough to cover that debt and your medical expenses. Remember, stay away from me in the future, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." With that, he forcefully shoved the card into his mouth. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This must be what they call the joy of swift revenge. "Thanks, brother. Let's change places to drink." "It's on me," he said to Jerome with a smile. "Ha ha, all right." The two switched to another restaurant and resumed drinking together. "Won't hitting him cause trouble for you?" Jerome asked. "That guy seems to have some connections." "It doesn't matter, his dad is just an insignificant speculator," Yun Haoyu said indifferently. "He just has some connections with the underworld, but he's not really a big deal. Maybe I would have been a bit worried in the past, but now I truly don't fear him." "That's good. After drinking your wine, we're friends now. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know," Jerome said heartily. After this unexpected incident, the relationship between the two grew much closer, and their conversation topics increased significantly. "Do you know? Recently, the Ability Association has some good stuff available. A business group from the Zhang clan is going to hold a sales fair there," Jerome said, gulping down a bottle of wine. "Zhang clan?" Yun Haoyu was somewhat puzzled. "You don't even know about this?" Seeing his bewildered expression, Jerome was a bit surprised. "I really don't know. I was just a student before, and it's only been a few days since I awakened my abilities." Yun Haoyu blushed slightly. "Why don't you tell me about it?" "Alright, here's how it goes." Jerome put down the bottle and began recounting the tales of the Zhang clan. The Zhang race is believed to be one of the oldest races in the known universe, with origins shrouded in mystery. However, all intelligent races know them by their resounding title, the Darlings of Dimensional Space. This title is well deserved because this race's understanding and application of spatial laws have reached an unprecedented level, leaving all intelligent beings in the known universe far behind. They are also the most mysterious race, as outsiders know nothing about their settlements, racial characteristics, or cultural achievements. The only thing known is that this race is naturally inclined to do business, and their business is anything but ordinary. Take, for example, the wormholes that now span across major galaxies. Aside from the few naturally formed ones, almost all of them were constructed by the Zhang race. Virtually every intelligent race, when needing to build wormholes, has no choice but to seek the help of the Zhang race. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Building a wormhole costs money, an enormous amount of money. For every wormhole constructed, the commissioning party must pay a substantial amount of source crystals, energy crystal stones, or various other rare resources. In short, for countless millennia, the Jianing race has amassed unimaginable wealth by monopolizing this technology. Calling them the richest race in the universe is no exaggeration. Such a wealthy and mysterious race naturally attracts the covetous eyes of many powerful entities. Throughout history, there have been numerous wars targeting the Jianing race, but most of the time, the aggressors suffered heavy losses. Individuals of this race are born with innate spatial abilities, making concealment mere child's play for them. Moreover, ordinary weapons are hardly effective against them. Looking across the entire known universe, there are indeed very few civilizations that can put these volleyballs at a disadvantage. The Jianing tribe's trade guild travels across the universe, stopping for a while in more prosperous areas to exchange goods with the local intelligent life forms. The products they offer are nothing particularly special, except that every single one of them possesses certain spatial properties. Dimensional space equipment, various weapons and armor with space-tearing effects, personal space portals, as well as hyperspace detection and communication systems, and more. As long as you can pay the right price, they will custom make any space attribute item you desire. I see, it seems they've brought their business here this time. Yun Haoyu somewhat understood. It's just that they usually operate in the most prosperous places of major civilizations, don't they? Why would they come here to do business? Although Muyun Star has developed quite well in recent years, it's still on the Empire's frontier and can't compare to those bustling star regions. They must understand that. I think it's a bit strange too, but that's something for the big bosses up top to worry about. It has nothing to do with us, Jerome said indifferently. True, as long as we take care of our own matters, that's enough. But that exhibition fair is worth checking out. Yun Haoyu was still very curious about the things from alien civilizations. After eating and drinking their fill, it was already evening, and 3 satellites began to appear in the night sky. The 2 swiped their cards to settle the bill, walked out, and got into a flying car heading straight for the Ability Users Association. Ability Users Association. The hall was bustling with people, most of them low-level ability users, though there were a few individuals above the 4th tier. Normally, such a crowd would be rare to see, but ever since the Jianing clan's Chamber of Commerce arrived, ability users from all over Muyun Star know the entire Hanglua Star region had gathered here. Even ability users from neighboring star regions had come upon hearing the news. Hundreds of trading counters made of dill flame crystals were arranged in sequence, each displaying a 3-dimensional image of one or several pieces of equipment. Beside each counter stood a beautiful bio-human attendant, explaining the features and functions of the equipment to the visitors. If you're interested, you can also enter the virtual space to experience the effects of the equipment. However, if you want to see the physical item, you must confirm the purchase and make the payment before you can collect it from the local representative of the Jianing clan. Yun Haoyu didn't rush to the hall but quietly went to the trading area he visited last time. He chose a booth, entered, and asked the attendant inside, "I have some items to sell. Can you make the decision?" The attendant replied formally, "If the amount isn't large, I can handle it. If it exceeds 10 million, I can report it to the supervisor for you." "Then call your supervisor," Yun Haoyu said decisively. His items were definitely worth more than 10 million. The supervisor quickly came over. He was a young man dressed like a professional manager, and the nameplate on his chest indicated he was a 4th-level ability user. "Hello, my name is Bai Juinxiang. How may I assist you?" he said warmly. "Nothing much, just have some items I'd like to sell. May I take a look first? If possible, we'll have a specialist appraise and evaluate them. We guarantee our customers won't be shortchanged." Bai Juinxiang asked calmly. "Here it is." Yun Haoyu took out a gold-red sphere to show him. When he got it in his hands, Bai Juinxiang's face showed a hint of surprise. After carefully examining it, he said, "This is the venom sac from the body of the deep-sea predator, the Yenluo squid, and it's taken from an adult squid. It's quite a valuable item. Are you sure you want to sell it?" "Indeed, please name your price." Bai Juinxiang called over another person to appraise it further and then said to him, "Your item is excellent. Based on the current market, we can offer 24 million credit points for it. What do you think?" A good price. It had already exceeded his expectations. Yun Haoyu immediately expressed no objections and brought out the remaining 5 together. At this moment, Bai Juinxiang could no longer maintain the composure of a professional manager, staring in shock at the calm-faced boy before him. "He's only at the 1st level, right? How did he manage to get so many good things?" he thought with a hint of envy. However, his excellent professional demeanor quickly allowed him to regain his composure, and he said, "6 venom sacs, are you sure you want to sell them all? The total is 1.44 billion credit points." "Very well, I want to exchange for 50 source crystal points, and deposit the remaining credit points into my account," Yun Haoyu said. Bai Juinxiang followed the instructions precisely, and the funds were quickly transferred. Shortly afterward, a waiter brought over an exquisite sandalwood box. Bai Juinxiang took it and handed it to him, respectfully saying, "Sir, here are 50 source crystals. Please check and confirm." Opening the box, 50 crystal clear beads beads were neatly arranged on a black velvet lining, refracting a dazzling array of colorful brilliance under the light. Each bead had a diameter of 0.5 centimeters and weighed 1 gram. These were source crystals, an essential resource for the cultivation of those with special abilities. In the few seconds the box was open, he already felt strands of cosmic energy slowly gathering around him. Even his breathing became noticeably smoother. The sensation was indescribably comfortable. Taking a deep breath, he closed the box and smiled, saying, "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. If you have good items in the future, I will definitely come to you again." "Ha, of course, of course." Bai Juanxian chuckled and personally escorted him out of the trading area. After taking a turn around the hall, he noticed Jerome lingering in front of a trading counter. Upon closer inspection, there was a finely crafted badge on display, its material indiscernible. Named Guardian of Lomanmore, it was one of the protective gear items from the Lomanmore series, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 7th-tier ability user. It could be used twice a day without requiring additional energy replenishment, as the badge itself had the property of absorbing free-floating cosmic energy. A very impressive piece of equipment used wisely. It could mean gaining 2 extra lives every day. No wonder Jerome's eyes were filled with such eagerness. In a perilous place like the deep sea, anyone could understand the significance of having this gear. "Hey, buddy, tempted?" Yun Haoyu asked with a smile. "Yeah, this is a life-saving treasure. It's just..." Jerome spread his hands helplessly. "The price is terrifying." Yun Haoyu glanced at the price. It was indeed not cheap, 800 source crystal points. The exchange rate between credit points and source crystals was 1 million to 1, which meant this piece of equipment cost 800 million credit points. That was simply outrageous. Such an amount of money would be enough to undergo several level 4 genetic optimization surgeries. Although Jerome was somewhat well off, it was absolutely impossible for him to come up with such a large sum of money all at once. Yun Haoyu couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He had just come into a large sum of money and finally started to feel like a wealthy person, but after wandering around here, he found that even the cheapest items cost no less than 100 source crystal points. His confidence was utterly crushed in an instant. After reluctantly lingering for a while longer, the extremely frustrated Jerome went home. Yun Haoyu didn't accompany him and instead returned to school on his own. In his room, Yun Haoyu, having finished washing up, sat on the bed. Gently, he opened the box. 50 source crystals were neatly arranged inside, attracting strands of cosmic free energy that slowly gathered around him. The cells in his body began to activate, and the energy converging around him entered his body in streams, merging into his skin, muscles, blood vessels, and even his internal organs and bones. It strengthened his physical body and enhanced the source power within him. This process gave him a feeling of floating in ecstasy. Of course, up until now, he hadn't experienced either of these sensations himself, he had only heard about them. "So this is a source crystal? You ability users rely on this to cultivate?" Rulan spoke up. "This thing bears some resemblance to the spirit stones of that world." "Spirit stones? Are they what you use to cultivate magical power? So that means you can also use this to restore your strength?" Yun Haoyu became excited. "Those are just some low-level disciples' training tools. Immortals wouldn't use such things, treating them like mere rocks," Rulan said disdainfully. "As for me, I haven't relied on external objects for cultivation in many years. What I lack is merely insight into the realm." "Oh, I see. But given the current circumstances, you might as well make do with it. As far as I know, source crystals are already the best cultivation resource humans can find right now." "You're right, but the number required to restore some of my strength is far too great. With your current abilities, it's simply impossible," Rulan said regretfully. "How many are needed? Tell me." Yun Haoyu asked nervously, and Rulan's response nearly scared him to death. "If this planet were entirely composed of source crystals and I absorbed them all, perhaps I could recover a tiny bit of my strength," Rulan said casually. "Are you kidding me? A source crystal planet? Who could possibly provide an entire planet of source crystals? Even if all the wealth of every major human nation were combined, it wouldn't be enough. Maybe, just maybe, only the ridiculously wealthy Jianing clan could afford that many source crystals." "Alright, no need to be so shocked. I'm not forcing you to do anything," Rulan said with a hint of amusement, her tone unusually carrying a trace of humanity. "You should just focus on cultivating yourself. Don't worry about me. Actually, living inside your body isn't so bad." Before Yun Haoyu could respond, she added, "These past few days, I've been comprehending the laws of this world and have organized some things suitable for you. They should be quite effective for cultivating your primordial spirit, no, for cultivating your mental strength. Work hard, your current strength is far from enough to protect yourself." A mysterious cultivation mantra suddenly appeared in his consciousness, and with Rulan's help, he quickly understood its meaning. "This is one of the profound techniques I taught when I founded my sect. Unfortunately, in this world, its effectiveness is less than 1% of what it originally was. However, it is still quite useful for you at the moment. As for the name of the technique, I won't mention it to avoid tarnishing its reputation. You can just come up with a name yourself. This technique primarily cultivates spiritual spiritual power and is related to the power of the stars. Let's call it the 9 Heavens Star River True method. However, to practice this, you'll need to find a place rich in star power. It's not something that can be rushed. Yun Hao Yu said, suit yourself. After a few days, I'll organize a few sword techniques for you. Anyway, in your world, you only cultivate strength and not life essence, so sword cultivation methods are just right for you. Calming his emotions, he began to continue his cultivation. His divine sense probed into the source crystal, clearly sensing the immense energy contained within. If he directly absorbed all the energy inside and fused it into his cells, he could quickly enhance his strength. However, once the energy was depleted, the source crystal would turn into a mere stone, and very few people could afford such extravagance. Perhaps only the direct descendants of wealthy and prestigious families have the capital to squander like this. Those without such resources can only absorb the free energy gathered around the source crystal for cultivation. It's like cooking a chicken. Some people eat the meat directly and finish it in one meal, while others only drink the chicken soup, then add water to the pot and continue making soup to drink. The vast majority of ability users adopt this soup drinking method of cultivation, which naturally slows down their progress significantly. If he could directly absorb the energy of about 300 source crystals, his abilities would advance to the second tier. Advancing from the second tier to the third tier would require approximately 1500 source crystals, according to the experience summarized by the Ability Users Association. As for anything above the third tier, that's hard to say. Advancing from the third tier to the fourth tier is a major hurdle in cultivation. In addition to the massive resource requirements, it also demands mental fortitude, an understanding of power, and the accumulation of combat experience, among other things. It's not something that can be solved with source crystals alone. Many ability users are stuck at this stage for years, unable to progress. Once one breaks through to the fourth tier, the body's various functions will experience a significant leap and strength will greatly improve. Of course, the cost of cultivation will also rise exponentially in the future. The reason most ability users find it difficult to advance is not due to a lack of effort, but because resources cannot keep up. Typically, when ability users reach this stage, they have no choice but to join major families, financial conglomerates, or powerful imperial departments. Only they can afford to support a large number of high-tier ability users. On satellite number 3, the central laboratory was heavily guarded. The gemstone flower remained quietly inside the crystal pillar, while a large number of researchers in fully enclosed protective suits busied themselves with various instruments around it. A small area above the crystal pillar rippled slightly, as if a grain of sand had been thrown into a mirror like tranquil lake. A faint shadow flickered briefly and then vanished. The numerous researchers, elite military personnel, and high-level ability users all remained composed, with no one noticing the scene. Even the sophisticated instruments, claimed to monitor any spatial or energy anomalies, showed no reaction whatsoever. The gemstone flower gently shifted its body slightly before settling down again. This minor movement was not enough to draw special attention from those around, and everyone continued with their tasks as usual. Glebchenko concealed his figure within the spatial fracture, communicating solely through mental power with the entity inside the crystal pillar. He had no concern about being discovered, as the Jianing clan's understanding and mastery of spatial laws were unparalleled by any civilization. Honorable Yevglas, I bring the goodwill of the Elder Council. The Jianing clan is willing to form the closest alliance with the Great Abyssal Bat Snailflower clan and is prepared to use our power to help you reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. However, to demonstrate the sincerity of our cooperation, you must hand over that item to our Elder Council for research, Glebchenko said respectfully. The gem flower within the crystal pillar remained silent for a moment before a wave of mental energy was transmitted. It's not like I just started contacting you yesterday, and now you finally show up, leaving me trapped in this wretched place for so long. The moment we meet, you want benefits? This is your sincerity? There were some issues on the side of the Miriam Empire, and we truly couldn't get away. We deeply regret this. However, that's not the main point. We're here now, so let's not dwell too much on past matters, shall we? Really? Well, fine, let's not talk about that. Just, how much sincerity are you prepared to show? After being away for so long, those guys have probably stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Helping me reclaim my position won't be an easy task, Yevglas asked calmly. A large number of our elite warriors have already concealed themselves in the space near Twilight Cloudstar and can act at any moment. As long as we reach an agreement, everything will be fine. But can I trust you? Who doesn't know that your round, seemingly honest and simple bunch are the top-notch swindlers in the entire universe? Yevglas sneered. The only reason you're willing to deal with me, a fallen clan leader, is for the sake of the Exaltation Star Chalice, isn't it? Lord Yevglas, to borrow a phrase from human civilization, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You ask our clan to make such a significant sacrifice, so it's only natural for us to expect some compensation. Glebchenko replied with composure. In your current situation, apart from cooperating with our clan and agreeing to our terms, do you have any other choice? The mournful star goblet is a good thing. If you want to obtain it, show some tangible benefits. Yevlis replied coldly, I will consider agreeing to your terms only after confirming the deaths of those rebels. Alright, I will relay your opinion to the Council of Elders. Glebshenka's round body trembled slightly, and the surrounding magnetic field emitted a wave resembling laughter. After all this time, even if it's an artifact, its energy isn't infinite, is it? I wonder how much longer you can hold out, esteemed patriarch. That's none of your concern. At least before you die of old age, I won't have any issues. I don't take humanity's little tricks seriously at all. I hope so. The figure of the Shadow Clan envoy completely vanished. School dormitory. Yunhao slowly poured a bottle of the source of vitality, high-concentration nutrient solution into his mouth. This stuff could meet the daily energy consumption of low-level ability users, and it tasted pretty good. However, he still wasn't used to eating this every day. Sitting upright on the bed, he took out a few source crystals and placed them in his palm to continue cultivating. His spiritual sense penetrated into the source crystals, beginning to extract the source energy within. Wisps of energy particles, like smoke and mist, slowly seeped into his body. As the source energy in his body increased, his spiritual sense could clearly feel various functions being gradually enhanced. He knew that at this moment, he needed to digest it slowly, without rushing, simply sitting quietly and immersing himself in the process. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. The 4 source crystals in his hand had lost their original brilliance, their energy completely absorbed, leaving behind nothing but ordinary stones. Inside the box in front of him were a total of 300 source crystals, most of which had already turned into this state. More than 2 months had passed, and the new school term was about to begin. During this time, he had been going out to sea almost every 2 or 3 days, each time bringing back an income of at least tens of millions of credit points. Only then did he have the qualifications for such extravagance. On the days he didn't go out to sea, he had set aside everything else and focused solely on cultivation, right up until today. He slowly stood up and performed several high-difficulty physical techniques to ease his blood flow. He could feel the source energy within his body growing even stronger. He was brimming with vitality. I should have reached the level of Tier 2 by now. I can go for the advancement assessment. Looking at the pile of stones in front of him, he felt a bit of heartache. This was 300 million, a fortune that ordinary people wouldn't see in their lifetime. And he had squandered it all. Of course, he did not regret it. To gain power and to make himself stronger as quickly as possible, it was only natural to pay the corresponding price. During the Earth era, there was a saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. If you wanted to practice martial arts and strengthen your body, you needed precious medicinal materials to refine your physique and temper your muscles and bones, as well as specially prepared meals to supplement nutrition. Over the years, without a certain economic foundation, it was simply impossible. If you're not wealthy, why bother practicing martial arts? As for the world where Roland resided, the cultivation realm had the saying wealth, companions, methods, and land. Among the 4 essential elements of cultivation, wealth ranked first, highlighting the importance of resources to cultivators. Who said immortals don't need money? Without money, you can't even become an immortal. Tianhua Starfield, where the imperial capital is located. This bustling star region, serving as the imperial capital, is one of the earliest areas developed since humanity entered the interstellar era. The entire region boasts over 100 highly prosperous primary administrative planets, more than 300 secondary administrative planets, spread across over 100 star systems of various sizes, along with tens of thousands of resource planets. Every day, an astronomical amount of rare resources is transported from various star regions to the heart of this empire, a process that has continued uninterrupted for thousands of years, making this star region one of the most prosperous and powerful areas of the human faction. The star system where the imperial capital is located has 16 planets. The 4th planet, situated close to the star, serves as the headquarters for the empire's major administrative departments. Every day, billions of orders are dispatched from here to all corners of the empire, and any minor change here can influence the rise and fall of countless lives. At this moment, it is nighttime on this planet. On a continent near the planet's north pole, hundreds of massive city clusters are spread out. Countless flying cars, airships, and small spacecraft form streams of traffic above the cities. As for large spacecraft, they are not permitted to enter the planet's atmosphere, except for the ships of a very few privileged departments. Any spacecraft over 300 meters in length must dock at outer space bases. The office center of the Imperial Security Department is located in an unremarkable building. Hundreds of meters underground, there lies a massive secret base beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In a luxurious office as resplendent as a palace, Song Jingfeng and Du Bois Douglas sat upright on the sofa, their expressions stern and silent. They were dressed in blood-red uniforms adorned with intricate and elegant purple floral patterns, exuding grandeur. The buttons were carved from large natural rubies, and at the position of the first button was a large golden diamond-shaped emblem. On the edge of the magnificent ribbon on their left chest, the cyan badge of the superhuman bore the engraving of 10 golden stars. After a long while, the door to the inner room quietly opened, and a blue figure silently appeared behind the the oversized and somewhat exaggerated desk. The two immediately stood up and respectfully greeted, "Your Highness, Princess." A clear voice came through. "Have you finished handling everything?" "Yes," the two answered cautiously. Their superior had a peculiar temperament, unpredictable and moody. They dared not invite trouble. Fortunately, the princess did not make things difficult for them. After pondering for a moment, she said, "The reason I called you here this time is because something has happened in the Hanglua star region that requires your personal attention." Seeing the two looking somewhat puzzled, she added, "It's about a plan being implemented at the base on Muyun Star. The specific details will be sent to you later. This mission is likely to be challenging, as there are signs of interference from the Zhang clan. Although you are Saint-level experts, unforeseen circumstances cannot be ruled out. Take the ability user troops directly under your command with you. Additionally, I'll allocate 30 Cloud Shark battleships to you. I've already informed the military, and you can request assistance from the local garrison if necessary. The relevant procedures have been completed, and you can board the ships in 2 hours." "Yes, we understand." The two bowed deeply and turned to leave the room. The mysterious princess watched their figures fade into the distance, a trace of coldness quietly emerging on her fair face. Two Saint-level powerhouses, this can be considered the Empire's elite force. I wonder if they will disappoint me. She spoke toward the inner room. A handsome, slender man appeared at the doorway. "Hard to say. If they can't solve the problem, then you'll have to go personally. That group of volleyball players has big ambitions this time. It's not going to be easy to deal with," he said calmly. "Forget it. You go too. Take all your subordinates with you, and that unit act according to the situation. If they fail, you'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess." "Understood." The man's figure paused slightly, then vanished. At home, Dad and Mom returned. Zhong Huanying leaned against the desk, staring blankly at the sky outside the window. The door gently opened, and Mom walked in. Seeing her like this, she tenderly hugged her from behind and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhong Huanying shook her head without saying a word. Mom continued, "Ming Rue has already sent a message to Haoyu. He said he'll come home for dinner today." Zhong Huanying's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Really?" Mom smiled and nodded. She immediately realized that her reaction was too obvious, so she fell silent again. After a moment, her mother said, "Are you perhaps interested in him?" Before her mother could finish, Zhong Huanying jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Absolutely not. How could I? How could I? How could she what?" In the end, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Seeing the teasing look in her mother's eyes, she felt so flustered that she simply leapt onto the bed, grabbed the blanket, and wrapped herself up tightly. Looking at her reaction, Mom sighed softly. Ever since that boy came into this family, her daughter had loved clinging to him all day. Years had passed, the children had grown up, and their bond had deepened. As a mother, how could she not understand her daughter's feelings? But the boy's attitude toward Xiaoning, it seemed to be nothing more than pure sibling affection. The daughter's thoughts were actually known to everyone in the family, yet she herself was unwilling to admit it. After learning about Yun Haoyu's activation of his abilities last time, she realized her daughter's wish might be difficult to fulfill. At that time, deciding to let her undergo the second-level genetic optimization surgery was merely an attempt to do her best to fight for her. Tonight, while he's at home, it's time to talk to him about some things. Regarding his background, it's time to tell him. Mom pondered in her heart. This situation with my daughter isn't a solution either. I need to privately ask about his attitude. If they can be together, that would be great. But even if it doesn't work out, a decision needs to be made early. The port, dusk, another day had passed. The returning ships were densely packed in the berths, and the crew surged onto the docks like a tide. Today, they finally made it back alive. Now it was time to find a place to relax. This was what most people were thinking. Yun Haoyu disembarked from the ship, and his light brain had just received a message his parents were home today, so naturally, he had to go see them. It had been almost half a year since their last visit home. Jerome walked beside him, chatting with him at a leisurely pace. Group 15 had it rough today. Fewer than 10 people made it back, he said with a sigh. How could that be? Did they encounter something deadly? Yun Haoyu was also somewhat surprised. What else could it be? A pair of Maro sharks in their mating season. Their luck is unbelievably bad. I remember that group was also a team of ability users. What a pity. If they were ordinary people, I fear not a single one would make it back. If it weren't for making money to cultivate, I wouldn't stay here for long. This damned place. TMD. Jerome cursed angrily. Actually, you don't have to do this. With your status as a third-tier ability user, there are plenty of good jobs waiting for you to choose from. Although the money comes slower than here, it's much safer. Then why do you come here every day? Our goals are the same, aren't they? I'm just trying to level up faster. Sigh. Jerome spoke somewhat insincerely. Yun Haoyu glanced at him but said nothing. Everyone has their own secrets. If someone doesn't want to share, he couldn't be bothered to pry. After leaving the port, Yun Haoyu took a taxi straight home. Dinner was exceptionally lavish. It was rare for the family to gather together, and everyone had plenty to talk about. You are now an ability user. What plans do you have for the future? sister?" Mom asked, while the younger sister remained silent but quietly perked up her ears. "Not yet for now. I'll focus on finishing my studies first. Then it's about making money. I also need to prepare for the surgery expenses for my younger siblings," Yoon Hao-yu replied after swallowing a bite of crab meat. "Going out to sea may bring money quickly, but the risks are indeed too high. It's better to go less often. With your current situation, you can easily find a safe job," Dad advised. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've made it through all this time, and there won't be any problems in the future either." He couldn't reveal his secret, so he could only use such words to reassure them. Dad was clearly dissatisfied with his answer, but he didn't say anything further. "You, come to the study later, I have something to tell you." After a while, Mom spoke again. "Oh, okay." Yoon Hao-yu nodded in response. His sister glanced at him but said nothing, simply focusing on the dishes on the table. After dinner, Mom sent the siblings back to their rooms and brought Yoon Hao-yu to the study. Dad was already there, holding a box in his hand. "This is something your biological parents left for you." Dad handed the box to him. Yoon Hao-yu took it but did not rush to open it, merely looking at them. Clearly, they had something else to discuss with him. It wasn't just about giving him the item. His mother sighed and slowly began to recount some secrets from many years ago. Since the founding of the Shuafeng Empire over 2,000 years ago, 6 major families have controlled the political and economic lifelines of the empire, jointly wielding the divine artifact with the royal family. For thousands of years, this structure has remained unchanged. The royal family, unwilling to be constrained, has seen several wise rulers throughout history attempt various methods to reclaim power, but all efforts ended in failure. The power of the great families grew increasingly dominant, and the royal family was gradually sidelined, becoming a mere puppet in name only. However, the world is unpredictable. Just when domestic and foreign forces, both large and small, believed the empire was on the verge of a regime change or even fragmentation, the royal family produced an extraordinary figure, Emperor Yaohui Feng Hongxian. When Feng Hongxian was still the crown prince, he maintained close relations with foreign civilizations, spending his days mingling with strange and peculiar beings, showing no interest in political affairs. This greatly disappointed the royal family, who had high hopes for him. If it weren't for his father's support, he might have lost his position. When his father fell gravely ill, he summoned the empire's key ministers and the leaders of major forces to the Forbidden Palace for a council meeting. The crown prince made his move. With the help of powerful foreign allies, that night, the heads of the 6 major families, along with their vassal clans, the imperial ministers close to them, and the generals who wielded private armies, were forever left in the palace. Then, the newly enthroned emperor wielded thunderous methods to purge opposing forces, triggering an empire-wide civil war that lasted for years. Despite losing the initial advantage, the aristocratic factions remained a force to be reckoned with. In order to swiftly end the civil war and stabilize domestic affairs, the emperor even resorted to ceding territory in exchange for assistance from foreign civilizations. After paying a tremendous price, he finally forced the 6 major aristocratic families to submit, making the royal family truly deserving of its name, while the aristocratic factions fell into decline. The reason the emperor did not completely uproot the aristocratic factions was his consideration of the fact that these 6 major families controlled the majority of the empire's economic lifeline. If he were to fight them to the bitter end, all he would gain would be a chaotic mess. Thus, he chose to stop once he had the upper hand, a decision that was both reasonable and wise. In exchange, the 6 major families relinquished significant benefits and power, becoming compliant and focusing solely on business, never again meddling with divine artifacts. This arrangement has persisted for centuries. Once firmly seated on the throne, Emperor Yaohui tore up the agreement and turned his blade against the foreign civilizations that had once aided him. Throughout his life, he dedicated himself to external expansion, and at least 1/3 of the empire's current territory was conquered during his reign. However, after the passing of this wise and mighty emperor, the previously dormant aristocratic forces began to stir once again. Yet, times had changed, and the power of the 6 major families was no longer what it used to be. The emperor had left his successor with sufficient resources to firmly safeguard the imperial throne. The family heads were not foolish and had no intention of resorting to brute force. Since brute force was not an option, they decided to approach the matter from other angles. The family heads devised detailed and intricate plans, intending to use economic means as a breakthrough. Through various relatively peaceful methods, they aimed to infiltrate the royal family. Over the course of several centuries, they planned to slowly achieve their goal of restoring their former glory, like boiling a frog in warm water. Yoon Haoyu's father, Yoon Yushi, came from one of the 6 major families, the Yoon family. At that time, he was also a prominent figure, the second-in-line heir to the family, a position of undeniable significance. According to the plan of Yoon Yushi's father, the current head of the Yoon family, Yoon Tianke, Yoon Yushi's future had been arranged since he was a child. He was to marry a royal woman from the imperial family, thereby further strengthening ties with the royal family. This move was tacitly approved and supported by the other major families. In fact, the continuous intermarriage with the royal family is an important part of the established plan of the the 6 major families. The marriage of every adult member of the royal family falls into the calculations of the family heads, and the royal family, considering the need to control the power of the families, is also happy to see such political marriages happen. However, which side ultimately benefits more from such alliances depends on the bargaining chips and negotiation skills of both parties. The upheaval began when Yun Yushi encountered a woman from a subordinate family. For the sake of this woman, Yun Yushi defied Yun Tianke for the first time. He decided to break off his engagement with the royal family and even expressed his willingness to give up all his rights within the family for her. This was clearly intolerable to the family. The enraged family head made a decision that seemed perfectly reasonable to him, to make that woman disappear forever. Across the entire empire, few could withstand the wrath of the head of the Yun family, one of the 6 major families. And so, tragedy struck. Although Yun Yushi had sensed the danger beforehand and made some preparations, he was still unable to change the outcome. If he had chosen to give up at this point, he would still have remained the second heir to the Yun family. However, in his anger, Yun Yushi made a reckless decision. He extracted his lover's cells and created a clone. The news spread, causing an uproar. In the human world, clones have always been a taboo topic. Although there are no technical issues, major powers have shown extreme discrimination against the existence of clones in terms of ethics and law. Of course, for various reasons, humans cannot do without clones. In certain specialized fields, only clones are capable of fulfilling the roles. At the very least, those high-ranking figures, fearing assassination, often clone themselves to attend high-risk events in their place. This has already become an open secret. Although there is no difference from their original selves, humans have always adopted an attitude of both utilization and precaution toward clones. Clones basically have no civil rights, not even basic dignity. Once their value has been completely exploited, they are executed like livestock and then sent to the incinerator. The heir of the Yun family committing such a rebellious act not only brought shame to the family and made the other major families laugh, but also greatly displeased the royal family. The furious family head gave Yun Yushi 2 choices: either turn back, or be completely expelled from the family, exiled for life to the empire's frontier, and left to fend for himself from then on. Yun Yushi chose the second option and brought his clone wife to Twilight Cloudstar. Over 30 years ago, Twilight Cloudstar was far less prosperous than it is now, with harsh conditions. However, Yun Yushi was already an 8th level ability user at the time, just 1 step away from the Saint level, and his wife was at the 5th level. For such powerful individuals, ensuring a comfortable life for themselves and those around them was quite easy. Far removed from the scheming and intrigue of the imperial capital's elite families, the couple's life was peaceful and carefree. The only regret is that the probability of superhumans giving birth to offspring is extremely low, and the higher the level of the superhuman, the more pronounced this becomes. This is also the way of balance in the world of life. People all know that in a forest, the creatures at the bottom of the food chain are the most numerous and the weakest. The higher up the chain, the stronger the individuals become, and their numbers correspondingly decrease. The creatures at the very top are often just a few, and their reproductive abilities are far inferior to those of the weaker creatures. The couple tried for over a decade, but ultimately only had 1 child, Yunhaoyu, and this came at the cost of the mother's genes being on the verge of collapse. As a clone, his genes were implanted with fatal defects from the moment of his creation. This was the Empire's standard practice. It was meant to ensure that these shadowed beings remained under control at all times. Clones are not allowed reproductive rights, and the price for violating this prohibition is one's own life. To save his wife, Yun Yushi tried everything he could, nearly exhausting all his past savings. With the Empire's most advanced medical technology, solving this problem wouldn't have been difficult, but he was no longer the young master from a prestigious family. None of his former relatives or friends were willing to lend a helping hand. With no other options, Yun Yushi had to seek help from the Ability Association. The association's higher-ups were quite interested in recruiting a master who had the potential to advance to the Saint level. They immediately agreed, on the condition that he complete a task for the association, to map the seabed terrain of a certain area in the ocean of Twilight Cloudstar. Due to certain characteristics of the oceans on Twilight Cloudstar, ordinary instruments were completely ineffective for underwater exploration. To investigate the seabed environment, it was necessary to send someone directly underwater to survey the terrain and examine various conditions. As an 8th level ability user, Yun Yushi was considered capable of protecting himself in the underwater environment of Twilight Cloudstar. This was the general consensus at the time, and Yun Yushi himself did not think the task would be particularly difficult. He had gone out to sea to earn money more than once or twice, and those terrifying creatures were no match for him. Thus, Yun Yushi and his wife accepted the task. The initial progress went smoothly, but unexpectedly, during their final trip out to sea, the couple went underwater and never returned. This is the situation with your parents. We've told you everything we know. Dad finally finished speaking and took a few big gulps from the water cup on the coffee table. Your parents were worried at the time that your genes might also have issues, so they never agreed to take you for the secondary gene optimization surgery. After all, you are also considered word. Mom suddenly realized something was inappropriate and abruptly stopped speaking. Considered what? Half a clone, right? Yoon Hao-yu interjected, his tone somewhat bitter. Are you okay? Dad looked at him with some concern. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Yoon Hao-yu replied with a deliberately relaxed tone. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. They had a premonition, didn't they? After a brief pause, Yoon Hao-yu spoke. Indeed, Mom nodded and said, a few days before the incident, your mom said she saw some unusual things at the bottom of the sea. She had a bad feeling and sent you to us right away. She even said, what else did she say? Never tell you the truth, let you live your life as an ordinary person. Those were your mother's exact words, Dad said. After a moment of silence, he opened the box in his hand, revealing a finger-sized seal inside. He picked it up and examined it closely, suddenly realizing that the seal was actually a piece of spatial equipment. Although he had never used one before, he had seen plenty online and encountered similar items in virtual games, so it didn't feel unfamiliar. He tried channeling a trace of mental energy into it, and the seal immediately responded. A book-sized light screen appeared before him. Upon inspection, he found that it contained a space of about 2 cubic meters. The light screen displayed 20 source crystals and a light sword, with nothing else inside. This is what his parents left him. He felt a bit melancholic as he took out the lightsaber, which was actually a finely crafted hilt. The dark base was engraved with countless intricate and ornate patterns, and at the center of the hilt was a diamond-shaped golden emblem featuring an unknown mythical bird, surrounded by exquisitely detailed designs. The guard of the hilt was adorned with 5 small purple stars. Gently pressing the switch, the hilt vibrated almost imperceptibly and emitted a beam of deep blue light. The beam abruptly retracted about a meter away from the hilt, forming a blade 7 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. After playing with it for a while, he put the lightsaber away and said, Mom, Dad, it's getting late. You should go rest. I want to be alone for a while. After thinking for a moment, he added, my younger brother and sister should also go for their surgeries. These 20 source crystals are just enough to cover the cost of level 3 optimization. He took out the source crystal and placed it on the coffee table. His parents' expressions instantly changed. This is no small amount. Are you really going to do this? His mother asked, somewhat incredulously. It's fine, I've already had the surgery, and now I don't lack money to spend. Yoon Hao-yu said with a smile. I remember all the kindness you've shown me, Dad and Mom. We're family, so there's no need to be so formal. He didn't know how his parents had initially come to know them, but the fact that his parents entrusted him to them showed the extraordinary depth of their relationship. The experiences of the past few years also proved that his parents had not misjudged them. They truly treated him as one of their own. So what was there to hesitate about? Now that he had the ability, it was only right to do something for them. Dad wanted to say something more, but Mom gently nudged him and said, go get some late-night snacks. I have something to discuss with Au. Dad exchanged a glance with her, understood immediately, and stood up, saying, alright, I'll go then. After Dad left, Mom said in a low voice, Au, be honest with me. You're still single, aren't you? Yoon Hao-yu nodded. She thought for a moment and decided to speak directly. You know, Jingying, that girl. She hadn't finished speaking when her younger sister suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in, her face flushed as she exclaimed, Mom, I have something to tell you. Before their mother could respond, she anxiously dragged her out of the room. From start to finish, she didn't dare to glance at Yoon Hao-yu even once. Ability Users Association, Testing Zone. You were here for testing just over 3 months ago, right? You've advanced so quickly? It was the same tester from last time, now flipping through the records on the light brain, speaking in disbelief. Whether we advance or not, we'll only know after the test, Yoon Hao-yu said with a smile. In fact, advancing from the first to the third tier isn't too difficult. As long as you have money and your aptitude isn't too poor, it's achievable. Although examples of such rapid advancement are rare, they do indeed exist. The tester rolled his eyes at him and said, alright, the first test is still strength. Start whenever you're ready. There's not much difference from the last rules, except this time they've switched to a heavier machine, the Golden Sand Rock Anti-Gravity Outer Space Mech. Weighing 10 tons, just looking at its size is enough to make those lacking strength feel intimidated. He walked over to try it out, felt it was okay, and with his internal source energy fully activated, streams of heat quickly flowed into his limbs. Without much effort, he lifted it up, carried it on his shoulder, and headed toward the finish line. The tester still followed behind him. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow, and he tried to keep his breathing steady. The source energy within his body maintained a constant operational speed. With the experience from last time, he had already figured out how to conserve some energy to endure longer. His approach seemed to have some effect. At least when he reached the finish line, he didn't look as disheveled as he did last time. Speed test. The time limit for the 100-meter sprint was set at 3.5 seconds. Passing was relatively easy. Neural response test. The density of rubber bullet rain increased several times. Despite being very cautious, he still got hit a few times. Fortunately, it wasn't as painful as last time. This is the benefit of improved physical strength. Mental strength test. This time it was a bit different. The The tester asked him to sit in front of a desk-sized instrument. Relax your body, don't think about anything, just be natural, she instructed. After fiddling with the instrument for a while, the device emitted several beams of different colored light that enveloped his head, then retracted after a few seconds. Looking at the data on the screen, she nodded. Mental strength exceeds 400, meeting the requirements for advancement. The next few tests were quickly completed. The testers signed off and stored the data in the optical brain. The new uniform and badge were ready, now adorned with an additional star. Doesn't feel particularly special, he thought to himself, though the testing fees had doubled. Who knows how much they'll increase next time. It's practically daylight robbery. Arriving at the trading area, he planned to pick out some more necessary items. The Spring of Life brand concentrated nutrient solution is a favorite among abilities users of level 4 and above. A small bottle costs 60,000 credit points and can meet the body's energy needs for a day. Long-term use also has the effects of clearing internal impurities, purifying blood vessels, and cleansing internal organs. He bought 150 bottles in one go, just enough to fill a box. The Abyss Guardian suit is the ideal life-saving equipment for abilities users who frequently go out to sea. On the surface, it looks like a black instrument case, 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. The light screen on top displays various data and specifications of the suit. Pressing the control switch on top, after DNA verification, several streams of colorful light emerge from the box, transforming into a light shadow that envelopes the body. When the light shadow effect disappears, the suit is fully equipped. Gloves, belt, helmet, boots, arm guards, and leg guards all are included. Metallic foam begins to automatically fill in, and within seconds, the fully formed suit appears. It looks somewhat like armor from Earth's era, but with a more refined design, bearing no resemblance to bulkiness. The belt is equipped with an energy shield generator, which, once activated, creates an invisible force field around the body, strong enough to withstand the pressure of deep-sea water and fearless against most ordinary predators. Moreover, the suit has a repair function. As long as the damage does not exceed 30%, it can automatically repair itself. However, this item is truly expensive. 90 million credit points per set, and the energy consumption is also an astonishing figure. The Blue Hurricane luxury flying car. Its streamlined shell is made of ternary niobium chromium memory alloy, which boasts extremely high strength. Not only that, as long as the car body is not completely destroyed, it can automatically repair itself within a certain period. Equipped with a power module used in small warships, it can break the sound barrier from a stationary state in 3 seconds and reach 6 times the speed of sound within 10 seconds. Opening the car door reveals an incredibly spacious interior. On the control console sits a goddess statue crafted from dill flame crystal, seats wrapped in the hide of the nightmare mongoose, and carpets made from firecloud tiger skin. The ceiling is adorned with various ornaments crafted from precious gemstones. The interior lighting is designed in the style of classical palace crystal chandeliers. Although the vast space contains only 6 seats besides the driver's seat, even if several times more people were squeezed in, it would not feel crowded at all. The interior is filled with a faint, lingering fragrance, rich but not overpowering, refined yet persistent. It is the high-quality Drunken God fragrance, extracted from the rare plant Drunken God lotus, native to the Tianhua Star region. The powerful performance of the main control AI allows you to play the most realistic virtual games inside the car. The entire vehicle is priced at 30 million credit points. There are life sign recovery agents, various advanced energy blocks, light brains adapted to extreme environments. After a round of shopping, half of the credit points on the card were gone. He realized he really had a knack for spending money. He sorted the items, stuffing the smaller ones directly into the spatial seal, while the larger ones were placed in the flying car. Once everything was settled, he started the flying car and soared into the clouds. Thousands of meters above the ground, the flying car had already entered supersonic mode, with pale blue flames extending over 10 meters from the exhaust nozzle. The car body remained stable without the slightest tremor, showcasing the flying car's exceptional performance. Although it was his first time, he wasn't nervous. The onboard light brain handled everything, and all he had to do was issue simple commands. Now I'm part of the car-owning crowd. Next time, I should invite Mingrue and the others to join, he thought to himself. After enjoying himself for a while, he issued a command, and the flying car changed direction, heading straight for the hospital. Gene Optimization Center, Level 4 Zone Reception. Several tall nurses stood idly chatting in front of the screen. They rarely received visitors here, maybe a few a month at most. After all, this place was located on the Empire's frontier, and its level of economic development couldn't compare to the bustling regions of the Empire. There were very few people who could afford to come here for Level 4 optimization surgery. Looks like no one will come today either, said a girl with delicate eyebrows, starry eyes, and an elegant demeanor. Counting this month, it's almost over, and fewer than 10 people have come for surgery, sighed a fiery red-haired woman with a stunning figure. Are the people on this planet really that poor? Where? There are still quite a few wealthy people. It's just that this planet has only been developed recently, and most of the population are immigrants. Those wealthy people had already undergone surgery before coming here, said another girl with a delicate face. Actually, this isn't so bad. You don't have to do anything, yet you can still get a generous salary, the girl who spoke earlier said with a smile. You won't find such benefits elsewhere. That's true. Actually, the best way is to marry a rich person. That way, you wouldn't have to work at all, said the red-haired woman. Anyone who can afford a level 4 optimization surgery must be well off. Why don't you pick one? A girl teased her. But those people have wealth and certainly no shortage of women. Besides, most of them are middle-aged men, and who knows how many they already have at home, the woman said helplessly. Then just find a young one. With your qualities, it should be easy. How could it be that easy? I've been in this place for years, and I really haven't seen many young ones. But if I do come across one, I wouldn't mind giving it a try, the red-haired woman said with a smile. Isn't there one coming over there? A girl pointed toward the entrance. Well, he looks pretty good, but he might not be coming to our side, right? He doesn't look like a rich person, more like a student. The red-haired woman was very confident in her judgment. Unfortunately, you're wrong. He is indeed coming to this side. The girl next to her shot her a sideways glance. Yun Haoyu walked leisurely toward the level 4 area. With his current abilities, he could hear the nurses whispering from afar. He simply smiled casually at this, completely unconcerned. Arriving at the screen, he ignored the surprised expressions of several nurses and said gently, I'm here for a level 4 surgery. Could you please help me with the procedures? Oh, alright. Please come in. The nurses finally reacted, and the red-haired woman quickly led him inside. The setup of the 4th level area was different from what had been seen before. It wasn't as luxurious as imagined. Apart from the optical computer, the table, chair, cup, and saucer were all antiques of at least 1,000 years old, even including rare treasures from Earth's era. Simplicity revealed taste and nobility. Outside the screen, a few nurses whispered to each other. He looks pretty good, and he's even an ability user. Do you think Elena has a chance? Hard to say, maybe he's some young master from a prominent family, might not fancy her. Elena's conditions aren't bad, she's a level 3 gene optimized after all. As long as she takes the initiative, she might have a chance. Maybe so. After a while, the two came out, and judging by the situation, it seemed Elena did not get the result she was hoping for. The two headed toward the surgical area upstairs. Along the way, Elena tried various ways to probe into his background, but he responded calmly, neither distant nor overly enthusiastic. At the entrance to the surgical area, she was unable to follow him inside. Reluctantly, she waited for a moment before heading downstairs in frustration. She hadn't even managed to get his contact number, which felt like quite a failure. Operating room. A large and a small silver-gray password-protected case were retrieved from the underground vault under the escort of 6 fully armed bodyguards. 2 middle-aged individuals wearing badges identifying them as senior physicians jointly entered a password consisting of up to 128 characters. After the cases were opened, the smaller case contained 4 syringes of different colors, while the larger case held 3 crystal containers, each with a capacity of 25 liters, filled with medicinal liquids in green, purple, and blue. The room temperature and the temperature inside the cases were strictly maintained to match, with a deviation of no more than 0.01 degrees. Following a routine physical examination, the physician extracted a syringe and administered an injection. The medicinal liquids in the crystal containers were unsealed by the 2 physicians, mixed with high-energy nutritional agents in a specific ratio, and then injected into the medical chamber. After the injection was completed, he removed his clothes and lay inside. The chamber lid closed, anesthetic gas was released, and he quickly entered deep sleep. Subsequently, the physicians opened the valve, releasing a pale golden medicinal liquid that surged out and enveloped his body. A lawyer was present to witness the surgical procedure. Several low-energy detection lasers scanned back and forth across his body, an immense amount of data surging like a tide into the optical computer on one side of the medical pod. An aging expert focused intently on the information displayed on the light screen. On the left side of the light screen was a transparent 4-dimensional model of the human body, with an extremely high level of precision. Meridians, blood vessels, muscle textures, lymphatic tissues, and internal organs were all vividly detailed. On the right side of the screen, a double helix genetic structure rotated slowly. As long as the cursor pointed to a specific location, the corresponding data for that area would automatically appear below the optical computer. The scanning lasers continued to gather data, enriching and perfecting the existing database. Human gene optimization technology is one of the most grandiose and ambitious projects since humanity entered the era of civilization. Of course, its original intent was merely to address the frailty of the human physique. After entering the interstellar era, the young human civilization suffered greatly at the hands of those established alien civilizations. Not only did they repeatedly lose in the competition for living offering space and rare resources, but they were even treated as food by some brutal alien civilizations. This was a tremendous blow to humans, who had always held themselves in high regard and considered themselves the spirit of all things in the universe. As a race with not much strength but unparalleled ambition in the entire cosmos, humans naturally refused to accept such bullying from alien species. Thus, for survival, for expansion, and even for the dignity of the human race, the Genetic Optimization Project was born. At that time, humans had only recently entered the interstellar era, and the billions of humans were governed by a single government, making it exceptionally easy to mobilize various resources and manpower. Regarding this project, which concerned the fate of humanity, the various factions within humanity rarely maintained a high degree of unity. Money, materials, personnel, and special resources, whatever the project required, would be prepared in the shortest possible time by any means necessary. At that time, genetic technology was far less advanced than it is now, and scientists had no clear idea of how to achieve the best results. The initial directions of the experiments were not limited to one. Various bizarre, unimaginable, and even inhumane proposals were put forward one after another. One such proposal involved merging human genes with those of ferocious animals. These included creatures native to Earth as well as deadly beasts discovered on alien planets. Scientists hoped to create a perfect human being that combined the advantages of numerous organisms. This plan was tested for 10 years, wasting countless human and material resources, and ultimately yielded nothing but a horrifying collection of monsters. Those madmen even experimented with certain silicon-based life forms, resulting in the creation of zombie-like creatures with stone-like skin, hardened joints, and sluggish reactions. These failed works were quickly and secretly terminated. After wasting decades in trying every possible approach, scientists finally turned their attention back to humanity itself. There is an old saying in Hua Nation, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Exploring the potential of humanity gradually became a consensus. Facts also proved the correctness of this path. Various barriers were continuously overcome, and after another 10 years, scientists who had already made significant progress discovered an issue they could not ignore. The genes of modern humans were largely polluted. Genetic pollution had already emerged during the Earth era, caused by various factors such as genetically modified foods, gene-based drugs, industrial waste, and even various mutated viruses. Polluted genes clearly did not meet the requirements for experiments. However, under the powerful penetration of modern industrial civilization, finding a piece of completely unpolluted pure land was truly difficult. Eventually, scientists found some suitable samples in those nearly isolated mountainous areas. The people living there rarely had the opportunity to leave the mountains and enter civilized society throughout their lives, leading a lifestyle that was almost primitive and agricultural. Compared to their counterparts living in urban areas, they seemed like people from two different eras. But precisely because of this, their genes were extremely pure, almost unaffected by any products from civilized society. They were perfect as ideal experimental subjects. To protect this valuable batch of clean samples and expand their numbers to meet experimental needs, the government at the time tried every possible method. Initially, large areas of well-preserved mountainous regions were designated as exclusive settlements for these people. All essential living supplies were uniformly provided by the government, and any item entering this protected area had to undergo strict scrutiny to ensure it carried no traces of modern industrial civilization. Any food or medicine that could potentially affect their genes was strictly prohibited. The grains and vegetables they use are produced by specialized farms using the most primitive methods. Pesticides are naturally prohibited, machinery cannot be used, and there is no trace of chemical fertilizers. Even the water for irrigation and the soil must be completely free of pollution. The food produced undergoes strict testing before it can enter the protected area. To ensure absolute safety, every conceivable method has been employed. Scientists have even relocated atmospheric purification systems, originally designed for military purposes in weather warfare, to the surroundings of the protected area. These systems were initially intended to purify the atmospheric environment under nuclear warfare conditions. These massive force field generators are true electric tigers. The monthly electricity consumption of dozens of these machines is equivalent to the energy usage of a large city with a population of 10 million over 6 months. To ensure energy supply, several large thermonuclear power plants have been specially constructed. For the success of the Genetic Optimization Project, all economic factors have been disregarded. This is truly a rare exception in an era dominated by market economies. After over a century of continuous investment, significant achievements have finally been made. First-level and second-level genetic optimization agents have been developed one after another, and individuals who have undergone optimization have shown remarkable improvements in various physical abilities. Another 20 years later, third and fourth-level gene optimization technology also entered the application stage. This time, it wasn't just about optimizing physical fitness and lifespan. There was also a very small chance of triggering superpowers, which turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Since then, man, superpowered individuals have always existed as the guardians of human civilization. This child's genes seem a bit unusual. Looking at the information on the screen, the old expert frowned. What's the problem? Several physicians nearby asked in confusion. Some gene fragments appear to have been contaminated by a virus and are in an unstable state. The old expert turned and instructed, check this child's records and see if there's any history of illness. We've already checked, there's no information worth referencing, a physician quickly said. Then check his parents' records to see if they've had any illnesses. He was adopted, and the details of his biological parents are unknown. After a while, another physician said, adopted? Are you sure? The senior expert asked skeptically. At least, that's the information in the public healthcare system. As for whether it has been tampered with, that's beyond what we can know, the physician said helplessly. The senior expert fell silent, staring at the light screen in deep thought. The information about this child was obviously fake. Although he didn't know what the genetic defect was about, with a lifetime of experience in this field, he had already considered some possibilities, and his intuition told him that perhaps this child's situation belonged to the worst kind. This worst didn't refer to the child himself, but to certain policies of the empire. Looking at the still somewhat youthful face in the nutrient pod, the old man finally made up his mind. Forget it, I'm just a doctor, not a government official. Even if there are some hidden truths, they have nothing to do with me. I'm getting old and don't want to play the villain, he thought disheartenedly. Is there any problem? Will it affect the outcome of the surgery? The lawyer asked, worried that the hospital's reputation might be impacted. Not at all, it's just that he won't be suitable for practicing supernatural abilities in the future, the old expert replied. Hearing this, the lawyer breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it had nothing to do with the hospital, he didn't need to worry. In the depths of consciousness, Ruolan slightly opened her eyes, lost in thought. The surgery lasted for 10 hours. By the time Yunhaoyu woke up, it was already evening. The body in the mirror wasn't particularly strong, but its proportions were extremely standard, with well-balanced muscles that looked as if they were sculpted from jade, exuding a sense of power. The facial features were flawless, and the eyes shone brilliantly with divine light as they opened and closed. A perfect body, he sighed with satisfaction. With a slight exertion of energy, the power surged endlessly within him, making him feel as though he had boundless strength throughout his body. And with a projected lifespan of up to 500 years, there was nothing more to say it felt worth it. After the examination, the lawyer handed him the post-operative assessment report. He read through it and signed his name. A consumption of up to 150 million credit points allowed no room for error. The physician gave him some additional instructions and then indicated that he could leave. As he walked out the door and was about to get into the car, he noticed the elderly expert had followed him out. Is there something you need? He asked gently. After glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, the elderly expert approached him and whispered, you must understand your situation, right? Yunhaoyu's expression froze, his pupils contracted. Don't worry, child, I mean no harm, the old expert said with a smile. I'm just here to give you a reminder. Hearing this, he relaxed. Indeed, if the old man truly intended to harm him, he wouldn't have walked out of the operating room today. Your genes are unstable, likely influenced by your mother. As for the reason, I won't elaborate, you know it yourself. To avoid genetic collapse, you should slow down your ability training. Ideally, you should stop training altogether. Unless you want to die young. Unless you can find a way to repair the genetic defect, the old expert said sternly. Is that so? I understand now, thank you, sir, Yunhaoyu said sincerely, feeling the concern from the other party. This is my business card. If you ever need anything, you can come find me. Perhaps I can help you. By the way, you look very much like my little grandson. If he were still here, he would be about your age. Ha ha. The elderly man's somewhat desolate figure slowly disappeared into the night. On satellite number 3, Major General Antanas was practicing boxing in the training room. The spacious training room had walls made of several meters thick battleship armor. Once the door was closed, the entire room resembled a sealed super metal coffin. On one side of the room, more than a dozen testing devices were lined up. In front of one of the devices, the Major General slowly gathered his strength, his thick right hand gradually taking on a metallic sheen, covered by a layer of faint blue electric light, with tiny crystalline sparks occasionally flashing and disappearing. When the power reached its peak, the Major General took a deep breath and suddenly threw a punch. His right hand tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages as it slammed fiercely into the force pad. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed. The entire training room shook. The force pad slightly deformed, then slowly returned to its original shape. The nearby optical computer immediately displayed a dense array of data. A full force strike from a 6th-tier ability user had no effect on the force pad. This thing was made from a high-density material called Xuanxiang, produced in the center of the galaxy, capable of virtually ignoring attacks below the Saint level. It's just that this material is extremely difficult to smelt, and the annual output is limited. Otherwise, it could be used to make battleship armor. The indicator light above the door flickered briefly, and the heavy metal door silently slid apart to both sides like two solid walls. A cold-faced, slender female officer wearing a lieutenant colonel's insignia walked in. "Any new updates?" Without turning his head, Antanas asked upon hearing the female officer's footsteps. The lieutenant colonel spoke, her voice cold and devoid of any warmth. "The reinforcements have already departed from the imperial capital and are expected to arrive in 15 days. Headquarters has instructed us to fully cooperate with them." "Oh, it seems the other party's rank is not low. Do you know who is leading the team?" the major general asked. "It's said to be General Song Jingfeng and Du Bois Douglas." "Saint level?" Antanas finally showed emotion. He knew the higher-ups were impatient, but he hadn't expected their resolve to be this strong. Strong individuals of the Saint rank are extremely rare across the entire empire. These lofty figures are usually elusive, and it's difficult to catch a glimpse of them. Unless the matter is of significant importance, they won't bother to make an appearance. This time, 2 of them have arrived at once, which suggests that the guy in the laboratory is likely doomed. However, after years of mingling in the military, his experience and intuition told him that things might not be so simple. That guy alone isn't worth the mobilization of 2 Saint-ranked experts. There must be some hidden details involved, but given his rank, he isn't yet privy to matters at that level. "Alright, I'm aware of the situation. Go make some preparations. They've probably brought quite a few people, so make sure all the reception and arrangements are handled properly," the major general instructed. The lieutenant colonel silently saluted and turned to leave the training room. "Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Once they arrive, I'll just cooperate as needed," the major general muttered to himself. "If things go well, I'll get my share of the credit. If it goes south, it'll be those big shots who have to deal with the mess. Finish this quickly. I'm still waiting to be transferred back to the imperial capital to be promoted to lieutenant general. This godforsaken place has no benefits at all." The door closed again, and he began venting his excess energy and dissatisfaction on the testing device. At the hospital, Yun Haoyu waited in front of the level 3 optimization surgery area. It had been several days since his last visit to the hospital, and this time he was accompanying his younger sister. His sister had been inside for several hours, and by his calculations, it should be about time. Zhong Huangying stared blankly at the beauty in the mirror, skin as fair as snow, starry eyes with a hint of charm, a graceful neck and elegant posture. With every glance, there was an inherent sense of refined allure. Her appearance had always been lovely, and the level 3 genetic optimization had significantly enhanced these qualities. Now, she is no less stunning than those models outside. The female doctor's eyes were filled with admiration, as if she were looking at a piece of exquisite artwork. After the routine checkup was completed, she walked out of the surgical area. He, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward to greet her. "My little sister is getting more and more beautiful," he exclaimed in admiration. She blushed slightly, wanting to say something but feeling too shy to speak, letting him lead her out. Her heart, however, was filled with immense joy. The flying car started up, slowly leaving the ground. Once it reached a height of 100 meters, it suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the clouds within seconds. "How does it feel?" Yun Haoyu turned his head to ask his sister in the back seat. "Doesn't feel like much, not much different from cars on the ground." His sister looked around the car, touching things here and there like a curious child, but her words showed no sign of backing down. "What a lousy car, and it even cost so much money. You, most likely, got scammed." Her words left Yun Haoyu quite frustrated. A luxury flying car worth tens of millions, considered top tier on this planet, was dismissed as worthless by this girl. Truly, how exasperating. After studying the car's interior for a while, Zhong Huangying ran over again, shook his arm, and said, "How do you drive it? I want to give it a try too." "It's very simple. You just need to input commands into the optical brain, and it will automatically set the route. Unless there are special requirements, no manual intervention is needed," he demonstrated for her. His sister sat sideways on the driver's seat, tilting her head to watch him operate. Perhaps finding the posture a bit uncomfortable, she shifted her position and simply sat on his lap. "Don't," she whispered. Taking advantage of his momentary pause, she broke free from his embrace and darted to the back. "What was wrong with me just now?" Yun Haoyu snapped out of it and slapped himself. What had he just done? How did he suddenly lose his senses? For a moment, the car was silent, and no one spoke. "Brother, did I hurt you?" After a long while, his sister peeked out from the back seat and asked timidly. "I'm fine. It's all my fault," Yun Haoyu said with a bitter smile. A cool sensation came from his cheek. He looked up to see his sister standing in front of him, holding a healing spray and carefully tending to his wound. After treating the injury, the siblings fell silent again. In the end, it was Yun Haoyu who broke the silence. Sister, just now He struggled to find the right words. The younger sister suddenly covered his mouth and softly asked, "Did it feel good just now?" Of course it felt good, he blurted out, but immediately realized it was inappropriate. He wanted to correct himself but didn't know what to say. The younger sister blushed slightly but wasn't angry. She just stared at him intently and, after a moment, asked, "Then, do you like me?" "Yes, I've always liked you." Yun Haoyu nodded hastily. By the time he realized what his words truly meant, it was already too late. The The words had been spoken, and to take them back now would deeply hurt the girl's feelings. The younger sister smiled, her beauty radiant and incomparable. That's good. I will always remember what you said today. I hope you will too. Watching her happiness, Yun Haoyu remained silent. To be fair, he could sense his sister's feelings, but he always felt that he wasn't yet capable of starting a relationship. Past lessons had made him somewhat timid in this regard, which was one of the reasons he kept working tirelessly at sea to earn money. The younger sister took the initiative to sit on his lap again, but this time he dared not act recklessly. Not yet. The doctor said it's not allowed within a month after the surgery, she whispered softly in his ear. I'll be careful. If I really can't control myself, just slap me directly, Yun Haoyu said with a smile. The speed of the hovercar slowed down and began to descend. It was already home. At home, Yun Haoyu lay on the bed pretending to sleep, while deep in his consciousness, he was communicating with that powerful being. 20 days have passed, and the state within the body has stabilized. It looks like it should have reached the level of Tier 3. Ruolin said. Yes, this is all thanks to the benefits of Level 4 optimization, but it's a one-time thing. There won't be such good fortune in the future, Yun Haoyu said with some regret. Level 4 genetic optimization can enhance the rank of ability users, but only up to Tier 4, and it's not guaranteed to succeed every time. He was quite lucky this time. Advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 is a hurdle, and whether you can overcome it depends entirely on your own efforts. This isn't something money can solve, and you've advanced too quickly before, leaving your foundation somewhat unstable. Now you need to consolidate properly and avoid rushing for quick results, Ruolin warned. Yes, I understand. Yun Haoyu knew she was telling the truth and felt no displeasure. By the way, the expert last time said my genes have a defect and future cultivation might be troublesome. Do you have any suggestions? Yun Haoyu suddenly recalled the old man's words. It will be troublesome. I calculated it for you. Your genetic stability won't be affected as long as you don't exceed the 6th level. So, there's no need to worry for now. As for after the 6th level, it's hard to say. Then, is there a solution? He definitely didn't want to stop at the 6th level. This is also what I want to tell you. Over the past few days, I have already contemplated it. Your so-called gene optimization technology, under the premise of not greatly affecting the laws of the world's natural order, I can also perform an optimization for you, or rather an I Ching marrow cleansing, a complete transformation. Why would it affect the laws of the natural order? Yun Haoyu didn't understand her words. The laws of the natural order in this world have already been altered. The decline and even disappearance of the immortal civilization might have stemmed from this. If I were to use my power now, it might trigger some unpredictable changes, which would be detrimental to both you and me. Ruolin sighed. Some things, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Perhaps one day, when your abilities are sufficient, I will explain it to you. Is that so? Alright then, I won't ask anymore. Yun Haoyu was quite open-minded. Problems that couldn't be solved for the time being could simply be set aside. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, what needs to be prepared for this I Ching cleansing and marrow washing? 100,000 source crystals, Ruolin replied. Gather 100,000 source crystals as soon as possible. Once your current realm stabilizes, I can perform the most thorough optimization on your body, even fixing any existing hidden issues. 100,000? Yun Haoyu frowned. That was no small amount. It could even buy a main space battleship. After calculating, he realized he'd earned quite a bit in the past few months, but later spent a lot on various purchases and underwent a level 4 optimization surgery. The balance in his account was now almost depleted. Money came fast, but it went even faster. Still need to work hard to make money. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. At this moment, he was basically a pauper again. If he didn't go out to sea soon, he wouldn't even have money for food. The light brain on the table vibrated slightly. Someone was calling him. He walked over and pressed the accept button. A three-dimensional projection quickly formed, and Captain Fong Deming appeared in front of him, cheerfully saying, "How, got time tonight? Heart of the Ocean Hotel, my treat. Got promoted?" Looking at his radiant appearance, Yun Haoyu had already guessed the reason. Fong Deming smiled and nodded. His quick promotion was mostly thanks to Yun Haoyu's efforts. "Then I won't hold back. Tonight, I'll make sure to treat you to a feast," he replied with a smile. "Ha, no problem, no problem. Heart of the Ocean is one of the few 6-star hotels on Muyun Star. Those who can afford to dine here are basically either wealthy or noble." In the luxurious revolving restaurant on the top floor, Fong Deming, Jerome, Yun Haoyu, and their close friends filled 3 tables. Various exquisite delicacies were served on translucent azure crystal plates, brought out in a flowing manner by waiters dressed in classical palace attire. The main course was the brain marrow of a deep abyss phoenix whale, accompanied by soup made from ghost-faced deer pufferfish. The wine was Louis XVI from Earth. Fong Deming clearly spared no expense today. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ross spoke up. "Old buddy, what good position has the higher-ups arranged for you this time? Tell us about it." "There are 2 options." Fong Deming popped a piece of Jilin sea flower into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. "One is managing an oceanic fishing vessel. The other is being transferred to the Abyss Group as a supervisor. The higher higher-ups gave me a month to decide. What do you all think? Is that so? Everyone started discussing enthusiastically. Both positions seemed quite decent, but there were differences. If one became a captain, they wouldn't have to go underwater anymore, ensuring safety. However, the income would be relatively fixed. As for the Abyss unit, that's harder to say. It's a team specifically operating in areas below 2,000 meters underwater. Such deep-sea regions are practically an untamed and unfamiliar territory for humans. That place not only harbors numerous creatures worth their weight in gold but also contains abundant mineral resources. Anyone who manages to survive a stint in the Abyss unit usually reaps astonishing rewards. But risk and reward go hand in hand. The Abyss unit is the most powerful team among the fleets of Twilight Cloudstar. It's primarily composed of third-tier or higher superhumans. However, it also has the highest casualty rate. Typically, if 10 people dive in, having 3 or 4 return is already considered a blessing. Cases of total annihilation are not uncommon either. Captain, what are your own thoughts? Jerome asked. I couldn't make up my mind either, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Fong Deming hesitated a bit and said, I was thinking of joining the Abyss group. While I'm still young, earning more money for cultivation is the right thing to do. I recently advanced to the 5th tier. The consumption will only get bigger in the future. But that place is just too dangerous. If things go wrong, it could cost me my life. It's really hard to decide. No matter how much money you make, you need to be alive to spend it. Better not go. Staying on the ship is definitely better than going underwater, Ross said, and several others immediately echoed his opinion. Fong Deming seemed tempted, glanced around, and his gaze fell on Yun Haoyu, who remained silent. Brother Hao, what do you think? He asked politely. Yun Haoyu had been in his team for several months, always achieving the most, leaving his teammates far behind. Moreover, he never encountered any accidents, as if those deadly creatures were his relatives. This young man's reputation had already spread within the company. The opportunity for his promotion was mostly thanks to this kid. Therefore, he valued Yun Haoyu's opinion greatly. Yun Haoyu smiled. If the captain decides to join the Abyss team, I'll go with you. He said this. Everyone looked at him in shock. Jerome wanted to dissuade him, but considering his previous glorious achievements, he held his tongue. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he continued, no matter what the captain plans, I've already decided to move to another place. Although the Abyss is dangerous, it's the fastest way to make money. Besides, I have confidence in protecting myself. At this point, he shrugged his shoulders. It's all for the sake of cultivation. Our goals are the same. Fong Deming downed 2 glasses of wine fiercely, gritted his teeth, and said, if that's the case, fine. I'll go crazy for once too. In the dark, vast, and icy void, a fleet was traveling at 1/10 the speed of light. Hundreds of iron-gray warships, each over a kilometer long, surrounded 30 silver-white oval-shaped warships speeding forward. These white warships boasted elegant designs and smooth lines, exuding an air of noble sophistication. In comparison, the surrounding standard warships seemed as humble as servants beside nobility. Inside the flagship's combat command room, Song Jingfeng was engrossed in reviewing the data on the light brain. Any discoveries? Du Bois Douglas walked over, carrying 2 cups of coffee. I've gone through it multiple times, but there doesn't seem to be anything special. It just instructs us to escort that thing back to the imperial capital while guarding against interference from the Zhang clan, Song Jingfeng said, frowning. Is this small matter really worth both of us coming here? Du Bois handed him a cup of coffee. There's definitely something fishy about this. I think so too. Perhaps the key lies with the Zhang clan, Song Jingfeng said. The Henblusi Star region is a poor place. With the profit-driven nature of that group, why would they go there to do business? They might spend a year there and still not sell much of anything. Forget it. If we can't figure it out, let's not dwell on it. Maybe once we get there, new instructions from above will come down. We just need to focus on doing our job. Du Bois downed his coffee in one gulp. Song Jingfeng gently shook his head. The sharp intuition of a saint-level expert made him feel a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. Generals, the next jump point is just ahead. The captain came over to report. How far is it? Du Bois asked. This place is already at the boundary of the Xianshui Star region. After passing through 4 more wormholes, we'll enter the territory of the Hangluo Star region. The captain replied respectfully. Alright, you may go. Notify us when we arrive. Du Bois waved his hand. A wormhole with a diameter of tens of kilometers loomed in the distance. Compared to the dim starlit sky, the wormhole's color was much darker, a shade resembling that of a black hole, capable of devouring all light into its abyss. As the fleet approached, the wormhole grew larger, filling the entire field of view, like a giant mouth silently swallowing the entire fleet. Around 6 in the morning, Yun Haoyu once again stepped through the doors of the Ability Users Association. When he emerged 2 hours later, the badge on his chest had changed to orange, now adorned with a star. He had also changed into a new uniform, with more intricate pale gold patterns on it. From awakening his abilities to advancing to Tier 3, it had taken less than half a year at truly astonishing speed. However, the promotion had drained the last bit of savings in his account. If he didn't head out to sea soon, he wouldn't even be be able to afford his car. There was already an additional piece of information in the optical brain, the most detailed account of the situation in the deep sea area that his third-level ability user authority could obtain. For this, he had to owe the Ability Users Association a large sum of money. Fortunately, with his current status, he could obtain low-interest loans of up to 10 million credit points at any time. Jerome provided a guarantee for him, which settled the matter. Driving straight to the port, he followed the instructions and met Fong Deming at a closed dock. It seemed the other party had been waiting for him for a while. "I'm not late, am I?" Yun Haoyu asked somewhat nervously. "Don't worry, it's still early. This place is different from ordinary fleets. The Abyss Group's schedule is specially designed for deep-sea conditions. We'll set off closer to noon," Fong Deming said with a smile. The two walked and chatted, and soon arrived at their destination. In the vast docking area, there was only a solitary ship, somewhat resembling a submarine. The ship was over 200 meters long, entirely grayish-blue, with a thick hull engraved with countless strange patterns. These intricate patterns densely covered every inch of the ship's surface. "This is the Abyss battleship. Our company went to great lengths to acquire it from the military," Fong Deming introduced. "What are these patterns?" he asked in confusion. "It's a kind of defense system. As for its specific effects, you'll know once you go down," the captain said with some regret. "This is just a relatively old model. The latest model is said to have multi-layer energy shields, but unfortunately, the military treats it like a treasure and keeps it hidden. We can't get our hands on it." Walking onto the bridge, the captain opened a watertight door and let him inside. The interior space of the ship was quite large, and there were already many people inside. At a glance, the vast majority were ability users, ranging from levels 3 to 6. They were gathered in small groups, either chatting or playing cards. When the two of them entered, most people just glanced in their direction and then ignored them. "There's still some time before departure. You can go over and get to know them. I'm going to find the captain," Fong Deming said to him. Yun Haoyu nodded and went to find a place to sit down. In the hall, there were high-end food and drinks provided for free, though no alcohol, along with various entertainment facilities, and even women were not lacking. Here, as long as the demands of the ability users were not too excessive, they would be met. After all, no one knew if they would return alive after going out to sea. Indulging one last time before death was a common behavior, and no one would say anything about it. Thinking there was nothing else to do, he turned on his light brain to play games. Not long after, a clear and melodious voice sounded beside his ear. "Little one, may I sit here?" He turned his head to look. Xiao Muhan. She proactively extended her hand. Yun Haoyu. He could no longer feign ignorance and grasped the jade-like hand extended toward him. Her hand was cold, smooth, and exquisitely delicate. "Why are you here alone? Aren't you going to find some fun? You might not get the chance later," she asked curiously. "Really? I think this is pretty good," he replied indifferently. "This is your first time here, isn't it? No wonder you seem a bit unfamiliar. Want me to take you to do something fun?" Looking at the boy's somewhat embarrassed expression, Xiao Muhan chuckled softly, blushing. "Don't tell me you've never been with a woman before. That's really rare. How about this? Come with me. I promise I'll make you feel very, very good." No need. It was his first time encountering such a bold woman, and he truly didn't know how to handle it. Xiao Muhan narrowed her eyes slightly. She had never seen a boy like this before. Perhaps she should use some tricks to win him over. A boy this inexperienced might be quite fun to play with. Yun Haoyu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The way this woman looked at him was exactly like a hungry wolf discovering its prey. He instinctively shifted to the side to put some distance between them. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Muhan grew even bolder and simply changed her position, sitting right next to him. Her jade-like arm extended to wrap around his waist, while her other hand encircled his neck. "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Muhan whispered softly in his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the ship's electronic clock chimed several times, followed by a mechanical announcement. "This ship will depart in 10 minutes. Passengers, please prepare. Non-essential personnel, please exit immediately." Xiao Muhan frowned and reluctantly let go of her hand. Yun Haoyu took the opportunity to break free and moved to the other side. The women who had been temporarily invited to serve the crew quickly packed up their belongings, took their money, and left. Fong Deming accompanied the captain out, a slightly overweight white man. The crew members, who had been going about their own business, immediately tidied up their appearance and lined up. Yun Haoyu was surprised to find Xiao Muhan among the ranks. He had thought she was one of those women. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head and smiled at him, then took out a bright yellow badge and pinned it to her chest. The badge prominently displayed 6 stars, so it turned out she had been playing the fool all along. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and some instructions on precautions, the massive warship slowly started up and headed toward the open sea. Holding the identification card, he entered the room assigned to him. The room was luxuriously furnished. Moreover, the cabinet by the door contained various advanced deep-sea equipment, allowing him to choose according to his preferences. He examined them briefly but was not very satisfied. None of this equipment could compare to his Abyss Guardian. He might as well use his own. Taking out his gear from the spatial seal tied around his neck, he pressed the switch. Light and shadows flickered. Within seconds, he was fully encased from head to toe. He then selected a few handy weapons, strapped them to his belt, and walked out the door. This time, there were 40 ability users heading out to sea, most of whom brought their own equipment. He had already spotted several others with abyss guardians like his. It seemed that those who managed to thrive here were all in decent financial shape. The clock pointed to 12, and the abyss battleship began its descent. The interior of the ship gradually quieted down. As the depth increased, an invisible pressure lingered in everyone's hearts. At a depth of 2,000 meters beneath the sea, the warship's speed slowed down. The previously pitch-black surroundings began to show a grayish-white glow, emanating from a pale, bird-like creature. Through the porthole, the view was filled with countless numbers of these creatures. These are a type of social organism called Chien, which only inhabit sea areas around 2,000 meters underwater. Xiao Muhan, who had somehow appeared beside him, explained. Is it troublesome? He asked. Indeed. These creatures themselves aren't particularly strong, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, their living habits are quite peculiar. For most of the day, they remain in a dormant state. During dormancy, their bodies secrete a strange gas that reacts with seawater, triggering complex biochemical reactions. This ultimately produces a highly adhesive, extremely corrosive, low-temperature gel-like substance. It's a deadly threat to our warship. As soon as they fall asleep, this substance is generated in large quantities, forming a lethal barrier in the sea at this depth. They only wake up, move around, and forage during the few hours close to noon, and those annoying substances will disappear. Right? Exactly, that's right. That's why we always choose this time to set out to sea. You're quite clever, little brother. Want a reward? The Chien were clearly unimpressed by the big intruder that had suddenly barged into their territory. Many of them aggressively surrounded it, using their not-so-strong bodies to fiercely ram into the ship's hull. The abyssal battleship's defense system was already operating at maximum power, with the hull shielded by a 30-centimeter thick layer of light. The strange patterns on the surface of the battleship seemed to come alive, flashing with a dark red glow that adhered closely to the light shield, forming a second protective layer. No matter how the Chien charged forward one after another, the battleship remained immovable. The two sides spent about 15 minutes in a standoff before the battleship finally broke through the blockade and dove into deeper waters. At a depth of approximately 2,700 meters lay the second checkpoint. Here, there was a layer of dark currents about 100 meters thick. Influenced by unknown factors, the seawaters surged at an astonishing speed, forming countless vortices of various sizes, posing a significant danger to the battleship. Activate the anti-gravity field generator, the captain ordered. The command was quickly executed, and an invisible force field enveloped the light shield, pushing the seawater half a meter away. Simultaneously, the battleship plunged downward at maximum speed. It successfully passed the second trial without incident. After traversing a territory filled with bright red algae-like organisms, the battleship finally came to a halt at a depth of 3,300 meters. Outside the porthole, it was not pitch black. The entire seabed was suffused with a light resembling frost or snow, akin to moonlight on the surface. Isn't it beautiful? Even though I've been here many times, every time I see this brilliance, it leaves me utterly enchanted. If it weren't for those annoying creatures, this place would be a paradise on earth, Xiao Muhan said with a dreamy look in her eyes. How many times have you been here? Yun Haoyu asked. 6 or 7 times. Then you must have gained quite a lot. Why are you still coming back? People who come here usually don't stay long, at most 3 to 5 times before they stop. After all, luck can't always favor just one person. No one would complain about having too much money. Sister just wants to save up more for her dowry, so she can find a good man and get married sooner, Xiao Muhan said, pretending to be shy. Yun Haoyu's head was practically steaming with frustration. With your qualities, are you really worried no one would want you? Any man with a normal mind wouldn't dislike you. Then, does that include you? Are you admitting you like sister? Xiao Muhan's eyes lit up as she immediately seized the opportunity to pressure him into confessing. Yun Haoyu didn't expect his casual remark to trap him like this. Being a clueless rookie with no experience dealing with women, he found himself in a dilemma. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing seemed right. He had no choice but to play dumb and resolutely keep his mouth shut. Xiao Muhan smiled warmly as she looked at the embarrassed expression of the big boy in front of her. She had made up her mind not to let him off the hook. Feng Deming began organizing everyone to disembark. The rules here were slightly different. People could act alone or form teams. It was up to their own considerations. Yun Haoyu hesitated for a moment but still joined the first group. The captain smiled at him and said in a low voice, "After we return this time, let's go to Ocean's Heart for a drink." He was not worried about Yun Haoyu's safety in the slightest. Xiao Muhan, standing nearby, furrowed her brows slightly. A woman's intuition told her that something seemed amiss. After thinking for a moment, she walked over and stood beside Yun Haoyu. The second layer of the watertight compartment slowly opened. Yun Haoyu took a deep breath, lightly pushed off with his foot, and merged into the moonlight outside the ship. At the same time, he pressed the switch on his belt, and a layer of resilient energy shield immediately appeared around him. After some adjustments, he formed a 2 cm thick light shield that clung closely to his body, ensuring protection while maximizing energy efficiency. He had only swum a short distance when a figure caught up with him. "Follow me." Xiao Muhan, abandoning her usual carefree demeanor aboard the ship, became uncharacteristically serious. Seeing Yun Haoyu still hesitating, she simply grabbed his arm. "Don't think you're so great just because you have a third-tier badge. The horrors of this place are beyond your imagination. If you want to make it back alive, you'd better listen to your big sister." Yun Haoyu thought for a moment. Since he wasn't familiar with the situation here, letting her act as a guide wasn't a bad idea. He decided not to insist and let her take charge. The moon-white radiance came from a type of underwater seaweed called ziyuanki. Looking around, clusters of it could be seen everywhere. These crystalline, tree-like organisms were also notoriously dangerous. In the regions where they thrived, no creature dared to get too close to them. In the bright underwater world, schools of colorful, strange fish swam back and forth. Lantern-shaped jellyfish floated in the water, alongside blood-red vines, self-moving seaweed, giant clams with diameters of tens of meters, and stone-like creatures more agile than humans. All kinds of bizarre lifeforms, most of which he couldn't recognize, and his AI database had no records of them either. This place was still far too unfamiliar to humans. "What target should we go for?" he asked the woman beside him. The two held hands, strolling at the same pace, appearing like a couple taking a moonlit walk under the gentle moonlight. "Yin Yen, Fengqi python, blue-blooded starfish," she said softly. "If we can find the red-spotted thornfish, we'll hit the jackpot. Of course, there are also some rare minerals here, as well as energy-devouring fungus mothers. All of them are valuable. Not too dangerous, yet extremely profitable." As they patrolled and chatted, Xiao Muhan, having been here a few times, was quite familiar with the place. Many of the experiences she shared were not found in the light brain database, and Yun Haoyu quietly took note of them. Not far away, a cluster of gray-brown seaweed several meters high suddenly began to shake. A backpack-sized creature, covered in spikes and red spots, slowly floated out. "Red-spotted thornfish," Xiao Muhan exclaimed in a hushed voice, his tone brimming with undisguised excitement. "I didn't expect our luck to be this good today." There seemed to be more red-spotted thornfish lurking within the seaweed clusters, yet to emerge. If all went smoothly, catching just a few would make today's trip worthwhile. Xiao Muhan flipped his wrist, and a finely crafted lightsaber appeared in his hand. "I'll handle it. If any other ferocious creatures show up later, you'll deal with them," she said. "All right." Yun Haoyu grabbed a rapid freezing ray gun in his hand. He was also curious to see what was so special about the things here. Xiao Muhan adjusted her angle, gently leaned closer, and occasionally glanced back at him, probably worried he might get into trouble. When she was still several meters away from the creature, the prey finally noticed her. However, it had no intention of fleeing. Its ugly little eyes opened slightly, and its body bizarrely deflated, as if gathering strength to attack. Immediately, several dark red, bizarre spikes, only a few centimeters long, split the seawater and shot forward at high speed. If one were to be struck by these things, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Xiao Muhan had anticipated this reaction, and with a swift movement, she dodged the spikes with ease. At the same time, she raised her hand and swung her lightsaber fiercely at its head. The red-spotted spiny fish was quick to react as well. Its short, stubby tail flicked, allowing it to evade the strike. Meanwhile, its body contracted again, releasing even more spikes in rapid succession. At this point, the distance between the two was extremely close, and dodging such a barrage of high-speed spikes posed an incredibly severe test of human reflexes. Given the ferocity of those spikes, even failing to dodge just one would mean the person would end up becoming this creature's prey instead. Xiao Muhan showed no fear whatsoever. Her graceful body twisted nimbly, occasionally performing high-difficulty maneuvers that defied the limits of human biomechanics, resembling a spectacular water ballet performance. Yun Haoyu, watching from the side, was utterly captivated. He had seen stunning beauties before, but this was the first time he had encountered a beauty with such formidable strength. When the poor fish had exhausted all the spikes on its body, it realized that the pesky enemy was still moving effortlessly right in front of its eyes. Seeing that it had no more tricks left to play, Xiao Muhan flicked her wrist, and the lightsaber, trailing a streak of afterimages, slashed toward its head. At the same time, her arm trembled at high speed with a slight amplitude, counteracting the impact of the immense seawater pressure on her attack. The red-spotted thornfish still refused to yield, opening its hideous and ugly mouth wide and biting fiercely at her wrist. Xiao Muhan slightly adjusted her sword stance, and the mouthful of sharp teeth snapped onto the energy blade with a crack. The sharp teeth scraped against the blade, producing a sound like clashing metal. Wisps of black smoke mixed with purplish-red blood mist sprayed out. The red-spotted thornfish let out a painful hissing cry but still clung on stubbornly without letting go. This creature was truly ferocious beyond the ordinary. After a few seconds of stalemate, Xiao Muhan raised her hand and shook it, driving the lightsaber fiercely into its head. Even after being struck in a vital spot, it did not die immediately. It struggled for quite a while before finally calming down. Xiao Muhan Muhan reached out, grabbed it, and stuffed it into the ecological box. This creature had an internal company purchase price of 60 source crystals per head. It was a highly sought-after resource in the Empire's major biochemical laboratories. After tidying up the prey, Xiao Muhan swam back cheerfully and asked, "Are there more in that patch of seaweed? Can you tell how many?" Yun Haoyu glanced at the area dozens of meters away and slowly extended his mental energy into fine threads to probe. Clearly, there were no overly sensitive predators present there. Soon, he got the answer he was looking for. 5, he said. "Wrong, it's 6. Xiao Muhan corrected. "You must have just advanced. Your strength has grown too quickly, but your combat training is lacking. Your technique in using mental power is so clumsy. This won't do. It will only get harder to advance in the future." Yun Haoyu remained silent. He was well aware of his situation. He really needed to hone his skills. Perhaps this was a good place to do so. "I'll go lure them out one by one. How about you handle the next one?" "All right." Yun Haoyu nodded in response. A streak of dark light flashed across Xiao Muhan's belt, and a pearl-like small sphere appeared in her hand. Clearly, it was also a piece of spatial equipment. With a slight exertion of force, she flicked the small sphere toward the seaweed cluster. The sphere shot into the depths of the seaweed at high speed, trailing a string of bubbles. After a crisp explosion, a large cloud of colorless mist enveloped the patch of seaweed. Within seconds, several red-spotted spiny fish burst out in a frenzy. They darted around like headless flies, searching for the culprit who dared to disturb them. Xiao Muhan swung her lightsaber, intercepting 2 of them. Picking one that lagged slightly behind, Yun Haoyu gripped the freeze ray gun tightly, while his other hand drew out the lightsaber. He adjusted the energy shield to its maximum strength before cautiously approaching. When he was within a few meters, he pressed the activation button. A barely perceptible green light flickered briefly, and with the strange fish at its center, a 2-meter radius of seawater instantly froze into a massive block of ice. The red-spotted fish, restricted in its freedom, struggled desperately. In just a few seconds, the ice block shattered, and the creature was clearly enraged to the extreme. With a piercing screech, countless sharp spikes mixed with shattered ice fragments shot out in all directions. Yun Haoyu scrambled to dodge, but unfortunately, his agility was nowhere near that of the beautiful Xiao. In an instant, he took 2 heavy hits. One struck his shoulder, and the other hit his thigh. The spikes carried immense force, causing his energy shield to flicker rapidly before collapsing within a second. Ultimately, it couldn't hold up, and the spikes pierced into the suit itself. Fortunately, the suit's own protective strength was formidable, and the spikes finally exhausted all their force just before fully penetrating. Reluctantly, they came to a halt. Cold sweat soaked through his inner clothes. If these spikes had pierced through the suit, he would have met his end here today. His fragile body would never withstand the immense pressure of the seawater. Ever since encountering Roland, he hadn't felt this kind of life and death tension in a long time. No time to daze off. That creature hasn't been dealt with yet. The ray gun in hand fired again, forming a massive chunk of ice in an instant, which shattered a few seconds later. However, this time, only a few spikes shot out. That creature had already used up most of its ammunition in the first attack. Raising the lightsaber, he aimed at its head and slashed down fiercely. The pale blue blade sliced through the bones like cutting through tofu, almost splitting it in half. Xiao Muhan noticed the danger on his side and had already rushed over. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of genuine concern. "Got poked twice by that thing, but it's nothing now," Yun Haoyu replied casually. Xiao Muhan checked briefly, took out a small box and pressed it against the spot where the spike was embedded. The box trembled slightly, extracting the sharp spike that had pierced inside. The suit's automatic repair function activated, and metallic foam quickly filled the gap. After finishing, she said, "You're still too weak, and it's partly my fault. I shouldn't have let you come alone. If it weren't for the quality of your suit, I'd be preparing your funeral right now. It was my own carelessness. I'll be more cautious next time." The subsequent battles went much smoother. He insisted on continuing to fight, and Xiao Muhan did not stop him, but carefully stayed by his side, ready to intervene in case of danger. From time to time, she offered tips on combat techniques, which benefited him greatly. It didn't take long for all 6 red-spotted thornfish to become theirs. The two continued searching for new targets. "Something feels strange today," she said as she swam. "What is it?" Yun Haoyu asked, though he had a faint guess about what she was going to say. In the past, when dealing with these creatures, there would always be some troublesome things interfering. Those ferocious beasts are extremely sensitive to blood. Usually, after making a move, we'd have to quickly change locations to avoid being targeted. But today, we've been lingering here for quite a while, and yet nothing has come, Xiao Muhan said, puzzled. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. Actually, this was Ruolan's doing, but he would never admit it. Isn't this a good thing? No fierce creatures coming to cause trouble, and we can move around more conveniently. It's not that simple. Xiao Muhan furrowed his brows. Unusual occurrences always have a reason. Based on my sister's past experiences, situations like today often indicate one possibility. There's a particularly powerful fierce creature lurking nearby, scaring off weaker ones from approaching. We're benefiting from its presence right now. Who says beautiful women are all looks and no brains? At least the one before him fully deserves the description, sharp as ice and snow. Her deduction was already close to the truth, except it wasn't a fierce creature, it was the pressure from a quasi-saint. No fierce creature could compare. Let's change places. Wandering around in the territory of that unknown giant creature doesn't feel reassuring. If we anger it, we might not be able to escape, Xiao Muhan said. Alright, let's do as you say. Yun Haoyu agreed readily, but secretly chuckled to himself, wondering what this beauty would think when she realized that the situation would be the same no matter where they moved. A burst of exclamations came through the communication channel, mixed with curses, followed by a few screams of agony. It seemed someone had gotten into trouble again. The two changed direction and continued their search, quickly discovering a new target. A large golden red rock with fine textures that emitted faint purple-black glimmers. Green moss grew on the rock, lush and vibrant, resembling pieces of exquisite jade. This stone is called Yuntan blood vein stone, a high-quality jade found on the seabed. After being stained with the blood of numerous powerful and ferocious creatures, it formed under immense seawater pressure over tens of thousands of years. This material has an extremely high compatibility with human mental power and serves as the core material for crafting advanced equipment. The moss on top is called Lingyin Yulan leaf, which greatly benefits the mental power cultivation of ability users. Fully absorbing just a few pieces of this can elevate one's cultivation by an entire level. It is a priceless treasure in the interstellar realm. However, while the items are valuable, they are not easy to obtain. Beside this large stone, two hexagonal creatures, several meters in size and entirely purple-red, are lying there dozing. Clearly, they are guardians of the treasure, and any creature that approaches will face their frenzied attacks. Blue blood? No, it's a purple-blooded starfish. Xiao Muhan's expression was somewhat grim. This creature is the result of a blue-blooded starfish devouring countless of its kind and undergoing thousands of years of transformation. It is an extremely rare mutated species among starfish. Just look at the silver spirals on its body, it's practically a spiritual entity. Its strength is undoubtedly formidable. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't suppress her unwillingness. She said, "How about this? I'll deal with one, and you figure out a way to lure the other away." "Are you confident?" Yun Haoyu asked doubtfully. "It should be fine. I've hunted blue-blooded starfish before. Even if this is a mutated species, I can barely handle one." Her tone was not very firm, clearly lacking sufficient confidence. Yun Haoyu wanted to persuade her to give up, but judging by her expression, it seemed unlikely to succeed. The value of the items before them was simply too great. That stone called Yuntan blood vein rock alone was worth thousands of source crystals. The Lingyin Yulan leaf was an incredible treasure for enhancing strength. As for the purple blood starfish, if it were auctioned off, its value would be hard to estimate. As long as there was even the slightest chance, no one would willingly leave empty-handed. "Alright, since you've made up your mind." Yun Haoyu gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. With Roland around, as long as he was careful enough, there would be no danger to his life. As for her, even if she couldn't win, retreating safely shouldn't be a problem. He circled around from the other side, cautiously estimating the distance. Adjusting the power of the freeze ray gun to its maximum, he aimed at the larger of the starfish and pressed the trigger. Then he turned and ran. Leaving the smaller one for her should make it easier to handle. A thick layer of ice instantly encased the purple blood starfish tightly. However, within just 1 second, the solid ice shattered like tofu. The thoroughly enraged purple blood starfish let out a strange screech and chased after the human who dared to provoke it. The speed of the portable underwater propeller had already reached its limit, yet the distance between the two had not widened. Beneath the purple blood sea star appeared a layer of translucent membrane, with 6 sharp corners each extending a long, pitch-black tentacle. These tentacles were covered in ferocious, jagged bone blades, glinting with a chilling light under the moon's glow. Don't be fooled by this big creature's bloated appearance. Its reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Supported by that massive membrane, its huge body spun lightly like a flywheel, swiftly floating toward the hateful figure that dared to disturb its slumber. Sweat was already forming on Yun Haoyu's forehead as the massive creature drew closer, occasionally emitting eerie hissing sounds from its mouth. The noise was spine-chilling. The 6 tentacles flailed wildly like a whirlwind, and even a light sweep from them would likely result in broken bones and torn muscles. Gradually, the purple blood sea star closed the distance to just 40 meters. Without looking back, Yun Haoyu fired a shot, a green beam flashing by and instantly freezing the creature into a massive block of ice, which then shattered into fragments. This move managed to slow it down slightly, widening the gap by another 7 or 8 meters. Just like that, whenever the big guy got too close, Yun Haoyu would give it a strike to cool its temper. After several rounds of this, the purple blood starfish was provoked into a furious rage. Its screeching grew increasingly shrill, its tentacles flailing whirling like windmills. It had made up its mind no matter how far it had to chase, even to the ends of the earth, it would catch this hateful fellow, shred him into pieces with its bone blades, and slowly digest him in its stomach. The man and the starfish continued their game of cat and mouse, with flashes of green light occasionally streaking by, followed by shards of ice scattering everywhere. The sea was thrown into chaos. Many ferocious creatures, disturbed from their peace, charged over angrily to demand an explanation. But when they sensed the abyss-like danger emanating from the human ahead, their instinctive fear made them unanimously vent their anger on the purple blood starfish behind him. Thus, behind the man and the starfish, a large group of inexplicable ferocious creatures joined the chase. Occasionally, one of the faster ones would catch up to its target, but before it could make a move, the purple blood starfish would swiftly coil and stretch its tentacles, ensnaring the target. With a simultaneous exertion of its tentacles and a swift maneuver of its bone blades, the unlucky creature would be completely dismembered. Then, it would be stuffed into its mouth and devoured with relish. The crunching sound of chewing, the furious roars of the beast on the brink of death, pierced Yun Haoyu's nerves like the whispers of the Grim Reaper. The pervasive scent of blood attracted even more bloodthirsty beasts. Among them were some particularly ferocious creatures, no less formidable than the purple blood starfish. Gradually, the purple blood starfish began to struggle. More and more beasts surrounded this culprit, but it was no pushover either, continuing its frenzied attacks on any creature daring to block its path. Yun Haoyu stopped not far away, feeling a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death. While catching his breath, he watched the scene unfold like a spectator. The desperate escape earlier had consumed most of the energy in his thrusters. If it had dragged on any longer, he would have ended up as food for that creature. In the distance, the purple blood starfish was still fiercely battling, but now it resembled a fugitive surrounded by a swarm of police officers. Its fate was already sealed. A bizarre snake-like creature opened its mouth and bit down on one of the purple blood starfish's tentacles. With a snap of its jaws, it tore the tentacle clean off. The starfish let out a piercing roar of rage, and its remaining tentacles coiled together, twisting violently, shredding the snake into several pieces. However, the snake's head remained firmly latched onto the tentacle, while its body was snatched away by several golden crab-like creatures to be devoured. Immediately, these crabs were swallowed whole by a monster resembling a seal. Unsatisfied, the creature bit into the membrane of a starfish and tore it violently. Large chunks of the membrane, mixed with purple-black blood, were ripped from the starfish's body. The intense smell of blood triggered an even more frenzied battle among the vicious creatures. A swarm of silver-white, lobster-like insects scrambled to burrow into the sea beast's body, voraciously devouring its flesh and blood. The sea beast let out an earth-shaking roar, desperately shaking its body while making sure to swallow the piece of membrane. The vicious creatures fought like wild dogs over food, tearing and biting at each other. More ferocious creatures eagerly rushed over. The entire sea area had descended into utter chaos. After the divers entered the sea, the abyssal battleship partially buried its massive body in a patch of gravel. Faint light flickered across the strange patterns on its hull, streams of energy flowed along specific trajectories, and the battleship's outline gradually disappeared, completely blending into the seabed environment. To the perception of various creatures, this giant had transformed into an inconspicuous rock. Whether observed with the naked eye, sonar, magnetic energy, thermal energy, or even psychic sensing, it was nothing but a rock. This was the marvel of those patterns. In the central control room of the battleship, Fong Deming was chatting casually with the captain. On the massive screen in front of them, the sea conditions within a 30-kilometer radius were displayed. The positions of the divers were marked with blue glowing dots on the screen. 40 glowing dots in total, but 3 had already dimmed, and it had been just over an hour since their departure. Suddenly, a change on the screen caught everyone's attention. After the observer zoomed in on a specific area, everyone's expressions changed. The area represented at the center of the screen had been occupied by a ferocious creature. The screen was filled with densely packed, blood-red glowing dots, a sight that was truly horrifying. "What's going on here?" Fong Deming asked with a frown. "Who knows? This has never happened before." The captain shrugged, equally baffled. "So many deadly things, this is no joke. What should we do now?" the first officer asked. "Should we have our people withdraw first?" Fong Deming suggested. "That's not necessary. The incident site is far enough from the warship, so it doesn't affect us for now. Just remind them to stay away from that area," the captain said. "Then let's go with that." Everyone reached a unanimous decision. Half an hour earlier, Xiao Muhan looked in the direction where the big boy had left, his expression complicated, thinking to himself, "What a cute kid. He actually doesn't understand that this kind of situation is the most dangerous. Trying to shake off those ferocious creatures is no easy task. I wonder if he can get away. If he dies, will he hate me?" After a bout of wild thoughts, the guilt in his heart grew even stronger. Wasn't he essentially using him? The boy still didn't know that, with Xiao Muhan's true strength, he could barely manage to deal with 2 purple blood starfish at the same time, though it would come at some cost. Shaking her head to dispel these distracting thoughts, she began to plan how to deal with the remaining giant. This place was fraught with danger, not a moment for daydreaming. She fully activated the the source energy within her body, and a layer of cyan radiance emerged around her, gradually expanding to push away the seawater, forming a 2-meter diameter sphere of light. Inside the sphere, lightning flashed and thunder roared, with violent energy surging at high speed. Soon, a moon-white halo appeared behind her head, suppressing the turbulent energy. From her spatial belt, she retrieved a black short bow and 3 small arrows. The arrowheads were made of an unknown 5-colored crystal, while the shafts and fletchings seemed to be wooden. Taking a deep breath, she placed one arrow on the bowstring and slowly drew the short bow. Energy infused into the arrow, and a glimmer of cold light gradually emerged. As the glow intensified, the arrow seemed to come alive. It began to tremble slightly, emitting a chilling resonance that made one's heart race. When her momentum reached its peak, she fired the first arrow at the distant target. The arrow shot straight toward the center of the purple-blooded sea star. Sensing the danger, the creature suddenly shuddered, its massive body contracting slightly as it prepared to shift its position. Unfortunately, the arrow was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it flew to its side, deeply piercing into its body, almost shooting straight through it. But that wasn't the end. An azure glow appeared on the arrow shaft and then exploded with a loud bang. A 1-meter diameter hole was blasted open on its body. A massive amount of purplish-red blood mixed with mangled chunks of internal organs gushed out like a fountain. The purple blood starfish let out a piercing scream of pain, extending its tentacles to charge at the hateful enemy. Unfortunately, the enemy merely dodged and avoided engaging it head-on. The purple blood starfish possessed an incredibly tenacious vitality. The tissue around the wound wriggled continuously, sealing the ruptured blood vessels, while countless new granulation tissue formed, slowly repairing the damaged internal organs. However, the damage caused by that arrow was far too severe. Its speed and agility had been greatly diminished, and its enemy clearly wouldn't wait for it to recover. 30 seconds later, a second arrow whistled through the air, doubling the size of the original wound. At this point, no matter how much it struggled, it was all in vain. Watching the prey gradually stop struggling, Xiao Muhan let out a sigh of relief. Those 2 arrows had taken quite a toll on her, but fortunately, there was no need to shoot a third one. In this place, experienced ability users always preserved at least half of their strength under any circumstances to increase their chances of escaping danger. Those fools who fought desperately against powerful beasts, barely managing to secure victory, only to be taken advantage of by other beasts due to energy depletion. There had been far too many such examples in the past. As quickly as possible, she stored the Yun-Tong blood pattern stone and the Linging jade glaze leaf into her spatial belt. Then, using a cryo-ray gun, she froze the corpse of the purple blood starfish. Next, she took out a can of biochemical spray and quickly sprayed it over the surface of the ice block. The light gray liquid spread rapidly across the ice, emitting a faint fragrance that completely masked the pungent smell of blood. All of this took her no more than 10 seconds. Finally, Xiao Muhan pulled out a delicate handle, pressed the switch, and a thick, orange-yellow traction beam attached itself to the ice block. Dragging a massive ice block several meters in diameter, she swam away effortlessly into the distance. By now, many fierce creatures around had started to take notice of the area. She had to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. After swimming several hundred meters away and confirming she was temporarily safe, she finally stopped and, with a nervous heart, began calling Yun Haoyu. To her relief, he quickly responded and was already heading to the previous location to look for her. She reported her position, and in less than 10 minutes, the tall boy's figure appeared in her line of sight. The tall boy seemed to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of injury. What caught her attention even more was that his expression was perfectly normal, without any trace of anger from realizing he had been used. Yun Haoyu had initially been worried about Xiao Muhan's safety, so as soon as he recovered, he returned to the original location to search for her. However, he found nothing there. Just as he was growing anxious, she contacted him through the communication channel. Clearly, his concern was unnecessary. This stunning beauty had the strength to protect herself. "It's good that you're okay," both said in unison. The scene suddenly fell silent. No one had expected that the first thing they would say upon meeting was the exact same sentence. The two stared into each other's eyes for a moment, and then Xiao Muhan burst out laughing, followed by Yun Haoyu. Unknowingly, a subtle ripple stirred in their hearts. Next came the division of spoils. Xiao Muhan took out the loot from his spatial belt, using a lightsaber to split the Yun-Tong blood-patterned stone. There were also over 30 pieces of Ling Yulan leaves, divided equally between them. As for the massive creatures sealed in ice nearby, it was not so easy to deal with. "Should we?" Yun Haoyu hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Muhan shook his hand, signaling him to stay silent. "I'm planning to take this big guy out for auction. If we hand it over to the company, they'll at most give us half the price. It's such a loss." Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in his mind. She was communicating with him through mental waves. Yun Haoyu paused for a moment, then understood. Speaking through the communication channel might be intercepted by people on the battleship. "I think it's a loss too, but once we take it out, it'll definitely attract the attention of certain people." He also expressed his thoughts through mental waves. "Don't worry, Sis knows some friends. When the time comes, we can entrust them to hold an auction within the Ability Association. You You just wait to count the money. Alright then, but is your space enough? It was enough, but my space belt is already filled with a lot of stuff. So, she said, frowning. That's okay, you can take some things out and put them here with me. Yoon Hao-yu suggested. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? You're so smart, little brother. She wrapped her arm around Yoon Hao-yu's shoulder, emitting a cyan glow that pushed away the seawater and quickly formed a protective shield around the two of them. Big sister is amazing, he exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, being able to withstand the immense pressure of seawater thousands of meters deep with one's own strength was truly astonishing. Finally willing to call me big sister, huh? It's actually nothing. You'll reach this level someday too. Although you're a bit weak now, as long as you're willing to treat your big sister better, I'll definitely teach you well, Xiao Muhan said with a radiant smile. She opened the space belt and began taking out the items one by one, handing them to Yoon Hao-yu. He took them and placed them into his own space seal. They were nothing more than some weapons, equipment, and potions. However, he gradually felt that something was off. This beautiful woman actually carried all sorts of random things with her. Various snacks, ancient books, exquisite jewelry, cosmetics, and even sets of fashionable outfits. As she handed them over, she carefully reminded him, "These are all premium items specially ordered by your sister. Pure hand embroidered. Limited edition. You better take good care of them. If you damage even a tiny bit, your sister won't let you off." Hey, how did you handle it? You can't crumple this. Looking at the boy in front of her, his face flushed red. She felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Teasing him a bit when there's nothing else to do, life ahead is bound to be very pleasant. After much effort, it was finally done. She raised her hand, and the belt emitted a golden light that shone on the nearby ice block. In the blink of an eye, the ice block disappeared. Sure enough, it's big enough. He touched his own spatial seal, which had a capacity of only 2 cubic meters, and couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. It seemed he needed to get a larger one, but high-capacity spatial equipment was only sold by the Zhang clan, and those volleyballs were not your average shady dealers. What do you plan to do with the rest of the stuff? If you embezzle everything, it won't be easy to explain when we go back, Yoon Hao-yu asked. Such casual concealment of spoils, if discovered by the company, could result in fines at best or dismissal at worst. Moreover, there would be a negative record in the file, which would be detrimental to future job prospects. Of course, most spoils can be handed over, and only a very small number of valuable items, which the Ability Users Association needs and is willing to pay a higher price for, would require concealment. That's no big deal. We'll just wander around a bit more and grab something random to report back with. There's still plenty of time, she said nonchalantly. They had been working for less than 2 hours, and the warship wouldn't return for another 20 hours, which was more than enough. With that, the two wandered around for a while longer, grabbed some more items, and figured it was about enough. Yoon Hao-yu opened the light screen, confirmed the warship's location, and began the journey back. On the Abyss battleship, everyone stared at the man and woman in front of them as if they were looking at monsters. In just over 3 hours, the spoils these two brought back had already filled the ecological box, and Yoon Hao-yu was still holding a vine in his hand, with several 1-foot-sized blue-blooded starfish hanging on it. No choice. The box can't hold anymore, he said with a smile. Fong Deming, who had worked with him for many days, was already accustomed to his freakish luck. Immediately, under the captain's witness, he recorded the number of spoils. Then he asked, "Brother Hao, and this beautiful lady, do you plan to go out again?" "I'm tired, going back to rest for a while," Xiao Muhan said, heading straight into her room. "I think so too. Today's harvest is enough," Yoon Hao-yu also said. "Alright then, you can move around freely on the ship. Just call me if you need anything," Fong Deming said with a smile. A single harvest worth thousands of source crystals indeed makes further risks unnecessary. Returning to his room, he closed the door. Pressing a hidden button on his belt, fragments of light and shadow appeared, and the Abyss Guardian suit slowly peeled off his body. Once the light and shadow dissipated, the suit reverted to a rectangular box. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he found himself with nothing else to do. Then let's continue cultivating. The underwater battle made him realize that he still had many shortcomings. Although he had advanced to Tier 3 through resources and luck, his combat skills were a complete mess. It was likely that an experienced Tier 2 ability user could easily defeat him. If it hadn't been for Xiao Muhan today, he would probably have suffered a major loss. He felt quite grateful to this bold and equally powerful beauty. Blindly training isn't the solution. Working behind closed doors is not a wise approach, he pondered to himself. At this point, he no longer lacked resources. What he urgently needed was a mentor, a guide on the path of cultivation who could help him navigate the confusion, quickly adapt to his abilities, and master various combat techniques. After some consideration, he found it difficult to identify a suitable candidate. He knew a few ability users stronger than himself, but unfortunately, his relationships with them were not great, just acquaintances at best. Although Rualan was a major ability user, her cultivation methods were neither suitable for him at this stage nor for this world. Fong Deming was busy with his affairs and might not have time to teach him. Jerome had just advanced to Tier 4 himself, and his superiority was limited. The ability Ability Users Association certainly had consultation services, but they were expensive and not tailored to individual needs. After thinking it over, Xiao Muhan seemed to be the most suitable choice. I just don't know if she would be willing. Although the other party liked to tease him and they had fought side by side, after all, they had only known each other for less than a day. They didn't know much about each other. Would she be willing to spend a lot of time and effort to guide him? Of course, he would definitely pay, but judging by her abilities, she clearly wasn't someone who lacked money. She might not even care about his modest savings. No matter whether it works or not, I might as well give it a try. If she doesn't agree, I'll think of another way. With a nervous and uneasy feeling, he connected to Xiao Muhan's room's light brain and initiated a call request. Soon, there was a response, and a light screen appeared in front of him. Thinking about your big sister so soon? The beauty on the light screen said with a playful smile. Sorry to bother you this time, but I have a favor to ask. I wonder, sister, he stammered. Upon hearing this, the beauty on the other side brightened her eyes and said, a favor to ask? What do you need from your sister? Since you called me sister, there's no need to use the word ask. After pausing for a moment, she added, I'm free right now. Whatever it is, come to sister's room to talk. Sister is waiting for you. Before Yun Haoyu could respond, she disconnected the communication. It seems there's no choice but to make a trip. Yun Haoyu got up, opened the door, and walked toward her room. Arriving at Xiao Muhan's room, he took a light breath and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the radiant Xiao Muhan welcomed him inside. Is sister beautiful? She asked. Beautiful, he answered honestly. Do you like it? She asked again. I like it. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have come here at all. With a soft click, the door was locked. Her slender, jade-like arm wrapped around his, leading him to a sofa. After he sat down, the beauty released her hold and walked toward the nearby liquor cabinet, giving his rapidly beating heart a moment to calm down. When she returned, Xiao Muhan had 2 glasses of red wine in her hands. The rich red liquid swirled gently in the glasses, leaving layers of pale red traces on the glass walls. Are you nervous? She stood in front of him, her bright, large eyes fixed on him. Yun Haoyu lifted his head. From his angle, he could almost see everything he wanted to see. She must know, she definitely wasn't wearing anything underneath. Although his ability was only at the 3rd tier, it was more than enough to confirm this suspicion. His heartbeat, which had just calmed down, once again surged at an astonishing rate. Xiao Muhan smiled and handed him a glass of red wine. Then she lowered herself and naturally sat beside him, further straining his already overburdened heart. Come on, drink it, Xiao Muhan whispered softly in his ear. Her voice was low, husky, and magnetic enough to drive any man wild. Staring at the glass of red wine, he hesitated for a moment but finally drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Muhan also finished hers in one go, then poured him another glass. Watching the big boy awkwardly holding the wine glass, her gaze gradually took on a hint of inexplicable complexity. After downing another glass of wine, before he could catch his breath, yet another glass was handed to him. After several rounds of this, he finally couldn't take it anymore and said, I didn't come here to drink. He hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Muhan interrupted him. Of course you're not here to drink. You're here to ask for something. But don't you understand? Drinking makes things easier to handle. If your matter is particularly difficult, then accompany your sister for a few more drinks. Maybe if your sister is in a good mood, your problem won't seem so hard anymore. Faced with such a woman, Yun Haoyu truly had no way to deal with her. I really shouldn't have come today. He regretted it more and more, feeling even worse than when he was being chased to the brink by that purple-blooded sea star. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Xiao Muhan became even happier. She said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Just tell me what's on your mind while your sister is in a good mood. He let out a slight sigh of relief and laid out his thoughts completely. Then, he cautiously observed her reaction, like a prisoner awaiting the final verdict. Upon hearing the boy's thoughts, Xiao Muhan's indulgent demeanor changed. Her stunningly beautiful face turned solemn. She quietly looked at the boy in front of her, her gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. Unable to withstand her stare, the boy slightly averted his eyes. After a long pause, a cold voice sounded, terms? The boy trembled slightly and raised his head to ask, what do you want? This time's harvest, I can give it all to you. Xiao Muhan smiled faintly, money, I don't lack. What do you want then? Yun Haoyu seemed a bit troubled. A delicate jade hand reached out, caressing his face, slender and fair fingers gently stroking his skin. He instinctively tried to move aside, but unfortunately, the distance between them was too close. His actions clearly had no effect and instead further sparked the beauty's interest. What an alluring boy, she silently marveled. He's just grown up, yet hasn't been tainted by the dark things of the outside world. In his eyes, there is no trace of the usual ambition, greed, or selfishness found in men. Right now, he is so pure. Yes, pure. Pure from the inside out. But boys eventually grow up. When that time comes, will he still be as pure as he is now? She sighed softly and said, alright. Big sister agrees to it. He seemed a bit incredulous, raised his head and asked again. After receiving a definite answer once more, his pure eyes revealed unrestrained joy, as clear and transparent as the finest crystal, without a trace of impurity. However, big sister can't teach you for free. After putting an effort effort, I should get some compensation, right? What do you want? A hint of nervousness appeared in his pure eyes. Promise, she said, her tone more serious than ever before. I want a promise from you. What promise? A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes again. I haven't decided on the content of the promise yet. I'll tell you when the time comes. In any case, you just need to remember that you owe me a promise. Does this count as a blank check? After a brief silence, the boy spoke. That's right, just like that. What you gave me is a blank check. Of course, you've already signed your name, so there's no way for you to back out. As for what I fill in, that's entirely up to me, she said with a smile. This boy may be simple, but he's not foolish at all. Seems like I'm at a disadvantage. The boy's voice revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. How could I randomly set a price? At most, I promise you that when I use this commitment in the future, it won't exceed your capabilities or go against your principles. Is that acceptable? After thinking for a moment, she added, I will teach you everything I know without reservation. And, until you truly grow up, I'll protect you. In that case, very well. The boy exhaled deeply, his body relaxing. However, he hadn't been happy for more than a few seconds before misfortune struck. Now, the roles are set. As long as it's not a matter of principle, I think you have an obligation to obey your sister. Xiao Muhan smiled like a devil who had stolen a soul. There are still dozens of bottles of wine in this cabinet. Since we both have time, let's finish them together. Yun Haoyu's face instantly turned ashen. At this moment, unexpected changes occurred outside the Abyss battleship. In that chaotic sea, numerous ferocious creatures were still fighting recklessly. The blood-red light points on the screen had already merged into a shocking sea of blood. Moreover, as time passed, the sea of blood showed signs of expanding further. A strange mental fluctuation suddenly appeared, and the chaotic sea abruptly fell silent, as if a king among the ferocious creatures had emerged out of nowhere. The creatures hesitated for a moment, then a series of fluctuations echoed on the mental plane, resembling the furious roar of a king. The creatures finally yielded, reluctantly dispersing. At the original location, countless corpses of ferocious creatures still floated, with severed limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Yet, not a single living creature dared to approach that sea anymore. A few ghostly blue gemstone flowers quietly appeared, coldly staring in the direction of the Abyss battleship for a while, then silently vanished. 24 hours passed quickly. It was time for the Abyss battleship to return. The surviving divers had all returned, only 17 of them. The rest had forever remained at the bottom of the sea. This place is just that cruel. What is called hell is nothing more than this. The massive battleship slowly started up, its engines at full power, energy shields fully activated, and all weapons on standby. The distance from the seabed to the surface, over 3,000 meters, was still filled with deadly danger. Until they reached the surface, no one dared to say they were absolutely safe. Fortunately, today's return journey was exceptionally smooth. There were no troubles, and those fearsome creatures that people usually avoided at all costs were nowhere to be seen. After surfacing, the weight in everyone's hearts finally lifted. Today, they had managed to return alive once again. They had earned it. Of course, the ones who gained the most were those two. Xiao Muhan got money, while Yun Haoyu not only got money but also gained a master whose character is beyond description. Who knows whether this is good or bad for him? Deep within his consciousness, Ruolan was complaining to Yun Haoyu. What does the life or death of these people have to do with me? All I need to do is protect you. Even if this broken ship sinks, what impact would it have on you? I won't be doing this again in the future. Of course, the young man at this moment could no longer hear her complaints, as dozens of bottles of alcohol had already turned him into a puddle of mess. The massive Abyss battleship docked at the pier, and everyone eagerly rushed ashore. It was still a bright and sunny noon, but having returned from hell, everything on the ground now seemed so beautiful. Yun Haoyu drank several bowls of sobering soup before coming ashore, but still half drunk and dazed, he was half supported and half held by Xiao Muhan into a fiery red hovercar. The hovercar then soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Speeding all the way, they soon arrived at a luxurious villa district in the suburbs. Xiao Muhan maneuvered the hovercar to land in front of a palace-style villa, where several uniformed maids came forward to greet them. Master, you're back. A woman who appeared to be the head housekeeper greeted respectfully. Prepare lunch for 2 people at noon, and the same for dinner. It will be like this for a while. Also, go and prepare the daily necessities for a man. Xiao Muhan instructed. Daily necessities for a man? You mean? The butler was somewhat puzzled by the master's words. A man will be living here for a while. Prepare everything he might need for food, clothing, and accommodation. Xiao Muhan opened the car door and carried Yun Haoyu out. Seeing the appearance of the young man, the butler immediately understood the master's intentions and respectfully replied, Yes, I will follow your instructions. Xiao Muhan stopped speaking, holding Yun Haoyu as they entered the villa. The Phobos Trench, over 17,000 meters deep and stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. This is one of the deepest oceanic regions on Twilight Cloud Star. It is also one of the most dangerous areas, where humans have repeatedly conducted explorations, dispatching elite abyssal warship fleets and numerous high-level ability users. They have have attempted to map its true terrain and search for precious mineral resources and species. However, to date, any expedition team venturing into this area has essentially disappeared without a trace. The few lucky individuals who managed to escape with their lives soon vanished from the world, and their experiences have been tightly sealed by the Empire's highest authorities. Thus, for humanity at present, this oceanic region remains a devil's domain shrouded in layers of mystery and peril. Deep within a section of the trench lies a hidden world. Here is a seabed plain spanning approximately hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. On the plain, a type of large woody plant resembling coniferous forests on land occupies nearly half the area. The roots, trunks, and leaves of these plants are all indigo-colored. The plain is also dotted with seaweed over half a meter tall, occasionally interspersed with some unknown, oddly shaped shrub-like species. Scattered blue glowing pearls float above the plain, enveloping the entire area in a cold, eerie blue light. Some small fish swim around the pearl. In short, all the flora and fauna visible on this plain are without exception entirely blue. Sky blue, tile blue, azure, deep blue, teal blue. Everything here has overturned certain inherent concepts of biology held by humans. In the deepest part of the blue coniferous forest, there stands a massive tree with a diameter of several dozen meters. Near the base of the tree, a semicircular large hole has been opened, forming an archway. The trunk has been hollowed out, and on the inner walls of the trunk, countless fist-sized fruit-like dark blue crystals are embedded. Every few meters in height, a protruding platform appears on the inner wall. Across the entire inner wall, there are nearly 100 such platforms. At this moment, more than half of the platforms are adorned with a ghostly blue gemstone flower. Each flower occupies one platform, and based on their distribution, the lower platforms have more gemstone flowers, while the higher up you go, the fewer there are. At the very top, there is only one platform, where a gemstone flower noticeably larger than its counterpart stands proudly. Its indigo-colored singdolite calmly gazes at its subjects. Abyssal civilization. The tribal meeting of the bat snail flower clan is nearing its end. Those creatures on the surface are becoming more and more outrageous. A gem flower said indignantly. There was chaos in the Merobic Sea today. Various guardian beasts suffered heavy casualties, severely disrupting the balance of that sea region. It's all thanks to those damned humans. Another flower's mental waves also revealed dissatisfaction. We can't let those creatures continue their rampage. In recent years, they've become increasingly arrogant. Every year, a large number of guardian beasts are hunted by them. If this continues, the damage to the ocean will be irreversible. It will also affect our clan's grand plan. Yet another flower expressed its opinion, standing just one step away from the highest flower. Then, how should we respond? Do the elders have any definitive opinions? The flower at the top spoke. Respected chief, I believe we should dispatch our warriors and command a large number of our loyal beasts to launch a comprehensive and decisive attack on those detestable humans. Let them understand who truly rules the ocean world. An elder said coldly, his gaze chilling. Indeed, the ocean is the inherent domain of the great abyssal bat snail flower clan. The loyal beasts are our precious assets, not something those arrogant humans can covet. Another elder quickly echoed. Yes, we must strike them hard. The questioned elder Gavlov had remained silent just now, standing only a step away from the patriarch. I do not believe that waging war against humanity at this time is a wise decision, Gavlov said calmly. Instantly, the gemstone flowers below stirred, and countless puzzled and dissatisfied gazes turned toward him. Oh, please elaborate. The patriarch remained expressionless. Everyone present here has always been loyal warriors following the patriarch, so I will speak plainly. Since the previous patriarch, Yeblas, ascended to power, he was overly eager for success and sent large numbers of beast followers and our tribe's elite warriors to attack the ancient Forbidden Zone, attempting to uncover the secrets of the powers of the ancient gods. Unfortunately, the endeavor ended in failure, causing heavy losses to our tribe. This also provoked dissatisfaction among many elders within the tribe, yet he continued to act recklessly, imposing harsh demands, which ultimately led to internal strife within our tribe. Originally, it had the Alcor meteor goblet in its possession, and our chances of victory were slim. However, unexpectedly, humans did us a great favor by capturing it, causing heavy casualties among its loyal followers. This gave us the opportunity. Although the chieftain has ascended to power, our tribe's strength is far from what it once was, and the remnants of Yeblas have yet to be completely eradicated. The loss of the sacred heirloom is an unbearable blow to our tribe, directly impacting our grand plan. At present, we do not possess the strength to engage in large-scale warfare with humans, nor is it necessary. Our tribe migrated to this planet thousands of years ago to recuperate and thrive, to unlock the ancient source Forbidden Zone and obtain the power within to rejuvenate our tribe, to restore the glory our tribe once held in the universe. This is the most important mission of our clan. Apart from this, all other issues are insignificant. The urgent task for our clan is to accumulate strength and find a way to retrieve the sacred artifact. Gaflov concluded. The meeting hall fell silent. All the elders knew that Gaflov's words were not wrong, but retrieving the sacred artifact was easier said than done. According to the information we have obtained, Yeblis has already been transferred by humans to satellite number 3. Due to the severe loss of our clan's strength and the tight security of the humans, we truly have little chance of success, an elder sighed. That's not necessarily true. Although our strength is insufficient, it doesn't mean we have no chance at all. The clan leader spoke. The elders were puzzled, and the clan leader smiled lightly and said, Honorable Glebshenka, you may come out now. The space rippled slightly, and the figure of the envoy from the Jianing clan appeared before the elders. A faint blue magnetic field gently vibrated, and a mental wave was transmitted. Honorable clan leader, esteemed elders, I bring the goodwill of our clan's council. The Jianing clan is willing to form the closest alliance with the Great Abyssal Bat Spiral Flower clan. We are also willing to help you quell the internal strife. However, in exchange, the Starfall Goblet must be handed over to our clan for research. Honorable Glebshenka, the Alcyone Meteor Chalice is a sacred relic of our clan's heritage and cannot be relinquished under any circumstances. Gavlov said calmly, but the Alcyone Meteor Chalice is equally important to our clan. This is our only request. We hope everyone can understand. Glebshenka stood his ground. A volleyball and a group of gemstone flowers led to a heated debate lasting over an hour. Since it involved matters of principle, neither side had any reason to compromise. In the end, no resolution was reached. By evening, Yun Haoyu finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a large pink bed. A cloud-like white silk quilt gently embraced him, and a transparent ice gauze canopy flowed down from the ceiling like water. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. This was an extremely luxurious master bedroom. Every piece of furniture, decoration, painting, and sculpture was the finest masterpiece that could be found on this planet. Inside the massive bedroom, behind a crystal partition wall, was an equally enormous swimming pool and bathroom. His body had already been stripped bare, and apart from a pink robe, there wasn't a single other piece of clothing on him. He frowned, glanced around, and, seeing no one, tiptoed to a nearby wardrobe intending to find some clothes to change into. But when he opened it, he was greeted by an array of dazzling women's clothing, not a single piece suitable for him to wear. Left with no choice, he retreated back to the bed. He began to ponder his next move. If his guess was correct, this should be Xiao Muhan's home, and after getting drunk, she must have brought him here. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Who took off his clothes? Damn it! Rulin, after I passed out, did anything, bad happen? He asked hesitantly. No. Rulin's answer was concise and straightforward. That's good. He breathed a sigh of relief. The words of this powerful figure were still trustworthy. At this moment, the grand and heavy door was pushed open, and a bioengineered maid in uniform walked in, holding a delicate clothing box. You're awake, the maid said with a smile. The master is waiting for you in the dining room downstairs. These are your clothes. No need, I'll do it myself. You can leave now. Being stared at by a beautiful woman like this, even though he knew she was a bioengineered human, he still felt quite uncomfortable. After the maid left, he eagerly dressed himself. The clothes were excellent, clearly not ordinary, and a complete set had been prepared from inside out. Dressed neatly, he quickly finished washing up and stepped out of the bedroom door, where the maid led him toward the dining room. Outside, the sky was already filled with countless stars. In the classical-style dining room, Xiao Muhan had been waiting for quite some time. On the large crystal dining table, a variety of exquisite delicacies were piled up, probably numbering in the hundreds. Quite a few were placed on the silver dining cart beside it. What extravagance, he thought to himself, marveling at the sight. Just by their appearance, it was clear these dishes were not something everyone could afford to eat. He could only name fewer than 10 of them. Xiao Muhan had changed into a pure white dress, and her entire demeanor transformed. She now exuded less sensual flamboyance and more serene elegance. Seeing him approach, she greeted him with a gentle smile. Finally awake. Did you sleep well? Not bad, he replied, walking over to sit across from her. From your tone, it seems you're not very pleased. Could it be that my room still doesn't meet your expectations? She asked, somewhat puzzled. It's not like that, it's just, I really can't drink much alcohol. Can you stop doing this to me in the future, please? He said, feeling a bit headache. Oh, so that's how it is. Actually, you don't know. This is also a kind of training method. Big sister isn't trying to mess with you. She's fulfilling her responsibility as a mentor. Got it, she said with a sly smile. Training? What kind of training can drinking alcohol provide? He asked, utterly confused. Mental strength. Alcohol can stimulate the brain and increase the intensity of mental strength. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, no amount of alcohol will affect you. Just like me, at the bottom of the sea, I drank way more alcohol than you did. And yet, nothing happened to me. She spoke with a serious tone, but the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. There's such a saying. How come I've never heard of it? His intuition told him that this statement was completely unreliable. Because this is my exclusive secret method, a precious experience I've gained through years of hard research. This time, I'm teaching it to you without holding anything back. So, how about it? I'm treating you pretty well, right? Her smile was already bordering on shameless. Did I offend some deity in the heavens? He sighed helplessly, realizing that with such a devilish mentor, he was in for a tough time ahead. said. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. After we finish, we'll go out for a stroll. She raised her wine glass. Having a meal is fine, but I really can't drink alcohol, he said. Really not drinking? This is a genuine century-old brew. My sister specially prepared it for you, she tempted. I don't care if it's the finest nectar. I'd rather die than drink it. How boring, she muttered, pouring herself a drink and drinking alone. Although the dishes were exquisite and varied, with the appetite of two superhumans, they were still easily finished. In fact, due to the immense energy demands of superhumans, ordinary portions of food are hardly enough to fill their stomachs. Concentrated nutritional supplements are a necessity. Occasionally eating traditional food is merely a pure enjoyment of taste. Under the sea, the debate continued. Lord Glebchenko, if I'm not mistaken, you are determined to obtain this item. Is it also for the ancient forbidden zone? Elder Gavlov suddenly asked. The faint blue magnetic field around Envoy Zhang paused slightly and remained silent for a few seconds. Indeed, that is correct, it replied. The ancient source forbidden zone is a mysterious base left behind by the ancient gods of the source. It possesses various enigmatic and unfathomable powers, some parts of which hold significant research value for our race. It's not just research value. It can completely complement the spatial law power system you have mastered, right? The clan leader said calmly. Since you all already know, there's no need for us to engage in pointless arguments here. Let's come up with a plan that both sides can accept. Glebchenko said candidly. The Starfall Chalice is the sacred relic of our race's heritage. It is also the essential key to entering the ancient source forbidden zone. Therefore, neither of us is willing to give it up. But I must remind you, having this item alone is not enough. The strength of the forbidden zone's defense system far exceeds your imagination. This is also the reason our race has guarded it for thousands of years, Gavlov said. That's right, so we're here to seek cooperation. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and do it alone. Glebchenko said bluntly. You've been studying the ancient forbidden zone for thousands of years and must have unique insights into its defense system. It's just that your strength is too weak, so you've never succeeded. If our two sides cooperate, relying on our understanding of spatial laws combined with your experience, it's very likely we can succeed. At least the chances are much greater than acting alone. That could work. After we jointly open the forbidden zone, apart from the part you need, all other gains will belong to our clan. How about that? Gavlov proposed. But we're contributing more effort than you. Don't you think such a distribution principle is somewhat unfair? Glebchenko began to negotiate. Thus, both sides began another war of words, much like the most despicable and unbearable street vendors, doing everything they could to secure as many benefits as possible for their own side. Perhaps due to the strength and numbers advantage, the Abyssal Bat Snailflower clan clearly gained the upper hand. In the end, the envoy of the Zhang clan reluctantly made concessions. Aside from the items needed by the Zhang clan, 2/10 of other valuable items could be allocated to them, while the rest would belong entirely to the Abyssal Bat Snailflower clan. Moreover, when they returned to the universe, the Zhang clan would be obligated to provide assistance within their capabilities. Finally, both sides signed the alliance agreement in their customary manner, and the envoy of the Zhang clan took their leave. Watching the volleyball-like figure gradually fade into nothingness in the air, a cold smile appeared in the clan leader's single eye. The horror of that cursed place, how could you possibly imagine it? Our clan has been stuck here for thousands of years, not because we are incompetent, but because that place is truly terrifying. If you're willing to come and be cannon fodder, that couldn't be better. In the spatial fracture, Glebchenko sped through, secretly calculating, you self-righteous fools, your clan is on the verge of extinction, yet you remain oblivious. Still think it's the glorious era of the Bulroga dynasty from tens of thousands of years ago. Restore the glory of the ancestors? You don't even know what you're dreaming about. When has the Zhang clan ever done a losing deal? You might as well prepare to become history. The night sky of Muyunstar was tranquil and beautiful, as a fiery red hovercar roared through the high altitude. Crimson Flame Phoenix, this is the most popular model from the Imperial Capital Star region this year. Not bad, right? On the hovercar, Xiao Muhan asked the big boy beside him. Well, very nice. That was all he could say. Originally, he had spent 30 million to buy a blue Hurricane. He had been quite proud, feeling that he had finally joined the ranks of the wealthy. But compared to the car in front of him, he realized he was nothing more than a country bumpkin. This car's value alone was equivalent to 30 blue Hurricanes, and Xiao Muhan had specially modified it to make it more suitable for use by ability users. Not to mention anything else, just the hundreds of fist-sized source crystal spheres embedded in the roof had turned the interior into a sea of free cosmic energy. Training inside it offered benefits that were self-evident. The light brain on her wrist vibrated slightly, and Xiao Muhan casually opened it. A book-sized exquisite light screen floated beside her, and a red-haired man appeared on the screen, speaking politely. Miss Xiao, the goods you sent have been received. After identification, they are a rare mutated species from the deep sea. We have decided to purchase them for 6,000 source crystals. Are you satisfied with this price? Alright then, just transfer the funds directly to my account, Xiao Muhan said nonchalantly. bluntly. The red-haired man clearly knew her and did not hang up. Instead, he asked in a slightly admiring tone, "We've already assessed that guy's strength, and the result is a level. Its bone blades are sharp enough to directly cut through the outer armor of an Abyss battleship. Even a 7th tier ability user couldn't easily take it down. How did you manage it? Have you advanced? That's none of your business. Just focus on doing business." Xiao Muhan clearly didn't want to elaborate. "I'm on a date right now. Don't bother me unless it's important." After saying this, she ignored the man's shocked expression and directly turned off the video. "Do you want to know?" Looking at the boy's inquisitive gaze, she asked with a playful smile. "If you think it's inconvenient, I won't ask." She must have her reasons for not saying, and Yun Haoyu was quite understanding. "Originally, I wasn't going to say anything, but our relationship is different now. There's no harm in telling you." She thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "I'll tell you when we get back. I'll tell you when we're going to sleep." "There's no need for that. I'm heading home soon." Yun Haoyu said. "Home? What do you mean? Don't you want to live with your sister?" She was clearly a bit upset. No, it's not like that," he stammered. "Not? Then you agree. That's a good boy." She beamed with joy again. "Let's sleep together tonight." If it weren't for being thousands of meters in the air, he would have considered opening the car door and escaping. 3 satellites gradually rose to the zenith. It was nearing midnight. Xiao Muhan ultimately couldn't convince the boy to go back with her. Under Yun Haoyu's strong insistence, she had to compromise. However, as they got out of the car, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You can't escape. One day, you'll willingly surrender to me." A pink tongue suddenly extended, gently licking his earlobe, and a shiver instantly spread throughout his body, turning him into a statue. A fiery red flying car soared into the sky, leaving him standing there in a daze. In the early morning, Yun Haoyu got up early. Today was another day to go to school for an open class. After tidying up, he didn't leave the house but quietly sneaked into Zhong Huangying's room. In the room, his younger sister was already awake but still lying in bed. When she saw him come in, she wasn't surprised and simply sat up to ask softly, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I have to go to class today." He closed the door and sat down by the bed. "Haven't seen you for a few days. I really missed you." "Only a fool would believe you," his younger sister said angrily. "Really want to? I'm not lying to you." He reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. His sister had a faint body fragrance, which smelled quite pleasant. "In a few days, you and Mingrui should go and get the level 4 optimization surgery done. The money is already enough," he said. "As for mom and dad, they can go next time when they come home. I always feel that going out to sea every day isn't a long-term plan. That place is just too dangerous." His sister felt anxious every time she thought about his situation. "It's fine. No matter how dangerous it is, haven't I made it through? I already have level 3 strength now, which is enough to protect myself," he said with a reassuring smile. I really can't do anything about you." The siblings stopped talking and just quietly embraced. Looking at his sister's delicate face, he felt a faint restlessness in his heart, and his breathing became rapid. His sister remained silent, letting him hold her. His sister once again firmly pressed down his hand. "That's enough," she said softly. Yun Haoyu helplessly let go of her. Over the past month, scenes like this had played out every few days. His sister's attitude was unpredictable. She allowed him to hug and touch her, but stubbornly refused to yield on the final boundary. It left him utterly frustrated. His sister got up and tidied her clothes. Seeing his displeased expression, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, can you stop being so childish? It's early in the morning, and you're already sulking. It'll be yours sooner or later." As she spoke, she pushed him out the door. Stepping out of the house, he realized his flying car was still parked in the garage at the port district. With no other choice, he had to hail a cab to get to school. At the school gate, he ran into Hua Manli again. "Level 4, she asked uncertainly, her tone betraying her shock. "Yes," he nodded, confirming her guess. The beauty's gaze at him grew complicated, filled with admiration, jealousy, and an inexplicable anger. He smiled, lifted his leg, and walked toward the classroom. Hua Manli frowned and pondered for a moment before following him. Along the way, familiar classmates who saw his current appearance were all astonished. Level 4 genetic optimization, 3rd tier ability user. This was already a height that most people could hardly reach in their lifetime. "Ah, you!" A hearty voice rang out as Jin Yu and Su Shangqing waved to him from not far away. "Long time no see, everyone," he greeted with a smile. "Where's Bernard? He recently got a new girlfriend, and it's been hard to catch sight of him lately." Su Shangqing said. Haha, him. He's always been the type to prioritize romance over friendship." Jin Yu said disdainfully. "But you, are you still going out to sea to catch fish? Damn, you've already become a 3rd level ability user. How long has it been? That's really impressive." "No choice, in places like that, you have to quickly improve your skills to survive." The group chatted as they walked into the classroom. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on on him as he walked through the door. Feeling uncomfortable under the strange looks, he coughed lightly and planned to find an inconspicuous spot to sit. Before he could take a step, he felt a tug on his arm. Turning his head, he saw Hua Monli clutching his sleeve and whispering, "Come here, I need to talk to you." After hesitating for a moment, he complied. "Can you tell your supervisor that I want to go out to sea too?" Hua Monli said bluntly. "Miss, that's not some kind of vacation or game, it's risking your life. Every bit of money earned out there is exchanged with your life." He assumed she was acting on a whim. "Is that so?" She remained indifferent. Seeing her attitude, Yun Haoyu became serious and said sternly, "Even though you're at the first rank, that level of strength is nothing under the sea. Do you know how many people go out to sea every day? Millions, but how many actually come back alive? This is an industry with life-threatening risks. If people weren't forced into it, who would willingly wander near the gates of hell? Do you understand that if something goes wrong underwater, you'll end up as food for those deadly creatures? Many of my friends have stayed in that cursed place forever, and among them were 5th and 6th rank experts. Such experts are almost capable of taking on ordinary space battleships, yet even they couldn't save their own lives. So why would you take such a risk? But aren't you still living well up to now? I was just lucky, that's all." "Really? Then take me with you. Share some of your luck with me," she said with a smile. "What kind of joke is that? It's already hard enough for me to keep myself safe. How could I possibly look after you? Don't be so stingy, okay? After all, you're a man. Can't you be a little more accommodating to a beautiful woman?" "Ugh, do I have that obligation? You should be saying this to your man." He felt a bit of a headache. This beautiful woman was exceptionally hard to deal with when she got stubborn. Hua Monli still wanted to say something, but class time had arrived, so she had to stop. However, it seemed she wasn't planning to give up. A few hours passed quickly, and it was nearing noon. Yun Haoyu invited a few close classmates to go out for a meal. Hua Monli followed closely behind and said, "I want to talk to you alone." "You're still not giving up?" Hua Monli said nothing, pulling him to a secluded spot before speaking. "No matter what, I am definitely going. I never regret the decisions I make. Since you've decided, I have nothing more to say. But I can't take you. You'll have to find someone else to help you. Since we were classmates, you can't just stand by and watch me get into trouble, right? You can go find your man. Do you need some benefit before you're willing to help?" She stared at him intently. "State your terms. As long as it's something I can do, I'll agree." He was a bit impatient but didn't dare to say it out loud. With this beauty's temperament, she might actually agree. By then, he'd be stuck in a difficult position. "Young lady, what will it take for you to let me go? I really can't help you with this. You have a perfectly good life as a young mistress, yet you insist on doing this. How am I supposed to reason with you?" She suddenly became angry, her eyes turning red. I need power, and to gain power, I need money." She quickly calmed herself, smiling as she spoke to him. "Whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I will agree." "I've had enough. What if I don't agree?" "You're really not agreeing?" Her gaze turned icy. "I'm powerless. If that old ghost finds out, what kind of trouble do you think will come your way?" she said coldly. "Are you threatening me?" He was somewhat annoyed. "That's right, it's a threat." After saying that, she didn't wait for him to react. She suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted loudly, "Help, I'm being harassed." Yun Haoyu quickly covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "All right, Auntie, stop shouting, will you? Do you want the whole school to know? I'm scared. Did you agree?" Her eyes revealed a hint of smugness. "What else can I do if I don't agree? I don't want to be hunted across the entire planet by that person from your family," he said helplessly. "Humph, it's good that you know to be afraid. However, I have one condition." He calculated with a bit of a headache. "What conditions? Tell me," she asked, looking at him expectantly. Seeing him staring at her without blinking, she thought to herself, could it be that he wants? But that wouldn't be a big deal. This man in front of her was much more pleasing to the eye than that old ghost. "Can you guarantee that the person from your family won't interfere in your affairs? I don't want to deal with him, and you mustn't let anyone know that I'm helping you." "Don't worry about that, I promise no third person will know." She smiled and suddenly hugged him and kissed him. Yun Haoyu felt his scalp tingle. This was a crazy woman, a woman who would stop at nothing for her ambitions. How did he end up entangled with such a lunatic? Maybe I should talk to my sister about this, she might have a solution. I'm still not used to dealing with women. Yun Haoyu suddenly thought of Xiao Muhan. On satellite number 2 lies the Space Fleet base guarding the Twilight Cloud Star. At this moment, hundreds of military standard warships have all taken to the skies, welcoming the envoy from the imperial capital. 30 oval-shaped warships, entirely silver-white, slowly emerged in the distant starry sky. Yun Haoyu was still unaware that on this planet's night, his fate had undergone a dramatic upheaval, like a derailed train heading into the unknown. On satellite number 3, "Generals, this is the target of your mission," Antanas said respectfully. In the massive central laboratory, security remained tight. The creature inside the crystal pillar was still motionless, trapped there, while a black cup-shaped object hovered above it. A red energy shield encircled it for protection. "What do you think?" Song Jingfeng asked Du Bois beside him, his hand casually brushing over the emblem on his chest. A marvelous creature, an incredible artifact. Du Bois replied, no wonder the higher-ups value it so much. It seems there really are some extraordinary things in this planet's oceans. A powerful alien civilization? Maybe the folks at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be quite interested. Song Jingfeng said with a laugh. What does that have to do with them? This planet has been human territory for decades. Alien civilization? It's just a bunch of highly intelligent marine creatures. The Imperial Capital Academy's biochemical lab is the best place for them. Du Bois laughed heartily. I wonder if this thing is edible? We've come all this way, and we haven't tried the local specialties yet. Antanas, are there any tastier marine creatures? Of course. The seafood here is famous across the entire star region, Antanas said with a smiling face. After the two generals finished their official duties, let's head to Twilight Cloudstar for a feast. In the Void Space Fisher, Gleb Senka was making his final effort. Lord Yevgraf, are you still unwilling to yield? The Altair Meteor Cup is the sacred relic of my clan. How could we easily give it up? If you want me to cooperate with you, you'll have to show me some benefits, Lavgriz said coldly. As long as you agree to our request, the warriors of my clan can take action at once. I can guarantee that, Gleb Senka vowed confidently. Yet, Yevgriz merely sneered and ignored it. Gleb Senka's round body trembled slightly. Hidden within the spatial rift, it suddenly had a foreboding feeling. By virtue of its exceptional perceptive abilities, it had already detected that the entire experimental base was surrounded by numerous humans clad in lightweight sealed combat armor. These individuals exuded varying degrees of energy aura, likely the human civilization's forces of superpowered individuals. Around the third satellite, hundreds of battleships were standing by, ready for action. Yet this alone wasn't enough to alarm it. What truly made it uneasy was the group of humans who had entered near the crystal pillar. Each one of them was immensely powerful, especially the two individuals in the center. Their frightening energy levels rivaled even the mightiest warriors of its clan. When did humans send such a powerful individual? What are they planning? This must be reported immediately. Glebchenko was somewhat alarmed. What should we do now? Should we get it into the battleship first? Du Bois asked. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Song Jingfeng shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the top of the crystal pillar. What's so difficult about it? This time we brought a space cargo container, big enough to pack the entire laboratory inside. There's also a high-intensity magnetic energy spatial shielding system, capable of preventing any unexpected accidents. On the flagships of the two of us, I don't believe anyone would be reckless enough to try to interfere. Du Bois laughed. That's what people say, but, suddenly, a brush appeared in Song Jingfeng's hand, about half a meter long and as thick as a thumb. The brush was jet black and shiny, with no discernible material, and engraved with some simple yet profoundly mysterious patterns. The handle gently tapped against his palm rhythmically, one beat at a time. He paused in his steps, casually shifted positions, and continued, I'm afraid there's already someone ignorant enough to have plans for this. The tip of the brush abruptly rose and, with lightning speed, struck toward the void above the crystal pillar. The space showed a slight ripple, as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. A spherical shadow gradually emerged, and the brush's tip landed precisely on its surface, leaving a small, inconspicuous mark on its smooth curvature. Glebchenko watched helplessly as the brush shot toward it with incredible speed, but could do nothing to stop it. A strange force had sealed the space, rendering its proud spatial traversal abilities useless. In the blink of an eye, the brush had already touched its body, just a light tap, without any noticeable sensation. Confusion filled its mind as it wondered about the human's intentions. Suddenly, it realized its body was inflating uncontrollably, like air being blown into a balloon. What's happening to me? Before it could react, its body, which had already swelled to over a meter, burst open with a boom. Greenish-blue blood and all sorts of strange entrails splattered everywhere. A wave of intense pain struck, and then its consciousness plunged into endless darkness. The Zhang clan? Although surprised, the group seemed to have anticipated it. Indeed, the intel from above was correct. There's something wrong with those volleyballs, Du Bois said coldly. What exactly are they up to? Probably after that thing as well, Song Jingfeng said, frowning. But I don't understand. One is a civilization in the cosmos, the other resides in a remote corner of the deep sea. When did these two civilizations start colluding? Whatever they're planning, we'll act immediately to move this thing ahead of time. No need to let delays lead to complications. Du Bois decisively commanded, Antanas, put the base on highest alert. Also, notify the garrison headquarters in Henglua Starfield to immediately dispatch 2 fleets to serve as escort for the return journey. All researchers involved in this project must immediately transfer with the fleet. Don't worry, in the Imperial capital, you'll have better living conditions and research facilities. Issue a gag order to all peripheral personnel of the base. Everything happening here today will be classified as an Imperial top secret, with no leaks allowed. Notify the Imperial Security Department stationed on Twilight Cloud Planet immediately and have them keep a close watch on that group of players. Report any anomalies at once. The order was executed immediately, and piercing alarm sounds rang out within the base. space. Thousands of searchlights lit up. Countless figures emerged from different corners, carrying out their respective duties as quickly as possible under the commander's orders. All defense systems were activated, and idle warships were ordered to take off immediately. The entire base operated like a vast and intricate machine at high speed. A Cloud Shark warship slowly approached, hovering over the base. The enormous and heavy alloy dome of the base gradually slid open, revealing the central laboratory below. All researchers and movable equipment had been evacuated. The vast laboratory was empty except for a few dozen superhumans still guarding the crystal pillar. "Guys, looks like we won't be able to leave," Song Jingfeng said. "Yes, they're already here," Du Bois sighed. Under the perception of Saint-Tier experts, the space fractures above the base had already revealed thousands of volleyball-like shadows, some of which possessed energy levels comparable to the two of them. "This is quite troublesome. If we hadn't brought more people this time, we'd probably have no choice but to run away." Song Jingfeng frowned. "I remember that group of volleyballs were always inclined to resolve issues peacefully and rarely resorted to violence. Why are they being so forceful this time? Maybe it's an act of intimidation. Should we try talking to them?" Du Bois asked. "Judging by their stance, they don't seem like they're here to negotiate. They've already decided to completely sever ties." The moment the voice fell, a dominant spiritual wave poured down like a tide. "Humans, hand over the items in the laboratory. Otherwise, die." The two exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. A sharp sword light, thousands of meters long, appeared out of thin air, fiercely slicing through the void. In the next moment, the space shattered like a mirror. Thousands of the round-shaped members of the Zhang clan suddenly materialized in front of everyone. The main cannons of hundreds of warships abruptly opened fire, their mouths erupting like magma, and the violent energy surge instantly engulfed that expanse of space. Caught off guard, about hundreds of Zhang clan members were blasted into ash. A strange mental wave resonated in everyone's minds with a sharp buzz, causing severe headaches to all who heard it. Many had already lost their ability to move, and the fleet's operations came to a halt. Shortly after, countless black threads emerged from the space, darker than the void of the universe itself. These threads quickly spread, encircling a battleship like living entities. With a gentle twist and coil, the 1,000-meter-long metal behemoth crumbled like a fragile paper toy, reducing to fragments of metallic debris floating in the void. Occasionally, remnants of human tissue and splattered blood could be seen among the wreckage. Then came the second ship, the third ship. "Damn it! Can't you evade?" Song Jingfeng shouted. A glimmer of golden light emerged from his body, transforming into a protective shield enveloping him. With a slight movement, he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared the next moment, he was above the base. Holding an oddly shaped calligraphy brush radiating dazzling white light, he moved the brush rapidly. Tiny azure inscriptions danced around its shaft. It was clearly a formidable weapon. With swift strokes, he pointed the brush at the nearby void dozens of times. Instantly, several Zhang people were forcibly squeezed out from the spatial rift by an inexplicable force. Without exception, their bodies began to swell before bursting like balloons in a thunderous explosion. Not far away, Du Bois revealed himself as well. He had donned a set of silver-white heavy armor, wielding a knight's broadsword in his hand. The blade's edge was serrated, and its crimson brilliance flowed throughout. With a single slash and sweep, the sword light streaked through, shaking the void. The Zhang tribe, who had retreated back into the spatial rift, were forced to reappear before his eyes. Two saint-level masters caught the attention of most of the Zhang clan. The officers and soldiers on the warship finally recovered from the strange spiritual attack and began retreating one after another. "Quickly get this thing onto the warship. We're moving immediately," Antanas urgently ordered. "That group of volleyballs is not to be trifled with. All supernaturals above 5th level, go assist the two generals. Those below 5th level should stay out of it." The base originally had several hundred supernaturals stationed there, and the two generals had brought a force of 4,000 supernaturals with them. However, excluding those below 5th level, there were less than 700 true elites. At this moment, these elite members quickly donned their equipment and ascended into the sky to fight. The armor plates on the side of the belly of the Cloud Shark warship opened, revealing a blue metal crate measuring 10 meters in length with a width and height of 4 meters each. The crate slowly descended and paused in mid-air 200 meters away from the laboratory. A light beam shot out from the bottom of the crate, enclosing the entire central laboratory in its glow. Moments later, the laboratory vibrated briefly and began to rise slowly, while its size shrank smaller and smaller. Just as the laboratory was about to be completely stored into the spatial cargo box, a black ice spear as thick as a human thigh and tens of meters long appeared out of thin air, fiercely striking towards the cargo box. The two superpowered warriors on the box tried to block it, but the long spear pierced through their bodies as if ripping paper, then slammed heavily into the cargo box. A ring of blue light flickered rapidly around the box for a few moments, but ultimately it could not prevent its fate of destruction, disintegrating in an explosion. The laboratory then fell heavily from a height of 200 meters, crashing onto the ground, causing a violent impact that left all the equipment inside in complete disarray. Fortunately, the main body of the laboratory was cast from skyam alloy, which saved it from being shattered to to pieces. Hundreds of shimmering blue gemstone flowers emerged from the void, their indigo single eyes coldly staring at the battlefield. Elder Becky, what should we do now? A gemstone flower spoke up. Ignore them, let's find Yevglas and retrieve the sacred artifact, the leading gemstone flower said. But before they could take any action, something unexpected occurred in the laboratory below. A deep roar echoed, and a blood-red light flashed momentarily. The entire laboratory melted into a pool of metallic liquid, as if ice had been exposed to intense flames. A crimson sun gently lifted an ethereal blue gemstone flower into the sky. Ha ha ha. Finally, a chance to escape. I've been stuck in this wretched place for so long. I've had enough. The arrogant and oppressive mental waves recklessly spread to the consciousness of every intelligent being present. Yevgraf, you actually came out. Elder Becky exclaimed in shock. That's right. Do you think your clan leader is that easy to deal with? You traitorous lot following Rovianlov, I will tear you all apart. Yevgraf snarled viciously. The red sun radiated brilliance. Countless golden red light arrows shot toward the camp of the bat snail flowers like a torrential storm. The light arrows were highly destructive. Just a few hits could leave one in tatters, if not dead outright. In an instant, dozens of flowers were struck by the arrows, their bluish bodies turning bright red before shriveling up, resembling dried vegetables drained of moisture. Yevgraf, you bastard! How can you still use the Sagittarian star goblet? Elder Becky was both shocked and enraged, joining forces with his subordinates to erect a light shield to fend off the barrage of light arrows. It's useless. With your lackluster skills, how could you possibly resist the power of the sacred artifact? Yevgrlas laughed wildly, pouring even more effort into wielding the Orion star goblet. The density of the light arrows immediately increased a notch. The light arrows fell like a tide. One or two couldn't break through the light screen, but sheer numbers overwhelmed it. The thickness of the light screen gradually thinned, and the group of gemflowers struggled to hold on. Just as the light screen was on the verge of collapse, the crimson sun dimmed, and the onslaught of light arrows suddenly slowed. Yevgrlas felt the energy in its body stagnate, followed by waves of sharp pain. Damn it, the old injury has flared up, and at such a critical moment, it cursed silently. I need to find a place to heal first. These rebels, I'll let you live a few more days for now. Yevgrlas, you're losing your strength. Is it because your injury is acting up? Elder Becky, sharp-eyed as ever, quickly noticed the unusual behavior of the opponent. Hand over the Sagittarius meteorite chalice, and we'll spare your life for today. We can even let you return to the clan as an elder. Elder Becky ordered her subordinates to surround Yevglas while attempting to persuade him to surrender. Wishful thinking. Yevglas snorted and activated the Sagittarius meteorite chalice. A crimson sun enveloped his body and began merging into the void. The gemflowers panicked and launched their attacks in unison. Various ice shards, blades, spheres, and pillars rained down on the crimson sun, accompanied by countless spiritual assaults. Yet, how could the defense of a divine artifact be so easily breached? Just as the crimson sun was about to vanish completely, a streak of black light flashed, causing a slight tremor in the space and repelling the sun back out. Yevgras, hand over the Sublimus star goblet. I'll let you go today. 3 members of the Lumen Shadow clan appeared in front of him. Since when did you round little creatures, who only know how to do business, switch to the trade of robbery? Yevgras stared at them coldly and said, this item is of utmost importance to our clan. We had no other choice but to act. The leader of the Lumen Shadow clan said calmly, give it to me, and I can help you deal with your enemies. What if I refuse? You can't possibly be unaware of the mastery our tribe has over spatial laws. You can't escape. Even with a divine artifact, it makes no difference. The magnetic field around the Jianing tribesmen lightly vibrated, and strands of green light flew out. Wherever the light passed, the surrounding space quickly became sluggish. Within a range of a kilometer, an unknown power sealed the area. Anyone stepping into this space would feel as immobilized as a fly caught in jelly. Even the unfortunate gemstone flowers were trapped inside, unable to move. Ha ha, you're so confident? Then let me show you what true spatial power looks like. Yevglas laughed wildly as he activated the Suba Nebula chalice. The brilliance of the red sun grew strong, slowly turning golden yellow. The golden sphere then began to expand visibly, forcing aside the power that was sealing the space. When it reached a diameter of nearly 100 meters, it abruptly retracted, and hundreds of golden blades shot out, tearing the surrounding space apart. Several Jianing tribesmen were struck by the blades, and their round bodies split in two like watermelons. Foolish wretches! Yevglas cursed, feeling the pain within its body intensify even further. It had to leave this place immediately. Yet, just as it was about to once more retreat into the void, a blood-red heavy sword suddenly appeared and struck fiercely against the red sun. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Dubois swung his heavy sword, blocking it. Damned human! Yevglas the Furious wielded the Svel meteor chalice, golden red arrows of light raining down toward Dubois. Attacks of this level and you think you can kill me? Dubois laughed heartily, the armor on his body radiating a layer of milky white light, firmly shielding against the impact of the light arrows. With a swing of his sword, thousands of meters of space were instantly enveloped in sword light. The bat shell flower clan within the killing range suffered heavy casualties. The heavy sword hummed deeply, its blade glowing brilliantly, as if it had come alive. In just a few seconds, tens of millions of attacks landed on the red sun. With the terrifying precision of a Saint-level expert, he could ensure that the force of each strike was exactly the same, and the attack positions were perfectly accurate without the slightest error. He knew this was a divine artifact. Even with Saint-level power, breaking through its defense was extremely difficult. However, driving a divine artifact consumed enormous amounts of energy, and the opponent seemed to be injured, making it unlikely that they could hold out for long. He was confident that by concentrating his strength and attacking the same point at high frequency, he could quickly exhaust the opponent's energy and achieve victory. His judgment was correct. Before long, the red sun's glow grew increasingly dim. Yevlas wildly squeezed out the last trace of energy in his body, but it was already futile. Anyone could see that it was beyond its limits. However, just as Dubois was on the verge of victory, an anomaly stirred in the space behind him. A large black net silently appeared, swiftly enveloping him. With the sharp senses of a Saint-level expert, he barely dodged the black net's attack, but the edge of the net still brushed against his left arm. In an instant, the section of his arm below the elbow was shredded into minced flesh. Saint-level? He endured the pain, struggling to stabilize his posture in the air. A Yuanian clansman, surrounded by a faint golden magnetic field, slowly revealed its figure in the void. On the round, plump surface of its body, countless tiny golden light points continuously emerged from the intricate, exquisite patterns. After drifting a certain distance away from its body, the points gradually disappeared into the air. The powerful aura it emitted ceaselessly proved that it possessed at least Saint-level strength. Being able to witness the skills of a human powerhouse makes this trip worthwhile. The Jianing clan expert gently vibrated the magnetic field, transmitting his intent to Dubois through a mental wave. Dubois's expression grew heavy. A Saint-level expert skilled in spatial laws, attacking without regard for their status, he no longer had absolute confidence in winning this battle. Dozens of Jianing clan warriors continuously appeared around, encircling Yevgeny once again. On the other side of the battlefield, Song Jingfeng's situation was equally dire. A Saint-rank individual along with hundreds of rank 5 and above experts joining the battle. Such a powerful lineup could rival a main space fleet. However, as an ancient cosmic civilization with a long history, the Jianing clan's accumulated strength should not be underestimated. The remaining hundreds of Jianing warriors were, on average, superior in power compared to human psionicists. If it weren't for Song Jingfeng holding the line, humanity would have already lost. The golden shield grew increasingly radiant, and the peculiar iron pen in his hand spun like a windmill, casting thousands of shadow strokes across a space of several kilometers. Jianing clan members were occasionally forced out of spatial rifts, only to be pierced and exploded by a single stroke. Cyan blood mixed with fragments of internal organs filled the air. Volleyball-sized entities let out anguished spiritual cries before their deaths, turning this void into a gruesome battlefield of carnage. Of course, the opponent wouldn't let him rampage unchecked. Soon, two Jianing clansmen emanating terrifying auras blocked his path. Their golden magnetic fields, larger than average physiques compared to typical clansmen, and the golden specks continuously radiating outward all indicated he had clearly bumped into an unbeatable force today. Human, you are strong, but this is the end. You will soon return to eternal darkness. A cold spiritual wave transmitted forth. Really? I don't think so. Song Jingfeng let out a hearty laugh, his hand subtly shifting along his belt. Suddenly, the battlefield was enveloped in golden light. Another golden orb appeared out of thin air, shining like a blazing sun. A bizarre-looking bird stretched its form within the golden orb, as though it had just woken from a long slumber. As its blood-red giant eyes snapped open, they locked onto the enemies before it. A scorching aura threatening to incinerate everything surged forth, forcing the two Saint-level powerhouses to step back half a pace. Yan Yu Chi Feng K, an S-class familiar. Let it give you some company. With a stroke of Song Jingfeng's iron brush, the monstrous bird, stretching tens of meters in length, charged at one of the Saint-level powerhouses. Its massive beak opened wide, unleashing an overwhelming blaze that engulfed its target. The flames were unimaginably hot, carrying a destructive force that rampaged uncontrollably, turning this cold void into a fiery inferno. Even the surface of a satellite several kilometers away fractured from the heat, and at the very heart of the flames, space itself seemed to warp slightly. One Saint-level powerhouse engaged with the Yan Yu Chi Feng K to counter its onslaught, while the other advanced towards Song Jingfeng. Threads of dark, eerie energy materialized around him, weaving into a massive net in an instant and descending upon Song Jingfeng. This demonstrated the Jianing clan's advanced mastery and application of spatial laws. The lattice, imbued with space-tearing effects, could cut through most known substances in the universe. Song Jingfeng repeatedly swung the iron pen, its tip trembling rapidly. In an instant, countless attack points landed on numerous nodes of the large net, slightly hindering its advance. Then, with a swift contraction and a sudden leap, he narrowly avoided the fatal strike by the slightest margin. There's no use. Can you keep hiding forever? The magnetic field surrounding the Jianing clan experts subtly contracted, and then large patches of cyan light and shadow scattered in all directions. Wherever the light and shadow swept, the space gradually became stagnant, akin to jelly, greatly restricting the flexibility of the human supernatural being's movements. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Jiang clan remained completely unaffected. In an instant, the casualties of the human forces skyrocketed. Song Jingfeng was furious. The golden glow surrounding him grew even more dazzling. Through the radiance, his skin had turned a faint purple, veins bulging, and as astonishing energy surged within, his skin cracked in several places. Threads of blood seeped out, only to be completely evaporated by the abruptly rising temperature. A cyan lotus silently emerged in the void, radiating a soft brilliance, dazzling in its beauty. It resembled an exquisite piece of art. In the next moment, the lotus blossomed, its petals layered upon each other. This scene lasted only a few seconds before the lotus wilted. Countless petals transformed into cyan sword energy, scattering in all directions, easily breaking through the spatial restraints set by the Jiang clan. Warriors of the Jiang clan who were swept by the cyan sword energy were pierced and slain without the slightest resistance. Having unleashed a powerful move, Song Jingfeng's face turned slightly pale. But now was not the time to relax. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of full defense, he curled his body and dashed forward at high speed, the tip of his brush erupting with a burst of light and shadow, fiercely aiming at its rotund figure. The Jiang clan elite rapidly vibrated the surrounding magnetic field, causing a transparent shield to appear before him. His figure became blurred, clearly intending to employ the same trick again to escape into the spatial fractures. But this time, he miscalculated. A powerful force, equal to his own, sealed off the surrounding space. By the time he reacted and attempted other means to escape, it was too late. The tip of the brush viciously penetrated the shield and struck his body. Pain. Agonizing pain. Cyan blood gushed out like a fountain. Even the golden magnetic field around him dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. The opponent's second attack followed immediately. Enduring the pain, he formed a large net in front of him to block the enemy, then used the last of his energy for spatial teleportation. A ripple spread through the void, and once the space stabilized, the Jiang clan elite had vanished without a trace. "You're lucky today," Song Jingfeng cursed angrily. His beast companion was still locked in a stalemate with that powerful foe, both sides bearing injuries. The blazing feather infernal sparrow's wing was almost broken by the opponent's spatial attack, while the opponent's entire body shimmered dimly, and the golden magnetic field showed signs of dispersing. Clearly, they were heavily wounded as well. When Song Jingfeng joined the battle, the already exhausted Jiang clan expert was quickly defeated and fled into the spatial fracture with injuries. Du Bois, however, was in dire straits. He was now facing not one but two saint-level opponents. Despite giving it his all, his injuries prevented him from holding his ground against two adversaries. It seemed he was about to be torn apart by that strange net. With a furious roar, Du Bois revealed his trump card. A glowing sphere composed of dozens of radiant arcs of electricity materialized out of nowhere. Within seconds, the electric light vanished, revealing a 10-meter-tall black three-eyed figure clad in bizarre metallic armor and wielding a scepter standing before him. Quickly, the figure opened its eyes and swung the scepter to block the attack from the Jiang clan experts. "An ancient Chi-Luwaka civilization's mechanical combat puppet? Where did you get your hands on this thing?" the Jiang clan expert asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Du Bois snorted and paid it no mind. He just launched a relentless assault. Though the combat puppet was a mechanical creation, its strength was astonishing, no less than that of a saint-level fighter. As the scepter swung through the air, rings of emerald light radiated outward. The opponent seemed to fear this light intensely, not daring to make direct contact with it and only evading through spatial traversal. However, it quickly realized a problem. Its energy consumption had become extraordinarily high. Spatial traversal, originally effortless, now felt like carrying a mountain. Straining was one thing, but after entering spatial fractures, its concealment effects disappeared entirely. Within 2 or 3 breaths, that hateful human would locate them and force them out. Deprived of its spatial traversal abilities, the threat posed by the Jiang clan powerhouse diminished significantly, leaving both sides evenly matched. Song Jingfeng raised his hand and withdrew the injured bestial companion back into his spatial belt. He surveyed the battlefield. In just this short time, the human faction had suffered devastating losses. Of 700 elite fighters, fewer than 200 remained, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Amid spatial slicing attacks, broken and incomplete corpses were scattered everywhere. In the microgravity environment, liquids formed spherical droplets, and various-sized greenish and blood-red spheres floated through the void. In the distance, there were still wreckages of numerous warships. A grim and tragic aura pervaded the air. It was nothing short of hell itself. Damn it, how did things turn out this way? Song Jingfeng's heart bled. These were loyal subordinates who had followed him for years, and now they had all perished here because of that bizarre, inexplicable thing. He felt a surge of frustration, wanting to curse out loud. Forget about everything else, let's help Du Bois sort out the trouble first. Damn, I've really lost big today. Song Jingfeng adjusted himself slightly and prepared to go assist. "Yevlaz, are you still unwilling to surrender?" a Jiang clansman asked coldly. Yevlaz's situation at the moment was extremely dire, as over 20 20 Jiangning clansmen had joined forces to seal off the space. The intensity of this blockade was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. The area it resided in now was practically indistinguishable from a piece of crystal. In such a state, even the Jiangning clansmen themselves couldn't traverse through the space. Yet, at this critical juncture, it was utterly exhausted. Otherwise, leveraging the power of the artifact could still offer it a fighting chance. Surrender? Does surrender guarantee survival? I am the proud leader of the Great Bat Spiral Flower Clan. I would rather die in battle than bow down to you damn bastards. Yevliz sneered bitterly. You won't have your way. I'll make sure you gain nothing from this. Its body suddenly shrank, and a layer of ashen gray suddenly covered its bluish flower-like form. Not good. It's going all out. The Jiangning tribesmen were horrified and instinctively prepared to flee in all directions. There's no time. Let's all embrace the darkness together. Yevgraz laughed maniacally as the previously dim red sun suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance. A crimson cloud blossomed furiously on the surface of satellite number 3. The earth-shattering explosion instantly consumed everything. All warships, attack indiscriminately. Destroy every target you can see. This was Song Jingfeng's order. In the room, Yun Haoyu suddenly woke up with a start. He remembered that he seemed to have had a dream, and something very bad happened in the dream, but now he couldn't recall the specific details at all. A vague sense of anxiety rose in his heart, making it impossible to fall asleep again. He decided to leave the room. Passing by his sister's room, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't go in, although he knew the door was definitely unlocked. Standing on the balcony at midnight, the sky was pitch black, adorned with countless stars twinkling brightly, and the Milky Way gleaming magnificently. Since entering the interstellar era, humanity has been dedicated to external expansion. After thousands of years of development, currently centered around the Milky Way, humanity possesses territories spanning dozens of galaxies, divided into hundreds of forces ranging in size. The largest, the Glasslock Empire, controls a domain equivalent to 6 Milky Ways, while the smallest countries generally consist of a single ecological planet and several nearby resource planets. The Shofeng Empire's national strength ranks among the top 10 of the human faction. Thanks to successive monarchs' relentless efforts toward external expansion, its current territory spans nearly 2 galaxies, though a significant portion of its lands was only incorporated within the past 200 years and has yet to undergo large-scale development. With territory and resources in place, rapid development is achievable as long as there is sufficient population and suitable policies. Muyun Star is located on the Empire's frontier and belongs to the Hendlusi Star Domain. The entire star domain boasts dozens of planets suitable for transformation into administrative hubs, though currently, only 3 planets are inhabited and developed. This is also the prevailing situation across most star domains governed by humanity. Numerous planets are either inhabitable or can be rendered inhabitable with minor modifications, yet due to population limitations, only a few planets are genuinely developed. Although the reproduction rate of humanity is the fastest among known intelligent life in the universe, compared to the vast starry universe, trillions of people are but a mere drop in the ocean. Most planets with suitable environments remain sparsely populated to this day. Twilight Cloud Star was designated as one of the priority development planets by the Empire's Planet Planning Commission due to its abundant marine biological resources. Yun Haoyu leaned against the railing, staring at the starry sky above in a daze. 3 satellites hung low on the distant horizon, forming an irregular triangle. Suddenly, a faint glow flashed across satellite number 3, catching his attention. Spaced 600,000 kilometers apart, ordinary people naturally wouldn't see anything, but given his current strength, he could clearly see that it was a patch of red cloud, presumably caused by an explosion, and quite a powerful one at that. Suddenly, his heart tightened. If he remembered correctly, wasn't that the base on satellite number 3? His mom and dad were there. What had happened? The energy surged within his body, gathering entirely in his eyes as he stared fixedly at that place for a long time. He then went back to his room and fetched a high-powered telescope, faintly making out large wreckage of warships and the base's ground-level buildings nowhere to be seen. Beyond that, he couldn't discern much else. He tried contacting someone through the light brain, but there was no response. Thinking things through, there really wasn't any other way. That place was a military-restricted zone, and regular people couldn't even get close. Otherwise, he would have rented a spaceship to go and take a look himself. Just as he felt utterly helpless, something seemed to stir again in that direction. When he raised the telescope to look, he couldn't see anything anymore. Unwilling to give up, he continued staring at the area. After a long while, a faint, almost indiscernible glimmer flashed briefly before vanishing again. Minutes later, the glow reappeared. This time, he could discern a bit more. It had a faint golden red hue and seemed to be a fireball meteor streaking rapidly through the atmosphere. After another 10 minutes, the fire meteor became increasingly distinct. Its size didn't seem large, yet its movements were peculiar. It often flew a certain distance before suddenly disappearing, only to reappear much farther away as if it had drifted. It must be spatial teleportation. He was certain the fire meteor came from that place. Was it a survivor, or something else else entirely? That thing flew straight toward the seaside. An inexplicable urge propelled Yun Haoyu. He felt he had to go and take a look. Perhaps he might discover something unexpected. There was no time to take the elevator downstairs. He opened the window, supported himself with one hand, and was in mid-air in an instant. With a slight push against the railing for leverage, he leapt upward several tens of meters. Before losing momentum, he lightly kicked off another protrusion, using it to continue ascending. A few breaths later, he was on the rooftop. After determining the direction, he began jumping roofs and scaling walls to swiftly head toward that location. A cataclysmic explosion obliterated everything within tens of kilometers. Once the dust had settled, the elites from all sides were nearly wiped out. The ground structures of the base had been leveled to the ground, and out of hundreds of warships, barely a tenth survived due to being farther away. Yet the culprit behind all this chaos had vanished without a trace. Yebregriz fought against the urge to faint, rushing at full speed toward Twilight Cloud Star. Earlier, it had unleashed an attack by burning its own life energy, yet it had failed to achieve the most favorable outcome. Two annoying pursuers were still trailing behind. Now it only had half its body left and no strength left to fight back. Escape at all costs. As long as it could reach the ocean before losing consciousness, there was still a glimmer of survival. The two pursuers behind appeared to be severely wounded as well. Now it was a matter of who could hold out until the end. Twilight Cloud Star was drawing closer. It had already entered the atmosphere. The ink-blue sea was faintly visible in the distance, yet the feeling of fainting grew stronger and stronger, and its consciousness began to blur. Hold on, you must hold on. It kept reminding itself, I am the great leader of the abyssal Bat Conch Flower Clan. I cannot die. The revival of our tribe has yet to be achieved, and the glory of our ancestors still waits for me to restore it. Yun Haoyu arrived at the seaside just in time to witness the fiery meteor fall from the sky, crashing into the nearby sandy shore and raising a small cloud of dust. Just tens of meters away was the ocean. In the shallow pit, roughly 2 meters in diameter, lay an half-grayish-blue gem-like flower at the bottom, alongside a black, cup-shaped object emitting a red glow. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This was the scene Yun Haoyu saw. A faint voice sounded in his mind. Just a little bit. Yun Haoyu stared at the half-gem-like flower in astonishment and uncertainly asked, is it you speaking? What do you mean by just a little bit? Humans, I am the Abyss, the patriarch of the Bat Luo Flower Clan. This is our clan's sacred relic. Save me, save. The mental fluctuations were intermittent. How can I save you? Yun Haoyu asked. Unfortunately, he did not receive an answer. The last glimmer of light on the gem flower dimmed entirely, clearly signaling its death. Reaching out to pick up the so-called sacred relic, he discovered it was a goblet-like object, or more precisely, it resembled an ancient bronze wine vessel. The black cup was engraved with exquisite and enigmatic inscriptions, with golden red brilliance flowing through them. Around it coiled two unidentified serpentine creatures. The base was made of a black crystal-like material, with 49 pearl-like black substances embedded in a mysterious pattern. The entire goblet seemed to be a living, breathing entity. What is this? He pondered, still undecided on how to deal with the thing, when a sudden sense of alarm arose in his heart. A round, plump sphere had somehow appeared beside him, hovering 2 meters above the ground. Zhan Ing Clan? He had seen photos of this creature before, but he hadn't expected to encounter the real thing today. A gentle voice echoed in his mind. Human, give me the item in your hand. Give it to you? Why? He asked, feeling an involuntary surge of tension. Roland had already awoken and was warning him that the creature before him would not be easy to deal with. The powerful figure of the Zhan Ing clan was also somewhat hesitant at this moment. The previous explosion had already left it severely injured. It had been forcing itself to suppress the injuries while chasing all the way here, and now it was nearing the end of its strength. Yet, it was just one step too late, allowing the human in front of it to take the lead. Moreover, this human seemed to be quite difficult to deal with judging from the energy aura. He wasn't inferior to it even at its peak condition. After much hesitation, it abandoned the idea of resorting to violence and decided to retrieve the sacred artifact through peaceful means. Negotiating was, after all, a specialty of the Zhan Ing clan. Human, could you please give me the object in your hand? I need it, it said gently. It seems I was the one who picked it up first. Why should I give it to you just because you say so? Yun Haoyu responded. Do you need benefits to agree? Name your price, the other party said. How much benefit can you give me? What do you want? Source crystals, various advanced equipment, powerful accompanying beasts, or rare cosmic treasures? Just say it. The strong figure from the Zhan Ing clan asked somewhat happily, thinking that as long as they were willing to negotiate, things would be easier. They had plenty of good things to tempt the other party. I want source crystals, he said. How much do you want? I'm just afraid you don't have that much. Name a number. If it's not enough, I can make it up with other good stuff. Is that okay? The other party said nervously. 200,000, he replied, feeling a bit uneasy. The strong figure from the Zhan Ing clan let out a sigh of relief. The price was reasonable. Initially, it had thought the other party would demand an exorbitant sum. This human possesses decent strength but unfortunately lacks intelligence. Failing to recognize the value of this item, it thought disdainfully. carefully. This spatial crystal card contains 40 crystal bricks, which, according to human standards, equate to about 260,000 source crystal points. They are all yours, it said generously. A small red crystal card was retrieved from an unknown space and flew in front of Yun Haoyu. After catching it, he used his spiritual awareness to inspect it and discovered it was a spatial equipment with an approximate capacity of 30 cubic meters, with 40 neatly stacked 1-foot square source crystal bricks inside. In that case, it's a deal. He handed the cup over to the other party. Very good. That spatial crystal badge is also a decent piece of equipment. I'll give it to you as well. The Jianing clansman extended a tentacle and took the cup. He noticed that the tentacle wasn't tangible, it seemed to be an energy construct made purely of photonic material. Farewell, mighty human, adorable human. The Jianing clansman's body slowly disappeared into the void. That was really close just now. He exhaled a long breath of relief. If it weren't for Rulin releasing a portion of her own energy aura, causing the other party to be suspicious and hesitant, he might have already turned into a corpse by now. How else could he have gained such benefits? This was a phenomenal gain today. Staying up late and taking a stroll got me so many benefits. Catching fish at sea for a year might not yield this much profit. Content and satisfied, he prepared to go back and catch up on sleep. He had only taken a few steps when a disturbance echoed again from hundreds of meters above the ground. A muffled explosion sounded, and a milky white brilliance burst forth in the air. The Jianing clansman was forcibly driven out from the spatial fracture, intercepted by a human wielding a heavy sword. Dubois coldly stared at the volleyball in front of him. In the earlier massive explosion, he had also been heavily injured. However, because he was closer to that Yeblaz at the time, he managed to track the direction of its escape, thus pursuing all the way here. Who would have thought that this damn Jianing clansman would get ahead of him? Of course, it didn't matter if necessary, he could fight another battle. Human, must you persist to the end? The Jianing clansman asked, somewhat lacking confidence. Hand over that thing, and I'll let you go today. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to the biochemical lab. Dubois snarled viciously. When words failed, a man in a sphere began a fierce battle mid-air. The armor on Dubois's body had shattered more than half, and the heavy sword in his hand was chipped in several places. His body was riddled with at least dozens of wounds, and though emergency medicine temporarily stabilized the injuries, it was not a long-term solution. If he didn't return for treatment soon, he feared irreversible internal injuries might ensue. However, he wasn't worried, as his opponent was in an even worse state. The opponent's sleek, smooth body was covered in wounds, with blue-green blood continually seeping out. The surrounding magnetic field had almost completely dissipated, and its light had dimmed to the extreme. Dubois was confident he could hold out until his opponent completely collapsed. There's no other choice. But my kinsman will surely avenge me. Cornered by his persistent pursuer, the Shadow Clan warrior finally made up his mind. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, a mushroom cloud stretching from sky to earth, lingering for a long time. A golden red radiance emerged from the center of the explosion, driven by the shockwave, plummeting into the sea. At the very moment it touched the water, a hand caught it. Indeed, it's yours. Ultimately, it belongs to you. No one else can take it away. Yun Haoyu gazed at the cup in his hand and remarked. He didn't linger long, quickly packing his things and leaving. If he stayed any longer, who knows what strange creatures might show up next. Half an hour later, Song Jingfeng also traced his way to the scene. After investigating, he found no valuable clues and left unwillingly. Just as he left, more than a dozen Jianing clan members appeared on site. Using spatial techniques, they meticulously searched the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, including the sea, but still found nothing. Elder Maloka, what should we do now? One of the Jianing clan members asked. Demon sacrificed himself here, that much is certain. But the sacred artifact is nowhere to be found, the leading elder replied. The last message from Diamond said that the relic was taken by a young human, said another volleyball. A human? Are there any other details? Like their name, strength, or energy characteristics? The elder immediately asked. It only mentioned that the individual possesses the strength of the Nether Radiance War General. There's no other information. The strength of the ghostly warlord? No wonder. It seems retrieving the sacred artifact will require careful planning. The elder sighed. We can continue to stay hidden and investigate secretly. That human who obtained the sacred artifact will surely use it. Before Demon's death, he already marked it with the unique spiritual imprint of our clan. We could also apply to use the divine tool for comprehensive surveillance of this planet. That makes sense. However, now that we've fallen out with the humans, I'm afraid their upper echelons won't let it go easily. We'll have to offer even more benefits to appease them. The elder said dispassionately, let's head back. Today's operation has already failed. I will explain the situation to the council and accept punishment. On Satellite 3, devastation was everywhere. Another fleet appeared in the void, halting tens of kilometers away from the nearby satellite. A handsome man stood in front of the massive light screen in the flagship's main control room, holding a glass of red wine in his fair, slender hand. He gazed at the devastation on the satellite, silently pondering. General, sir, the battle on the satellite ended several hours ago. We have arrived a step too late, the adjutant said. As expected, Her Highness the Princess's conjecture was correct, the man sighed. After on-site surveys, it can be confirmed that apart from the Jianing tribe, there is another intelligent species we do not understand, which belongs to the same group as the flower confined in the laboratory. Unfortunately, despite researching for over a year, we haven't obtained much valuable information. Has everything on the satellite been completely destroyed? The man asked. The surface structures are all gone, but the underground base should still be partially intact. The detector has already picked up faint signs of life. Have all our people been wiped out? Even if they are, those two should have survived. How could they just leave them like that? The man frowned. Our battleship is equipped with enough gear to commence rescue operations immediately, the adjutant said. Then get started quickly. Hopefully, we'll manage to dig out a few survivors, the man ordered, though inwardly he thought, you arrogant fools created such a mess, and now I've got to clean up after you. Let's see how you explain yourselves to those above this time. This was a massive, misty green space. The ground was made of an unknown green striped stone, and the area spanned about a kilometer in each direction, appearing empty. Wisps of green mist drifted around him, their origin unclear. A slight inhalation of it brought a refreshing sensation, with a peculiar ability to cleanse and soothe the mind. Can you discern anything unusual? He asked Roland. A weapon with considerable power, though it seems to have certain unknown functions. And if I'm not mistaken, this thing isn't complete. There should be other components that need to be assembled together for it to fully unleash its potential. Roland replied. This is the internal space of that cup. After Yun Haoyu returned home, he hid in his room alone and studied it for quite a while. The spiritual imprint attached to it had long been dismantled by Roland. He attempted to infiltrate his spiritual power into the cup's interior, and as a result, his consciousness was transported to that peculiar space. After staying there for a while, as the green mist gradually gathered toward his consciousness, new information suddenly appeared in his mind. After understanding it piece by piece, he couldn't help but sigh. This thing, for his current situation, was nothing but a useless burden. Xingyun Star Goblet, that's the name of this artifact. It's a creation of an unknown ancient civilization. Its primary function has been explained in general terms. It's truly a treasure that one could only come across by chance. If it can fully exhibit its power, it could even stand against a fleet with ease. The problem lies in its usage threshold. At the very least, one must be at a saint level to barely qualify to wield it. With his current strength, if he forcibly used it, the only outcome would be him being drained dry like a mummy. Sacred rank. God knows when I'll reach that level. He looked at the artifact in his hand, speechless. The internal space of this thing was quite large, but for now, it was only useful as an oversized storage warehouse. Nothing else could be relied upon. It might even bring him immense trouble. After pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with a better idea, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. He then took out that crystal plate and removed all the crystal bricks stored within it, transferring them into the artifact's internal space. As for the crystal plate, he figured he'd need to find an opportunity to discard it later. It had originally belonged to that Jianing clansman, and who knew what issues might arise from keeping it. Though Roland was around, he still didn't want such a hidden danger lingering by his side. Under the control of his divine sense, the artifact transformed into a beam of golden light infused into his body. He could summon it any time he needed. I need to buy a better house, one suitable for cultivation. My home and the place at school just aren't ideal, he calculated. Now that I have enough source crystals, I can ask Roland to act and completely eliminate the hidden danger inside my body. As for the rest, it's all about training hard. By now, his goals had become clearer and clearer. He would strive to become stronger and hope that one day he could finally become a master admired by all. The dark sky gradually faded away, and 3 satellites had descended near the horizon. On the other side, dawn appeared in the sky. A new day had arrived. During breakfast, Yun Haoyu once again tried to contact his parents, but there was still no response. However, shortly after, a message from the government department was delivered to the optical brain, with no further details, just instructions to visit them. At the surface office of the military fleet base, Yun Haoyu's fears were confirmed. The Zhou Mingrui siblings almost fainted on the spot. Due to an operational error by the staff, an explosion occurred at the experimental base on satellite number 3, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of a large number of personnel. Follow-up rescue efforts are underway, and casualty numbers are still being tallied. Confirmed casualties will be handled according to relevant legal procedures for compensatory actions. On behalf of the military, I extend my deepest condolences to the families affected by this tragic event. The military spokesperson announced the sequence of events and the follow-up measures in a perfunctory manner. Of course, Yun Haoyu knew things were certainly not as they said, but the truth would never be made known to the public. Brother, what do we do now? His sister clung to his arm tightly, asking helplessly. Let's check the list of victims first. Maybe mom and dad are okay. Yun Haoyu reassured her, though he found it hard to believe his own words. On the giant screen several meters long and wide, the densely packed list of victims filled the entire screen. Among tens of thousands stations at the base, most had little chance of survival. Yun Haoyu carefully examined twice but did not find the names of his parents. Could it be that there was still a turning point in the situation? Maybe there's still hope. Let's go check over there. Yun Haoyu and the other two came to the light screen on the other side, which displayed information about the injured. Sure enough, his parents' names were among them. The three siblings finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. The injured are all being treated at the city central hospital. Let's head over there. Yun Haoyu urgently pulled his siblings along and rushed out the door. At the hospital, Yun Haoyu saw his parents lying in the medical pods. Things were more troublesome than he had anticipated, due to the severe damage to the body, coupled with some extent of brain injury. With the technological means of this hospital, there is basically no possibility of recovery. What we are doing now is merely temporarily prolonging life. This was the attending physician's straightforward disclosure to them. Here won't work, so that means there's somewhere else where the problem can be solved, right? Yun Haoyu asked anxiously. This is already one of the best hospitals on Muyun Star. After all, this place is on the edge of the empire, so we can't expect anything better. The nearby star regions are similar. If you want to solve the problem, you'll have to go to the star region where the imperial capital is. Only there can the conditions meet the requirements. Then send them to the imperial capital. What are we waiting for? Yun Haoyu questioned. Is it really that simple? The current medical expenses are still being covered by the military. If you go to the imperial capital, it's hard to say whether the military will continue to pay for you. Besides, the distance from here to the imperial capital is so far, and time may not be on our side, the physician said helplessly. If they won't pay, we'll cover it ourselves. Yun Haoyu said coldly. Can we proceed with the discharge paperwork now? Young man, don't act rashly. If you request a transfer now, the military will no longer take responsibility for anything that happens to you afterward. At least here, you can still receive some compensation. Moreover, the cost of living in the imperial capital is much higher than here, and a repair surgery as complex as this will definitely cost an astronomical amount. The physician advised, speaking out of goodwill. The three kids in front of him did not seem like they came from wealthy families. Brother, in that case, should we? Zhong Mingrui had already understood his implication and couldn't help but waver. Spending money for one's own parents, do we really need to talk about return on investment? Yun Haoyu firmly rejected his suggestion. Money is not an issue. Let's hurry up and handle the procedures. But there's another problem, the doctor said. The spaceship traveling from here to the imperial capital will take at least a month. Time might be too tight. This was indeed a problem. The spaceship traveling from the local area to the imperial capital, whether passenger or cargo, would take at least 20 days at the fastest to arrive. Most of the time was spent on the journey between wormholes, where the spaceship could only travel at sublight speeds. Ordinary spaceships wouldn't exceed 1/10 of the speed of light, unless they were specialized high-speed ships or warships, which could surpass that speed. After calculating for a moment, Yun Haoyu said, I'll figure out the matter of the spaceship. Mingrui, you and your sister stay here and wait for me. Randall stepped off the hovercar with a trace of doubt. There were no classes at school today, and he had originally planned to invite a few friends out for some fun. Unexpectedly, before he even had the chance to leave, Yun Haoyu, with whom he usually had little interaction, sent him a message inviting him for tea. Sharp as he was, he immediately realized the other party had a favor to ask. Nonetheless, he did not decline the invitation. Although he wasn't sure what the other party wanted, forging ties with a future genius would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. He had secretly been paying attention to Yun's situation for some time. In less than 6 months, Yun was able to afford the cost of 4th-level genetic optimization and had advanced to a Tier 3 ability user. Such achievements were more than enough to justify spending some resources to win him over. This is the prized Woi Rock tea, brought all the way from Earth. It possesses the freshness of green tea and the mellowness of black tea, making it the finest among the oolong teas of ancient Hua Nation. I wonder if Senior is satisfied. In a high-end private room of Junxian Tea Garden, Yun Haoyu and Randall sat facing each other. This is indeed something remarkable. To be able to enjoy Earth's specialties here is truly rare, Randall said with a smile. Such extravagance suggests you have something very important to discuss. Why not get straight to the point and see if I can be of any help? Alright, since you're being so direct, there's no need for me to beat around the bush. Yun Haoyu said gravely, I need a high-speed spaceship capable of reaching the Imperial Star Domain within 2 weeks. Does your father's merchant guild have one? Randall's expression changed slightly. After Yun Haoyu explained the details, he frowned and pondered for a moment before using his communicator to contact several individuals. Only then did he say, such spaceships do exist in our merchant guild, but there are only a few, all reserved for special purposes. Even my father has no authority to mobilize them. However, seeing his hesitating expression, Yun Haoyu immediately said, money is not an issue. All the expenses for the spaceship round trip, along with the public relations fees, are on me. And, as long as the matter is settled, I owe you a favor, Senior. In the future, if there's anything I can do, I will never refuse. Haoyu, you're too kind. agreed. We are classmates, and it's only natural to help each other. Randall said warmly, I'll talk to my father right away, and at most by tonight the matter will be settled. Just wait for the good news. At the spaceport, a 300-meter-long, sleek, deep black spaceship was already set for departure. Randall's efficiency was impressive. In less than 8 hours, the spaceship was prepared, and all the paperwork was completed. Of course, all of this came at a cost. Yun Haoyu paid a fee of 10 billion credit points and also gave Randall 50 million as a token of appreciation. His financial strength greatly exceeded Randall's expectations. Originally, Randall thought this classmate wouldn't be able to afford the payment at all and had already discussed with his father about offering a loan, with the condition being that the classmate agreed to work for the Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, he paid without hesitation. Surprised, Randall resolved to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Brother, aren't you coming with us? In the room, Zhong Huangying asked, holding on to Yun Haoyu reluctantly. I still have things to handle here, so I won't go for the time being. Yun Haoyu said, I've already taken care of the transfer procedures for you in Mingrue. Once you're there, you can attend better schools. The conditions in the imperial capital are far better than here. After mom and dad recover, you can settle there. Money won't be an issue. I've deposited 3,000 source crystals into your account. If that's not enough, I still have more. Anyway, once you're there, just focus on your studies. You refuse to leave, or are you still set on going out to sea to make money? His sister said disappointedly. It's not just about making money, it's also necessary for my training. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yun Haoyu gently hugged her. In that case, I won't say more. Take care of yourself, brother. His sister pushed him away with a gloomy expression and headed outside. When she reached the door, she ran back, hugged his neck, quickly kissed him, and left without looking back. When Yun Haoyu came out, his sister's figure had already disappeared into the spaceship cabin door hundreds of meters away. The spaceport was located in a geostationary orbit above the planet, tens of thousands of kilometers from the ground. Although the electromagnetic gravity system was in effect, gravity was only 1/3 of what it was on the surface, making movements here extremely light and flexible. Even ordinary people could reach the speed of low-level superhumans. I've communicated with the Business Association branch in the Imperial capital. They've already coordinated with the hospital, so they can ensure you'll be admitted as soon as you arrive. You can rest assured. At the spaceship side, Randall said gently. All right, thank you, senior. I will remember this favor. Yun Haoyu replied. The spaceship launched, slowly leaving its berth and heading into the dark outer space. Once it was completely out of the spaceport's control zone, it abruptly accelerated. The bright blue plasma tail flame flashed and disappeared in an instant. Even with Yun Haoyu's sharp eyesight, the spaceship was no longer visible. At this moment on Muyun Star, the winds are rising and clouds are surging, with a storm imminent. The tragedy on satellite number 3 has already alarmed the Empire's highest authorities. Hundreds of warships, tens of thousands of soldiers, along with over 4,000 ability users, were all wiped out, and most of the tens of thousands of research personnel at the base were either killed or injured. Even the holy rank powerhouse General Du Bois perished in battle. Despite such heavy losses, they gained nothing, leaving the leaders of the imperial capital filled with rage. Under the intervention of the military and security departments, the cabinet has issued a strongly worded protest to the Jianing race, demanding a reasonable explanation for the events on Muyun Star. Otherwise, all negative consequences arising from this will be borne by the Jianing race. Faced with protests from the human empire, the Jianing race adhered to their tradition of prioritizing harmony and financial gain, sending representatives of sufficient rank to secretly negotiate with the leadership on all sides. They proposed a mutually acceptable solution by offering certain concessions as compensation. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time. Whether it's within the human camp or interactions with alien civilizations, once someone crosses the line and breaks the rules, as long as they don't intend to completely tear the relationship apart, it's always resolved in a low-key manner like this. It's just that the side breaking the rules usually has to pay a bit more price. Governor Yuan Jingao has been having a tough time lately. Not just him, but even the administrative head of the Hanglua Star region, along with the local military district and heads of the security departments, were all scolded harshly by the higher-ups. No wonder, since such a big incident happened and these usually pampered big shots didn't even make the slightest effort to act. Who else would the fire from above be directed at? Sunders, we're probably in trouble this time, Yuan Jingao said to his confidant, a bitter look on his face. Standing before him was a brown-haired man in his early 30s with a small mustache, looking sharp and capable. Sunders smiled and said, indeed, there's some trouble, but it's not bad enough to hurt the fundamentals. Yuan Jingao gently shook his head and said, the investigation team from the imperial capital has already set out. For this incident, someone must take responsibility. I'm afraid none of the prominent figures here will be able to escape. It's nothing more than finding a few scapegoats, isn't it? Haven't you experienced this before, sir? This matter doesn't actually have much to do with you. After all, that base is under the military's jurisdiction, not yours. What are you so worried about? That's true, but I am the governor. In name, name, Muyun Star, and the surrounding areas are under my jurisdiction. Even if I did nothing, I still can't escape responsibility when something goes wrong. Yuan Jinggo sighed. This is something the military and the security department cooked up. It's their incompetence to blame. If the higher-ups are going to look for scapegoats, people from their own system will naturally be the primary targets. They wouldn't look to us, would they? What you said makes sense. Let's do that. Yuan Jinggo instructed. First, find out who came from the capital this time, what preferences they have, and which factions they belong to. Then we'll be better prepared to take appropriate measures. Additionally, we should prepare generous gifts for those prominent figures we've connected with before. As long as we ensure we don't lose our positions, nothing else matters. Go make the arrangements. Yes, sir, I'll handle it right away. Sanders bowed slightly and exited the office. After Sanders left, Yuan Jinggo sat in silence for a while. He raised his hand and pressed a discrete pattern on the side of his chair, and a palm-sized light screen quickly appeared in front of him. On the screen was his secretary. Upon seeing her, Yuan Jinggo immediately asked, "What's the situation with General Song Jingfeng?" The charming secretary replied respectfully, "The injuries have stabilized, and he should recover soon." "That's good. Assign someone to take proper care of him and do not slack off. Whatever he demands, fulfill it unconditionally. Do you understand?" Yuan Jinggo ordered. "Yes, Your Excellency." Song Jingfeng sustained lighter injuries in the explosion due to being farther from the epicenter and is currently recuperating in the hospital. At this moment, his mood is terrible, extremely terrible. His elite subordinates were almost completely wiped out. He himself was injured, and his colleague and close friend was killed. Both professionally and personally, he cannot swallow this resentment. Everything started because of the Jianing tribe. If it weren't for that group of meddlesome people, he'd already be on his way back by now. He truly couldn't understand why they would go to such lengths this time. Was it all just for that artifact? It didn't seem worth it, considering the affluence of the Jianing tribe. What treasures hadn't they already seen? Was it really necessary? Damn it! He cursed angrily, as the wounds on his body began to ache faintly again. "I'm not done with you meddlesome people yet, and those flowers you just wait and see." Ability Users Association, Underground Training Base. Yun Haoyu focused intently on dealing with the alloy punching target in front of him. Punching at a speed of 1 punch per second, he had been practicing for several hours. Sweat soaked through his clothes, turning into steam that rose slowly into the air. But he had no intention of taking a break and continued to persevere. With each strike, the surface of the target would experience slight deformation, with an extent not exceeding 1 millimeter. The high-strength alloy material of the target was capable of withstanding the full-powered attacks of beings below the 6th level of abilities. Xiao Muhan stood beside him, staring at the data on the nearby display screen, her expression not showing much satisfaction. After a long while, she finally said, "All right, stop for now." Yun Haoyu halted his punches and asked, "What's wrong? Take a look at yourself. After practicing for several hours, hardly any of your punches have the same force." Xiao Muhan shook her head and said, "The difference in punching force reflects the degree of control over one's physical power. For a seasoned and highly skilled adept like Xiao Muhan, her control over her strength has reached an almost imperceptible level. If she wished, she could unleash 1,000 punches in succession with each punch maintaining the same force, and the deviation wouldn't exceed 1,000th of a kilogram. For someone like Yun Haoyu, even ensuring equal force between 2 consecutive punches is difficult. This is due to progressing too quickly and having unstable fundamentals. It could also stem from a lack of practical combat experience, possessing power without knowing how to use it properly. Yun Haoyu exhibits both of these issues simultaneously. The abilities you've gained by relying on source crystals and supplements aren't truly yours. You need to be more mindful in the future," Xiao Muhan admonished. "The way you are now, even a slightly more experienced second tier could easily take you down. So, you must intensify your training, solidify your foundation, and prepare well for future advancements." "Understood. Thank you for the advice," Yun Haoyu replied. He knew that the other party was right. He had indeed been too eager for quick results before. "All right, now take a break. I'll teach you some theoretical knowledge." Yun Haoyu had only been a formal ability user for a few months, and his understanding in this field was significantly lacking. Although he could search for knowledge in the virtual network, working behind closed doors couldn't compare to the convenience of guidance from an experienced mentor. Sometimes, a difficulty in cultivation may remain unsolved despite one's utmost efforts and various attempts to explore solutions. But with a teacher's guidance, perhaps just a few brief pointers can lead to clarity and enlightenment, as if a refreshing breeze dispels the clouds. Xiao Muhan can indeed be counted as a competent teacher. Not only did he help Yun Haoyu make up for the shortcomings from the past, but he also provided him with a preliminary understanding of his future development path. The so-called special abilities are commonly described as powers that ordinary people develop after undergoing level 3 or higher genetic optimization, triggered when the cell's affinity for the cosmic free energy reaches a certain threshold. However, this is just the surface explanation. Fundamentally, it is the mutation and evolution of human genes, not very different from natural biological mutations. The difference lies in one being artificially induced and the other resulting from natural evolution. Genetic optimization agents, strictly speaking, are potent drugs designed to induce genetic mutations. Their original purpose was to counter alien civilizations with formidable individual capabilities. Humanity, being a newly emerging civilization, is exceptionally young. In facing well-established civilizations that have possibly developed for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, humans were compelled to adopt such extreme measures to expedite their own evolution in order to carve out a space for survival and development. As for whether such evolution would lead to certain adverse effects, or even disastrous consequences, the human governments at that time did not care. In the face of survival pressure, any problem could be postponed. Their decision was to leave this issue for future generations to solve. Since the advent of gene optimization technology thousands of years ago, many issues have indeed been identified, but human biochemical technology has also developed rapidly, allowing most problems to be successfully resolved. However, there are exceptions, such as superpowers. Superpower activation occurs as a secondary mutation based on gene optimization, granting humans immense abilities while also accelerating the advancement of genetic mutations. However, this advanced mutation is unstable and could encounter problems at any time. At best, it leads to frequent illnesses. At worst, it results in disastrous consequences: gene collapse. The probability of superpower activation is quite low, but given humanity's vast population base, the absolute number of individuals with superpowers is still astonishing. Unfortunately, because the challenge of genetic stability remains unresolved, most superpowered individuals stagnate below the fourth tier, as advancing further poses the risk of gene collapse. Consequently, those capable of reaching the fourth tier and above hold exceptionally high status within the human faction. When superpowers are upgraded to the fourth tier without causing genetic collapse, all aspects of the human body's abilities undergo a qualitative enhancement, especially mental strength and the resulting ability to control various types of energy, which is worlds apart from the third tier. Even lifespan sees a corresponding increase. Hence, there is a perspective that suggests superpowered beings above the fourth tier are the true superpowered individuals, while tiers 1 to 3 are merely an enhanced version of genetic optimization, with the only changes being greater strength, faster speed, and quicker reaction times. When superpowers reach the fourth tier, the mental strength index rises to above 3,000, while the physical enhancement index reaches 6,000. With such mental strength, one can manipulate force fields to negate gravity and fly within the atmosphere without relying on equipment. After advancing to the fifth tier, the absorption and utilization of cosmic free energy by human cells reach new heights, enabling freedom of activity in outer space. From tier 6 to tier 9, upgrading becomes increasingly challenging, but with every increase in level, the abilities are worlds apart. As for the 10th tier, it's also known as the Saint tier. Just hearing the name makes it clear how incredible it is. Your big sister here can only look up to it for now. The classification of superpower levels was strictly set by using the strength of those extraterrestrial individuals as a benchmark and not something invented by humans. Furthermore, even at the same level of ability, the individual power of those extraterrestrials is far more formidable compared to humans. There's no helping it. The human race is simply too young in comparison, lacking the foundational depth they possess. Listening to a beautiful woman lecture is quite pleasant. Before I knew it, the entire afternoon had passed. It's getting late today, let's call it a day. Xiao Muhan smiled and said, aren't you going to treat your sister to dinner? Alright, let's go to Ocean's Heart. You're close to leveling up, aren't you? Have you used that Ling Yin Yulan Yi yet? Yun Haoyu asked while driving the car. That thing, it might work for you, but for someone at my level, it's already useless. Xiao Muhan replied, I've already sold my share, along with that stone. Yours, however, can be kept for future use. At your current level, how hard is it to advance? Yun Haoyu asked curiously. How hard? It's really difficult to describe, but once you reach this level, you'll naturally understand. Even with sufficient cultivation resources and high talent, it's not something that can be achieved in just a day or two. Is there any item that can directly increase ranks? Something that would work for you, too? Yes, but that thing can't be obtained without spending several tens of thousands of source crystals, and it's also something that happens by chance. Just forget about it, Xiao Muhan said with a smile. I'm not planning to use it myself, I'm preparing it for you. Hearing this, Xiao Muhan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. No way. Tens of thousands of source crystals is no small amount. Even my sister can't produce that much at once. Why are you being so good to me? Are you trying to chase after me? You did promise to protect me. If you're stronger, I'll feel safer, won't I? Yun Haoyu replied evasively. In the end, it's still all for yourself. Not exactly. The main thing is, this. He suddenly didn't know how to explain. What is it? Xiao Muhan asked, staring intently at him. We're already here. Let's go down and eat. Ahead was Heart of the Ocean, and he hurriedly changed the subject, feeling guilty. Xiao Muhan looked at the big boy in front of her with amusement, thinking to herself, let's see how long you can keep avoiding this. The fractured space base near Muyu Star. Still no news about that item? Reporting to the Patriarch, still no news. The Patriarch remained silent, and the surrounding elders stayed quiet as well. This time we lost a Yuhuang general, along with over 1,000 warriors who returned to eternal darkness. And in the end, we gained nothing, instead turning hostile with humanity and having to pay a high price to appease them. Can someone tell me what on earth happened here? The tribal leader's mental fluctuations were consistently calm and gentle, yet the patterns on its body began to take on a faint red hue. Those elders familiar with it knew well that this was a sign of its intense effort to suppress its anger. Honorable tribal leader, the specific details of the incident have already been explained by Elder Moroka. All we can say is that this was an accident. Everything was initially flawless, and although humanity dispatched 2 warriors comparable to Yuhuang generals, they could not match the strength of our fighters. The failure lies with that Eufugilas, who dared to ignite the artifact's power at the cost of his own body. This was our oversight, an elder cautiously stated. Regarding this, I am no longer interested in asking. The power of the artifact is indeed not easily dealt with. What I care about now is just one question. Where is the AO Meteor Chalice? As long as we retrieve this item, no matter the cost, it will be worth it, the tribal leader said coldly. We conducted a thorough search at the place where Diamond died in battle and indeed found no clues. The last message Diamond sent back only mentioned that the artifact was taken by a human possessing the strength of a Nether Radiance commander. Apart from that, there is no other valuable information. We also carried out detailed investigations in nearby human cities, but Elder Moroka's voice grew lower and the magnetic field around him dimmed. Nether Radiance commander? Humans are a race with generally weak individual strength. Individuals possessing such power should be extremely rare. It should be easy to locate them. Even if the opponent is hiding their strength, they wouldn't escape our detection. Why is there still no result? The chief asked in dissatisfaction. Humans initially dispatched only 2 individuals at the level of Nether Radiance commander. Diamond killed one, and the other is recovering from injuries on Twilight Cloudstar. From our secret observations, the artifact is definitely not on him. Diamond had already placed a mental marker on it, so it cannot evade our detection. Yet we have not found a 3rd Nether Radiance commander on Twilight Cloudstar, so the clues have completely dried up. Could it be that the opponent has already left? Absolutely impossible. We have been secretly monitoring all the ships entering and leaving Muyon Star these past days. There's been no suspicious activity. Besides, the fluctuations of the artifact cannot be concealed. After saying so much, you still can't provide a single useful solution. It's all just nonsense. The chief finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore. The light on his body turned into a glaring red. An overwhelming pressure swept through the relatively small space. All the elders were struck silent, standing respectfully without uttering a word. So, what now? Are we just going to give up? After a long while, the chief finally calmed his anger and asked coldly. Of course not. The significance of this item to our race cannot be overstated, no matter how much it's emphasized. There is absolutely no reason to abandon it. The elders were astonishingly unanimous on this issue. I propose that we conduct comprehensive surveillance of Twilight Cloudstar, dispatch clan members to investigate covertly, and additionally offer rewards through certain secretive channels. As long as someone can provide valuable information, be it human or any other creature, they will receive a generous reward, suggested one elder. I believe that focusing solely on humans won't suffice. The movements of the abyssal bat snailflower can't be ignored either. After all, the origin ancient forbidden zone is within their territory. They've been studying it for thousands of years, and it wouldn't be surprising if they come up with something unexpected. Elder Moroka reminded. Actually, I think that dealing with humans is more suitable and effective when leveraging internal forces among humans, the chief began. Humans are selfish creatures, with many individuals willing to harm the interests of their kind without any scruples for their own personal gain. As long as they can reap sufficient benefits themselves, there's nothing they won't do. This matter was caused by humans, so it should also be resolved with human assistance. Using highly influential individuals among them to investigate the whereabouts of the artifact will be far more effective than taking action ourselves. Last time, the governor of Twilight Cloudstar, after accepting gifts from our tribe's Chamber of Commerce, opened all doors of convenience for our activities on Twilight Cloudstar. This proves that as long as there are sufficient benefits involved, it's quite easy to enlist certain people to work for us. Dispatch emissaries to visit influential human individuals on Twilight Cloudstar one by one. As long as they are willing to assist, they will undoubtedly receive ample rewards, the chief finally commanded. All the elders responded in unison and began to prepare separately. The Deep Sea, the settlement of the Bat Lobster Flower Clan. Clan leader, this is what happened. The operation failed. Elder Becky and the others have already returned to eternal darkness, said a gemstone flower with deep sorrow. Actually, we already anticipated this outcome before sending out the action team, didn't we? Elder Goffloff said with a hint of sarcasm. Humans in the Azure Shadow Clan have both demonstrated sufficient strength, while we, Elder Gofflov, you can't say that. Our great bat Helix family is no longer what it used to be. Since the last clan leader took office, most of our clan's strength has been exhausted in the primal forbidden zone. Later, turmoil broke out, and the few elite warriors we had perished completely. The number of strong warriors left in the clan is now very few. So, an elder defended awkwardly. The matter is in the past. There's no need for meaningless disputes anymore, the clan leader said. The most important issue now is whether the thing has already been obtained by the Jianing clan? Judging by the situation, it doesn't seem so. If they had acquired it, they would surely have come to discuss the next steps with us by now. An elder immediately denied. Perhaps they want to handle it alone and leave us out? Is it possible? The primordial forbidden zone is not so easy to deal with. Even with their innate abilities, it's impossible for them to take it down easily. Besides, the warriors we stationed there haven't detected any abnormalities in the forbidden zone. In other words, even if they obtain that thing, they would still have to cooperate with us. Am I right? The clan leader asked. Correct, that's exactly it. Not only them, but even humans or other forces, no matter who obtains the artifact, if they want to take any actions, they must go through us first. If that's the case, then what should we do now? There's nothing we need to do, just wait. We don't need to worry about the whereabouts of the artifacts, because they're more anxious than we are. Naturally, they'll strive to search for them, and we just need to guard the origin ancient forbidden zone and wait for them to deliver themselves to us. Gofloff said. Heh, very good, the patriarch said with a satisfied smile. Outside the luxurious Heart of the Ocean hotel, tourists swarmed, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Beside the music fountain in the square, young Feng held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes cold as he stared at the distant gate. Are you sure he's inside? Young Feng asked a guard beside him. Yes, just half an hour ago, he went in with a woman to have a meal. There's no mistake, the person questioned replied confidently. Very good, then let's wait. When they come out, we'll take action. Young Feng said viciously. Yes, young master. A group of subordinates around him responded in unison. Ever since Yun Haoyu had beaten him up last time, this guy bore a grudge and stayed home every day to train after recovering from his injuries. Not long ago, he finally broke through to the second tier and decided to get back at Yun Haoyu. To ensure success, he even spent a hefty amount to hire 6 ability users to assist him. Today, I'm going to ruin him. That filthy mongrel, he thought through clenched teeth. In the luxurious private room, Xiao Muhan gently set down the knife and fork in her hand and gracefully picked up a white napkin to wipe her mouth. Yun Haoyu sat across from her, quietly gazing at her. The beauty before him was flawless, whether in appearance, demeanor, or cultivation. She was the ideal partner for many men. Naturally, that included himself. So many days spent together, with the other party tirelessly guiding him in cultivation, fully carrying out the responsibilities of a master, yet without asking him to do anything in return. Claiming he wasn't grateful would be a lie. The Abyss battleship goes out to sea once every 3 days. When there's nothing else to do, the two would head to the Ability Association's training grounds to cultivate. In the evening, they dined together here. He had already grown fond of this lifestyle. However, during their leisure moments, this beautiful woman always seemed to tease him intentionally or unintentionally, leaving him quite troubled. Watching every day, still not enough? Xiao Muhan rolled her eyes at him playfully upon seeing his dazed expression while staring at her. With every frown or smile, the inadvertent charm she exuded was enough to make any man irresistibly captivated. Yes, a lifetime wouldn't be enough, he responded casually. After enduring polishing under her hand for days, he had not only improved his cultivation but also thickened his skin quite a bit. No longer did his face flush with embarrassment as easily as before. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Muhan's eyes lit up. Really? Are you admitting that you like my sister? Yes. He hesitated for a moment but still gave a definite answer. A glimmer of undisguised joy flashed in Xiao Muhan's eyes. In that case, come home with my sister tonight. Although it sounded like negotiation, a jade-like hand had already reached out from under the table and tightly grabbed him. Damn, it seems like there's no way out now? He regretted it secretly. But having said it, it wouldn't be appropriate to take it back on the spot. Doing so would make even himself despise himself. Well, not yet, he said hesitantly. Why? Were all your words earlier lies? She was a little angry, and her eyes were slightly red. No, it's not like that. Yun Haoyu panicked, scrambling to come up with an excuse to make amends. My cultivation isn't strong enough yet. I still need to train. So, this poor excuse didn't even convince himself. Xiao Muhan casually let go of his hand, turned to look out the window, and said nothing. Looking at her, he felt an inexplicable surge of pity in his heart. The way she appeared now was nothing like the strong-willed advanced ability user she once was, but just a girl whose feelings had been hurt. He got up and walked over, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. She turned her head to the side in defiance, refusing to look at him. I never meant to deceive you, it's just, I truly haven't prepared myself mentally to accept these feelings, he cautiously explained, watching her expression. Give me a bit more time, alright? He said nervously. How long? After an awkward silence, 2 cold words escaped from the beauty's lips. Not very long. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to speak, it was fine. As long as we solidify the current foundation, it'll be fine after advancing to Tier 4. You're lying again, aren't you? Absolutely not, I swear. Looking at his confident demeanor, Xiao Muhan felt both amused and exasperated. This big boy's emotional intelligence was unbelievably low. It was one thing to bluff people, but those childish excuses, they were simply an insult to one's intelligence. Alright, you said it yourself. Xiao Muhan's expression finally softened. It's still early, let's go out and walk around a bit, Xiao Muhan said, holding Yun Haoyu's arm. Sounds good, I'll follow whatever my sister arranges. He agreed readily. That kid is out. Everyone, get ready to move. Yang Feng watched from a distance and ordered his men. That girl looks really stunning, one of the lackeys said, drooling. No kidding, that kid sure is lucky. Yang Feng sneered. Who knows, after we finish the main task, we might even have some extra fun to relax. Break all the bones in that kid's body, as long as he doesn't die on the spot. As for the girl, Wang Hu, you two go and subdue her, drag her into the car. Once we're done, we'll take care of her. Alright, let's get to work. Everyone, be quick and efficient. Xiao Muhan and Yun Haoyu walked and chatted while going along. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyebrows faintly furrowing. What's wrong? Yun Haoyu asked. But he understood very quickly. A faint killing intent spread out as four figures surrounded them from behind. Two of them wielding rods charged fiercely at his head. The alloy rods clashed rapidly with the air, creating a piercing explosion sound. The pitch-black surface of the rods took on a dark red hue, clearly indicating an extremely high temperature caused by the friction. Yun Haoyu swiftly pulled back, avoiding the blow from the left. At the same time, his hand darted out like lightning, aiming to grab the attacker's wrist. That guy wasn't slow to react either and immediately changed tactics, shifting from a downward smash to a sweeping strike aimed at Yun Haoyu's waist. With a slight exertion of force underfoot, a step and a turn later, he had already escaped the opponent's attack range, simultaneously avoiding the sneak attacks of two others. Yun Haoyu, so even you have your day. A venomous voice reached his ears. Yang Feng, so it was him. Yun Haoyu suddenly realized, though his hands showed no sign of stopping. After evading several attacks, he seized the opportunity and grabbed someone's shoulder. With a fierce twist, a crisp crack resounded. The scapula of that man had been shattered. Before he could let out a scream, Yun Haoyu's hands swiftly dragged him forward, using him as a human shield against two incoming sticks smashing from the opposite side. The two guys opposite were taken aback but couldn't stop their movements in time due to exerting too much force. They were both first-tier ability users, and their full-strength strikes were terrifyingly impactful. With two audible thud sounds, the fragile body was struck by the iron rods and turned into a mangled bag of flesh. That guy didn't even let out a groan before losing consciousness, as a massive amount of blood spurted from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Very quickly, a pool of crimson blood had formed beneath him. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Yun Haoyu made a series of moves. Circling behind one ability user, he delivered a heavy chop on the back of his neck, knocking him out. At the same time, he extended his arm smoothly and grabbed the stick from the man's hand. Having a weapon in hand made him feel much more at ease. He lifted his hand to deflect the attacks of two ability users, then flicked and swung his wrist, smashing the weapon fiercely onto one guy's knee. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed again, and the man instantly lost his combat strength, clutching his injured leg and screaming in agonizing pain. With a sudden halt, Yun Haoyu swiftly turned around. The stick in his hand swung in an arc, blocking Yang Feng's strike. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the stick smashed towards Yang Feng's forehead. Yang Feng quickly dodged, his stick sweeping towards Yun Haoyu's lower body. Yun Haoyu stepped back 2 paces, rolled his body into a ball, and narrowly evaded an attack from the ability user behind him. Then he sprang up and aimed a heavy strike at that guy's lower back. The terrifying sound of bones cracking accompanied by desperate screams echoed across the square for a long time. Wang Hu deeply regretted it. Oh no, I should never have taken this job, he wailed internally. Originally, he and another superhuman had planned to subdue that beautiful woman. He thought it would be an easy task, maybe even an enjoyable one before wrapping things up. Little did he know, the seemingly delicate woman merely raised her hand lightly, and using 2 fingers, snatched the rod from his hand and twisted it into a spiral. This was supposed to be high-strength alloy comparable to the armor of a hovercraft. Is this all you're capable of, coming here to bully men and oppress women? Xiao Muhan looked at him with a faint smirk. Yang Feng never dreamed that today would end like this. Although he suffered a loss last time, he stubbornly believed it was caused by his carelessness, and that the opponent only benefited from launching a sneak attack first. So, he had been rigorously training at home during this period, spending a significant amount of credit points, and finally succeeded in advancing to Tier 2 a few days ago. Then, he spent more money to recruit 6 abilities users from his boss. Although they were only Tier 1 or Tier 2, they were more than enough to deal with Yun Haoyu, that unlucky bastard who became an ability user by sheer luck. As long as he found the right opportunity, he'd be able to completely cripple him. His plans were well thought out, but unfortunately, he didn't know that Yun Haoyu had already advanced to Tier 3 and had a stunningly powerful beauty by his side for protection. This time, he certainly met his match. How could this be happening? He defended against Yun Haoyu's attacks while frantically thinking of a strategy. When did this guy advance? Faster than me? How could that be? Where did he get so much money to cultivate? His mind was in chaos, and his movements inevitably slowed down. Coupled with his inferior skills, in a moment of distraction, the alloy staff heavily struck his wrist. The staff flew out of his hand. Amid heart-wrenching screams, his forearm was struck so hard that tendons snapped and bones fractured. But Yun Haoyu had no intention of letting him off so easily. The iron staff in his hand moved rapidly, and the continuous sound of crack-crack from breaking bones filled the air. Within a few breaths, his limbs were all broken, and he collapsed to the ground like a shattered sack of flesh, with bright red blood gushing out from his mangled body, forming streams on the granite floor. "Alright, my dear young Master Yang." Yun Haoyu finally stopped, squatted down beside him, and smiled as he said, "How was that? This little warm-up felt good, didn't it? I'm always very considerate towards old classmates." Yang Feng glared at him venomously, wanting to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large spurt of bloody foam came out. Struggling to catch his breath for a while, he managed to say weakly, "You, just wait." But the lack of strength in his voice combined with his current state made the scene incomparably absurd. Smack! A heavy blow struck his face, deforming his blood-stained visage. Following it were several more strikes. His nasal bones shattered, teeth flew, and even his jaw dislocated, sent flying far away. "Did you forget what I told you last time?" Yun Haoyu said coldly. "Don't think about threatening me. If you piss me off, I'll deal with not only you but also your old man the same way." Not convinced? Go home, practice well, and come back. I'll be waiting any time. Finally, another blow knocked the guy completely unconscious. Only then did Yun Haoyu stand up and walk toward Xiao Muhan. "Not bad. It seems the recent training has shown some results. Sister's efforts haven't been in vain," Xiao Muhan said with a cheerful smile. "What about these two guys?" Yun Haoyu asked. "I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty." "You do it. Just give them a beating." "Alright." Stick shadows danced through the air, and after a series of pathetic screams, 7 people lay paralyzed on the ground, barely breathing, with bloodstains everywhere. The police finally arrived. It seems official organizations are always like this, only reacting after everything is already settled. He chuckled dismissively as Yun Haoyu handed over his identification card to the lead officer. "Ability user?" The officer's expression stiffened, and his tone became respectful. Once he understood that everyone present was a registered ability user with the association, he decisively said, "Sorry, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction. Let them handle it." The them the officer referred to was the Ability User Monitoring Bureau under the Empire Security Department, which typically takes over cases involving ability users. Thus, the 2 people, along with the 7 neat sack remains on the ground, were sent to the nearby office of the Ability User Monitoring Bureau. After routine questioning and recording, it was clarified that the other party was entirely at fault. The 2 were immediately released. The status of those with special abilities in the Empire is quite high. Even if they truly commit an offense, as long as the nature of the crime isn't overly severe, nothing significant tends to happen usually, it's just a fine at most. But for ordinary people, things aren't so lenient. Solitary confinement would be considered light punishment. In worse cases, they might be sent to mining planets for rigorous physical labor as reformation. The legal inequality is starkly reflected here. On the helipad in front of the governor's mansion, a butterfly-shaped spaceship with a diameter of 100 meters and a bright red exterior slowly descended. The hatch opened, and a group of sharp-dressed, arrogantly composed officials strutted down the gangway. Yuan Jingao, along with the heads of various departments on Moonyun Star, stood at the edge of the helipad to welcome them. "Your Excellency Andanu, what a tiring journey you've had," Yuan Jingao said warmly. "I hadn't expected you to come personally this time. My hospitality may fall short, so I beg your forgiveness. May I ask how the Prime Minister is faring?" Unfortunately, his warm enthusiasm was met with a cold reception. The official named Andurnu snorted disdainfully and said coldly, "Oh, why not? It's perfect. Just great." With that, he ignored the governor's outstretched right hand and walked past him as if nothing had happened, leaving him hanging there. Yuan Jinggao's heart sank, realizing that things were taking a bad turn. However, he couldn't quite understand why. Andurnu was a trusted confidant of the Prime Minister and, like himself, was also part of the Prime Minister's faction. He had expected him to be more approachable, but instead, the moment they met, Andurnu threw him a curveball like this. "Your Excellency the Governor, what should we do now?" The subordinates behind him gathered around, asking nervously, "What to do? You're asking me, who should I ask?" Yuan Jingao snapped back irritably. "We've already made all the necessary arrangements over in the imperial capital. According to the hint from the Prime Minister's secretary, this time it shouldn't be too difficult. But judging by the current situation, it seems something unexpected has happened again," an official said perplexedly. "Could it be those old rivals of the Prime Minister causing trouble?" Another official speculated. "Forget it, there's no point in overthinking it now. Let's just see how Lord Andanu plans to handle this." Yuan Jingao ended the group's discussion decisively. "Everyone, keep your spirits up for the welcome banquet tonight. Go over over the preparations again. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Amid the crowd, the general who had previously appeared on satellite number 3 walked over to the spaceship. A military officer wearing a colonel's insignia descended the gangway, exchanged a few whispered words with him, handed him a palm-sized sealed box, and then returned to the ship. Looking at the box in his hand, the general gently shook his head and muttered to himself, "Your Highness, you've certainly given me a challenging task. This small number of people is far from enough. Song Jingfeng, that guy, is still lying in the hospital pretending to be a patient. What do you expect me to do?" "Sir, these are all the villa listings available for sale on this planet. You may choose freely." The charming manager of Muyun Star's largest residential transaction center brought up the information on the optical computer and respectfully said to Yun Haoyu, "Okay, got it. I'll review it slowly." Yun Haoyu began browsing the materials while the supervisor stood by explaining to him. This is a pristine seaside villa with ocean views, covering an area of 4,500 square meters. It is fully renovated and equipped with a secondary automatic security defense system. This is a resort-style villa located next to the only piece of virgin forest on Muyun Star, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. It is exquisitely decorated, equipped with an independent ecological circulation system, and features 30 armed security robots. A luxurious palace-style villa located in geostationary orbit, covering an area of 5,000 square meters, featuring ultra-luxurious decor and equipped with a battleship-grade energy power system, capable of freely altering its orbit. A closed underwater tourist villa located 300 meters deep under the sea, covering an area of 6,000 square meters, equipped with a top-level safety defense system, a self-sufficient small-scale ecological environment, and comes with 40 bioengineered maidservants. A floating villa in the stratosphere, covering an area of 7,000 square meters, with ultra-luxurious decoration, equipped with 100 bioengineered maidservants, and completes a circuit around the planet every week. Living in it allows you to enjoy the scenery of every corner of this planet. He glanced roughly at the listings. There were quite a few excellent properties. He simply didn't know how to choose. Of course, if none of these villas satisfy you, we can also custom build one for you. All designs will be tailored to your preferences. Whether it's on land, the ocean, in outer space's synchronous orbit, or even if you want to build a house on some uninhabited planet, it's all possible. What? You don't like any of them? Then are you looking for excitement? Want to go deep sea? No problem. We can also meet your needs here with our Abyss base style villas that adapt to extreme environments. Designed entirely to space military base standards, they can withstand any intrusion from dangerous creatures. Stop. Yun Haoyu raised his hand to interrupt the manager's lengthy speech. "I just want a place where I can practice peacefully. I don't have too many requirements. Of course, the villa's comfort must be guaranteed. It should have an independent energy supply center, a built-in spacecraft landing site, an area of no less than 5,000 square meters, and also," although he claimed not to have many requirements, by the time he finished speaking, he noticed that the records on the manager's light brain already had nearly 20 entries. The supervisor entered his requirements into the light brain, and the results quickly came out. There were more than 10 locations that fit the criteria. After another round of selection, he finally settled on one. Located not too far from the city center, the ground-level building area was 7,000 square meters, and the underground area was 1,500 square meters. It featured ultra-luxurious decorations, an independent ecological and energy system, a level 1 security defense system, and came equipped with 100 premium-grade biochemical maids and 60 Defender-armed robots. Moreover, the villa was fully furnished with the finest products in the region, ready for immediate move-in. Alright, this is the one. Yun Haoyu finally made up his mind. The total cost is 9,995 source crystals. Will you be paying by credit card or? The supervisor asked, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Closing a deal of this magnitude meant substantial benefits for her as well. Yun Haoyu took out a credit card and transferred the funds to the trading center account. Very good. Here is the physical contract and the land deed. The electronic contract will be sent to your neural device shortly. From now on, this villa along with the surrounding 5 hectares of forest and lake has become your private property. This contract is permanently valid, the manager said excitedly, with a lawyer witnessing on the spot. After everything was finalized, the manager reluctantly said, "Sir, I can provide you with a detailed explanation of some matters to note after moving in, as well as certain operational details of the villa's autonomous system. May I have the privilege of joining you for dinner?" Seeing the girl's expectant expression, Yun Haoyu smiled calmly and said, "No need. If there are any issues in the future, I will contact you." "Well, alright, here's my business card. Feel free to reach out to me anytime in the future," the manager said somewhat disappointedly. To be able to spend so much money on a house at once, an ordinary ability user wouldn't have such means, and the person was so young. She had already assumed Yun Haoyu was the son of a prominent family. Encountering such a man with impeccable wealth, looks, and abilities, it's hard for any girl not to have some thoughts. 3 days later, in the spacious and bright study, the antique rosewood bookshelf was densely densely packed with exquisitely bound ancient books. All of these were transported from Earth, and naturally, their prices had skyrocketed to an astonishing degree. Interstellar era. A single blade of grass from Earth, when transported tens of thousands of light years away, can fetch the price of gold bars. This is the famous saying of Constantine, the financial giant of humanity, and it indeed holds true. Any product originating from Earth, when transported to the Imperial Frontier's Twilight Cloud Star, would see its price multiplied by hundreds of times, and even then, it might not be available to buy. Yun Haoyu sat at the desk, flipping through pages absent-mindedly. Master, the renovation of the basement is completely finished. Do you have any other orders? A seductive voice sounded behind him. Turning around, a young maiden walked through the study door. She was charming and graceful, with beauty as radiant as flowers and the moon. Her skin was as smooth as top-grade white jade, crafted exquisitely. If not for the nameplate on her chest, no one would have guessed she was a cyborg. Gently beckoning, the bio-engineered beauty swayed gracefully as she walked over, obediently sitting on his lap, carrying a faint, enigmatic fragrance. The so-called bio-humans are, in terms of their physical bodies, no different from normal humans. They are flesh and blood. The only difference is that their brains are controlled by advanced intelligent brain chips. In this era of highly advanced technology, all household chores can be handled by robots. However, not everyone enjoys living daily with cold, metallic creations, which is why bio-humans came into existence. With the progress of time, bio-human technology has become increasingly perfect. The top-tier products are crafted according to the standards of human level 4 gene optimization in terms of their appearance and physique. Beyond assisting their owners with household tasks, their advanced intelligent brains are capable of managing all aspects of home affairs. Purchasing a bio-human made to serve as a housekeeper after buying a home has become a very common practice among the middle class. There are also individuals who have experienced emotional trauma and lost confidence in a partner. These people turn to bio-companions for solace, as the appearance and personality of bio-humans can be customized according to the owner's preferences. They possess all the desired qualities their owners wish for without the numerous shortcomings of real-life partners. At least one biochemical beauty won't endlessly demand her owner to buy her all kinds of clothes and expensive jewelry. If the owner is dissatisfied, he can replace her anytime, as long as he's willing to spend money. As a result, many people would rather spend their lives with biochemical beings than marry real humans. Within 30 seconds, the roads outside the villa were blocked by alloy road barriers, the antique carved golden lacquer iron gates automatically closed, and the walls were reinforced with 30-centimeter thick magnetic free-skite alloy armor. The force field generator buried deep underground had already activated, enveloping a 100-meter radius with a transparent energy shield. All detection equipment was engaged, various automated weapon systems fully charged, and weapon robots were all deployed. After conducting a check and finding nothing amiss, Yun Haoyu rose and headed toward the basement. Underground cultivation room. The ground within hundreds of square meters is entirely covered by 10 centimeters thick of blazing ink lawn crystal bricks, a type of crystal produced only in star regions rich in dark matter. The ceiling is inlaid with hundreds of luminous Langyun gems. These two materials can purify cosmic free energy, especially stellar energy, which provides immense benefits for his upcoming cultivation. The cultivation room is surrounded by 1 meter thick Yundi titanium alloy, capable of withstanding any light cannon attack with a caliber no greater than 200 millimeters. For this cultivation room, Yun Haoyu spent an additional cost of over 10,000 source crystals. However, it is all worth it. With this space, he can quickly enhance his strength undisturbed in the future. Following his instructions, the alloy doors were locked from the inside, and 10 armed robots tightly guarded the entrance. Unless he himself allows it, no one could break in unharmed. The entire cultivation chamber was empty, with only a purple meditation cushion placed in the center. The cushion was woven from Tor-Yen Yumang grass, which had the functions of calming the mind, enhancing clarity, purifying toxins, and accelerating energy absorption. Sitting on the cushion, he gently raised his hand, and the Morning Star goblet emerged from within him. It hovered lightly in front of him, completing a circle, and dozens of source crystal bricks fell to the ground. The artifact then vanished without a trace. Alright, Roland, here's 200,000 source crystals. Can you perform the meridian cleansing and marrow purification for me now? He said. Very well. From now on, I will take control of your body. Leave everything to me, and you just watch from the side. Rulin agreed readily. Golden light filled the entire space. The source crystals on the ground were lifted by an invisible force and trembled rapidly for a brief moment, almost imperceptibly, before their luster dimmed and they turned into ordinary stones that fell back to the ground. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he quickly lost consciousness. In a daze, his will was pulled deep into his sea of consciousness. In the chaotic colored space, the golden figure was still quietly suspended there. Perhaps due to having absorbed a considerable considerable amount of energy. The figure was much clearer than the last time. One could vaguely discern the image of a woman in a white robe. Her slightest gaze exuded a faint majesty. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not clearly make out her facial features. Alright, there's no need to look anymore. With your current cultivation level, it's impossible for you to succeed. A slightly teasing voice resounded. Fortunately, he existed only in soul form right now, otherwise, he would definitely be blushing. Ruolin held a ball of purple light in her hands. Countless extremely fine rays of light extracted themselves from the sphere, each carrying varying amounts of purple dots of light. Although the energy within these dots was not particularly strong, it was exceptionally pure. The densely packed strands passed through the sea of consciousness, spreading to every organ, every inch of skin, every cell in the body. Countless purple dots of light fused into the cells and began a transformation according to some unfathomable rules. Is this what you call I Ching bone washing? He asked. It's more or less like that. The rules of this world are somewhat different from the spacetime I come from, so I made some adjustments. The effect is slightly diminished, but it's still sufficient. Can this method be used multiple times? He asked again. No, it can only be used once. It won't be effective anymore afterward. Ruolan glanced at him. So that's how it is. After the transformation, I will be able to cultivate that technique, right? That's correct. That technique was created specifically for you. As long as you persevere, your strength will improve quickly, Ruolan replied. As the light points fully merged with the cells, faintly visible black air slowly evaporated from the depths of the cells. Numerous strands of black air converged and were expelled through the pores, forming a layer of dark haze on the skin surface. 24 hours later, Yun Haoyu opened his eyes. The transformed body radiated astonishing vitality and showed a much greater affinity for energy. Every cell, every inch of skin, every organ was brimming with immense life force. His entire body was covered in wrinkled, blackish-purple dead skin. With a gentle swipe of his hand, large chunks peeled away, revealing a layer of pure, exquisitely delicate skin, as smooth as that of a newborn. He raised his hand and exerted a bit of force, and the energy within his body obediently moved according to his will. He unleashed a punch with full strength towards a nearby wall. Boom! A muffled crashing sound echoed in his ears as the entire training room trembled slightly. Not bad, it seems I've reached the level of Tier 4, he thought with satisfaction. Alright, the hidden danger has been eliminated. You can now focus on improving yourself with peace of mind. Moreover, your aptitude has already surpassed the so-called level 4 genetic optimization and reached a certain human limit. Not to mention, your lifespan alone can now exceed 1,000 years. Ruolan's voice echoed in his mind. I could have optimized your appearance further, but on second thought, I decided against it. After all, men can't rely on their looks to make a living, and you already look pretty good as it is. Of course, the benefits don't stop there. You'll gradually experience them yourself in the future. Now, try that set of techniques. Let's see how effective they are, Ruolan commanded. Okay. He carefully contemplated for a while, then sat down in the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began cautiously attempting. The 9 Heavens Star River Cannon is one of the high-level cultivation methods in that world, absorbing the power of the stars in the heavens and refining it into one's body. When cultivated to the peak, one could move mountains, fill seas, and even obliterate stars with ease. Ruolan modified it to make it compatible with the laws of the Tao of this time-space. This revised version naturally falls far short in power compared to the original, but even so, it is an unparalleled cultivation treasure in this time-space. If even a little of it leaked out, it would likely attract countless powerful entities to fight over it furiously. The power of the stars is one form of the universe's free energy. Compared to the previous method of indiscriminately absorbing all kinds of energy, cultivating a single type of energy is clearly far superior. In fact, after advancing to the 4th tier, if those with special abilities want to progress further, they mostly choose one or several types of energy to practice. This is determined through specialized instruments that detect which type of energy attribute the body has higher affinity for, thereby deciding the future training direction. This efficient method of absorbing specific attribute energy for training is an exclusive secret of major forces in the human world. Unless one is part of their system, it is impossible to obtain such shortcuts to enhance strength. Outsiders who wish to improve must align themselves with these forces, work for them, and only after proving themselves with significant merit might they achieve their goals. As the technique was applied, faint threads of starlight energy were introduced into his body, traveling slowly along the meridians before entering his consciousness sea. Under the control of specific incantations, these threads of starlight energy condensed into a tiny, nearly imperceptible star core. Future training would follow the same process, absorbing starlight energy into the body, refining it through the meridians, and directing it into the consciousness sea. As the amount of refined starlight energy increased, the star core would grow more solid. Once it reached a certain level, it could be placed within the body's acupuncture points to nourish and strengthen the flesh, and during combat, its energy could even be drawn for use. By repeating this process, when 365 star cores have been refined and fill all the acupoints throughout the body, the first level of this cultivation cultivation technique can be considered complete. As for the level it could reach according to the standards of supernatural powers, Rulon cannot give an accurate answer. After all, he is the first person to practice this technique. It's truly hard to say how effective it will be. To put it bluntly, right now, he is just an experiment. But he believes that Rulon would not harm him, and it's indisputable that this cultivation technique benefits him. The only uncertainty lies in how much benefit it provides. 3 days later, in the underground training room, the thick alloy door slowly opened, and Yun Haoyu stepped out with a face full of joy. Master, the butler Xuanyang had already been waiting outside the door for quite some time. Alright, the lockdown is lifted. Now we can resume normal operations, he instructed. Also, I want to take a bath and then have a meal. Go and make the preparations. Yes, everything will be as you wish, Xuanyang responded respectfully. The spacious bathroom, though not overly elaborate in its decor, exuded a sense of grandeur and luxury through its simplicity. The hexagonal bath was built with dill flame crystals, and at the center of the bath was a crystal statue of a mermaid. The statue held a large lotus flower in her hands, with clear water flowing out of the translucent petals, gradually filling the entire bath. The water was sourced from the Ice-Shi rock spring located thousands of kilometers away, mixed with various precious herbs for purification and refinement. It emitted a light, elegant fragrance, boasting remarkable effects for relieving fatigue and restoring energy. 2 biochemically engineered maids dressed in gauze assisted him in undressing and then entered the bath together to give him a massage. Soaking in the warm water and enjoying the service of 4 delicate hands brought an indescribable sense of comfort. The fatigue of the past few days was completely wiped away. The 4th tier is a watershed in supernatural ability cultivation. Most ability users are stuck at this bottleneck for many years without breaking through. The reasons are multifaceted: lack of resources, insufficient training, absence of suitable cultivation methods, among others. But the primary reason still lies within themselves. The stability of one's genes is the key factor that determines the accomplishments of an ability user. The higher the tier, the less stable the genes become, and the greater the likelihood of collapse. Many ability users remain stagnant for years not because of external reasons, but because their genes fail them. When your own genes hold you back, even with mountains of resources, the finest techniques, and decades of self-punishing hard work, don't even dream of advancing further. Of course, if you're determined to ascend levels, that's up to you, but the consequence is genetic collapse. At best, you'll be riddled with ailments and reduced to a useless existence. At worst, you'll lose your life, and years of painstaking efforts will vanish into thin air. For thousands of years, research institutions and major powers have been racking their brains to solve this problem. Countless brilliant biochemical experts and gifted individuals with extraordinary abilities have devoted their entire lives to finding a solution, yet to this day, no effective method has been discovered. In human society, those who can awaken extraordinary abilities are extremely rare. Among those who do, fewer have the conditions to cultivate them, and even fewer can cultivate to break through to the 4th tier. As for those who manage to stabilize their genes after breaking through the 4th tier and possess further potential, they are 1 in a million. Major powers offer exceptionally generous terms to recruit such individuals. With Yun Haoyu's current level of ability, no matter where he chooses to go, be it a major corporation, a prominent family, or one of the empire's powerful departments, once he provides his genetic information, he would immediately be treated as an honored guest. Not only would he enjoy exceptional benefits, but he would also be given specialized training. Of course, this doesn't mean that 4th tier strength is particularly formidable. The main reason lies in his developmental potential, which makes others willing to invest heavily in him. For an ability user as young as Yun Haoyu, with extremely stable genes and even the potential to ascend to the same tier, even the royal family cannot casually overlook such a talent. Ruolan, how long will it take to master that technique? He asked. That depends on whether you slack off or not. In any case, whatever you do in the future, you'd better dedicate at least 4 hours a day to practice and concentrate your star power. 4 hours? Huh? That's not hard. My daily training time will never fall below that threshold. Also, the recent I Ching cleansing consumed quite a bit of my essential power. Although the source crystals replenished some of it, recovery is still difficult. So you'd better figure out a way to get me more source crystals. Otherwise, if you don't want me to completely vanish. Ruolan's tone actually carried a hint of playful arrogance. That's for sure. From now on, every harvest from my voyages will prioritize satisfying you. Yun Haoyu promised wholeheartedly. Everything he has today is entirely thanks to this powerful being. Without her, he might have already become a meal for some vicious creature. Or perhaps, he would have barely managed to gather enough funds for secondary genetic optimization and then stopped, living a safe and mundane life from then on. After graduation, he'd find a mediocre job, marry a somewhat acceptable wife, struggle for 10 to 8 years to barely enter the ranks of the middle class, and silently pass away 200 years later. His entire life would have been nothing more than that of an ordinary citizen, just like the billions of others in the empire, unable to stir even the tiniest ripple in the river of time, leaving not the slightest trace behind. But the arrival of Ruolan has completely changed changed the trajectory of his fate. A door he had never even dared to imagine has now opened wide before him. The humble man is no longer humble. Dreams he could only look up to in the past are being realized one by one. Now, his confidence is more unwavering than ever. After enjoying a comfortable half hour in the bath, he reluctantly got up. Two maids helped him dress and guided him toward the dining room. On the long rectangular oak dining table covered with a white tablecloth, various exquisite delicacies were served in jade tableware, filling the entire tabletop. On a silver serving cart nearby, an array of fine wines was displayed. Standing neatly to the side were 10 bioengineered beauties dressed as maids, ready to attend to his every command. Having been cooped up in the underground training chamber for 3 consecutive days, where he could only consume concentrated nutritional supplements, his palate had truly gone bland. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly sat down, ignoring any table manners, and grabbed the utensils to feast heartily. His ravenous eating style made the group of maids cover their mouths, laughing discreetly. Sweeping through all the food like a whirlwind, he took the napkin handed to him by the maid, wiped his mouth, and asked, "What happened during these 3 days I was away?" "There is. Your personal terminal has already stored over 100 messages," Shuang Yan replied. "So many? Who sent them? Let me take a look." As expected, the vast majority of the messages were from Xiao Muhan. At first, the tone was relatively calm, but it gradually became more anxious, and by the end, she was sending messages almost every half hour. The most recent message was sent just 20 minutes ago, stating that she had already used her personal connections to search the entire planet for him. "She must have thought something had happened to me." Unexpectedly, she cared so much about him. Yun Haoyu was somewhat touched. He sent a call request to the other party, and a second later, there was a response. A familiar 3D projection appeared before his eyes. "Where did you run off to?" The crisp and pleasant voice carried undisguised anxiety. "I bought myself a house and have been training behind closed doors these past few days," he answered somewhat apologetically. "Tell me the location. I'll come over right away." "All right, I'll wait for you," he replied uneasily. He flipped through the remaining information again. Some were from classmates he had a good relationship with, inviting him out to play, but seeing that he hadn't responded, they didn't press further. There were even a few messages from Hua Manli. Ever since their last encounter at school, he had been deliberately avoiding this somewhat impulsive girl. He even stopped attending public lectures to avoid being grabbed by her again. But it seemed she hadn't given up yet. The last message was from Zhong Mingrue. He briefly mentioned the situation over in the capital. The siblings had already enrolled in a prestigious school, but their parents' injuries remained serious and showed no signs of improvement. This left him feeling deeply troubled. Perhaps it was time for him to make a trip over there. If their parents truly couldn't make it through this ordeal, the family would rely on him to keep it together in the future. Letting out a soft sigh, he left the dining area and took a walk in the back garden. Outside, the sky was clear and cloudless, with the blue sun pouring out light and heat unabashedly. Although it was already winter on this planet, the temperature remained relatively warm. A faintly translucent light blade's shadow formed before his eyes. As spiritual energy continued to pour into it, the light blade gradually became solid. Finally, it materialized into a gleaming silver sword. With a slight movement of thought, the lightsaber swiftly flew out, lightly slicing through a nearby large tree. The half-meter-thick tree silently split into 2 sections, and the treetop crashed down with a roar. Not bad. With a mental power index as high as 6,000, there is now considerable offensive capability, no longer limited to moving lightweight objects like before. With a wave of the hand, the sharp blade dispersed into a rain of light. A surge of powerful mental energy emerged, instantly forming a silver light shield that enveloped the entire body. The light shield isolated gravity, and the body began to rise gently. Within seconds, it had reached an altitude of 100 meters above the ground. Soaring through the skies and flying across the universe has been humanity's dream for thousands of years. While mechanical assistance made this possible long ago, achieving it through the body's own capabilities only became a reality with the advent of genetic optimization technology and the emergence of superhumans. This was Yun Haoyu's first time experiencing the sensation of floating after his advancement. He transformed the protective light barrier into a streamlined light shuttle, concentrated his mental energy at his feet, stirred the air currents, and propelled himself with a powerful kick, shooting forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of meters away. After a few adjustments, he finally adapted. The light shuttle reduced air resistance, racing through the void in perfect harmony with his will. The powerful air currents roared fiercely past his ears, while the mountains and rivers below swiftly receded behind him. His heart was filled with indescribable exhilaration. Breaking through the skies with one's own strength is an ability unique to 4th-tier superhumans. For those below the 4th tier, flying like this is only possible with the help of equipment. Moreover, the combat power of 4th-tier ability users is far beyond the reach of 3rd-tier users. Without considering the factor of equipment, an experienced 4th-tier ability user can easily take down more than 10 3rd-tier users. This is why some experts believe that only ability users above the 4th tier are truly ability users, while tiers 1 to 3 are merely backup members numbers for the ability user ranks. After flying for 10 minutes, it was estimated that he had traveled dozens of kilometers. His mental strength was beginning to lag, and waves of fatigue emanated from his brain. He found a flat area to land and used the technique of concentration and energy cultivation from the Nine Heavens Galaxy True method to regulate his breathing and restore himself. In the underground cultivation chamber, he had successfully condensed his first star nucleus. As he became more skilled in operating his technique, the speed would further increase. The benefits of this method were already starting to show. Firstly, the intensity of his mental power was improving at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, in less than a few months, his mental power index would exceed 10,000. Moreover, the power of the stars refined into his body was continually expanding his meridians and spiritual sea, allowing them to accommodate more energy at all times. Over time, the potency of his source energy would massively surpass that of other ability users of the same tier. Without relying on equipment, it is estimated that 7 to 8 ability users of the same tier would not be able to contend with him. As long as another breakthrough is achieved to reach the 5th tier, the affinity between the physical body and the universe's roaming energy will reach a new height. At that point, it will be possible to freely move in outer space without relying on any equipment, with flying speeds even surpassing the speed of sound. Strength will also increase significantly. Upon reaching the 6th tier, it might even be possible to confront space battleships. All major powers possess a large number of high-tier ability warriors, and the military has even established a separate branch consisting entirely of ability users above the 3rd tier. They play a critical role in various combat operations and secret missions. In the rankings that measure the military strength of major powerful nations, the number of high-tier ability users is an undeniably crucial factor. If Yun Haoyu were to join the military now, he could immediately obtain the rank of lieutenant. Don't think that's too low. Military ranks for ability users are far more valuable than those of ordinary officers. At the very least, their treatment is dozens of times better than their peers at the same level, granting access to premium cultivation resources and significantly greater authority. Moreover, as long as he achieves a certain number of merits in the future, promotions will come swiftly. If one can advance to the level of the 10th tier, they would instantly receive the rank of general. They would possess a hereditary title and receive treatment that might even exceed that of a marshal. If their merits are significant enough, they might be granted a resource-rich planet as their hereditary domain. Such individuals wouldn't even need to display much deference when facing the emperor. Across the entire empire, there are very few strong individuals with holy tier power today. After adjusting his breath for a while, he felt radiant and his mental energy had returned to its peak. Judging by the time, it was about time to go back. Xiao Muwan might be arriving soon. He rose back into the sky and flew along the path he had come from. When he arrived at the villa, that familiar fiery red flying vehicle had already appeared on the horizon, speeding rapidly toward him. He thought for a moment and decided not to descend, instead hovering in the air to wait for her. Xiao Muwan had spent the past 3 days in a state of distraction. Ever since she'd met that big boy, her naturally flamboyant personality initially led her to approach him playfully, wanting to have some fun. Later, she agreed to guide him in cultivation, noticing his impressive aptitude, and even considered recruiting him into the organization. However, after days of being together, even she couldn't pinpoint when her feelings had started to undergo a subtle change. She knew she had a fondness for that big boy, but it was merely fondness. Even if their relationship grew closer, she didn't believe he would ever be that important to her. At least, that's what she used to think. But 3 days ago, she habitually invited him out to train, yet there was no response. At the time, she thought he might be busy and didn't pay it much attention. However, after several more attempts to contact him that yielded no result, like pouring water into the sea, she suddenly felt a bit panicked. 1 call every hour, still no response. Why was this happening? She didn't know. Since her debut, she had always been used to having control over everything, yet at this moment, she was truly at a loss. For 3 consecutive days, she kept trying to contact him, went to his school, his former home, and all the places he might have gone to look for him. Still, there was no news, as if he had disappeared into thin air. During these 3 days, the Abyss battleship had set sail once again, but according to her friends on the ship, there was no trace of him. She even checked the personnel entry and exit records at the spaceport, and the results showed that he had not left Cloud Twilight Star. In desperation, she was almost ready to violate the organization's code of conduct, using certain secret channels at her disposal to trace his whereabouts. What has gotten into me? She had asked herself this question more than once. She had only known him for less than 2 months, yet when did he come to occupy such an important place in her heart? To the extent that she now felt like she had lost a part of herself, unable to eat or concentrate. Just as she was at a complete loss, that guy finally showed up. After understanding the situation, he impatiently drove off. On the way, her thoughts were all over the place. What should she do after seeing him? Such a state of mind was extremely detrimental to her profession, and if the organization found out, she would face extremely severe punishment. Moreover, she herself would never tolerate the existence of anyone who could potentially disrupt her composure. So, a piercing cold light suddenly burst out from the bright eyes. They were almost at their destination, and a familiar figure stood quietly in the air. What was going on? Had he advanced again? How was that possible? The flying car got closer and stopped in midair about 10 meters away from him. Xiao Muhuan did not immediately get out of the car. She was still hesitating. The other party seemed to have been waiting for her for a while, exuding an aura that was steady, smooth, and fluent, without the slightest sluggishness. Clearly, it was not forcibly boosted by external means. Such a rare talent. Could it really be necessary to let him? Anyway, go and talk to him again. She let out a silent sigh, then got up and opened the car door. After a few days apart, he noticed a trace of exhaustion on the beauty's face, which was almost unimaginable for a high-level ability user. Could it be that he was truly that important to her? Sister, he called softly. Xiao Muhan looked at him with a complex expression. After a long while, she said softly, I'll ask you just one question. From now on, are you willing to be with me? Willing. Looking into those expectant eyes, he was genuinely moved. Xiao Muhan smiled, an instant of charm, stunningly beautiful. Ah, you troublesome man, she sighed in her heart. Deep within the consciousness, Rulin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario had not occurred. You fool. She didn't specify whom she was referring to. Inside the battleship, Feng Deming was briefing everyone on the situation. This operation is somewhat different from usual. The company has recently released some new tasks targeting specific prey. The detailed information has been sent to your lightbrains, so I won't elaborate further. As long as you can capture one or more of these targets, the company is willing to pay double the usual rewards, Feng Deming said. The battleship will head to the undersea volcanic region of the Ceslan Sea, where the average water depth is about 4,500 meters. Everyone, do your best. There were more than 60 ability users participating in this expedition, including both veterans and newcomers. However, even the most experienced among them wouldn't have gone out to sea more than 10 times. For members of the Abyss Group, going to sea once a month is generally considered completing their task. The unbearably high casualty rate means that no one stays here for long. Either they remain in the deep sea and never return, or, if luck permits, they leave after 3 to 5 successful expeditions, having earned enough money. Very few people do this long term. Xiao Muhan and Yun Haoyu have already been on multiple expeditions without encountering any accidents, and their reputation within the company is extremely prominent. Even at stage 6, strength here doesn't guarantee absolute safety, and Yun Haoyu is reportedly only at stage 3. Therefore, the two likely possess some hidden abilities, such as powerful equipment or something similar. Of course, these are merely speculations from outsiders. No one knows the specifics, as everyone has their own secrets. The abyssal battleship sets sail every 3 days, which totals 10 times a month. Except for the time he missed because he was in seclusion training, Yun Haoyu never fails to show up. Moreover, his haul each time is so impressive that even high-level ability users feel envious. If it weren't for Xiao Muhan being around, they might have already taken action in secret. The destination was reached, and the battleship began to dive as all defensive systems were activated. The strange patterns on the battleship's surface glimmered with a dark and eerie light. An invisible force field pushed back the pressure of the seawater, and the massive vessel continued its descent into the ocean depths at a rate of 200 meters per minute. This is the Abyssal Slayer equipment set, a 3-star grade gear that your sister specifically ordered for you. How does it feel? In the room, Xiao Muhan explained while helping him put it on. It's definitely good stuff. This set must have cost quite a lot, right? Feeling the effects of the new gear, he remarked in satisfaction. The cyan-colored suit had a sleeker, more compact design compared to the previous one, with a significantly reduced thickness. Yet, its defense rating was over 10 times greater, not to mention its powerful functionalities, making it top-notch survival gear. This is the kind of equipment a high-level ability user should wield. His previous gear could only be considered ordinary by comparison. Just a few thousand source crystals, not a lot, Xiao Muhan said casually. So many? He was somewhat surprised. I'll give you the money later then. Don't. If you do that, you're treating your sister like an outsider. Xiao Muhan refused firmly. Your strength is too weak, and in an environment like the deep sea, you can train yourself well. Giving you this equipment is just to prevent anything from happening to you. At this point, are you really going to be so polite with your sister? Don't forget the promise you made earlier. It hasn't even been 2 hours. Yun Haoyu remains silent. The seabed was reached, and the Abyss battleship chose a slightly flatter terrain, gradually coming to a stop. The plants that emitted a moonlight glow seen in previous visits were no longer here, but there were still plenty of luminous species. Moreover, in the distant, faintly visible underwater mountain range, volcanoes could occasionally be seen. Large streams of lava flowed out from the craters, winding down the mountain bodies, with the dark red glow of the fire turning this marine realm into a red-tinted world. As expected, Yun Haoyu was the first to disembark from the cabin, and in fact, no one dared compete with him for the honor. The captain personally operated the mechanism to open the watertight door for him. With his outstanding battle achievements, he was entitled to such privilege. Xiao Muhan followed closely behind him and, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Why are you always the first to go out? Do you really think your luck will always be that good? With you here, sister, what do I have to worry about?" Yun Haoyu deflected skillfully in his reply. Xiao Muhan shook her head. This guy obviously wasn't telling the truth. Having gone out to sea so many times without any accidents, others might not realize it, but her sharp intuition had already vaguely guessed it had something to do with this big boy in front of her. However, no matter how vivid her imagination might be, she would never have conceived that someone like Ruolan could exist in this world. In the past, her trips to the sea were merely to kill time and seek a bit of thrill. After all, she was confident enough in her abilities and had encountered a few minor troubles occasionally, but they were all resolved without much danger. Ever since meeting Yun Haoyu, her sea expeditions had become much smoother. As long as she was with him, no creatures dared to bother them. Even those infamous deep-sea overlords like the fierce Maro sharks ignored their presence completely. Consequently, she had managed to reap considerable profits during this period. She didn't expose the truth but continued to say, "This place is even more dangerous than the last sea. The volcanic region has particularly fierce creatures, so don't be careless. If something really happens, even I won't be able to protect you." I know. What kind of creature are we targeting this time? I've looked through the data in the light brain, and none of them seem very formidable. It should be relatively easy, right? Yun Haoyu asked. That's what they say, but those prey usually coexist with some extremely dangerous creatures. Getting what we want won't be easy, Xiao Muhan said with a serious expression. Let's head over there and take a look first. The two of them identified the direction and swam toward a nearby volcano. Due to the effects of the magma, the seawater here was very warm, giving rise to many creatures vastly different from those found elsewhere. Clusters of glowing red kelp-like organisms, each stretching for hundreds of meters, were scattered all around, resembling countless red ribbons. Large schools of peculiar fish roamed between these ribbons, hunting for food. On the uneven seabed, a layer of reddish-brown algae was spread out, and numerous sea snails, each a foot in size, wandered about. Occasionally, an unidentified strange fish would swim past them, and suddenly a few transparent tentacles would protrude from the shells and wrap around the fish. These tentacles had sharp serrations and were extremely powerful, making it nearly impossible to escape once ensnared. A few sea snails working together to tackle a fish could easily devour it, leaving behind mere shattered bones in less than a minute. After eating their fill, the sea snails would scatter again, quietly waiting for the next suitable prey to approach. In the hellish depths of the ocean, scenes like this are constantly playing out. "Roland, can you see how she feels about me?" Staring at Xiao Muhan's figure, Yun Haoyu, who was trailing behind, quietly asked. "Well, that's hard for me to answer. If you ask about sincerity, there's a bit of that. If you ask about other thoughts, there are some of those too." Roland's response was ambiguous. Then what should I do? Yun Haoyu was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. What to do? That depends on how you think about it. I can't help you with this. No matter how he listened, he felt there was a hint of amusement in Ruolan's words. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. There will always be a day when you find out. He felt a bit depressed, even suspecting at one point that the other party had discovered the secret within him. But he immediately dismissed the thought unless Ruolan herself was willing. It was impossible for anyone in this universe to uncover her existence. What are you thinking about? Xiao Muhan turned around to stare at him, the gaze inside the transparent helmet shining brightly, as if it could see straight into his heart. It's nothing. Have you found the target? He felt somewhat guilty and changed the subject. The beauty gave him an annoyed look and said, "It's right up ahead. The creature attached to that tree is called the Peye twin-tailed fish." Not far away, at the foot of the volcano, a peculiar 3-meter-tall, half-meter-wide plant had taken root on a fiery red boulder. Its fan-shaped leaves were covered with worm-like patterns that constantly shifted and twisted as if alive, rising and falling. Occasionally, unidentified red liquid would seep out, quickly evaporating into thick mist under the intense heat. The entire plant was enveloped in a red cloud, and attached to its trunk were numerous twin-tailed monster fish, approximately a foot in size, encased in reddish-brown shells, with menacing bone spines growing out. Evidently, these were the Peye twin-tailed fish. This is one of the prey designated by the company, offered at a high price of 350 source crystals. Of course, it's not easy to deal with. Not only is its shell extremely tough, but it can also control flame energy to protect itself. Moreover, the plant accompanying it, called the thousand-hand demon locust, is an extremely difficult adversary. To succeed, you'll have to deal with it first. What should we do? Yun Haoyu asked. It's quite troublesome. That thousand-hand demon locust is even trickier than the purple blood sea star. If we want to catch the fish, there's no way to avoid it, Xiao Muhan said, frowning. Do we really have no chance at all? It's not that, but this is still the activity area of lava sharks. If one of those big ones comes, we probably won't be able to escape. She seemed a bit troubled. Looks like I'll have to reveal my trump card today. Still, letting him know isn't a big deal. After weighing her options internally, she finally made up her mind. She expanded the range of the energy shield to its maximum, creating a waterless space several meters in diameter, then took out the black short bow and a few arrows. This item is called Yue Hung, a 4-star ability equipment. It was gifted to me by my mentor back then. Looking at the bow and arrow in her hands, she said with pride. 4-star equipment? Remember, the spatial seal still contains the lightsaber left by his father, which seems to be 5-star level. He thought while looking at the 4 small stars embedded on the back of the short bow. Alright, I'm going to make my move now. Step aside, and when it starts attacking me, you go deal with those fish. Finish them off as quickly as possible, then come back to help me, Xiao Muhuan said to him. He nodded and swam 30 meters away. Adjusting his energy shield to maximum, he watched her nervously. Seeing that he was ready, Xiao Muhuan began to fully channel the source energy within her body. A layer of green radiance quickly emanated from her, and the glow gradually expanded, forming a 2-meter diameter sphere of light. Inside the sphere, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and violent energy surged at high speed. Immediately afterward, a moon-white halo appeared behind her head, and the turbulent energy quickly calmed down. It seems, this strength doesn't merely reflect a 6th tier level, right? Yun Haoyu looked at her with some doubt. It appears that this beauty has truly revealed her hidden abilities today. Now, it remains to be seen whether she can handle that tree. Arrow notched, bow drawn. Energy poured in, and a glimmer of cold light gradually emerged. As the radiance intensified, the arrow seemed to come to life. It actually began to tremble slightly, emitting a disconcerting vibration. When her momentum reached its peak, she aimed at the base of the distant monstrous tree and released the first arrow. A dark light flashed, and the arrow shot straight towards the 1,000-hand demon locust. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, the tree responded. As if sensing the extraordinary nature of the arrow, the tree suddenly twisted rapidly a few times. Instantly, 7 or 8 fan-sized leaves dropped down together, blocking the direction of the incoming arrow and firmly protecting the tree trunk's core. Simultaneously, countless densely packed holes suddenly appeared on the tree trunk, releasing a massive amount of red mist which quickly formed a red cloud with a diameter of several dozen meters, completely concealing the figure of the 1,000-hand demon locust tree. The arrow shot forward with incredible speed, piercing into the leaves in an instant. The seemingly thin leaves of only a few millimeters in thickness possessed astonishing resilience. The worm-like patterns on the surface of the leaves trembled and writhed wildly. A large quantity of red liquid seeped out from the surface and surged toward the arrow. The leaves curled like human hands, firmly wrapping around the arrow. Despite the tremendous force behind it, the arrow only managed to penetrate 5 or 6 leaves before losing all momentum. A glimmer of light appeared amidst the leaves and exploded with a bang. The leaves wrapping around the arrow were blasted away instantly, and the branch was shattered as well. The seawater transmitted the massive energy to the tree trunk not far away, and a bizarre and piercing scream reverberated on a mental level, leaving Yun Haoyu dizzy, disoriented, and overwhelmingly irritable. The overwhelming shockwave tore the red cloud into shreds. As the mist dispersed, a large crater was revealed near the roots of the strange tree, and many of its branches and leaves had disappeared. Even the stone it was rooted in had a huge chunk broken off. However, while the strange tree had suffered severe damage, it had not lost its ability to resist. In fact, it became completely enraged. The trunk twisted bizarrely once again, causing the stone to tremble. Fist-sized blisters emerged from the surface of the stone, continually expanding until they reached the size of soccer balls, only to burst and release waves of black mist. The mist rapidly condensed, forming countless tentacles as thick as fingers that reached out towards Xiao Muhan. It seemed that the stone might be a symbiotic creature of the 1,000-hand demon locust tree, or perhaps it was simply part of its body. Though it seemed like ages, it all happened within just a few dozen seconds. The second arrow had already whizzed out, aiming again for the main body of the 1,000-hand demon locust tree. Unfortunately, the arrow was intercepted halfway by the incoming black tentacles, wrapped tightly before it even had a chance to explode, vanishing as if swallowed by the void. Seeing this, Xiao Muhan knew there was no point in firing a third arrow. She quickly drew her lightsaber. The tentacles moved with incredible speed, closing in within moments and curling towards her as if they had eyes. She stepped back slightly, her lightsaber sweeping out in one swift motion, severing a tentacle. The severed part floated in the water, still not entirely dead, writhing frantically, and emitting a chilling gurgle sound. After a few breaths, it turned into black mist and merged with the intact tentacles. More and more tentacles reached out toward her. She exerted herself to her limit, her lightsaber dancing at high speed, forming a shimmering sphere of light to protect herself. However, the tentacles were incredibly tough, and she had to use her full strength to completely sever a few. Before long, the mass of tentacles began wrapping around her energy shield. On the other side, Yun Haoyu, seeing that the 1,000-hand demon locust tree's attention had been diverted, immediately swam towards its main body. His target was the fen twin-tail fish clinging to the trunk. With such commotion, the fish had already been startled awake, but instead of fleeing, they gathered tightly, guarding the 1,000-hand demon locust tree. Seeing him approach, the nearest few fish let out a piercing screech. Their mouths opened wide, red light flashing, and a flame-like sphere shot toward him at high speed. The sphere's temperature was extremely high, and even with the double protection of his energy shield and diving suit, he could still still feel the searing heat rushing toward him. Could it really be flames? But it seemed otherwise. It wasn't until the sphere collided with the energy shield and exploded with a roar that he realized it was a highly heated liquid, extremely corrosive. A single drop splattered onto a rock, instantly creating a deep pit on its surface. The spheres kept shooting over one after another, exploding on the energy shield. The shield trembled slightly, its brilliance dimmed a bit, and its defense index began to drop. Luckily, it was newly equipped. If it had been the old set, they'd probably have met their end here today. He drew out his lightsaber and slashed fiercely at the nearest doe-tail fish. With a sharp crack, the fish's shell revealed a faint sword mark but didn't break through. Its skin is really tough. He exerted more force and continued to attack the fish. Yet the shell was so hard that even after a dozen strikes, he still couldn't kill it completely. In the end, he had to plunge the blade into its massive mouth to finally take it down. The fish swarming around saw that spitting acid had no effect, so they collectively opened their mouths and began to bite the energy shield. Their sinister sharp teeth grinding against the shield produced a nerve-jarring screeching sound. The defense index was dropping much faster now. It looked like the shield wouldn't hold for more than 3 minutes before collapsing. What a hassle. There's no choice. The weapon in hand simply can't deal with this group of creatures sporting turtle shells. The only option is to rely on that 5-star piece of equipment. From the spatial seal, the sword hilt was retrieved, the switch activated, and a blue brilliance poured out like flowing water. When it reached over a meter in length, it suddenly retracted, condensing under the powerful force field into a deep blue blade 7 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. Targeting the largest one, which was biting down the hardest, the sword struck downward. The resistance felt in the hand immediately vanished, and the blade sliced effortlessly through the target, splitting it clean in half. Dark red blood and viscera sprayed out violently. This thing is truly impressive, worthy of being 5-star equipment. Feeling emotional about it, his hands did not stop at all, and with 1 strike per fish, he quickly took care of all 30+ pyre twin-tailed fish, stuffing them all into the ecological tank. When he finished his busy work, he found that the situation on Xiao Muhan's side had become critical. Countless pitch-black tentacles were layered thickly, wrapping tightly around the energy shield. From a distance, it looked like a massive black ball. Under the command of the core body, the tentacles all contracted at once, attempting to crush the shield. The force appeared immense, causing the shield's range to continuously shrink, showing signs of imminent collapse. Not sure how my sister is doing. She should still be able to hold out for a while. He quickly swam to the strange tree and struck several times at its roots. The 1,000-hand demonic cypress began to struggle fiercely, with waves of soul-crushing screeches violently assaulting his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The trunk twisted rapidly, and a large amount of red slime poured out of the holes, quickly turning into mist that enveloped him. The corrosiveness of the mist was extremely strong, making the shield sizzle loudly. Countless branches and leaves also rushed to wrap around him. The shield's sheen dimmed visibly, and it seemed it wouldn't last much longer. There was no retreat, only a desperate fight. He gritted his teeth, enduring the mental attack of the monstrous tree, and raised his lightsaber to fiercely hack at its roots. Fortunately, the trunk was not thick, only about half a meter in diameter, and the base near the roots was no more than a meter across. With the sharpness of the lightsaber, it took just a few strikes to sever the 1,000-hand demon tree completely at its base. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. The bizarre howling grew increasingly eerie, and the branches and leaves wrapped around him did not loosen. Although its main body had suffered a fatal injury, the creature's resilience far exceeded his expectations. The wounded area writhed madly as countless fleshy growths rapidly formed, quickly sealing the wound. The large stone beneath it also reacted, with more bubbles emerging on the surface of the rock, releasing streams of black mist that instantly condensed into tentacles reaching out toward the severed tree. It seemed intent on reclaiming the tree and reattaching it to its original position. Yun Haoyu was getting anxious. If that tentacle got its way, with the 1,000-hand demon locust tree's formidable vitality, it might recover in no time. All his efforts would have been in vain. He swung his light sword wildly, slashing frantically. Fortunately, the light sword was incredibly sharp, cutting cleanly through branches, leaves, and even the black tentacle. Once his body regained freedom, he aimed a powerful kick at the eerie tree, sending it flying dozens of meters away to prevent it from easily returning to its position. However, the 1,000-hand demon locust tree did not give up. The surface of the stones within a radius of more than 10 meters turned into a honeycomb-like structure as countless bubbles emerged. Massive black mist surged forth, forming a thick black cloud above the stones. Within just a few breaths, this would condense into even more tentacles, bringing him immense trouble. Dozens of light blades flew out continuously, shredding the massive boulder into rubble. Now, no matter how strong that guy's vitality is, there's no way he can recover. In the crimson seabed, a cyan sun suddenly appeared. Its radiant glow was so intense that it enveloped the environment within hundreds of meters in a greenish-blue hue. Furious energy surged, and the surrounding tentacles melted away like snow meeting boiling water, vanishing entirely. Inside the cyan sun, a stunningly beautiful woman stood solemnly, clutching 2 giant, thigh-thick electric serpents in her hands. Overwhelming energy rushed forth, and countless lightning bolts rained down within a 100-meter radius, destroying anything daring to challenge her existence. After a round of relentless bombing, there was no living creature left within a 100-meter radius. Only then did Xiao Muhan stop. "Are you okay?" Yun Haoyu stepped forward to greet her. "I'm fine. This guy was tough enough to force me to use my full strength to take him down," Xiao Muhan said with a smile. "7th tier? Or 8th tier?" He stared at her and asked. "I didn't intend to hide it from you. I'm already at the 7th rank," she admitted frankly. Just as he expected, he suddenly understood. "Alright, let's clean up the battlefield. Then we'll change locations." After glancing around, he noticed that the areas ravaged by lightning earlier no longer had any intact creatures left. Only the severed demon locust tree that Yun Haoyu had cut down remained. Such a treasure. This thing could easily fetch tens of thousands of source crystals. She raised her hand and stored the severed tree into her spatial belt. In the distance, a lava shark radiating a crimson glow was roaming around. Its massive 40-meter-long body was covered in zebra-like red and brown alternating stripes. 2 rows of several-meter-long bony wings rose from its back, and its enormous fins occasionally shifted, bringing forth sparks of fire. Even from afar, one could feel its terrifying presence. This is the King of the Abyss, ranked 6th among the fiends of the Hangluo star region, an entity so powerful that even high-level energy manipulators cannot confront it alone. And yet, it is a moving treasure trove. To say nothing of its other traits, the oil it secretes is a key ingredient in important biochemical repair agents, capable of delaying genetic collapse. Just this alone is enough to drive anyone to madness. Its sharkskin is an excellent material for crafting top-tier protective gear. Its blood enhances the efficiency of energy manipulators' training efforts. Its teeth and bones serve as valuable components for creating energy recovery potions. This infamous yet highly coveted creature has caused countless elite fighters to perish since humanity began developing Cloud Twilight Star in pursuit of capturing it. 800,000 source crystals. This is the current market price, but unfortunately, it's essentially unavailable for purchase. Ordinary ability users don't have the strength to provoke it. Only those large companies with substantial resources can bear such a hefty cost to hunt down this devil-like existence. The two of them naturally weren't reckless. They took a glance from afar and were ready to leave. However, to their surprise, someone had already decided to play with fire. Zhao Jishong coldly sized up the nightmare-like figure in the distance, his mind already prepared to risk his life for a battle. Originally, it wouldn't have come to this, but now, he has no other choice. "Boss, the company's liquidity in the account is almost depleted." "Boss, there's a problem with the raw material supply chain. The company's inventory can only support 1 week's operation. A few major distributors have jointly issued a statement saying they will no longer accept our products in the future. Achilles' people have already said that if we fail to repay the loan on time, they will take necessary punitive measures against us." Bad news keeps coming one after another. The company's stock has been targeted by unknown funds and has plummeted by over 50% in just a few days. And the root cause of all this is none other than Achilles, his former nemesis. Because of past grievances, this old guy has been holding a grudge, waiting for his chance to seek revenge. After cleaning up his act and settling his brothers, he originally planned to live a peaceful life. However, that old ghost had no intention of letting him go so easily. Like a bloodthirsty viper, he lurks in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, the opportunity came. Through a series of shady maneuvers, the business tycoon was successfully pushed to the edge of a cliff. With no other choice, he and a few loyal followers joined the ranks of the Abyss Hunters. Taking a deep breath, he began, "Brothers, this isn't life or death depends on this one battle. As long as we take down that big beast, we'll have a chance to turn the tables. If we fail, we won't need to go back. Consider it fulfilling the oath we made when we became sworn brothers. Being able to remain loyal to me, Zhao, until now there's no need for me to say much. I just hope that in our next lives, we can still be good brothers. Big brother, don't worry. Even if an accident happens, the brothers will definitely risk their lives to ensure you return safely. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance," one of his subordinates said. "Exactly. We've weathered so many storms before. Can't we handle this beast?" Another subordinate chimed in, and the rest of the brothers voiced their agreement. "Ha ha, that's true. Am I, Zhao, someone who yields easily? If we make it back alive today, we'll drink to our heart's content, no stopping until we're drunk." Like a hellish lava undersea world, 7 figures charged towards the abyssal monarch in the distance with a tragic determination. Do they stand a chance? Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhan stood behind a reef, watching the 7 figures rush toward the lava shark like moths to a flame. 2 at 7th tier, 4 at 6th tier, and 1 at 5th tier. That level of strength isn't even enough to scratch that guy. If they don't have some hidden cards, the result will be nothing worth seeing, Xiao Muhan said calmly. In other words, only a master of the saint rank can handle it alone. Right? That's about it. Yun Haoyu stopped speaking and simply stared at those figures. Just before the giant beast noticed the uninvited guests drawing near, Zhao Zhishong raised his hand and took out 8 square-foot-sized polygonal shields from his spatial belt. The shields seemed to be made of some kind of strange metal, covered in countless intricate and bizarre patterns. As the source energy was injected, the patterns emitted a hazy glow, and the shield seemed to come alive, floating and revolving around him. Supported by these 8 shields, a bright light barrier quickly formed, protecting him inside. The other 6 people also emitted flashes of light, and one after another equipped themselves with this unusual gear. Phantom Square Matrix? Xiao Muhan raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Looks impressive, doesn't it? Yun Haoyu asked. This is a type of supernatural equipment primarily used for defense, but it also has the function of concealing traces. It can render many detection methods ineffective. The eyesight of lava sharks is extremely poor. They mainly rely on sound waves and smell to probe their surroundings. Using this equipment targets their weaknesses perfectly. Of course, this equipment also comes in varying grades. The most effective ones can withstand the close-range direct fire of a space battleship's main cannon. Looking at their stuff, it's clearly far inferior. Better than nothing, I suppose. Who knows if they have other means. After setting up the matrix defenses, Zhao Jishun brought out a strange long spear, with a dark snake head as its tip. The spear shaft was hollow, and he then retrieved several gray crystals the size of eggs and stuffed them into the hollow shaft. The magic square matrix can roughly ensure that it won't detect us before we attack. So we have one opportunity for an all-out attack, and it's our only chance, he said. The lava shark's hide can't be penetrated without 5-star ability equipment. The only part of its body that can be attacked is its lower jaw. Later, I will use tin pyroxene molten stone to launch the first attack. Strive to briefly paralyze its movements, and then you all make your move. Let's hope to weaken most of its combat power before it reacts, so we might have a chance to survive. Make sure to cooperate well. If anything unexpected happens, everyone should escape on their own. Whether we live or die depends on this moment, he said at last. Big brother, don't worry, the 6 replied in unison. Getting closer to the lava shark, its massive blood-red jaws opened and closed, revealing terrifying sharp teeth glinting with a ghostly cold light. The lava shark's entire body is wrapped in thick, striped skin, except for the jaw area, which consists of softer tissue and serves as its primary sensory organ. If this part can be successfully destroyed, perhaps there might actually be a chance to deal with it. But will things really go according to their expectations? Taking one last glance at the dark red seawater above him, he clenched his fist tightly and pressed the activation button on the spear's shaft. The gray crystal rapidly dissolved under the influence of the heating mechanism, transforming into a cloud of gray vapor that gathered around the snakehead. Aim at the constantly wriggling jaw, press the launch button, and the cloud of gas swiftly flies toward the target. It only took 2 seconds for the gas cloud to hit the target, but it felt like 2 years to him. As desired, the gray gas cloud reached the designated spot and, upon contact, merged into the tissue. Then came the second shot, the third shot. At the same time, several others launched their attacks, all targeting the same spot. Apart from Zhao Jishun, who used Qiyin molten stone powder, a potent paralytic agent designed for large ferocious creatures, the others used specially made steel ball projectiles. Once these projectiles entered the body, they emitted an ultra-frequency sound wave targeting the central brain. Theoretically, this could directly shatter brain tissue, solidifying victory. However, the actual effect remained uncertain. The surrounding temperature suddenly surged. A deep, muffled roar echoed on a mental level, causing even Xiao Muhan, who was standing far away, to feel dizzy and nauseous. Centered around the lava shark, the crimson cloud exploded violently, vaporizing enormous amounts of seawater with its terrifying heat. The 7 individuals were well coordinated. After a round of attacks, they scattered in all directions without prior agreement, their thrusters operating at overload in hopes of gaining a chance at survival. At the cost of the collapse of the phantom matrix on his body, he barely managed to block the rampant mental assault. But the crimson cloud was not so easily dealt with. 2 people were unable to dodge in time and were swallowed by the cloud. The energy shield instantly collapsed, and the diving suits melted within seconds. The horrifying high temperature directly burned their bodies into flying ash, leaving no trace behind. The crimson cloud surged as the enraged Abyss King, his dignity challenged, roared and madly ravaged everything around him. As the red clouds gradually dissipated, it became evident that the creature's jaw had turned into a bloody mess, clearly suffering significant injuries. Seeing the lava shark's movements start to slow down, the remaining 5 moved in closer, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a second strike. Unfortunately, this time there was no protective phantom square matrix, and under the overwhelming and unstoppable mental shock, blood began to gush from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Zhao Jishun gritted his teeth, pulled out 2 fist-sized silver alloy spheres, hurled them toward the sinister bloody maw, then swiftly retreated. A silver sphere flew into its mouth and quickly split apart into dozens of small beads. Sensing the surrounding scorching temperature, the beads swiftly transformed in shape and within a few breaths turned into sharp flying discs with a diameter of 10 centimeters. The edges of the discs were extremely sharp, accompanied by numerous tiny barbs. The flying discs spun at high speed, wreaking havoc inside the lava shark's body. Wherever they passed, flesh was torn apart in large chunks, and under the high-speed spinning of the discs, it was shredded into minced meat. A red cloud erupted once again, and the mental shockwave resembled a volcanic eruption, as overwhelming as a mountain collapse or a tsunami. In its fury, the lava shark finally displayed the power worthy of a king of the abyss. A superpowered individual barely escaped the range of the fiery cloud, but before he could catch his breath, a ferocious giant head suddenly burst from the cloud. Its massive bloody maw opened wide, sucking him inside. With a snap of its razor-sharp teeth, he was torn apart without uttering a sound. The massive tail whipped through the air as the abyssal king charged towards the next wielder of supernatural ability. Unable to escape, the person abruptly rushed toward its enormous maw, pushing their internal energy to the peak in the instant they were torn apart. Their body turned crimson for just a moment before exploding with a loud bang. A gigantic fireball appeared in that deep maw, and the terrifying heat instantly crystallized the surrounding tissues. The remaining few, seeing this, imitated the act and rushed forward to self-detonate. "Big brother, live well and take care of the family for us." This was the brother's final words. As one fiery orange ball after another exploded inside the lava shark, the self-destruct power of high-level espers was immensely destructive. No matter how strong its vitality was, it couldn't withstand such terrifying damage. After rolling several times, it barely managed to stabilize its form. With a swing of its massive fins, it once again emitted a cloud of fire. Zhao Jixiong suddenly realized that he was the only one left around. "My brothers!" he cried out in anguish toward the sky. The menacing maw approached once again, but badly injured, he was no longer capable of fighting back. "Should we help him?" Yun Haoyu asked. "How can we help? My Yueheng is no match for that guy," Xiao Muhan replied. "Use this." He handed her the lightsaber in his hand. Xiao Muhan took it suspiciously and looked it over, her expression changing dramatically. "5-star equipment? How do you have this thing?" "My father left it to me." "Your father?" Immediately, she noticed the unknown divine bird insignia and looked even more surprised. "How could this be? You are actually—" Yun Haoyu stopped her from continuing and pointed over there, saying, "I'll explain more when we get back. Let's save them first." Xiao Muhan gave him a deep look, activated the thruster, and rushed rapidly in that direction. "Roland, can you help? I'm afraid she still can't handle it," Yun Haoyu asked worriedly, looking at the maddened giant creature. 30,000 origin crystals, Roland said straightforwardly. "All right." A slender ray of light silently shot out from the body. The light was dark red, perfectly blending with the similarly colored seawater. The beam of light struck the lava shark directly on the top of its head. It didn't seem very powerful, just caused its movements to pause for a moment. However, that very moment had already sealed its fate. Zhao Jixiong was already in despair. "So be it. Let me die here together with my brothers. Considering I, Zhao, have lived a glorious life, to depart in this way, there is nothing to regret." Just as he closed his eyes, waiting for death, a pair of hands grabbed his arm and pulled him to the side. "What happened? Is anyone still here?" He opened his eyes. A handsome boy with black eyes and black hair stood beside him. Not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman wielded a lightsaber, sending out hundreds of broad beams of light in an instant. The molten shark's armor, tougher than that of a battleship, was sliced apart as if it were paper. Hundreds of consecutive light beams struck its chin, shaving off the lower jawbone and nearly severing half of its head. Finally, that massive creature, the ruler of the abyss, completely lost all signs of life and collapsed motionless on the spot. "Who would have thought? I actually managed to take down a lava shark." She reluctantly stopped. "Little brother, and this beautiful young lady, was it you who saved me?" Zhao Jixiong was both surprised and delighted. The feeling of surviving a desperate situation was truly indescribable. "Isn't it obvious? Who else but us?" Xiao Muhan asked with a smile, thinking to himself that this guy must have been shocked so badly his brain got messed up. Zhao Jixiong was just about to speak when he suddenly saw Xiao Muhan's face clearly, and for a moment he turned pale with shock. "Ah, you are." A sudden mental ripple surged into his mind. "If you dare say another word, I'll send you on your way right now to join your brothers." Zhao Jixiong's face turned red, then pale, then red again, struggling for quite some time to catch his breath. "Thank him if you're going to thank someone. It was his decision to save you," Xiao Muhan said to him with a smile. "Oh, so that's how it is. May I ask the honorable name of this young brother?" Zhao Jixiong asked politely. Before he could reply, Xiao Muhan cut in and said, "Yun Haoyu, he's my man." That single sentence almost scared the poor fellow to death again. "All right, quickly contact the Abyss battleship and get this big guy back. I wonder if you've lost your mind, daring to come after the lava shark with such few people. It seems like you're not short on money, are you?" Xiao Muhan asked with some curiosity. Zhao Jixiong said with a bitter smile, "It's a long story. Nowadays, I'm already like a phoenix that has lost its feathers worse than a chicken. In any case, great kindness cannot be repaid with words. I've remembered today's matter. If you need me for anything in the future, just say the word. After chatting for a while, the massive silhouette of the Abyss battleship had already appeared in the distance. On the battleship, the captain, Fong Deming, and the people around them were collectively struck dumb with shock. Lava Shark, the king of the abyss. A terrifying existence that only Saint-level experts can handle alone. And it was actually taken down by those two insanely lucky people. Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhan's fame has already become extremely prominent, and they've made it into the top 10 of the Abyss Hunter rankings. Yet, no matter how outstanding their performance has been, no one expected them to be able to handle the Lava Shark. It wasn't until the two clarified the whole story that everyone finally understood and managed to calm their emotions. So that's roughly what happened. In the luxurious hotel suite, Zhao Zhixiong finally managed to explain his plight, grabbing the teacup in front of him and gulping it down. So that's how it is. Offending that old ghost Achilles, no wonder your days have been rough. Xiao Muhan chuckled softly. But you used to be a big shot in the underworld, your strength was enough to rival his. How did you suddenly end up in such a pitiful state? Even if you wanted to go clean and live a peaceful life, you should have kept some backup cards for yourself. A mighty underworld hero, forced into this situation. Truly, do you have any plans for the future? Xiao Muhan finally asked. With the income from this Lava Shark, after paying off the loan, there'll still be a large sum left, which can solve the company's cash flow problems. I believe the unfavorable situation will change very soon. Achilles has been scheming behind my back, and I will definitely settle this score, he said through gritted teeth. Alright, that's your business. I won't ask further. By the way, I've heard that you still have priority rights to develop several mining areas on nearby resource planets. Is that true? That's right, there is some, but we lacked money before and didn't develop it. Later, we mortgaged quite a bit to the bank for funds to keep things afloat. Are you interested? It's not me, it's my husband. Xiao Muhan clung to Yun Haoyu's arm, blinking mischievously. He needs money for cultivation, and to take care of me. He has no choice but to go out to sea fishing every day. So, I came up with an idea to make things easier for him, so he wouldn't have to take risks every day. I'm still young, I definitely don't want to become a widow yet. Her words were. The two men listened and rolled their eyes. Alright, since that's the case, then. He opened the light brain. Adjacent to Muyun Star are Mujuxing and Yulangsing. On these two planets, I have a total of 25 mining zones, covering roughly 6 to 700,000 square kilometers. They produce dozens of rare minerals such as Tiluo copper, fish pattern shua, Celera crystal sand, and Moyun rhodium, most of them being of medium to high quality. Since these were previously idle, even the basic mining facilities are incomplete. This time, I'll transfer them all to you. As long as the equipment is purchased and manpower is sufficient, you can start operations. Excellent. As for that shark, we don't need a share, just 100 liters of blood will do. Moreover, regarding these mining industries, I'll take them all. Write his name on the transfer agreement. As a woman, it's not convenient for me to handle such affairs. She directly pushed Yun Haoyu forward. Thus, within just the time it took to have a meal, Yun Haoyu acquired 25 mining industries under his name. The specific value was hard to determine, but according to Zhao Zhixiong's estimate, if fully mined, the revenue would be enough to make him a top-tier tycoon on Muyun Star. The upfront investment would be substantial, but once operations were on track, it would be a treasure trove that generated money endlessly. Above the skies of Muchuan City, thousands of meters above the ground, a magnificent aerial garden floats in the air, with pavilions, towers, hills and greenery, bridges, and waterfalls clearly visible. It is truly a scene of paradise outside the mortal world. By the edge of a crescent-shaped lake, Achilles, draped in a bathrobe, sits on a rocking chair savoring a glass of red wine. In the crystal-clear lake, several women of different skin tones were swimming and playing in the water, sensing the Godfather's gaze. Days like this are truly delightful, the Godfather sighed contentedly. It seemed he was in quite a good mood today. Indeed, he had reasons to be happy. His businesses had been doing well recently, showing promising growth, and there were no pesky individuals causing trouble. The group from the Zhanayin clan brought lavish gifts to his door, solely to request his help in locating some sacred artifact. It is said that thing is shaped like a wine glass. A wine glass? Are you kidding me? You volleyball bunch also drink alcohol? Using a wine glass as a sacred object? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Imagining the round and plump members of the Zhanayin clan holding a wine glass and drinking, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Alright, since I've received the gift, I'll reluctantly help you inquire about it. As for whether there will be results, that's none of my business. I heard the investigation team from the imperial capital has arrived, and those politicians in the governor's office are terribly busy. Apparently, it's because of what happened on satellite number 3 last time, which angered some big shots in the imperial capital. Who knows how many people will be dragged out as scapegoats. However, what does this have to do with him? The people he despises the most are those politicians running around seeking attention. Circus clowns are far more amusing than they are. It would be best to deal with those few troublesome individuals and replace them with more agreeable ones. That way, doing business in the future would be much easier. This idea isn't bad. Perhaps he should send some gifts to those big shots in the capital gifts related to those troublesome individuals. They'd surely be interested. Maybe he could even use this chance to establish connections with them. Of course, what is truly worth celebrating is this: Zhao Zhisheng, that longtime rival and person he's always had a conflict with, finally got taken down by him. Soon, he would hear the news of that guy's bankruptcy. Ridiculous how that guy still dreams of turning over a new leaf and living a peaceful life. Dream on. Offending godfather Achilles brings consequences you cannot bear. On Muyun Star, no one can displease Achilles without paying a price. Downing the crimson liquid in one gulp, he removed his bathrobe and walked toward the lake. The initially enthusiastic godfather suddenly turned livid, jumped up abruptly, and cursed fiercely. Zhao Zhisheng, you, damn it. Why did you give me so many businesses? Yun Haoyu asked on the speeding vehicle. Isn't this better? You wouldn't complain about having too much money, would you? Xiao Muhan said with a smile. That's easy to say, but now I have no time to mine. Besides, I don't even understand this industry. What does it matter? You can hire someone to help you manage. I'm still just a student myself. My network and resources are practically zero. Where do you expect me to find people? Yun Haoyu said with some difficulty. I can help you find some, and then get that guy Zhao Zhisheng to contribute a few more. That should be enough. Xiao Muhan said. As long as everything is automated, a mining site doesn't need many people. The initial investment is big, sure, but that's nothing for you. You're not short of money anymore. Fine then. Since you were the one who got all this, I'll leave it to you to manage. How can you do this? Your name is clearly written on the property ownership certificate. If you don't take responsibility, who will? Xiao Muhan showed no hesitation on this matter. Seeing Yun Haoyu still wanting to say something, she raised her hand to stop him and continued. Are you planning to fish for your whole life? Although your luck has been good so far, can you guarantee it will always be like this? Since you've made money, you need to invest it, acquire various high-quality assets, and use money to generate more money. That's the long-term strategy. In the past, there was no choice, but now that conditions have improved, deliberately putting yourself in danger all the time, doesn't that seem foolish? A few words left Yun Haoyu speechless. Although he said nothing aloud, he had already accepted in his heart that Xiao Muhan's words made sense. Find some time to visit those two planets. They're your property now. I'm still waiting for you to become a business tycoon one day and then marry me in grandeur. By the way, there's one more thing. Xiao Muhan set the car to autopilot mode, then got up and came to his side, naturally sitting on his lap. Her slender jade-like arms wrapped around his neck as she asked, regarding this, shouldn't you give me an explanation? An exquisitely crafted lightsaber hilt appeared in her hand, the very one Yun Haoyu had given her earlier. Her eyes shifted slightly before he could speak. Xiao Muhan suddenly reached out to hold his face, commanding, look into my eyes. Don't try to fool me, I only want the truth. Gazing into those bright, shimmering eyes, he responded helplessly, I never planned to hide it from you. Please don't be so anxious, alright? Here's what happened. He disclosed everything he knew without holding anything back. This is how everything happened. As for my identity, apart from my current family, no one else knows about it. Yun Haoyu said in the end. I really didn't expect it. You actually have such an interesting background. Xiao Muhan said with some surprise. Interesting? I wouldn't call it that. The Yun family from the Imperial Star domain has already removed my father from the family registry. They have absolutely nothing to do with me now. Then, have you ever thought about going back to take a look? Are you joking? Yun Haoyu looked at her and said, if they find out that someone like me still exists in their bloodline, their first reaction would probably be to kill me, wouldn't it? That's true. That old guy Yun Tianke values his reputation more than his life. I also heard about that storm in the Yun family back then. It's just a pity about your father. His talent and brilliance were famous in the high society of the imperial capital at the time. If this tragedy hadn't happened, advancing to the sacred rank would have been just a matter of time. But, she suddenly thought of a question. By the way, since your mother is a clone, your genes must also have flaws. So why is your cultivation advancing so quickly? Yun Haoyu's heart tightened, unsure how to respond appropriately. If you tell her the truth, she won't believe it anyway. Just pretend to be utterly clueless. Can she possibly devour you? Roland's voice echoed faintly in his mind. Exactly, that's it. She wouldn't be able to comprehend the existence of someone like Roland, no matter what. Yun Haoyu suddenly realized this and immediately put on a bewildered expression, saying, really? Is that possible? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Muhan looked at him deeply and said, you can't fool me. Your eyes have already given you away. And your heartbeat sped up just now, even though you quickly managed to control it. But it already reflected your true thoughts. Yun Haoyu remained silent and simply refrained from speaking further. Alright, since you won't talk, let's let the facts do the talking. Xiao Muhan stood up, walked to a corner, and took out a compact device from a hidden compartment, saying, this is the latest model of a portable gene detector. Let me take a look at your. Can I refuse? Seems like you have a guilty conscience. Xiao Muhan flashed a wicked smile of triumph. Stop playing tricks and let me take a look. She reached out to grab him, and Yun Haoyu shrank back and dodged. Unfortunately, the interior space of the flying car wasn't very large, making it a terrible place for hide and seek. After a few rounds, he was firmly pinned down by Xiao Muhan. "Don't push me," he said in a low voice, his tone turning cold. Xiao Muhan hesitated for a moment and asked in confusion, "What? Are you angry?" "It's not that serious. I just wanted to take a look at your genetic profile, nothing more. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just, because of your mother, your genes are really going to have problems. I only wanted to help you." "Could it be?" She suddenly changed her expression. "Could it be that you're not human? Are you an Eridanian, or?" The Eridanian race is another ancient civilization in the universe, characterized by their incredibly powerful individual capabilities. They are also the most similar intelligent species to humans known in the universe. Not only do their appearances closely resemble humans, but their genetic maps also share a 97% similarity. Some scholars have even speculated that the two civilizations were originally one, only to split apart in ancient times and develop and reproduce in different worlds. Unfortunately, this theory has never been widely accepted. The Eridanian civilization would never admit that humans, a species with such weak individual abilities, could be their relatives. "Enough. Stop letting your imagination run so wild," Yun Haoyu said with a headache. "If you want to look, then look. But you have to swear not to divulge my matters. Otherwise, you'll really have to live as a widow." Xiao Muhan stared at him suspiciously, not understanding why he was being so serious. However, when Yun Haoyu took a drop of blood and placed it into the instrument, 1 minute later, the result displayed on the genetic testing device left her completely stunned. No flaws whatsoever. Absolutely perfect genes. "How is that possible?" she murmured. "The data on the detector is densely packed with thousands of entries, each indicator incredibly flawless. Ideal values that could only exist in the minds of experts. Human gene optimization technology, for ordinary people without triggered abilities, currently tops out at level 4 optimization. However, this does not mean that the discipline of gene optimization has reached its end. In fact, laboratories of major powers are racing to develop more refined optimization techniques. Beyond level 4, there is level 5 and level 6, and the technology for these two levels is still being intensively researched in laboratories. As for level 7 and above, those are merely theoretical possibilities. Despite the rapid pace of human development, realizing them within a millennium remains an unattainable dream. What would the ideal genetic model for the human race look like? What kind of miracle might occur when a species evolves to its peak? How would the landscape of human society change if an individual possessed absolutely perfect genes? These thrilling possibilities used to be nothing more than the imaginative musings of experts. But now, this legendary gene has truly and unmistakably appeared before Xiao Muhan's eyes. Even though she had never seen it before, she could be absolutely certain this is the most perfect gene, the ultimate expression of human evolution, achievable only in theory. Miracle. This is a miracle. Am I dreaming? She thought in disbelief. It took her a long time to react, barely suppressing her excitement as she said, "I won't tell anyone about what happened today, you can rest assured. Also, you must be extremely careful in the future. Don't let anyone know your secret. Otherwise, obviously, as long as even the slightest bit of this secret gets out, the top officials of the major powers would surely go crazy over it. What kind of consequences Yun Haoyu would face then goes without saying. Just thinking of all kinds of lunatic scientists brandishing various instruments and madly rushing in to dismember and dissect him sent shivers down her spine. She glanced at the detector and with a surge of strength crushed it to pieces. Then, she launched a bolt of lightning to completely destroy the evidence of the delicate components. Only then did she feel reassured, patting her hands in satisfaction. After all this commotion, the hovercar had already arrived at the destination. "From today onwards, you can live here," Xiao Muhan said, holding him close. "Your apartment can stay vacant for now. Besides, this place is spacious enough. At least let me go back and pack first." "No need, everything is here. I had it all prepared for you last time, but you insisted." His arm gradually tightened, looking as though he would resort to violence to drag him down if he didn't agree. "All right, I'll agree to it, but can you let me go to school first?" he said helplessly. "For what?" she asked with a wary expression. "I'll go ask my classmates if they're interested in helping me out. Considering our past friendship, now that I've made it, I should find a chance to lend them a hand." "That's exactly right. But I'd better accompany you," she said slyly. She was determined not to let him slip away again. "All right, so, the specific terms are like this. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to speak up." In the school dormitory, Yun Haoyu, Bernard, Su Shangqing, and Jin Yu were sitting together discussing the mining project. "I have to say, Ayu, the terms you're offering are quite favorable. It's impossible not to be tempted, but this doesn't align with our field of expertise, and mistakes are bound to happen. Even if we start learning how to adapt to the new roles now, it will still take time." "Are you sure about this?" Bernard, calm and composed, spoke. "It's fine, the new roles aren't difficult. You just need to give it your best effort. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your colleagues. I'll also hire some professionals to help out," Yun Haoyu said with a smile. "All right then, opportunities like this are rare. Anyone who doesn't agree would be a fool," Jin Yu said casually. "When When will the new company open? It'll take a while, but not too long. One day, we'll need to find some time to go inspect those 2 planets in person, and then we can finalize the detailed plans. Sign this agreement, and I'll go ahead and advance your first year's salary. After considering for a moment, the group of boys signed their names. Yun Haoyu took out a bank card and transferred the amount to their accounts. Once everything was settled, Jin Yu said, tomorrow is the Spring Festival. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, Ayu? The few of us were thinking of going out to find somewhere to have fun. Yun Haoyu was about to speak when Xiao Muhan, sitting beside him, suddenly reached out and pinched his waist, forcefully stopping the words from coming out of his mouth. He's busy tomorrow, so you guys can go have fun on your own, she said with a smile. Several roommates exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of sudden realization. Aha! Under the scrutiny of their knowing yet indescribable looks, Yun Haoyu couldn't take it anymore and had to use a cough to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Muhan didn't feel much and said straightforwardly, alright, the matter is settled. Let's go back and eat. Saying this, she pulled him up and walked out the door, leaving the 3 guys behind laughing quietly. An annual salary of over 1,000,000 credits, you're really generous. Xiao Muhan teased in the hovercar. Those few aren't outsiders. I just wanted to help them out anyway. Besides, I'm not short on money now. They haven't even undergone secondary gene optimization. Fine, that's your business. Do what you like. Xiao Muhan changed the topic. It's the holidays. What are your plans? It seems like so far, you haven't given me any gifts. Considering I'm your girlfriend now, don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? What do you want? I'll buy it for you, he said cheerfully. This one? I already have an idea. I'll tell you when we get back. A hint of an inexplicable smile appeared on her lips. The New Year festival in the interstellar era is somewhat different from that of Earth's era. On every inhabited planet in the outer galaxies, there are at least 2 New Year celebrations each year. One is based on Earth's time, the homeland of humanity, and the other follows the interstellar calendar. This new year is calculated according to Earth's era calendar. After dinner, night had already fallen, and 3 satellites appeared in the night sky. Dreamlike Rose, produced by Grayman Heavy Industries, is a limited edition masterpiece. Only 3,000 were ever made. How do you feel? In the massive storage room, a 50-meter diameter golden flying saucer stood quietly before him. Its shape was sleek and streamlined, with intricate and ornate patterns carved across its surface. Under the soft lighting, the entire craft looked like a perfect piece of art on display. This thing probably isn't something you can buy just with money, is it? He gazed at the imposing luxury spaceship, almost drooling. That's right. I specifically ordered it through a familiar client from the imperial capital. I usually keep it here and can't bear to use it. Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you, Xiao Muhan said with a smile. Why are you being so nice to me? As long as you like it, you can take anything here that catches your eye, Xiao Muhan said generously, adding silently in his heart, but you, yourself, belong to me. The spaceship's hatch silently opened, and a mass of bright white liquid surged out from the entrance. Within seconds, it formed into an intricately designed gangway. After the 2 stepped inside, the gangway automatically reverted to liquid and was stored into a hidden compartment beside the hatch. The interior of the spaceship was suffused with gentle golden light, warm and cozy as though basking in the sunlight of an autumn afternoon. A faint sound of the electric motor arose as the massive dome of the storage facility swiftly split apart, unveiling the dazzling starry night sky overhead. Amid gentle music, Xiao Muhan entered the central control room and issued the takeoff command. A barely perceptible vibration emanated from beneath, and as it subsided, the flying saucer was already hovering steadily several hundred meters above the ground. Activating the anti-gravity propulsion system, the flying saucer shot straight into the sky, tracing a bright trajectory across the night sky. A few minutes later, the flying saucer had already entered a near-Earth orbit thousands of kilometers high. Alright, now you can move about freely. Xiao Muhan unfastened the safety buckle. Although there was an electromagnetic gravity system in place, the effect was only half that of Earth's surface, making walking feel light and floaty. As waves of light and shadow shifted, the top of the spaceship gradually became transparent, revealing a serene and brilliant galaxy before their eyes. This is the Haoding Xiaodu sky, quite spectacular, isn't it? A slender jade-like hand pointed toward the northwest. It was a grand and magnificent galaxy, located tens of thousands of light-years away from the Hangless star domain, stretching millions of light-years together with several slightly smaller star belts around it. Named after one of the 33 heavenly realms from ancient Huagua mythology, this super-large galaxy is a region filled with mystery and danger. Since humanity discovered this galaxy, numerous elite fleets have been dispatched to explore it, seeking precious resources and planets suitable for human colonization. However, progress has been exceedingly limited to date. Due to the perspective, only a part of it can be seen from the ground. To glimpse its entirety, one must venture into space. Each point of light represents a world, and the densely packed dots of light merge into magnificent halos, ultimately forming countless majestic galaxies. For thousands of years, humanity has never stopped exploring outward, leaving footprints across dozens of galaxies and discovering innumerable alien life forms, including quite a few intelligent civilizations. civilizations. To compete for resources and living space, humanity's relationships with those intelligent civilizations have been far from amicable, even leading to frequent wars. But this is only natural. No matter how advanced a civilization, under the pressure of survival and resource scarcity, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. A glass of red wine was handed to him, emanating a faint and mellow fragrance. Reached out to take it, his gaze fell on the beauty before him. She had already changed into a pure white, sleeveless long dress. The deep V neckline revealed a large expanse of ivory-like skin, while her waterfall-like hair cascaded casually over her chest. As she walked, her enchanting curves were fully displayed. They lightly clinked glasses and then drank in one go. Just as he was about to say something, a pair of jade-like arms had already wrapped around his neck. "You promised to give me a gift," a deep, magnetic voice whispered in his ear. "That's right, what do you want?" His hand hesitated for a moment before finally resting on her waist. The warm, silky smooth sensation sparked a flame deep within him that slowly began to ignite. The beauty responded with action, her breath as fragrant as orchids filled his mouth, and he felt his body temperature climbing at an astounding speed. It was as though a volcano was erupting within him. The delicate jade hand applied a slight force, causing a sudden gust of wind to sweep through the room, instantly tearing his clothes to shreds. Her waterfall-like long hair fluttered through the air, completely detonating the volcano within him. On the orbit, the spaceship was flying according to a set program, at a speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. In just over 2 hours, it could circle this planet once. In other words, every 2+ hours, the spaceship would experience a cycle of day and night. When sunlight illuminated the two of them for the third time, the battle finally came to an end. Xiao Muhan lazily stretched her body and slowly rose from atop him. Her long hair was already drenched in sweat, and her face displayed a breathtaking flush. Yun Haoyu said nothing, just stared blankly at the spaceship's dome. "Dear, what are you thinking about?" she asked, gazing into his eyes. He responded somewhat nervously. Xiao Muhan laughed, gently pulled him up, leaned against his chest, and said softly, "Feeling nervous? Don't worry, it won't be like this in the future." At dawn, the spaceship bathed in the morning light finally returned to its original location. The hatch opened, and the radiant Xiao Muhan stepped out arm in arm with Yun Haoyu. "Master, several female stewards had been waiting here for a long time. It's none of your concern, all of you may leave." Seeing his slightly embarrassed demeanor, Xiao Muhan thoughtfully dismissed them. "Don't be shy, this will be your home from now on, and they will follow your orders." "Alright, let's go take a shower. Then we can sleep a bit more," she said with a smile. "Respected General Song Jingfeng, how much longer will you be staying here to recuperate?" In the luxurious convalescent suite, Song Jingfeng, dressed in a white hospital gown, was lying on a spacious bed, dozing off. Hearing the voice, he replied without lifting his eyelids, "How long I recover is my choice. It's not up to you to interfere. I've already said, don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. Even if there is, that's still your problem, esteemed General Luo Hanqing." At this point, he finally opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at the other party. "The mission failed, all my men are dead. Even Du Bois is dead. Are you satisfied now? Coming to me day after day under the guise of a visit. But as far as I recall, our relationship isn't quite close enough for that, is it?" The general named Luo Hanqing stood by the window, calmly staring at him. "The mission failed, but it's not entirely your fault. They didn't anticipate that group's determination would be so strong. It's just that you shouldn't have abandoned so many wounded. A lot of people could have survived. I came to find you following Her Highness the Princess's orders." Song Jingfeng's face twitched slightly, and his tone softened. "What does His Highness say?" "They plan to conduct a thorough investigation of certain areas beneath the ocean on Muyan Star to locate the settlement of that abyssal civilization. For this purpose, Her Highness has already granted me the authority to mobilize all forces from the military and the security department stationed here to act at our discretion. At the same time, we'll need your assistance," Luo Hanqing said straightforwardly. "A thorough investigation?" Song Jingfeng pondered for a moment and shook his head. "The conditions of this planet's ocean floor I don't need to elaborate, do I? With the handful of men under your command, even if you add me to the mix, we'll only be fodder for those demonic creatures. This is an impossible mission. I won't go to my death willingly. Even if Her Highness punishes me, I'll accept it." Song Jingfeng finally said, "At worst, I'll resign as a general." Luo Hanqing's face flashed with anger but quickly softened as she patiently replied, "General, you received the Emperor's stipend, so you must fulfill your duty to the Emperor. Her Highness has explicitly stated that this matter is crucial to the Empire's safety. Both of us serve the Empire, though there may have been some conflicts in the past. Now I ask you, General, to prioritize the bigger picture." Song Jingfeng sneered, "The bigger picture? Sacrificing my life for the bigger picture. Am I crazy or stupid? Since you're so loyal, then you can take your men and go. I'm just a lone commander now. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. I still need to rest. Excuse me, General, feel free." He turned over, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking. Luo Hanqing shook his head. The person before him had deep connections, and as long as there was no particularly serious misconduct, it was simply impossible for him to face any substantial punishment. He was acting brazenly easily because of it. Sighing, he turned and left the room. 2 officers stood at the door. Seeing him come out, one of them asked, "General, what should we do now? If he wants to slack off, let him, but the tasks assigned from above cannot be delayed any longer," Luo Hanqing replied. "But with the manpower we have, it's simply not enough," the officer said, frowning. "I actually think we might not need to act ourselves," another officer spoke up. Luo Hanqing's expression brightened, and he asked, "What idea do you have? Let's hear it." "General, aren't there many people on this planet who go out to sea to fish every day?" If he didn't continue speaking, "That's it. Why didn't I think of that?" Luo Hanqing pondered for a moment before finally making up her mind. "Then that's how it'll be. Let's head to the Ability Association now." Near noon, Yun Haoyu was still in a deep sleep. Xiao Muhan lay on her side, her bright eyes staring unblinkingly at the boy sleeping in her arms. No, he was now a man. She wore only a thin veil, revealing her undulating, smooth and graceful curves completely. Her devastatingly beautiful face was filled with a lazy air of springtime charm, and with every glance, her allure was boundless. His head was buried in her lamb-fat jade-like chest, and with each breath, waves of warmth stimulated her crimson cherry lips. Unconsciously, a subtle surge of desire arose within her. She felt no trace of fatigue at this moment. After all, such things tended to be more physically demanding for men, and her stamina far surpassed his. Thus, she had woken up an hour ago and had been quietly watching her man ever since. After a long while, she extended her delicate hand, gently caressing his face. Yun Haoyu finally opened his eyes. Seeing the beauty before him, he revealed a tender smile at the corner of his lips. He reached out, wrapped his arm around her soft waist, initiated a kiss on her red lips, and uttered softly, "You woke up too?" "Awake early," she said gently, smiling. "You should sleep a little longer. I'll go get you something to eat." Turning her head to smile at him, she casually grabbed a pink nightgown and draped it over herself, heading toward the door. It was only after her figure disappeared beyond the door that his feelings settled. Have we finally reached this point? Staring at the ceiling above, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Xiao Muhan's kindness toward him was something he understood. However, due to his personality and previous setbacks in this area, he always hesitated when it came to emotional matters, even escaping from them. Fortunately, the other party was straightforward, daring to love and hate without reservation. If it had been someone with a more reserved personality, it would most likely have ended in regret. "My temperament is still a bit lacking. I'm afraid I might suffer losses in the future," he reflected on his past actions. The door opened, and Xiao Muhan walked in gracefully carrying a tray. "Are you hungry?" She gently set down the tray. On the tray were 2 delicate small bowls, each filled with a golden yellow concentrated nutrient. "This has been specially prepared, infused with lava shark blood. It's immensely beneficial for cultivating abilities." She lifted one bowl and said, "Let me feed you, you just stay cozy in bed." As she spoke, a serene smile appeared on her face. Yun Haoyu initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought, isn't this exactly what she wants? Since she is so devoted to him, why bother ruining her mood over some trivial pride and self-respect? Picked up a soft cushion and got up to sit at the head of the bed. Looking at his obedient demeanor, Xiao Muhan felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She sat sideways on the edge of the bed, holding the bowl of still slightly steaming nutrient and scooped a spoonful to test the temperature at her lips before feeding it to him. Yun Haoyu swallowed a mouthful of the nutrient, feeling a sweetness that seemed to carry the fragrance of her lips. A trace of sweetness and warmth filled his heart. Before long, both bowls of nutrients were finished feeding. Yun Haoyu asked, "Where shall we go to play this afternoon?" "Still haven't decided yet." She blinked her eyes. "How about we go to the sky again?" "You sure about that?" Remembering last night's madness, he couldn't help but blush a little. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." She laughed. "Let's talk about it once we're out. Let me help you get dressed." The clothing was extremely exquisite in workmanship, perfectly ironed and fitted, with a complete set prepared from inside out. "That cabinet is full of clothes for you. I already ordered them for you the last time you came, but you silly thing," she grumbled softly while helping him tidy up his outfit. Xiao Muhan chose a bright red long dress for herself, paired with a set of ruby jewelry, appearing with flawless skin and radiant beauty, captivating beyond imagination. The two, dressed and ready, stepped out the door hand in hand. There wasn't a single servant outside the door. It was clear that Xiao Muhan, knowing his shy nature, had sent them away in advance. After boarding the hover car, Yun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the Ability Association. I've heard the auction there is quite a few good items. We can take a look." "Alright," Xiao Muhan replied obediently. A few minutes later, that familiar tall black building had already appeared before them. Found a parking spot and landed, the two got out of the car. Before they could take a step, another motorcade roared over. 10 heavy hover combat vehicles escorted an ice blue luxury car, landing not far from them. A group of well-dressed individuals, seemingly of high status, immediately approached them. "Empire Security Bureau? Looks like someone important." Xiao Muhan was somewhat surprised as he looked at the golden eagle emblem on the vehicle. The door opened, and a tall, handsome man appeared at the entrance. His blood-red uniform was adorned with intricate and exquisite purple supple gold embellishments that radiated in imposing magnificence. A large gold diamond emblem was pinned at the location of the first button, and on the edge of the ornate sash near his left chest, a turquoise badge was engraved with 10 gold stars. I can't believe my eyes. A Saint level. It's actually a Saint level expert. Yun Haoyu stared at the man in disbelief. The surrounding onlookers were equally shocked. Casually glancing around, Luo Hanqing focused his attention on the group of officials in front of him. Your Excellency General, welcome to the Association of Ability Users, said a middle-aged man at the forefront enthusiastically. Your Excellency Walton, there's no need for formalities. Luo Hanqing replied warmly, I've come this time to discuss some matters with your esteemed side. Haha, of course. Your Excellency General, please come in. The middle-aged man named Walton graciously welcomed Luo Hanqing and his group through the door. Still thinking about that expert? In a VIP box at the auction house, Xiao Muhan asked him with a smile. A 10th level. I wonder when I will be able to reach that level. Yun Haoyu sighed. Xiao Muhan glanced around and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, it might be difficult for others, but with your talent, is that even a problem? Trust me, 10 years, at most just 10 years, and you will become one of the Empire's top powerhouses, renowned across the galaxy. Really? Are you so confident? Of course, as long as nothing unexpected happens. 10 years is more than enough to reach the holy rank, she said with certainty. Then how much longer do you need to advance? Surely you wouldn't be slower than me, right? This is hard to say. Advancing to the 8th tier is still possible, but wanting to go further. She gently shook her head. I really have no confidence. The saintly level isn't something just anyone can aspire to. Your talent isn't bad either. I should say it's quite exceptional. Why can't you do it? He was a little curious. Speaking of which, I still don't know what exactly are the requirements to advance to the saintly level. It's nothing more than source crystals, various auxiliary resources, self-dedicated training, things like that. It's not much different from an ordinary ability user. The critical factor still lies in one's own genes. The gene structure is unstable. Even with the best conditions, don't even think about advancing. Unless you want your genes to collapse, she said regretfully. My teacher calculated for me back then, after advancing to the 8th rank, my gene stability is close to the critical threshold. The probability of safely advancing to the saint rank is less than 10%. So, there's still a chance, right? He asked. Is there anything that could increase the probability of a safe advancement? Such things should be sold around here, right? It said there is, but it's extremely rare, and even if you encounter it, it's bound to be astronomically priced. Let's wait and see. Perhaps a miracle might happen, he smiled, already determined in his heart that if he comes across something suitable for her, he definitely won't pass it up. How difficult is it to advance from the 9th tier to the sacred tier? It's hard to say, but out of 100 9th tier ability users, at most only 2 or 3 succeed without experiencing genetic collapse. The stability of one's genes determines the ultimate achievements of an ability user. Many ability users aren't lacking in effort or financial resources, it's just that genetic issues force them to stagnate at a certain tier, unable to progress for life. Being able to advance to the 9th tier already speaks volumes about genetic quality, but taking it further and advancing to the sacred tier, that's a whole different matter. On the table in the private room was a light brain terminal, where information on items about to be auctioned could be accessed. He looked through it but found nothing of interest. Of course, this is only a part of it. There are many treasures that are not shown in the catalog and can only be seen during the auction bidding. This is deliberately set up by the auction organizers to create a sense of mystery and attract more attention. In the vast auction hall, all the private rooms were already filled with people, most of whom were ability users. Judging by their auras, there were even several experts above the 6th level present. It looks like there's still some time. Should I go take the advancement test first? Yun Haoyu said. What's the rush? I think you'd better wait another year before doing it. Keeping some cards up your sleeve won't hurt. Xiao Muhan glared at him. Don't forget, your reputation is already quite big. Advancing 3 levels in just half a year, and being so flashy about it. You truly embody ignorance as bliss, don't you? Among the ability users who frequently venture out to sea, there is a ranking of abyss hunters, based on the number of sea expeditions, the amount of loot collected, and the individual strength of the ability users. Since joining the abyss group, Yun Haoyu, with his mere 3rd tier power, has gone out to sea multiple times without harm and achieved remarkably impressive results, even surpassing high tier ability users. This abnormal phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of many observant individuals. Fortunately, he had an expert, Xiao Muhan, by his side. With her strength and background, she managed to quell certain people's unusual intentions. Although ability cultivation is difficult, as long as resources are sufficient, advancing from the 1st to the 3rd tier is relatively fast. However, advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier is an entirely different matter and cannot simply be done with money. Ordinary ability users shouldn't even think about achieving this step within a few years. If he were to attempt advancement now, it would likely catch the immediate attention of the higher-ups in the Ability Association, even alarming the Empire's security department. After all, he is too young, has only awakened his abilities a few days ago, and lacks any strong background. At that time, the consequences awaiting him could easily be imagined. Yun Haoyu thought about it and agreed, no longer insisting. In a VIP room on the top floor, Luo Hanqing and several of his officers were inside, with Walton accompanying them. Mr. Walton, this place is on the outskirts of the empire, yet it's surprising to find so many interesting things here. That's fine, let's take a look around here first. We'll discuss business after the auction, Luo Hanqing said as he browsed through the product information on the optical brain. Alright, everything will be arranged as the general sees fit, Walton said with a smile. After waiting for a while, the auction finally began. At the center of the venue on a high platform appeared a middle-aged man in a black uniform with a fierce demeanor. Judging by the badge on his chest, he was actually an 8th-tier expert. Two women dressed in purple classical palace attire stood on both sides, appearing to have 3rd-tier cultivation. The middle-aged man opened the light brain terminal, and a 3-dimensional projection quickly formed, revealing the appearance of the first auction item. Yuntong blood pattern stone? Yun Haoyu was somewhat surprised. He still had quite a few of these in his possession. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged man began to speak. The first item at this auction is a rare treasure from the deep sea, the Yuntong blood pattern stone. This substance is formed after being infused with the blood of numerous powerful ferocious creatures, under immense seawater pressure and over tens of thousands of years. It has an exceptionally high compatibility with human mental power and serves as the core material for crafting advanced psychic equipment. Because it often appears near the nests of strong ferocious creatures, it is extremely difficult to collect. This item was obtained by an 8th-tier abyss hunter. Alright, this piece of Yundong blood pattern crystal weighs 27 kilograms. Starting bid at 400 source crystals, with each increment being 20 source crystals. Let the bidding commence. Evidently, this item is quite popular, as bids quickly started coming in. 420, 460, 600. Before long, the price had already climbed to 1,000 origin crystals. After several rounds of bidding, it was taken by someone in a private room on the 2nd floor for 1,300 yuan crystals. Who would have thought this item would be so popular? Xiao Muhan said with a smile, you still have some stored away, right? It's better not to sell them. In the future, find a high-level craftsman to forge gear for you. Soon, the second auction item appeared. It consisted of 2 jade bottles, each 1 foot tall, containing a type of energy potion concocted by a high-level alchemist named Nine Fang God Slaying Powder. It's a biological weapon used to deal with large ferocious creatures from the deep sea. The starting price was 800 yuan crystals, with a minimum increment of 50. Yun Haoyu thought for a moment and decided to participate in the bidding, planning to buy it and keep it on hand, as this item might come in handy someday. After several rounds of bidding, he finally obtained it for the price of 2,000 source crystals. Shortly after, a woman in palace attire delivered the item. After confirming it, he swiped his card to make the payment. Casually storing it into the spatial seal, he continued to focus on the subsequent auction items. A few pieces of high-level equipment appeared next, but none caught his eye, so he didn't participate in the bidding. Suddenly, Xiao Muwan's expression grew excited. Shi Yuan Meng Luo flower. It's actually the Shi Yuan Meng Luo flower, Xiao Muwan exclaimed excitedly. On the platform below, a massive silver tray held an unusual purple-red flower bud, surrounded by several purple leaves shaped like human hands. The flower bud was evidently alive and occasionally moved. The Shi Yuan Meng Luo flower is a rare plant from the powerful extraterrestrial civilization of the Miriam Empire. Its vitality is exceptionally strong. Even when uprooted and placed in extremely harsh environments, it can survive for a very long time. Someone conducted an experiment by cutting off a piece of its tissue and throwing it into a vacuum environment of over -100 degrees. After 3 years, the cell activity was still hardly affected. If its juices mixed with a few not-so-precious auxiliary medicinal ingredients, the resulting potion has unbelievable effects on female beauty and delaying aging. No wonder she cares about it so much. You like it? Then I'll buy it for you, Yun Haoyu said with a smile. I haven't given you anything yet. The middle-aged man spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Shi Yuan Meng Luo flower, a specialty of extraterrestrial civilizations. I don't need to elaborate on its effects. A favorite among female friends. The starting price is 2,500 source crystals, with each increment of 100. The atmosphere on the field was noticeably more intense this time. Those female ability users, along with the female companions brought by the men, all had gleaming eyes, staring fixedly at that strange flower bud, almost ready to rush forward and snatch it. 2,800 source crystals, a blonde-haired woman said. She was also a 5th-tier ability user. 3,000, a fat man immediately raised the bid. 3,500, another man in black spoke. 3,700, 4,000. Everyone started bidding one after another, and within just a few minutes, the price had climbed to 8,000 source crystals. Most people have already given up. After all, this thing does not enhance cultivation and does not have much appeal to espers. Only wealthy women with remarkable riches would persist. At this this moment, only a middle-aged beauty in green clothing in the third-floor private room and a black man were still competing. Clearly both were determined to win. 8,500. The middle-aged beauty raised the bid again. 8,700. The man refused to back down. 9,000. The middle-aged beautiful woman's face looked a bit displeased. 9,300. Sweat was faintly visible on the fat man's forehead. The prolonged bidding was taking its toll on him, but he was still unwilling to give up, as a pair of twin beauties beside him were pinching his waist. In a private room on the second floor, Achilles was sipping tea, accompanied by Hua Monli. She was staring enviously at the projection of the peculiar flower bud on the high platform. She glanced at the man next to her and sighed inwardly. He could certainly afford the money, but the problem was he definitely wouldn't be so generous to her. Last time, when she asked him to pay for her level 4 genetic optimization surgery, it took a long time for him to finally agree. 10,000. I'll pay 10,000. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and raised the bid once again. The plump black man's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth but ultimately slumped back into his seat in defeat. No matter how the twin sisters pinched him, he remained silent, like a deflated balloon. 10,000 source crystals once. 10,000 source crystals twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, a clear and melodious voice rang out. 11,000. Immediately, quite a few eyes turned in the direction of the voice. Given that the private rooms here were semi-enclosed, it was easy to see a handsome young man, dressed in a black trench coat with black eyes and black hair, standing up and announcing the astonishing bid. The middle-aged beauty, who had been smiling brightly, suddenly changed her expression. 11,500. She clutched the silk scarf tightly in her hand. 12,000. Yun Haoyu said casually. It's actually him. Hua Monli looked at the boy in the distance in shock, then her gaze fell upon the stunning woman in the red dress beside him. In that instant, she understood most of the situation, and an inexplicable surge of jealousy flared up within her. 12,500. The middle-aged elegant woman hesitated multiple times before finally squeezing the words out through clenched teeth. 13,000. He still didn't blink an eye. Shoo! The scarf in her hand shattered into fragments like butterflies, fluttering and scattering all over the floor. If looks could kill, Yun Haoyu would have been murdered by her 100 times already. In the end, the rare treasure fell into Yun Haoyu's hands for a price of 13,000 crystal sources. Keep it safe. Once we gather the remaining materials, it will be ready to use, he said with a smile to Xiao Muhan. The latter was joyfully holding the flower, examining it with delight. This person seems a bit unfamiliar. Doesn't look like someone from those prominent families. How is he so generous? Achilles was also somewhat intrigued. Could he be a traveler from another starfield? He is Yun Haoyu, my classmate, Hua Monli said with a complex expression. Oh, which prominent family does he belong to? Why have I never heard of him before? Achilles was even more surprised. In his line of work, he was well aware of all the outstanding figures on this planet. Since Yun Haoyu has such credentials, information about him would surely have been noted by his subordinates. It was impossible to have no impression of him. I'm not very sure either, but I heard he is. Hua Monli shared what she knew. So that's how it is. Interesting. Achilles smiled and gently set down the teacup in his hand. That kid Zhao Zhixiong has turned his luck around. Apparently, his new business partner is also someone named Yun Haoyu. It seems they're the same person. Gazing at the figure in the distance, the godfather's eyes inadvertently flashed with a trace of menace. Go. By this time tomorrow, I want to see all of his details, he said to a burly man wearing sunglasses at the door. That person nodded and immediately left. The auction continued, and various rare items, whether known or unknown to the bidder's optical devices, were showcased for bidding. Yet none of them were what Yun Haoyu was looking for. An hour and a half later, the auction was nearing its end. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting the grand finale of this auction. Key in fungal mother, the auctioneer announced. Originating from certain giant planets with extremely high surface atmospheric pressure, a unique species that could only form through special natural biochemical reactions under thousands of standard atmospheric pressure, taking tens of thousands of years to develop. It provides incredible benefits for enhancing abilities below the Saint rank. It also has some effects for 8th rank experts aiming to ascend to Saint rank. The venue erupted with a commotion. Many people stared at the golden tree root-like object and began discussing it intensely. Key in fungus mother, it's actually this thing. I've heard this stuff is incredibly hard to find. Really wonder how they managed to get it. They say it has the ability to stabilize advanced biological genes, and someone even used it to attempt a breakthrough to the Saint level. Such a great item. It probably won't be cheap. Yun Haoyu stared at the item for a while and then turned to Xiao Muhan and asked, "You're using this?" "Yeah, I'm not sure if it can reach the Saint level, but 8th level shouldn't be a problem." She was also somewhat tempted. "Then let's buy it." After everyone calmed down, the auctioneer finally spoke. "This piece of fungus fungus mother weighs 1.73 kilograms. Starting price is 20,000 source crystals, with each bid increment set at 1,000. Everyone, please place your bids. The bidding atmosphere reached its peak this time. Faced with such a rare and invaluable treasure, many ability users had decided to exhaust their resources to secure it for themselves. 22,000, a burly man with a beard shouted. 25,000. From one of the private rooms, a young red-haired man said. 28,000. 30,000. The price soared all the way to 60,000 source crystals, which is enough to buy a space battleship. 65,000, said a honey-haired girl with a beautiful face, leaning against the second-floor railing. Her eyes were remarkably double-pupiled. 70,000, an elderly man in white spoke. 75,000. Yun Haoyu decided to make a move. After several rounds of bidding, the price reached a staggering 95,000. The elderly man in white reluctantly gave up, leaving only Yun Haoyu and the girl with unique pupils still competing. 96,000. Yun Haoyu raised his bid once more. 97,000. The young girl's gaze grew a little anxious. 98,000. Yun Haoyu immediately said. The double-pupiled girl gave him a deep look, wanting to continue but ultimately did not speak again. 980,000 once. 980,000 twice. The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. 100,000. A gentle voice came from the top-floor private room. Immediately, the auction hall erupted once again. What kind of concept is 100,000 source crystals? One source crystal equals 1 million standard credit points, and 100,000 source crystals amount to 10 billion. The Empire's latest generation Cloud Shark heavy space battleship costs about the same. Though this item is indeed excellent, 100,000 source crystals have already exceeded its original value. After all, it only offers a certain probability of rank advancement, not a guaranteed success. Xingyue, with this thing, you can go one step further. In the private room, Luo Hanqing said with a smile to a female officer beside him. But it seems like that person isn't willing to let go yet. The pretty-faced female officer said, referring to the young man in black who had already left the private room and was leaning against the railing below. Then let's see how long he can hold on. Luo Hanqing smiled indifferently. 105,000. Yun Haoyu raised the bid once again. 110,000. 115,000. He frowned. 120,000. Luo Hanqing said indifferently. 125,000. Yun Haoyu was a bit nervous. Apart from his previous expenses, his total worth now was just over 140,000. He wanted to stop, but he didn't want to disappoint Xiao Muhan. 130,000. Luo Hanqing still looked relaxed. Even though the auctioneer had a good psychological composure, their posture trembled slightly at this moment. Forget it. It's no longer worth it. Xiao Muhan softly said behind him. 140,000. Yun Haoyu gritted his teeth and still announced the price. Since that booth had been sealed off in advance, he couldn't see that the one sitting inside was the general. Is this guy crazy? You don't spend money like this even if you have it. Trying to please a woman doesn't have to be this way either. Everyone whispered among themselves. Luo Hanqing was about to continue raising the price when he suddenly saw a beautiful woman in a red dress step out of a private room and stand next to the young man, looking in his direction. So it's her. Luo Hanqing thought pensively. Although the other private rooms were in a semi-separated state, due to the angle, he hadn't clearly seen the woman's appearance earlier. It wasn't until she walked to the railing now that he could see her clearly. After some thought, he did not raise the price again. Finally, the key and fungus mother ended up in Yun Haoyu's hands at a sky-high price of 140,000. A woman dressed in palace attire carefully carried a jade box containing the key and fungus mother inside, escorted by 4 7th-level masters. After inspecting it, Yun Haoyu swiped his card to pay, then handed the jade box to Xiao Muhan. 140,000 source crystals. It's a bit overpriced, isn't it? Although she was happy, she also felt a bit regretful. It's fine, as long as you can advance. Then it's worth it. However, this thing is big enough. I can't use so much on my own. You can take some too, she said with a smile. It doesn't seem like too much of a loss after all. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded. You too, may I have a word? Yun Haoyu turned his head to look, and it turned out to be the general he had encountered earlier at the entrance. What brings you to us? He asked somewhat nervously, still shaken by the presence of a saint-level expert. The thing is, my sister's genes are somewhat unstable, so she really needs this. Would you both be willing to part with a portion and let me have a piece? Just 200 grams will do. Of course, I wouldn't take it for free. I'll offer 10,000 source crystals in exchange. How does that sound? Luo Hanqing said with a smile. 100,000 source crystals, only exchanged for 200 grams. This really allowed Yun Haoyu to get a great deal. Yun Haoyu looked at Xiao Muhan and, seeing that she had no objections, nodded in agreement. Under Walton's witness, the key and fungal mother was divided, and Luo Hanqing promptly settled the payment. General, you owe me a favor today. Just as he was about to step out of the door, a voice suddenly echoed in Luo Hanqing's mind. Miss, please stop teasing me. He smiled helplessly and glanced at the woman in the red dress in the distance. I didn't mean that. But you, it seems you've been having some difficulties difficulties lately. Just a minor trouble, no need to worry, miss. Heh, let's hope so. Xiao Muhan shot him a sideways glance and then climbed onto the flying car with Yun Haoyu. Yun Haoyu had no idea about the subtle mental confrontation between the two. He was simply happy to have earned some money today, thinking he might have been strapped for cash for a while. It's actually that woman? Looks like I need to be more careful. On the other side, Achilles thought with a trace of reluctance, this kid really got lucky. So envious. Who exactly is that woman? Hua Manli, standing nearby, watched the distant figure of the flying car with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. I'm not any worse than her, am I? Why don't I have such good luck? In the stellar system where Twilight Cloud Star is located, there are 11 planets of varying sizes. Mu Yunqing is the 4th planet and the only one in this stellar system with a relatively good environment and the presence of life. The neighboring 3rd and 5th planets have only a thin layer of atmosphere, while the rest don't even have an atmosphere. Although devoid of life, it doesn't mean these planets are without value. In fact, planets with solid surfaces often contain a wealth of resources. That wealth is various mineral deposits, and the reserves are astonishing. If a planet could be found with one or several precious minerals urgently needed in human civilization, its strategic value would be greatly enhanced. In the interstellar era, it's hard to say exactly how many resources are needed to sustain the prosperity of a colony planet with hundreds of millions of inhabitants. But one thing is certain, relying solely on the resources within the colony planet itself is absolutely insufficient, no matter how abundant its reserves are. Moreover, to protect the balance and stability of the ecosystem, the colonized planets generally do not undergo large-scale resource exploitation. The more people there are, the more developed the economy becomes, and the more energy and resources are consumed. This was an unsolvable problem during the Earth era, but it was only resolved after aerospace technology became highly advanced and humanity entered space on a large scale. The two pillar industries maintaining the economic prosperity of Muyun Star are biopharmaceuticals and mineral development on nearby planets. Since valuable mineral deposits have been discovered on all 10 planets, including some rare varieties, many large enterprises have been eager to stake their claims here and invest in development. Mining sites of various sizes spread across the surface of Muju Star and Yulang Star, located near Muyun Star. Massive automated mining equipment drills through rock layers, extracting the required minerals, which are then sent to nearby smelting bases for initial processing and refinement. Afterwards, they are transported away by cargo spacecraft. Apart from a portion used to meet Muyun Star's needs, most of the minerals are loaded onto large ocean freighters and sold to different star regions under the Empire's jurisdiction. Brother Zhao, have we arrived at the destination? Yun Haoyu asked aboard a small passenger spacecraft. This is it, the CM-406 mining area, Zhao Zhixiong said with a smile. The mining area covers nearly 8,000 square kilometers and primarily produces Solera crystal sand, along with several accompanying rare earth elements. The spacecraft slowly descended, and the gloomy Earth loomed ahead. This planet is Muju Star, the 3rd planet in this stellar system. It has only a thin atmosphere primarily composed of nitrogen, methane, helium, and so on. Due to its proximity to the star, the planet's daytime temperature can reach several hundred degrees Celsius, while at night, it plummets to nearly -100 degrees Celsius. Such a harsh environment naturally precludes the possibility of life, but due to its rich mineral deposits, this planet is far from unpopular. Along the way, Yun Haoyu had already seen countless cargo ships taking off and landing, resembling swarms of diligent worker bees. On the ground, mining machines of various shapes were scattered everywhere, massive pits, spider-web-like simple roads, and an astonishing number of large track trucks fully loaded with freshly excavated ore heading to the smelting bases. The smelting base is located on the edge of the mine pit, resembling a small hill. Several towering chimneys, each tens of meters thick, stand tall, spewing plumes of smoke. Right next to the smelting base is the underground energy center, as well as a fully enclosed circular ecological zone. Of course, this is merely a scene from elsewhere. The CM-406 area has not been developed and remains dead silent, with not a single soul in sight. This time, Yun Haoyu brought along his friends for an on-site investigation and hired several mining engineering experts to determine a detailed development plan. Mr. Conan, how much budget would be required to fully activate this mining area? He asked a white man standing beside him. Conan was the financial assistant he had hired. He looked to be in his 30s, spoke little, had a sturdy build, and appeared sharp and competent. Upon hearing Yun Haoyu's inquiry, he opened his light brain and said, based on the information provided by Mr. Zhao, I have made a preliminary estimate. With an area of nearly 8,000 square kilometers, we can initially set up 50 operation points, which would require 50 sets of semi-fixed giant excavation equipment. Additionally, nearly 1,000 ancillary devices will be needed. A preliminary plan calls for constructing over 1,000 kilometers of simple roadways, which will require more than 100 related machinery. Of course, this part of the equipment will only be needed temporarily and can be considered for rental rather than purchasing outright. Large-scale tracked freight vehicles with a load capacity of 500 tons will require 1,200 units. A large smelting smelting base with an annual processing capacity of 1.5 billion tons requires 3,000 sets of various equipment. If all the above equipment operates with high automation, the personnel requirement can be reduced to fewer than 500 people. Considering shift changes and vacation schedules, a fully enclosed circular ecological base with a capacity for 800 people needs to be built. The most critical requirement is the energy base. To maintain the effective operation of the above equipment and to meet future energy demands as the mining area expands, a 50,000 megawatt energy base needs to be constructed. Finally, several passenger spacecraft will be needed to transport employees, along with 10 medium-sized cargo spacecraft. Of course, to prevent potential harm from space meteorite attacks, a set of air defense systems is also needed. In summary, the initial investment cost is around 20 billion credit points. 20 billion, huh? It's quite an expense indeed. Yun Haoyu pondered in silence. Conan added, if there are financial difficulties, you can consider purchasing old equipment. Although the efficiency is lower, the cost can be reduced by at least half. Renting equipment is also an option. The initial investment will be lower, but in the long run, it's not very cost-effective. Finally, you could also take out a bank loan. Solve part of the issue by using this mining area as collateral. Once production starts, you can pay it off. Old equipment won't do. Yun Haoyu finally made up his mind. Let's go with all new equipment. How soon can we start? If the funds are in place immediately, then hiring staff, purchasing and installing equipment, and building the initial infrastructure can all be completed. At the latest, it would take 1 month, plus about a week of trial operation, no more than 40 days to start extraction. Conan replied confidently. Then that's settled. The funds will arrive soon, and I'll come back in 40 days. Yun Haoyu made the final decision. One mining area requires 20,000 origin crystals, and the money in hand is really not enough. Yun Haoyu complained on the way back. Then go apply for a bank loan. After all, this is a foolproof business deal. As long as you get through this initial period, you can sit back and count the money. Bernard said with a laugh. If you decide to take a loan, Brother Hao, I'll vouch for you. Zhao Zhixiang added. Just this one mining area alone, once fully developed, will bring you no less than 20,000 origin crystals annually. If all 25 mining areas are fully operational, your wealth will only keep growing. Wouldn't it be spreading the net too wide like that? Yun Haoyu expressed concern. Maybe I should establish a company and hire a professional team to help me manage things. Exactly, Zhao Zhixiang said with a smile. Brother Hao, you're someone destined for greatness, and your business will only grow larger in the future. It's definitely necessary to start planning now. Don't worry, if there's any trouble, I'll help you take care of it. In that case, thank you, Brother Zhao. The night in Myeongsing still glittered with countless stars and a magnificent galaxy. Yun Haoyu floated silently in the air hundreds of meters above the ground, completely motionless. The heavenly star river technique within his body was being fully activated, attracting strands and threads of starlight, which fused into his body and were refined into star cores. From a distance, faint starlight surrounded him, resembling a translucent cocoon of light enveloping his form. After more than a month, having grown accustomed to this technique, he could now refine one star core each day to fuse into his meridians. The benefits of the technique were beginning to manifest. As a vast amount of astral power is refined into his body, his meridians and spiritual sea have been expanded. Now, compared to other abilities users of the same tier, the energy within his body is at least 30% higher, and it is still increasing at an evident pace. The Lingyin Yulan leaves have already been consumed by him in several doses, pushing his mental strength to surpass 10,000 and reach an astonishing 15,000. The light blade condensed from his spiritual power can easily slice through 30mm thick homogeneous alloy armor. Such rapid progress is not only due to the effect of the technique but also because of the chunk of Qi and fungus mother and the daily consumption of concentrated nutritional agents formulated with lava shark blood. With these factors combined, he has securely advanced to Tier 5. Stretching out his hand, clenching his fist, and exerting a slight force, the source energy within his body obediently moved according to his will. Facing the void before him, he casually threw over 10 punches. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosive sounds rang out. It was the sound of air being compressed to its limit, producing blasts. The attack speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. Advancing to the saint rank was originally just an unattainable luxury, but at this pace, it might not even take 10 years to achieve. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Making such a commotion. You're disturbing others. From the courtyard below, a graceful figure slowly flew up. Just lost control for a moment. He smiled. Xiao Muhan's charming face that could express both joy and anger appeared before him. She was wearing a semi-transparent nightgown, with water droplets still glistening in her hair, clearly just out of the bath. Given the strength of his mental abilities, to him, she now seemed as though she were entirely unclothed. Reaching out, he wrapped his arm around her slim waist. Though they had been living together these days and had shared intimate moments multiple times, every time he saw her like this, he couldn't suppress a wave of uncontrollable desire. You're not thinking of doing it here, are you? Seeing the look in his eyes, eyes, Xiao Muhan blushed for a rare moment, though her opposition didn't seem particularly firm. Though this place was deserted within thousands of meters, with only this villa in sight, with current observation technologies, even tracking the movements of an ant on the ground from tens of thousands of kilometers high in geosynchronous orbit would be effortless. If we engage in outdoor activities here, there's no guarantee that some passing spaceship won't unintentionally capture the scene, turning it into the headline of a tabloid. Thinking about it, it did seem too absurd. He finally gave up on the enticing idea and flew down to the villa below, holding her. More than an hour later, the rain stopped, and the two remained tightly embraced in the most intimate position. After a long time, he sat up with the beautiful woman in his arms, opened the light brain on one side, and casually began checking the day's news. Information on the screen scrolled rapidly, yet he could still read it without a hitch at a speed of several screens per second. This was the advantage of having high mental capacity, enabling fast reading and analysis far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, this was nothing extraordinary. Among ability users, there exists a profession known as the sage. They do not excel in combat but far surpass typical ability users in information analysis and interpretation. In fields reliant on mental capabilities, such as high-tech industries, strategic research, intelligence gathering and analysis, and large-scale engineering design, they play an irreplaceable role. It can be said that the rapid development of the human world owes a significant contribution to the various types of sages. A piece of information caught his attention. The Empire Security Department and the Ability Users Association jointly release an SS-level task. Mission content: explore the Phobos Trench located in the northern ocean of the Twilight Cloud Star. The target area covers approximately 150,000 square kilometers, divided into 500 equal sections. As long as one can reach the seabed and map out detailed underwater charts of any designated section, they can claim a high reward of 45,000 source crystals from the Ability Users Association. Any individual or company organization can accept the mission. If two or more individuals or organizations choose the same sea area for exploration, the reward will go to the one who completes it first. Considering the mission's high difficulty, any individual or company receiving the payment will not be required to pay any taxes. Moreover, for individuals or organizations that perform outstandingly in this mission, the Empire will offer additional rewards. I didn't misread, did I? A mission with a total reward of 22.5 million source crystals, Yun Haoyu said in astonishment. The Empire is really being generous this time. Originally, Xiao Muhan, who had been napping against his chest, raised her head and lazily glanced over before speaking lightly that Luo Hanqing has run out of options and is now targeting those low-grade ability users from the civilian population, hoping to use their lives to fill that bottomless pit. Ha! Such cunning calculations. From what you're saying, his intentions aren't good? Yun Haoyu seemed to understand. If I'm not mistaken, the reason he's been visiting the Abilities Association so often is precisely for this. Xiao Muhan said with a smile. This is likely a directive from above, but he doesn't want to waste his own forces on that deadly place, so he came up with this task to make those money-hungry people cannon fodder. More than 20 million source crystals, that's quite a hefty sum. This money could buy a small-scale fleet, but is it really that easy to obtain? If I remember correctly, that place is the infamous Devil's Sea on Twilight Cloud Star. Over a year ago, an entire Abyss fleet from the Empire disappeared there and never returned. It's a pity those guys don't know about it. Who knows how many people will get killed this time? Xiao Muhan sighed. Is that so? Yun Haoyu sounded a bit disappointed. Originally, I thought I could go take a look, but it seems that's not going to happen. Are you still short on money now? Is it necessary to take such risks? She casually turned off the light brain and wrapped her arms around his neck. Darling, how about we go for another round? In a military base by the sea, inside a spacious office, Luo Hanqing stood by the window, gazing at the distant, surging waves, lost in thought. General, don't you think the reward you set for the mission is too high? Behind him, the female officer named Qingyue questioned. Although our budget is ample, spending it like this might be hard to justify to Her Highness the Princess. Luo Hanqing chuckled and replied without turning his head. Too high? Perhaps. But without such incentives, how can we motivate those guys to act? You know, they all have certain skills, and their financial situations are generally not shabby. Without substantial rewards, why would they risk their lives? Of course, you could choose not to spend this money, but in that case, we'd have to sacrifice our own people instead. More than a year ago, in order to capture that creature, the Empire lost an entire fleet alongside over 100 personnel ranked 5 or above in that cursed place, plus a large amount of equipment and scientific personnel. The total loss exceeded 40 million. And this time, we're going there to conduct a comprehensive survey of that location, paving the way for the Empire's subsequent actions. The difficulty this time is incomparable to last time. So tell me, how many people do we have to sacrifice, and at what cost, to complete the mission? At this point, he finally turned around, staring at her and said, moreover, you need to understand, if our men suffer heavy casualties here and still fail to complete the mission, that would truly be impossible to justify to those above. Sister, you know as well as I I do. We're not like that Song Jingfeng guy. He comes from one of the 6 great families. Even if there's a monumental mistake, his family would be there to shoulder the burden. Although Her Highness, the princess, trusts us greatly, if we cause a major problem, she won't always take care of us. The female officer thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. But if that's the case, those people going out to sea to catch fish will be in trouble. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Luo Hanqing sighed. I didn't force them to go, they were blinded by greed. Who can they blame? As soon as this exorbitant bounty mission was announced, it immediately caused an uproar on Twilight Cloudstar. The total price is 22,500,000 source crystals, divided into 500 portions. As long as you complete the seabed mapping of an area covering 300 square kilometers, you can earn a reward of 45,000 source crystals. This is the most generous reward for a task in the history of Twilight Cloudstar. For a while, major companies, ranking abyss hunters, and various underground organizations all set their sights on this task. Despite the evident risks, under the temptation of the huge reward, most people lost their rationality. Such an enticing number. I wonder who will survive long enough to enjoy it. Achilles chuckled and shook his head. Yun Haoyu, with such an important task, you surely won't pass it up, will you? On the hovercar, Jerome muttered to himself. I have a hunch, said Feng Deming, who had been promoted to captain of the Abyss battleship, to his companions. If anyone can win more than half of the prize money, that person can only be Yun Haoyu. Really? He's that impressive? It's probably thanks to the woman beside him. After all, he's only a tier 3 himself. The person responded dismissively. Feng Deming smiled without explaining, while secretly scheming in his mind. Maybe I can start a betting game. You ignorant bunch, just wait and see how I win even your underwear. The fiery red scarlet flame phoenix slowly descended at the school gate. Today is the day of the school's final exams, and after the exams, there will be a month-long vacation. In a few days, it will be the New Year festival according to the interstellar calendar, a time to relax. Do you want me to accompany you inside? Xiao Muhan asked with a smile. Better not, or else many people might fail their courses, he joked. Alright then, I'll come pick you up at noon. Yun Haoyu stood up, ready to get off the car, but as soon as he turned his head and glanced out the window, he suddenly sat back down. He reached out to hug her, burying his head deeply into her full bosom. What, do you want to do it one more time before you're willing to leave? She playfully slapped him but did not refuse. Not far away, a black hovercar descended, and a familiar figure stepped out from it. Seeing the fiery red sports car nearby, Hua Monli's gaze flickered slightly. She remembered, this was that woman's car, the one with Yun Haoyu. Since the car is here, does that mean Yun Haoyu is here too? She walked around the car, but unfortunately, the windows were all one-way glass, allowing a clear view of the outside from inside, but completely obscuring the interior from the outside. She reluctantly gave up and walked into the school. Out of the corner of his eye, Yun Haoyu saw that the woman had finally walked away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until 1 minute before the exam started that Yun Haoyu dashed into the classroom at full sprint speed. Ignoring Hua Monli's strange gaze from the front row, he went straight to his seat and sat down. 3 subjects in the morning exam, the content wasn't very difficult. For him now, passing was a piece of cake. As soon as the break started, Yun Haoyu used his 5th level speed to dash into the restroom and stayed there until the second exam began, leaving Hua Monli grinding her teeth in anger. After the 3rd subject exam, it was already close to noon. The homeroom teacher would come to hold a short meeting, and then they could dismiss and go home. No matter what the old man was saying on the podium, Yun Haoyu sat in the back, quietly chatting with a few friends. The light brain vibrated slightly. A message had arrived. He opened it to take a look. It was from the homeroom teacher. Come to the office after dismissal. There's something I need to discuss with you. What could it be? He raised his head and glanced at the podium, but the old man was still passionately lecturing without even casting a glance his way. With a feeling of astonishment, he went to the office after the meeting. The office was empty. After waiting for a while, he grew slightly impatient. Xiao Muhan was still waiting for him outside. A faint sound was heard. Although the movements were intentionally subdued, they still couldn't escape his notice. Is this your doing? He asked indignantly. Hua Monli stood smiling at the doorway. Hearing Yun Haoyu's questioning, she chuckled nonchalantly. Can't help it. You're too hard to catch. I just wanted to have a chat with you, but you wouldn't even give me the chance. She reached out and touched the door frame. The automatic door silently closed, and even the curtains were drawn. What are you trying to do? He asked nervously, pressing a button inside his coat pocket. Just wanted to ask about that thing you promised me last time. When are you going to deliver? She spoke as she leaned closer. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Miss, I really can't do anything about it. What will it take for you to let me go? She went straight into his arms, hugged him tightly, grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest, speaking in a low, seductive voice. Haoyu, am I not good looking? Just a few days ago, I underwent a level 4 optimization surgery too. I'm not worse than that woman, am I? She can give you what I can give. And what she cannot give you, I can still give you. I can let you experience the greatest pleasure of being a man, as long as you agree to my conditions. As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes. Yun Haoyu Hao forcefully pushed her away and said coldly, "Sorry, I can't help you." "You're still unwilling to agree?" Her smile froze on her face. "I'm truly powerless." Not wanting to say more to her, he turned around and walked toward the door. "Stop," a chilly voice echoed from behind him. "Do you know there are cameras in this room?" She looked at his stunned expression and suddenly laughed. "Everything that just happened has already been recorded. If my man sees this footage, what do you think the consequences will be?" "Actually, I don't want this either. I just want to become stronger," she said as she walked over. "Don't you think you're playing with fire? I'm a normal man. Aren't you afraid I might actually devour you? 300 source crystals each time. It'll always be this way." "Are you kidding? Who do you think you are? A superstar from the imperial capital?" He laughed angrily. 3 billion for one time? She really had the audacity to say it. "So what? If you don't want trouble with that old ghost, you'd better accept or take me out to sea next time." She laughed smugly, reaching out to unhook her bra. Just as he was completely at a loss, a life-saving voice sounded outside the door. "Do I really need to answer whether I agree or not?" A surge of immense force broke through. The not-so-thick metal door tore apart as if it were paper. Xiao Muhan, with an irritated expression, walked in. Upon seeing the scene inside, her anger could no longer be suppressed. She flung a slap across Hua Monli's face. "You!" Hua Monli glared at her, full of venomous resentment. "Others may fear that person in your family, but I don't," she sneered coldly. "Stay away from my man from now on." With a backhand slap, she was knocked to the ground, and he pulled Yun Haoyu out the door. There was silence all the way until they got into the car. Xiao Muhan still kept a stern face without saying a word. "Sister, Yun Haoyu seemed a little guilty." Xiao Muhan suddenly smiled. "Does her body look good?" "Not good looking, far worse than you," he replied hastily. "So that means you've still seen her, right?" Her voice carried a hint of hostility. "No, haven't seen her, really haven't seen her," he hurriedly denied. "Haven't seen her? Then how do you know she's not as good as me?" The hostility grew stronger. No, He was already so nervous that he was incoherent. Looking at his embarrassed expression, she finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I just don't understand. Why did that woman come to you?" "It's like this." He briefly explained the reason. "Is that so?" She understood. "I have a feeling this woman is not simple. Who knows what she might stir up in the future. That old devil Achilles really found himself a good wife. Indeed, she's an ambitious woman, one who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals," he agreed. "Ha ha, even you think so?" She chuckled, but suddenly her face turned cold. "Don't think the earlier matter is over just like that. I'll find a way to punish you when we return." Yun Haoyu's heart, which had just settled down, was now on edge again. Fault Space, the temporary base of the Zhang clan. "Chief, there's movement on the human side," a elder reported. "What is the situation? Speak quickly." The chief became spirited. "They've issued a mission. The target is..." The elder quickly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. "That place is precisely the dwelling of the abyssal Conchflower clan," the patriarch said thoughtfully. "It's also where the legendary primal forbidden zone is located," an elder added. "What do the elders think about this matter?" The patriarch glanced at the surrounding clan members. "They must have learned something, which is why they are taking such actions," an elder said with certainty. "Do you mean to say that the artifact is indeed in their hands?" another elder asked. "Of course, this can be confirmed, but we just don't yet know specifically which human has it." Shortly after the last incident, the humans sent over someone with the strength of a dark flame warrior. Could it be him? Hard to say. Our warriors have secretly observed him, but they haven't sensed the presence of the artifact on him. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he is using some method to conceal the artifact's existence. We were afraid of being discovered, so we didn't dare to make it too obvious. After all, the perceptiveness of a Yuan warrior is extremely formidable. "Then what do you think we should do next?" the chief asked. After a moment of silence, an elder spoke up. "I think for now, we should remain inactive." "Oh, state your reasons." "Because the time is not right. No matter whose hands the artifact is currently in, they will find ways to cover it up. But this is completely futile. Humans decided to explore that sea area. They must have learned something. No matter what plans he has, in the final moment, this thing must be brought out. Otherwise, they won't be able to accomplish anything. We just need to closely monitor their movements. Once the artifact appears, we can take action. Then, this resolution will be carried out immediately." The patriarch's word was final. Muyun Star, North Ocean. Moz Jian checked his personal equipment one last time, then closed his eyes to meditate, preparing for the potential battles ahead. Not just him, more than a dozen ability users aboard this Abyss battleship were doing the same. Since the astronomical task was announced a few days ago, it has caused a sensation in the Abyss Hunter community. Various companies, mercenary groups, and some individual powerful superhumans have rushed to take one or multiple tasks in the sea regions, flocking towards the North Ocean like a tide. Due to the complex conditions of the sea, it is necessary to dive underwater for close-range mapping. Even the most advanced instruments cannot effectively gather information below the sea from its surface. 300 square kilometers, while not overwhelmingly large, can be completely mapped mapped in one day by divers equipped with the necessary gear. As for companies with large submarine equipment, their efficiency is even greater. Once the mapping is completed and the data handed over to the Superhuman Association, 45,000 source crystals will be yours. But this is all contingent upon one condition. During the mapping process, you must ensure that you don't attract the attention of those deadly entities. Otherwise, forget completing the task, you might not even make it back alive. Mo Zhejian is employed by a large company and is a well-known figure among abyss hunters. With his 6th tier abilities, he has been able to ensure his own safety on multiple voyages. This voyage was organized by the company. The management has already promised that for every task completed, only 40% of the reward needs to be handed over to the company, while the rest can be kept by the individual. The distribution plan is quite fair, considering the relevant equipment is provided by the company. This time, the company has taken on 15 tasks in total and selected the 12 most capable superhumans from within the company. They will pilot a specially modified abyssal battleship to the target waters. Upon arrival, the battleship equipped with precision instruments will automatically record all conditions on the seabed. As for those deadly creatures, it will be up to the superhumans to deal with them. Phobos Deep Trench is a complete blank in the human information database. Previous official explorations have suffered heavy losses, and related records have been classified as top-secret archives. This time, due to special circumstances, the Security Department has finally released some limited information for the individuals and organizations taking on the tasks to review. Based on that limited information, their mission area this time is still on the outskirts of the trench, not deep within it. The level of danger should be relatively lower. We've reached the designated position. Everyone get ready, the captain ordered. Several kilometers deep underwater lies an endless seabed plain. At the plain's edge rises a not-so-high mountain range. On the other side of the range is the legendary Phobos Trench. The trench stretches tens of thousands of miles, with an average width of several kilometers. At this moment, looking from the warship, it resembles a giant black serpent nestled among the mountains. At the bottom of the trench, there lies an enormous space beyond ordinary imagination. Cross the mountain range, slowly enter the trench, and continue diving. The Abyss battleship slowed its speed, cruising at an altitude of about 200 meters above the seabed. Under the operation of the relevant personnel, the instruments installed at the bow were activated, carefully scanning everything on the seabed. A massive amount of data poured into the optical brain like a waterfall. All weapons were placed on high alert, and all espers stayed within the watertight compartments, ready to deploy at a moment's notice should anything occur. Due to the complex sea conditions, communication between the battleship and the mainland had been almost completely severed at this time. If something happened, it would be impossible for those above to respond in time, leaving everything up to the crew themselves. The battleship cruised at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and all conditions within a 2-kilometer radius were faithfully recorded by the instruments. If nothing unexpected occurred, it would take only a few hours to complete mapping a section of the seabed. Not only them, but at this moment, the sea area of more than 100,000 square kilometers is already crowded with various diving equipment, ranging from the most advanced abyssal warships to the simplest personal diving pods. Everything imaginable, encompassing it all. Now, this dark seabed is eerily quiet, exuding an air of mystery everywhere. It's very quiet. It seems like there's no danger, the first mate said to the captain. Indeed, the mapping has already been ongoing for an hour, and not only have those fierce creatures not been found, but not even a single large fish has been seen. It's overly quiet. Stay vigilant. Everyone, stay alert, the captain said. After completing the first task, the warship will retreat at maximum speed. Anything unusual must have a reason. His sixth sense told him that today's situation was not that simple. Another half hour passed, and still nothing happened. Apart from the low rumble of the warship's engine running, the surroundings were eerily silent. Mo Zhejiang suddenly furrowed his brows as a strange feeling arose in his heart, as if something was watching him from the shadows. Something seems to be coming closer, he said, though his tone was not very certain. I feel something is off too, another superhuman echoed. Should we go out and take a look? The third person asked. No rush, let's ask the captain first. Just as everyone was discussing, the situation outside the battleship further changed. A massive black shadow emerged from the depths of the trench, revealing a form somewhat resembling an octopus, yet also akin to a giant sea serpent. Its abdomen was equipped with 16 thick tentacles. The monster's outer skin and tentacles were covered in dark red bone spines and bone blades. Despite its enormous size, more than twice as large as the abyssal battleship, it moved with incredible speed and agility. In just a dozen breaths, it had already approached the battleship. Strangely, the most sensitive instruments on the ship showed no reaction to its arrival. It was only a few psychics who first noticed something was amiss. Damn it, what is that? When the creature's tentacle barely touched the warship's hull, the captain finally spotted the situation through the observation window with the naked eye. Oh my god, a Shura python. It's actually a Shura python, the first officer said with a deathly pale face. The Shura python, the second most fearsome creature on evening lightning cloud star. The nightmare of abyssal hunters. A ferocious existence that can only be dealt with by deploying a fleet or a saint-level expert. According to documented records, since humanity began colonizing and developing this planet, only 2 Shura pythons have ever been captured. And every single time, it came at a tremendous cost. Surface immediately, full speed to break away. The captain made a decisive call. Even if everyone on this ship combined, it wouldn't be enough to fill that creature's teeth. The battleship immediately turned, rushing toward the ocean surface at maximum speed. The engine emitted strained vibrations from the overload. The ship's onboard 200mm particle cannons fired continuously, hoping desperately to at least slow it down. There are things coming from above too. The observer shouted frantically, his voice tinged with desperation. It's the nightmare mongoose, and the Moro shark. Heavens, and the Fongwan whale. In just a few short moments, this area of the sea had been filled with all sorts of vicious creatures, and they were all top-ranked terrifying entities. Mozgen watched helplessly as a tentacle as thick as a thigh wrapped around the abyssal battleship, twisting lightly, and the high-strength alloy shell several meters thick shattered like paper. Before large amounts of seawater rushed in, he quickly activated the energy shield on his body, then drew his lightsaber and swung it with all his might at the tentacle. The sharp energy blade struck the tentacle, but it was as if slicing into cotton, soft and completely powerless. Without hesitation, he put away the lightsaber and dashed towards the surface. If he couldn't defeat it, then it was time to escape. As for the people on the ship, he couldn't take care of them and could only focus on himself for now. After charging less than 30 meters, a tentacle wrapped around him, followed by a second, and then a third. Those tentacles belonged to a llama squid. He lasted less than 10 seconds before giving up resistance. Just as the beast was about to shove him into its mouth, he desperately reversed the source energy within him and initiated self-destruction. An orange-red fireball exploded in the sea, briefly illuminating the dark and deep trench in the glow of the flames. In that region beyond the reach of vision, a few gem-like floral creatures faintly emerged and disappeared in a flash. This scene continues to play out repeatedly in this stretch of the sea. Extending a hand with a subtle motion, the 5 fingers came together, and a bright blade of light shot from the palm, forming a 2-meter-long sword beam. The palm circled and pulled. The sword's radiance swept across the ground, slicing the alloy-hard floor tiles in two. This was a sword technique newly taught to him by Rualan, modified according to the laws of this world. When cultivated to advanced levels, its power was extremely terrifying. During the first demonstration, the force was poorly controlled. Otherwise, after slicing the floor tiles, the sword's radiance would have left only a hair-thin crack that would be practically invisible without careful observation. From now on, don't casually use this technique unless you intend to leave no survivors. Rualan's voice echoed in his mind. The things I've taught you may not originate from this world, but it's hard to say they won't be noticed by others. So it's best to restrain yourself. The sword aura dissipated, and Yun Haoyu began to sit quietly to regulate his breath. This technique was immensely powerful, but its only drawback was the excessive consumption of source energy. Although the energy in his body was far greater than that of same-level ability users, it still lasted only a few minutes before being completely drained. Inside the room, Sha Muhan stood by the window, observing Yun Haoyu practicing swordsmanship in the distance, her eyes filled with undisguised affection. "Sister, is this the man you've chosen?" A sultry voice sounded in her ear. At some point, a tall and slender woman stood beside her. Her face was peach-like with delicate features, unrivaled in beauty, but a faint trace of hostility inadvertently flickered at the corners of her eyes. "Looks quite good," she laughed. "Excellent talent and great looks. Where did you find him?" Lightly licking her lips, she whispered, "Why not let me have him for a few days?" "Dream on." Sha Muhan gave her a glare. Everything else was negotiable, but her own man? No way. "Hey, don't be so stingy, alright? It's rare for me to visit," she teased. "You're just looking for a playmate anyway. Once you're done having fun, you'll cast him aside. Surely you're not planning to make him your real man?" "I really think so," Sha Muhan said sweetly with a smile.